all over again. And we're going to try and start streaming, and it says that we're streaming. And now we're going to check to see if we're connecting. What we're probably going to have to do is call Brendan for some technical support. And we need everybody to report to us if they hear anything, if we've got anything going on.
We're on live
all over again.
We're on live now, Douglas.
Okay. And I definitely need to bring Brendan on anyway, because I'm not quite sure exactly what happened here technically, but something, you know, we've been undergoing a lot of attacks, and I'll explain everything behind that later.
We're loud and clear.
Okay. Who says we're loud and clear?
Tank Barry.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So there's been a fault stream that was started. I can tell you that much, and I'm going to see if I can delete that fault stream, which was like a jumpstart stream, which was not me. Okay, so somebody's broken into the channel, and other than that, we've got like a one watching on what's supposed to be live, which might be Tank Barry. Let's see if we can try this again. Last time I tried this, we weren't even appearing on live stream in my studio. So We're going to see if we can get this done all over again. You're going to hear a lot of noise because I'm on an unstable platform as normal. I'm still preparing the throne of pillows, so to speak, which I'll be sitting on the rest of the night. Tank Barry says loud and clear. Amor Fadi says hello, Douglas. Hello, team Dragon. Amor Fadi says loud and clear. Tank Barry says Peter clear. Tank Barry says God bless these transmissions. Okay, so we got all this going on, and I got to investigate some creepy shit that was just stuck through my door slot. I have no idea what it is, so I'm going to have to investigate that while I finish doing everything else. And I always hate it when those things happen, but it's, you know, part of my life. And okay, let's see what's going on.
Consolation to you, Douglas. I have to tell you, to the audience listening, and to me, when you say there's creepy stuff, it's intriguing.
Yes.
To you, but I just want you to know that it'll be intriguing to the what now? But,
yeah, well, I've been under attack just nonstop since last time we spoke. So it's just been 48 hours since the last time we were on, and it's just nonstop. It just doesn't stop. So the one thing I could say is, for whatever reason, the federal government considers me the greatest threat on Earth. They just will not let up. Now, for everybody who doesn't get it, and they just think stupid thoughts like, oh, why don't they just blow your house up? That's exactly what they attempted to do, in effect, with that pole replacement bullshit. Okay, let's get other people on the call. This is going to be extremely important that we get other people on the call to hold with Peter while I'm gone, because I'll be gone for at least 10-15 minutes. Well, more like 5-10 minutes to finish things up. 10 minutes, approximately. So we're going to hit two people. We're going to hit Brendan Zoget, and we're going to hit Aristides, who helped me immensely with getting something to me. It was Christmas in January. He got me something that I needed that I will show to Peter Moon on screen share in a minute. Let's see if we can bring these men on, and then we'll go from there. We're going to need them to technically kind of... So Aristides joined us. Yep. Okay, so Aristides, we're under a lot of technical pressure here. Just a lot of things happening that shouldn't be happening technically. Like the stream started without my starting it. And so Brendan, what I need you to confirm, Brendan, is I did not start a stream, but a stream started for 1 second that I had to cut off. So I need to know if it uploaded a fault stream that's about 1 to 10 seconds long on our channel. If you can confirm whether or not that's the case, Brendan, and we need to talk, so we need to hear your voice. So let's see if you can, what the quality of your voice is like, Brendan. And let's see if he comes on. I know he's there, and he may be in a particular situation where he can't talk, and all of that is, you know, it just adds to the frustration of trying to produce.
I'm here.
Okay, yeah, I know Aristides is here. So Brendan, let's can you confirm whether or not there's been a false upload of about 1 to 10 seconds on my channel?
No, okay. It's continually streaming. It's currently live.
No, but I mean, like, on my channel, is there a video upload, like a published video that's 1 to 10 seconds long, that has this? Not. Okay, there is not. Okay.
There is not.
Because something remuxed and uploaded before I even got on. So it should be the same image of my bathing. So this was, of course, my bathing at the hotel. And there was a maid who helped me take a screenshot of that. We're not going to go into the details behind how she got in there. Obviously, I allowed her in, etc. So this is going to be something we'll go into later if anyone's even morbidly curious. That's just pure entertainment. However, the hotel stay was important because, as I said, I got the Omni to relocate my room from the one that was reserved, and that almost certainly would have been targeted. The entire thing was to get me into a hotel, the entire affair. And obviously, as I've said, the deep state is in my computer far more than I am. And they know exactly everything that I do with my schedule. So what I have to do is once I get something scheduled, there's certain things I have to change at the absolute last minute whenever that schedule or rendezvous or appointment is realized. One of the things I always do is change location at the last minute, and that's what we did here. Now, another thing happened that we need to give credit for, and that was Aristides getting me an old document that I've been looking for years, and he was able to acquire that for me. So we're forever indebted to him, and I'll show Peter Moon exactly what all of that is in a moment. In the meantime, I want to thank everyone for their patience, and we've had our man Brendan Zogit speak along with Aristides. I'm assuming everyone can hear them. I'm going to see if I can make this live stream any more live, so to speak, by enlarging this image, clicking on it. And I encourage everyone, as usual, to hit the upvote. So let's get that admonition out of the way. As soon as we start stream, we are hit by literally downvotes, scores of them, if not hundreds. And it takes forever for YouTube to filter them out. Takes about maybe an hour or two. And by that time, they've succeeded in their purpose, which is to eliminate us from showing up on searches. So in order for us to show up on a search, we need your upvotes, because YouTube operates on a totally retarded popularity aggregate, where the more popular you are, the more you're disseminated on searches. And so we need these upvotes, and we need every IP port address that you've got, just everything that's ported into a different IP address. Your PC, your laptop, your tablet, your cell phone, use that to give us an upvote. So that's the only thing that's going to help us. And ultimately, it's your war. You've got to fight it. We're fighting your war for you. The majority of you people who are seeking alternative information are convinced that the deep state is involved with human child trafficking in particular. That seems to be a major obsession among people. I'm the only person who's ever truly shut down major operations from the major human traffickers. The baby rape and Satanists that you all suspect are your goddamn military, whom the majority of you hero worship like idiots. So your enemy is the U.S. military. The first thing we've got to do is dismantle the so-called professional military and reestablish a goddamn draft. That's the only thing that's going to save, quote-unquote, America, which is a big trigger word, which has any number of meanings across a definition spectrum that most people do not even educate themselves on. So a lot of this is based on history. And so El Nemo says sounded good. Amor Fadi says everyone upvote. And T-Take Berry says there was a notification for the stream tonight, unlike last transmission. Interesting. Okay, so that's good. Thank you for that. That's profoundly important. Tolkien Study, who's our friend Brandon Young, says be happy to join. And our man Aristides hears us. And so all that being established, we have an all-male sausage fest with us tonight. And hopefully the females will join us later, including our man Peter Moon's Maria. We're going to give him a chance to bring her on at the bottom of the hour. And by that time, I should be fully established and ensconced in my throne of pillows and ready to go throughout the night. Before I go, I'll show Peter something shortly. And then we'll go on to the I'll go on to doing what I have to do, and he'll hold the stage with Brendan and Aristides. And so let me do a screen share here with Peter. So start sharing. I don't know if you can see the cursor moving around. we can always recover this subject later.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, and we'll go deeper into it later if anyone is curious. But of course, we'll start with Peter to explain to him what recently happened. So, okay, so for years ago, many years ago, we're talking about right after World War II, we had an individual named McFate who was the Mormon version of John Sparks. And McFate actually produced, this isn't actually the right one, McFate actually produced a graphic outline of universal history, which was religiously influenced. He started with Adam and then went across what would be a time chronographic spectrum towards World War II. Now, there's several things about McFate that make him stand out. He, of course, like a Mormon, spoke about the American Indian as being of Semitic origin, and that there were encounters with the American Indian that basically took place before Columbus. And for this reason, he is considered someone who's like a heretic historically. Now, one of the things that's profoundly important about him was that towards the end of World War II, he added events into his historical timeline you just don't find anywhere else. And very importantly, the majority of his history is very Japanocentric. It's very Asia-centric. And so he points out many things that you're just not going to find on many other historical timelines. But probably one of the most important things was towards the beginning of the war, my legal father, who was born in Rochester, New York, had told me of this, and I've never seen it printed anywhere. It's never been in a history book. Cardinal Pacelli, secretary to Pope Pius, at a meeting in Rochester, New York, on September 16 of 1936, called for a crusade. Basically, he consecrated any European army that would fight the communists. And he said the time has come to fight communism by force of arms if necessary. And this means that the Pope consecrated any army that would fight communism. And, of course, Hitler, who is my biological father, was baptized as a Roman Catholic, answered that call. This is why the Vatican, of course, helped the Nazis escape after World War II. They had answered the call to fight communism, whereas the other armies of the world fought on the side of communism, such as the Americans. Now, we had on Troy Bellamy the other night, who was saying, are you people sympathetic to the Third Reich? As if he wouldn't know at this point. And when we brought him on, he was saying, oh yeah, the Vatican rat lines. And they all bring this up like it's something negative or bad.
What would you expect?
This is so bizarre to me. And now McFate actually had the Catholic Church, aside from the children of Noah, the Mongoloid, the Caucasoid, and the basically Mongoloid, Caucasoid, Negroid lines, he puts the Roman Catholic Church almost like it's a separate race or civilization. Very important point to be made here. All of this is profound upon his timeline, and ultimately, the most bizarre thing about his timeline is that it has been taken and it has been revamped. Now, it's been revamped several times, and each time, one time they took out the geological ages and all the Native American references, the next time it was published. And then after that, whenever it has been republished, and now you can find it, you can actually purchase it, but it's completely bleached. It's completely stripped. So when you take a look at the modern examples, like some of the timelines that I have actual possession of, these timelines are originally, when they republished it, literally it's bleached. It's literally whitewashed. And by the time that you find it today, what's commercially available today, the copy that I have that you can buy, it is bleached of everything. It is stripped of everything McFate said. The Pope's call is taken out. Anything referencing Native Americans is taken out. It is a bleached timeline that is left. This is a perfect example of critical omissions. Now, the interesting thing about the timeline that Aristides ordered for me is that it is actually registered. It's actually registered as a very rare document, and it's like a museum piece. So it actually comes with a certificate saying that it was published right after World War II, and there's like the only other examples of it are in Mormon museums. And so these are like original pieces. And so this is profound, and I'm just so proud of Aristides for really getting shit done. So he's put the link in there, extremely rare, circa 1950 McFates, and I'm going to stop sharing now. So what I'll do is I'm going to spend the next few minutes tending to what I need to tend to, but it goes to show Peter Moon what I've received today. Now, ironically enough, weeks ago...
Excuse me.
Yeah.
That's not what was put under the door.
No.
You received this. From
Earlier.
Aristides. Yeah, because he said it. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, Aristides actually had to open an account in the Mormon classifieds so that he could even deal with the dealer. And this is why V wouldn't do it. She was scared to death of like giving away any information. So she's paranoid like that. So Aristides took the initiative. He did it and got it to me within hours. He actually opened an account in the Mormon classifieds and got this to me within hours. So it arrived with the same delivery man, the same UPS delivery man, delivering me a couple of C supplements that are they're not insignificant. They were sent by V, and she planned that weeks ago. Because as soon as I received the letter that I was going to have to check into a hotel to evade what they were going to do here in my neighborhood with, quote unquote, replacing a telephone pole, which of course Peter Moon has the documentary evidence of. This federally designated power pole, as it's referred, is a power pole. As soon as I did that, V had to give me a delayed order for fish oil and krill, a bottle of fish oil and a bunch of Arctic krill capsules that are blood red, that are made from Arctic krill and basically serve the same function as fish oil, but I use both. And she sent that to not be delivered until today. She put in a delayed order. And when our man Aristides did what he did, somehow it wound up converging with the same UPS delivery man delivering his McFates historic timeline along with these fish oil and krill simultaneously. It was the same guy delivered these two packages from separate orders made weeks apart. Incredible convergence, like Christmas in January. So that was the positive. As for the negative, basically what happened was I had a dental appointment with UCSF, which had, after years, basically we're talking about half a human's baseline timeline here, half a human's lifetime. I finally got UCSF to agree to file my teeth down 4 times a year because my teeth grow like a rodent's teeth do because of my vampiroid bloodline. And it took me years to convince the dentist that this is a real phenomenon and that it needs to be tended to professionally rather than my sandpapering it down as an amateur like I've been forced to do through the majority of my life. And so they finally recognized it as real and agreed to tend to my filing my teeth down 4 times a year along with cleaning. So I finally got that arranged. When I went to the dentist yesterday, which of course is an investment of time, money, I have to rearrange my sleep schedule. Then as soon as I got there, they said, "Oh, we can't accept you anymore." And that was, they said, "Oh, we've got notification from the U.S. government, we can't take you as a patient. And you are now on a senior advantage through Kaiser, which means you have to go to a private HMO. You can't come here anymore." So when I called up Kaiser and dealt with the young man right there on the spot, and thank God, I put all these people on speed dial. So when I put this on speed dial, the Kaiser member services, then the young man who answered said, "Yes, you were put on this senior advantage because you turned the age of 55. I said, "Well, technically I'm 56. He says, "Yes, they should have stopped treating you last year. I don't understand why they kept treating you." And the government does this automatically because at the age of 55, you're on Medicare and Medi-Cal. And so I said, but all these private dentists aren't worth a shit. It took me years to get UCSF to understand my situation because they have actual dental surgeons and dental doctors who are involved with orthodontics. I mean, these are like superhero dentists. These are like beyond your average dentist, and they're teaching the younger dentists. And because it's an academy situation, they understand via the research, certain dental phenomena that I'm manifesting that no one else even begins to believe in. And he says, well, it's too bad. I can take you off the program, but then you'll be left without insurance. And that way you can continue to see UCSF, but we won't pay for your prescriptions anymore. So it's all or nothing. And so I said, well, obviously my prescriptions, I have to have them paid for. That's going to be thousands of dollars, even though they're nothing very specialized. They're just kind of like, prostate stuff that they give you automatically when you're older, atorvastatin, cholesterol stuff. I mean, it's stuff that, you just want to have covered, because otherwise if you're getting them, it's just going to be too much. So I had to surrender to that new reality. And so Brendan Zogit, I spoke with him, and his mother's a nurse, and apparently she has the same situation that happened when she turned 55. So this is something that was completely outrageous to me, but I had to adapt, and I had to go home without treatment. So now I have to get myself into a new dental program with an HMO, and it's outrageous, and it's going to be... Hopefully I can, get these people educated as to what my situation is. Hopefully we can transfer records, which were extreme. I've had extreme work done at UCSF. So then when I came home, somebody had hacked into, or attempted to hack into my account, my Google account, which would have meant that I wouldn't have been able to produce tonight's show because Google owns YouTube. So I had to call Brendan, and I went into my own account and restructured everything. Obviously, I'm going to change the password again soon to something far more technically difficult to crack. I don't believe the password was cracked at all, but I'm just going to do that as a precaution. And but nevertheless, I couldn't do that until I'm basically stable with enough sleep and make certain that I can make right judgments before doing something technical like that. It's something like that you don't want to do half-assed. And so there you go. All that went down. Then, of course, I had the positive stress from these deliveries coming. Had to change my sleep schedule regarding that. So I've gotten enough sleep. I'll be, fine throughout the night. But just a lot of unnecessary stress going on. And now somebody has shoved something through my door slot. What I suspect it is once a year my landlady raises the rent. And she'll slide it in through the door slot. But this was not mail delivery. It was somebody sliding in something through the door slot at an unusual time. So what I'm going to do is leave you gentlemen to speak about this. Our man Brendan has put a link into my private Skype. He's welcome to put that here. I'm going to check one last look at the text, thing he sent, and I'm going to take a look at the chat room. And Peter, anything you need to tell me before I take off for a few minutes? I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. Okay?
No, that's fine. We have a lot to cover tonight.
Yeah.
I hope to cheer you up in one way or another, but go ahead.
No, I mean, a lot going on to be cheerful about. It just, so I'm going to go mute now. And with that, what's disturbing to me, but like I said, the feds, the enemy, the deep state, they know what's going on in my schedule more than I do, to a degree. I know more than they, because I can change things at the last minute. But they obviously tried to hack into my account while I was at the dentist.
Oh, it's obvious that this whole thing is a direct harassment on you.
Yeah.
That's obvious.
Thank you.
It just is. So
thank you. So accepting that, I'll go mute, and I'll be back in a few minutes, and hopefully Maria will be coming on at that time, and we'll converge.
We won't see Maria until about 10:30-ish.
Okay. All right.
Which is about an hour, a little over an hour. She'll probably come in, but she won't come in because she announced it on her
Excellent. Email. Excellent. Now, I won't be able to hear you, Peter, but I'll be back in about 10 minutes then, and you guys have this. I know you guys have got this, and I'll leave the audience with you.
Talk about Qigong while you're gone.
Sounds good. Okay. Bye for now.
Okay. So, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And if you can donate to Douglas, many of you have, and it's really helped him. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. I had some really good feelings today. I've had an opportunity, and please click the likes, those of you who are listening. Click the likes. I started working with the book again, and I've actually been off of it for over a month. And it is really exciting to me where we left off on the book, because I get distracted when I write my newsletter, but the newsletter is actually for another chapter in the book. So it's not like I wasn't working on the book, but just where I was. Perhaps we'll get into that. I had a really bizarre dream last night, which I hope to share with Maria and get her impart on it when she comes in. But right now, I'm going to talk about Qigong and a very basic exercise anybody in the listening audience can use if you want. And it's just simple breathing. Qigong means breath work. Qi is breath, spirit, or life. It's an energy. When you breathe, you put life, qi, into your body through the lungs. You inhale through the nose. Now, everybody who's listening, if you choose to, just notice how you breathe normally. Just notice your breath. People are often not aware of their breath. You want to be aware of it, whether you're breathing good or not, just because it's the first step. Now, I want you to rub your clavicle, which is your collarbone. Just rub your clavicle. And after you've rubbed it for about 10 or 15 seconds, each one of them, now notice your breath. You should be taking in more breath. This is something you can do to increase your breathing. But what I'm going to teach you now is to take a breath in through your nose, breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. Try and breathe in for 4 or 5 seconds with your nose and out through the mouth. Do it about 10 times. In through the nose and out through the mouth. So you just notice the breath. Now, one of the things we were taught to do, and this is all supplementary to whatever we would be doing with different exercises or whatnot. Supplementary, we were taught to breathe long, slow breath in through the nose, out through the mouth, 100 times a day. And all at once. It's something you can do while you're driving. But we're not only taught to do it 100 times a day, we were taught to do this 3 times a day. So theoretically, you might do it at work, on the way to work, if you're driving, or on the train. You might do it on the way home from work, and you might do it in the park at lunch or something, if you're walking the streets. And I'm going to tell you, it's very good to do. Now, the purpose of this is to get you to the point where you're breathing long, slow inhalations and exhalations continuously. Like, you want to work up to 3 hours a day, but it's not something you're going to be like trying and grunting. It's got to come natural. And then you want to get up to 8 hours a day, at least. And then you'll go into what's called natural breathing mode. And while I can't say I'm there, you could say if because when you're in natural breathing mode, you're at full capacity. It's kind of like the Frankenstein monster turned up to full capacity, operating at full strength. It's a lot to get to. But I know that I'm breathing with an incredibly larger capacity than the average human, because I'm constantly aware of my breath, and I've been this way for over a decade. but there's always room to grow. But I want to tell a story. When I learned this technique, I'm trying to think. I was probably 3 years into Qigong, maybe a little less, but about 3. And I remember taking my daughter to school in Philadelphia. And it's about a 3-hour drive. And it wasn't so much when she was in the car, let's say, but when I was driving to get her or to return her, whatever. And I remember driving down to Philadelphia and breathing. Actually, yeah, I spent the night at my friend's house in near Trenton. And yeah, and so on the way to Trenton, I'm like breathing, doing this 300 times. And then I probably did it on the way between Trenton and Philadelphia, 45 minutes an hour. And then on the way home from Philadelphia to New York, I breathed the whole way. It wasn't 300 times. I did my 300 times, but I kept going. Long and slow, long and slow. And I got one hell of a reaction, and it was a bit of a mistake, because what happened that night when I got home, I guess I got sick. I thought I was sick. I really wasn't sick. I was all clogged up. There's the first time after doing Qigong that I got sick. I didn't get sick doing Qigong. But I was clogged up because what was happening, I was doing so much breathing. I was overdoing it. I was stirring up all the old sludge and dross in my lungs. So I was kicking up mucus or whatever you want to call it that was residual in there. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar, the colon is lined with stuff on the outside. It's lined, and it just sits there and clings to the colon. And if it gets really bad, it becomes a condition. The same thing happens in the lungs. It gets caked with, I like to say, old Hershey bars and cigarette smoke that you breathed in or eaten. I'm exaggerating when I say Hershey bars, but all this old stuff that you've breathed in your entire life. And then I begin to shake it up, and it's like, and why am I sick? And between talking to my teacher, my fellow students, I realized what had gone on. I was kicking stuff up. I overdid it. Nevertheless, it was a great cleansing. It was a great cleansing. And it passed, and it never happened again. So I did a massive cleaning of my lungs just on breath alone, because every exhalation of your breath, or every exhaled breath, is a detoxification. You're breathing out, you're detoxifying. And every inhalation, you're taking in oxygen. It's best to breathe near trees that are giving out oxygen, and they will take in the carbon dioxide that you breathe out. So this is a very, very interesting lesson. And one story that complements this was what my teacher, at some point in his, I don't know what point it was, but he went to the public library in New York City. And when you go to the library in New York City, you don't stroll through the books. There are actual places in the Library of Congress. Last time I was there, I haven't been there since the 1990s, but you could go look for a specific book, and you could actually, certain areas you could stroll through. I don't know if you can anymore, but in New York City, you go through a card catalog. I'm sure it's all computer now, and you give them the book that you want to look at, and they retrieve it for you, usually via a dumb waiter, a mini little elevator, and you get the book, and you can, ask for certain books, and they call you, and you get the book and you look at it. Well, he was asking for a book on the history of mankind, and they got him an old book that was probably written in the 1800s. And if you've ever read books from the 1800s, they read in a different style, but you feel there's a lot more accuracy and genuineness in it than, whereas today so many things you read are just opinions and sloppy on the internet. So anyway, what he learned from this book, it said in ancient times, mankind could breathe with his full lung capacity. And consequently, he was very strong. His fascia, meaning his connective tissue, was all tied together. He was literally the king of beasts, very much like the character Tarzan. And Tarzan in the story, now according to Philip Jose Farmer in his book Tarzan Alive, which is the biographical sections of the library, he did research on Lord Greystoke and found out that this character Tarzan was based upon a real character that he actually got to meet, who had conquered death to a significant extent through an elixir. But that the story that Edgar Rice Burroughs wrote was based upon a real character. And you have to remember that Edgar Rice Burroughs, there's a whole town in California named after Tarzan. It's called Tarzana. That's where Edgar Rice Burroughs was. And there's a YouTube video of Philip Jose Farmer, who's my favorite science fiction author, by the way. That's how come I kind of found out about this. But Tarzan lived with the apes. Therefore, they brought him up. So he thought he was an ape. And therefore, he didn't develop his frontal lobes to the way a baby normally will. And that's where you do all your thinking, your accounting, and your modern machination of computer programming and all that. So Tarzan would look at the apes, and he was engaged in what was called his primordial mind. The primordial mind is basically related to the top of your head, in the center of where you'd wear a yarmulke if you were Jewish. And this is why it's skull cap, like a skull cap. The Tibetans wear them. The Pope wears them. Right at the back of the head by your cowlick. And if you operate from that part of your head with your focus there, you'll be much stronger. If you arm wrestle somebody, and I did this at Atlanticron with a young girl. I was watching her arm wrestle. First thing happened, I got there one year, and she just loses, like in less than 5 seconds. And I took her aside and I said, "You want to learn this?" And I took her and I arm wrestled with her, and I showed her how to do it. And I got the other girl back, and she beat her in less than 5 seconds. Completely different, because I showed her how to use the primordial mind. So if you use the primordial mind, you'll be much stronger in arm wrestling or anything you do. But so a character like Tarzan, well, first off, I remember when my baby brother was in the crib, I loved to put my finger between his fingers because he'd grip them real hard. He just gripped that finger. And my mother explained to me, yeah, like babies will grip real hard. A Qigong teacher taught me that gripping is because the baby still has his primordial mind intact. That's what he has. He's still primordial. But when he starts looking around at human beings, meaning his family, he says, well, I should be like them. So he stops using his primordial mind and becomes a lot innately weaker. So part of Qigong training, of course, if you go to some Qigong teacher, some master in China or something, and you start talking about this, if he understands English, he's either not going to know what you're talking about, or he's not going to say, because this is like a secret or something. And if you look up primordial mind on the internet, you might find something by Colin Wilson, who writes a bit about it. But Colin Wilson, I don't know where he got it from, but it's just sort of, it's not quite on target. But the primordial mind is something you want to cultivate. So, but it also goes hand in hand with the breathing I'm talking about. So what my teacher read in this book was that man was so strong. He was the king of the beasts, like Tarzan. That's why I told the Tarzan story. He was strong like Tarzan, and he could take on an entire mastodon and subdue it with his prowess, his athleticism, his primordial mind, and his intelligence. And then as man began to, quote unquote, develop his frontal lobe and spend more time there, he gets smarter about, gathering food, hunting and gathering. Eventually, by the time he gets, and he's losing some of that primordial strength because he's focusing on other things. He's becoming more analytical, and he then would take 3 people to take down a mastodon, then 12, then the whole tribe. And pretty soon you're not, fighting mastodons anymore. They die out or whatever. But this is all pre-Ice Age stuff. But then, as mankind gets more and more intelligent, and as he begins to develop accounting and other prefrontal lobe activities, doing blueprints for construction, whatever they did back in those days, the fine points of things, writing volumes, developing writing, it loses that primordial strength, and mankind becomes less strong. And then eventually it gets to the point where it becomes imbalanced, and you have too much. And this is what Hitler so pejoratively described the Jews as after World War I. Said how the Jews were all bureaucrats, and they were just pushing pencils and involved in bureaucracy. And he was very upset with this. But not to go down that tangent, but, and it's not just Jews, that would be the epitome of the stereotype that he extolled, but people in general. So it doesn't take you long to look at how people don't, lose their strength. And what the balance you want is a balance between both the frontal lobe and the primordial mind. You want to have the intelligence and the strength. So we were also taught initially 30 times today to focus on that area between the eyebrows, or what they call the third eye, and move backwards through the forehead back to the primordial mind, go back and forth 3 times. You want to bridge that back and forth, so that you have a balance. But the point is when mankind was in that mode, he was breathing with all his breath. And if you watch an animal breathe, watch an animal sit, particularly a mammal, You can see it in a lion, but in a squirrel. Squirrels fascinate me because you can look at a fence that's 6 feet high, and you watch a squirrel who's not barely a foot long, not even a foot long sometimes. So imagine, like, say if we stand about 6 feet or 5 feet, just say 5 feet, that squirrel is like, say 1 foot, let's say. And he can just scoot right up that fence, 10 times his length. He's up there and then walking on it. That would be like us if we're 6 feet going up a wall that's 30 feet and just scooting up it. That's what a squirrel can do. And he's got some claws that he can kind of dig into the wood. And he moves so fast and so quick that he doesn't have time to slip on the traction without the traction. So that's the kind of power one wants to observe and emulate to the degree one can. I mean, it's appreciate, you don't expect to do it. Because a fellow practitioner of Qigong from a different school was telling me that sometimes people, whether it's through yoga or whatever practice, get to this idea where they have a delusion of power. They think they can actually climb that wall. And if they're not, they don't know what they're thinking about, they'll climb it and crash, or jump off a wall or jump off a house and think they're going to float down, and it doesn't work out so good. One can have a delusion of power. So one has to, when one begins to feel or perceive superhuman strength, just perceiving it, let alone manifesting it, you have to cut back. And I had this experience after 6 months in Qigong. I was like, let me see, I was 2007, I would have been 54. And all of a sudden, I could run like I was 29. And I was very fast back then. And I was able to, scoot around 3 players, which nobody could believe, particularly myself. And then I made a mistake. I was trying to go around bigger guys on the line that were bigger and bulkier than me. Rather than trying to push them around, I tried to run around them. And I pushed too hard. I was doing 110%, and I pulled my back out so bad that I had to be helped off the field. And that, and ever since, and I was told by my fellow students, you got to go, you don't go more than 80% of your power. And I've never been able to regain that 28-year-old form. Although I have regained considerable speed, for my age. But that was, all of a sudden I was back, I'd taken off, 30 years, 30 years. And I didn't, I guess, understand the magic that I had, was given a gift. And I still haven't given up on it. But, and I've since learned analytically, this is something called fast twitch muscle fibers. So fast twitch is, if you ever want to see a lion reach out and paw somebody, a lion I think of in particular, because a lion can be so fast, and they can all be fast, all of these animals. But just, you could be sitting there and a lion could, like, boom. This is why Muhammad Ali was so effective as a boxer. He was fast. He had fast twitch muscle fibers that was over the top.
over the top for any fighter and virtually any athlete. He was just fast. He wasn't known for his knockout punch. He was known for his speed. And he just had the gift of fast twitch, very fast twitch. And you can study all about fast twitch and how to cultivate fast twitch fibers if you're interested. But most people aren't going to be concerned. I would also tell you that that's the difference in athletes. What makes, like, some football players, why do they make the grade and others don't? It's not even their size or their muscles, although that has something to do with it. It's how quick they are. Same with like basketball, very quick movement. You have to move so quick and you have to be agile. And baseball, hitting a fast pitch, boom, boom. Same with tennis or anything. It's like, how quick can you respond? But in any case, so I would encourage people to try that, breathing in deep through the nose, out through the mouth. And if you want to increase it, you have the time and capacity, you put your hand over the navel and the other hand over the other hand. Male would put the right hand over the navel, and the female would put the left hand over the navel. That's reverse to what you'll hear in most Chinese Qigong schools. And when you put your hand over the navel, you'll feel your navel extending outwards. That's, you originally learned how to breathe through your navel, because that's where when you were inside the womb, you were taking in, you're getting your oxygen through the umbilical cord. This is called first breath or baby's breath. It's also called a Buddha breath because you're extending your stomach. As you breathe in, your stomach's coming out. And as you exhale, you pull the navel in. You can also reverse that breath, which is called a Taoist breath. And that, reverse the Taoist breath, where you suck your navel in and push it out as you exhale. This is something you do on a cold day. If you're standing in, Paul and I, we used to see these people during COVID. There's like long lines in this freezing weather by the urgent care. These people are standing out with their masks on, waiting to get COVID shots. It's like, God, if the shot or the COVID doesn't kill them, the cold is. It was like, I couldn't believe they're standing out in this just horrible cold because there were so many people going in. I assume it's for their COVID shot, or to see the doctor because they were sick, and one or the other. But if you're in such a situation, when you're cold, you can engage the Taoist breath, which will help warm you up. But you have to be, I wouldn't guarantee that it would save you. It's quite an evolved breathers and yogis and what like this can literally generate warmth if you're that good at it. But it will warm you up on perhaps a chilly day. So this is something, and I really would like to be able to do my Qigong videos. I have some of the videos, I just haven't had the time to put it together, and I consider Douglas's book a priority right now. If I don't know if I'm going to have any time to ask him, and I'm very curious to know what's under his door. It's unfortunate that he's been so under the attack, and this has been pretty consistent. It seemed to start with the telephone pole, or rather the electric pole. And it sounded positive, but it's like they're distracting. And I had said to him in the last broadcast, this was getting in the way of our work, and he thought it was helping us because it adds credibility to who and what he is. And he certainly warrants all of this scrutiny by the government, especially when we consider what's been coming up in the news. I saw, and this was on YouTube, there's somebody who he's Jewish and he's from New York. He was doing a video on the tunnel synagogue. And he knew quite a bit the two local communities. He said, but the Hasidic community in Brooklyn on Eastern Parkway, this is where this synagogue is located, where they found the tunnel. He was saying how fanatical these Jews are about the Messiah. And he talked about another group of Jews, I forget which he called them, that are in Williamsburg, but they're not Hasidics. They dress very particular. I forget which sect he called them, but they own this property in Williamsburg.
Okay, I'm back.
In Williamsburg, I just finished my thought. I was talking about this.
Yeah.
I was talking about this channel. I forget the guy's name. He's got a pretty popular YouTube channel. He's talking about the tunnels in the synagogue.
Mm-hmm.
And these two factions of Orthodox Jews. One is the Hasidics, and he says he described the ones in Williamsburg to be like Mennonites, but he was said that they both sects are rabid about the Messiah coming. The one in Williamsburg doesn't want to attract anybody but themselves. They're more cloistered, more closed, but they just need to pray, and they focus on the prayer for the Messiah. The ones in the Hasidic community it's more in southern part, south of Williamsburg, near Crown Heights, they will try to recruit. They're more of a recruiting, and they're more worldly. But what he said was that the Hasidics in this area have actually negotiated with the New York City school system, and they've bought schools and turned them into yeshivas, which are centers of learning. But he said, this is what he said, that the Hasidics, many study to become rabbis, but only a very 2% or something are allowed to become rabbis, and the rest go into the diamond trade or some other trade. But he said they learn very specific trades, but he said they're not educated on the outside world at all, very cloistered. And he said that it's to the detriment of the individual, extremely uneducated. Now, none of these Hasidic people that I've ever met are stupid. They seem to be very intelligent. I don't engage them on worldly events. But this is what this guy was saying, and he's Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
I also had occasion to see a rabbi talking. This is a different reference frame, and he was talking about specific chapters in Ezekiel, which he said he was basically using to show that there's some confusion about Moshe ben Joseph, or whatever they say, is like the son of Joseph. And he was trying to disambiguate the confusion and how people would confuse Jesus as the Messiah. And he's also studied the New Testament, and he's really, I feel like he's using NLP or neuro-linguistic programming to win his argument, like basically accusing John of misreferencing the Old Testament.
Interesting.
And all of this prognostication. And I mean, it's like, I don't buy John and I don't buy the Old Testament. I don't buy either one of them.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, I'm not dismissing them. It's just like, I don't have this prescribed mind to believe in any of this stuff. I have no reference frame to believe in it. What was very peculiar about this rabbi,
mm-hmm.
I don't remember his name, but he's done a lot of videos, is that there was something about the cadence of his speech that was rubbing me in one way, and I realized he had the exact or so similar cadence there is in the Seinfeld TV show. There's an episode with a mohel. Of course, a mohel is somebody who circumcises the baby, and they had a whole episode with this mohel who's circumcising the baby, a baby, and this guy had the cadence of that mohel, who was just an actor.
Interesting.
Who was just an actor, who was Jewish, and I guess they had I think a year or two ago on the Yahoo newsfeed, they said, the Seinfeld mohel had died, and they had a whole article on him. He was a very, I guess what you'd say, ridiculous character, as most of the characters in Seinfeld were.
Yes.
The one thing I would say about that show is that the character actors were just incredibly astute and funny. They were very funny characters. I don't know how they got that out, but this character, but he reminded me of this. For any of you people who remember the Seinfeld mohel, he had the exact cadence of this guy. So what is this? Oh, that's where it's from. He sounded.
Well, it must be something specifically New York City sounding, I would presume.
Well, see, the mohel had this exaggerated kind of talk, mm-hmm. and this guy was kind of like alluding to that. I don't know. I don't know, but in any case. I was just kind of doing some filler there, but the key thing is they're talking. I didn't realize that the whole Hasidic movement is rabidly concerned with the Messiah, and so is this other sect in Williamsburg. And meanwhile, what's happening with the prosecution of these Jews that were arrested? I assume they were Jews for the tunnel. I haven't heard anything on that. But I did meet this woman at a party once, and she was pretty attractive. And she was there alone, and we were talking, and this was after my divorce. And quite a while after my divorce. And she was talking about the horrific problem she was having mm-hmm. with her marriage. And she had this loveless marriage. She was married to a Jewish man in Great Neck who was very rich. And I came to offer my 2 cents because at that time, I was considered an expert, and I wouldn't call myself an expert anymore. I'm very well informed on the subject of divorce in New York State, because I had, the best attorney in the state for divorce. I was his client, and we got along very well. He taught me a lot. And
he could have rivaled Katie Holmes's father, who handled her divorce with Tom Cruise. He was the best divorce lawyer, I guess in Ohio or something, and he got her a very nice settlement. But in any case, I started to give her my wisdom. We started to talk about it, and she says, like, why doesn't this guy just give her $1 million and be done with her? He didn't have kids because he wanted control. He wanted to control her. He didn't want to have sex with her. He didn't want to make her feel nice. She was like chattel. And I began to explain the laws of divorce. By the legal law, she was entitled to a considerable amount. But she says, no, no, no. He can control the courts. I said, well, then I guess you can't be helped. He could control the courts. Now, I remember helping this guy, actually was the guy's girlfriend. She was in trouble going through a divorce up in Westchester. And her husband, well, what I learned, when I talked to her boyfriend, I knew the boyfriend, and I met her. She was having child custody issues because they were into UFOs, and the husband was a triple Scorpio power. He was a musician. I agreed with her boyfriend on we agreed eye to eye on the situation. And he said this guy was so powerful he could manipulate the courts as a triple Scorpio. Wasn't necessarily because he was Jewish, because I don't know that he was Jewish. I don't think he was. But he could manipulate, how he could manipulate the courts. And when any honest judge receives a attempt to influence him, he's obliged to recuse himself from the case, which means he won't do the case because he's been made to feel prejudicial. So if the mob somehow gets to the judge and says, if this guy ends up being found guilty, okay, he'll go to jail. And there's nothing we can do about that jail sentence, but we'll kill you. The judge should recuse himself from the case. Now, they might kill him anyway, because if he recuses himself from the case and the next judge convicts him, I say, okay, we'll kill that judge. We'll kill them both. Now, usually the mob traditionally will go into jury tampering, not judge tampering. But I would also tell you there's no shortage of corrupt judges. When I learned about impeachment in school, or maybe it was from my mother, the largest case of impeachments are judges, not congressmen, not presidents. So judges are frequently, and sometimes they just make bad decisions. A judge is just a human being. So in any case, I also wanted to talk, Douglas.
By the way, can you hear me, Peter?
I can hear you good.
Okay, I need to stop and restart the Skype call. The stream will continue. It's not going to interfere the stream, but I've been knocked off the call in a way that I can no longer control the call. I can no longer. It's difficult to explain, but it's part of all the electronic harassment that's going on. So I basically
Stand by.
Just stand by. I'm going to recall both of you, just all three of you, just in case. So let me basically you continue stream, but we're going to hang up the call and recall everybody. So let's do that now. And so we're going to, as a matter of fact, I'm going to have to ask. I can no longer control the call, so I can't hang it up. So I'm gonna have to ask both you and Aristides.
Hang up.
Yeah, Aristides, Peter, both hang up, please, so we can end this call.
I'm hanging up now.
Thank
Audience, stay tuned.
Yeah, thank you. And well, the audience will continue to hear me because the stream is going to continue. So what I'm going to do is Aristides, hopefully he's hung up, and Aristides, confirm that you're hung up, okay? Hanged up, that you hanged up. And he might be hung for all we know, but whether he's up, that would require some level of excitement I don't think our particular last call was providing. All right, so let's recall everyone. Gonna start the call again. We'll start it with Aristides, and then there we are. Okay, now we can bring Peter on. Okay, and hopefully this will restart the call in such a way that I have some control over the call. Otherwise, we're just well and truly fucked, and this should be interesting. If it doesn't provide me the usual window with which I control the call, then we're going to, just have a different kind of conversation tonight. We'll continue, but I won't be able to participate with anyone sending me private messages. So don't anyone bother to distract me by sending any private messages to me in Skype throughout the duration of the transmission tonight. We're just going to, because I won't be able to look at any of them. Because if I open any private transmissions, it will take me out of the current call. So, yeah. What's that?
It should be okay.
Yeah, well, hopefully so. It's just another annoyance that happens with production that I seldom have to deal with. But you were going to ask me a question, Peter, about everything that you were bringing up, or bring up something asking for my opinion or something like that, or what?
No, not an opinion. I was going to go into another
topic,
another subject.
Sure. Yeah.
That couldn't. Well, and this just happens. I saw something on C-SPAN today that was a bunch of officials. Mm-hmm. And when I say, I think this guy was from the University of Minnesota. Mm-hmm. What was his name? Yost. Y-O-S-T. I forget his first name. Jeffrey Yost. Amazing I can remember that. But he was talking as an expert testifying before Congress on AI. Mm-hmm. And he began to go into the history of AI. Mm-hmm. Or it might have been, I don't know if it was, but it was a show on the history of, it was starting with the telegram, going into the history of the telegram. Mm-hmm. And how intelligence evolved out of the telegraph and, the early machines. Mm-hmm. Machines are basically intelligent because they perform tasks. Mm-hmm. The computer does. Now, what he was saying was that why computers were explained as intelligence. He said they're not intelligent. Intelligence is a wrong name. I disagree with that. Mm-hmm. I disagree with that. It depends how you define intelligence.
Of course.
But and what I learned about intelligence, at least the way L. Ron Hubbard defined it, which I think was a very good definition, mm-hmm. is he said it's the ability to distinguish similarities, identities, and differences. So, you're sorting out information, and that's what an assembly line does. Mm-hmm. An assembly line is intelligent. It's kind of limited, but it's intelligent. So
yes, I agree.
So the machines are intelligent. Mm-hmm. But he said artificial intelligence is a bad name for this. It's not artificial intelligence. So he understood that computers are not artificial intelligence. He really cleared that up.
Good.
And the other experts seem to say the same thing. Mm-hmm. But what was so stood out to me, and I think if I hadn't been exposed to you,
right,
let alone my own background in computers, which is not, I mean, I have some experience in computers. I'm not like an IT expert like Paula's brother, who's very genius in IT.
The monk?
Yeah. just comes natural to him. Very, very good. But, or Joe Matheny, who's like, a master. But
Joe Matheny is the Ong Sat guy, right?
yeah, he did Ong Sat, and I write about him in Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal. But, and a supreme occultist as well. I can't say whether an occultist is good or bad but I'm not casting any aspersions. And our special guest has just arrived. But we'll
wonderful! Wonderful!
Come on in. So basically, what's very interesting is you have these people doing all of their head nodding and saying this about AI and this about that. And they're making very, I guess what you'd say, intelligent points. But it's all in the context. I'm looking at what I know vis-a-vis my interaction with yourself. And it's like they're not clued in. All of the conclusions they're making are completely rational and fine for what they're exposed to and what they're referenced to.
Yes.
So but they're not exposed to your information.
Thank you.
So it's like, what am I looking at? What are they doing? It's like I'm in on some big secret. But I would also say to the audience, you're also in on this secret, to the degree, whatever you understand, because you've been listening and you're interested. So it's like you're in on this tremendous inside information with regards to artificial intelligence and what it really is. And one of the things they were saying is that the big danger of these systems, whatever they called them, I guess they referred to it as AI, is their ability to surveil. And so they can really become dangerous and lead to advantage. But I realized that the Artilect has the ability to undermine to undermine that surveillance.
Yes.
So I said, it really puts us in a position of advantage to see and understand. And also, they were showing that Kim Jong-un was releasing missiles. Oh, this big threat, he's going to be shooting missiles. I don't know if he's going to shoot them. But you had also said that the Japanese, or the Artilect, not the Japanese, the Artilect was capable of jamming his signals.
Well, I said certainly. Oh, go on. Continue. I'll just contextualize it later. Continue. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's. But it's very interesting, and I want the audience to appreciate. They do have an inside track on what really is AI, and so they're like, not to discount the power, but that's just a comment I wanted to make. And now we're here, and Maria is now by my side. And Maria, what I'm going to have you do, and I wasn't planning on doing
Hello.
this.
Hi.
What I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you interpret a dream I had. It's a very spectacular dream. But first, I want Maria's here.
Yeah.
She just arrived. And
thank you for having me on the show.
Oh, we're delighted. You have no idea how wonderful it is to have you grace us with your presence.
You just cheered me up, made my day.
Oh, you've cheered up mine, believe me. So please continue. I'm going to let Peter and yourself dominate. Yeah.
Maria, introduce yourself for those who are new to the audience.
Oh, okay. So my name's Maria DeAndrea, and basically I'm in the spiritual, psychic, paranormal fields full-time since I'm 16. This is all I do. And then I have over 65 books out. We lost count.
Wonderful.
My publisher stopped counting after that, all on the paranormal. So some are co-authored, rest of them are me. I'm a shaman. I'm interfaith ministry. The way you look at it, the shortcut version is, if it's not astrology, I do everything else.
Wonderful.
Everything. And I do a lot of readings internationally and nationally. And, like I said, if it's not astrology, we've got it covered. In fact, I just came from a workshop, so I love to teach.
Wonderful.
You know how it is.
Yeah.
good. You get more people to be able to do things for themselves, right?
Yes, yes. And I think that what you specialize in is helping people empower themselves.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
It makes you feel good. I honestly believe the more people could do for themselves, the better the world gets.
Absolutely.
I agree with you.
And yes, that's probably the biggest problem is so many people feeling so powerless. Go on, Peter. I'm so sorry. Take over.
Maria's going to give her contact information. For those of you who are interested in her services, which are very good, I use them myself. If you could just spell it out or give your contact info.
Oh, sure. It's Maria, Maria, D'Andrea, D apostrophe, capital A, Ndrea, and my email address is my first initial last name, so it's mdandrea100@gmail.com. And my website is just my first and last name.com. And I always laugh because I'm not great at computers. Electronic things blow up on me when I work and I forget not to touch them right away, you know. So the reason my website is just my first and last name is so I remember it.
Got it. Yeah, I'm the same way. And I want to thank Peter so much for his high degree of professionalism. Honestly, he did that so well. I, as the host, of course, have been remiss and should have asked you to do all that Peter asked you to do. But thank God we have him here so that he could basically, he's truly a co-host. And but that being said, let's hear about Peter's dreams.
Yeah, well, this dream I had, and it's, you know, some dreams, I dream all the time, but this one stood out. And the reason it stands out is because time travel was in the dream. Oh, if I get a dream with David Anderson in it, that's spectacular, and it helps me with, you know, my job, which is sort of to figure out time travel. That seems to be my main job, but it ties in. Everything I'm doing with Douglas ties in.
Yes.
It's not always clear how it ties in, but this is a dream I had last night, and I'm at someone's house. Okay, so Maria, you want to listen to this? I'm at someone's house. Mm-hmm. It's not really my house, but it's reminiscent of where I used to live in Westbury, and this is the house where I wrote the Montauk Project. Okay.
Mm-hmm. The series.
Yes.
I wanted to mention it's a series.
Yes.
A franchise.
So while it's my house, I'm also a guest, and I'm in the bedroom where my daughter Sky was born. And in my dream, Sky, my daughter, represents Sky Books usually, unless it's something going on with her. It's usually my book company. Now that represents the genesis of Sky Books, the very room where she's born. And I'm in, because she was born at home. And I'm in that room, and there's a couple in that house who had just hosted an event. So I don't know if it's their house or my house, but it's sort of both. And they're laying all this money out before me. And it's in Canadian currency.
Oh.
And the implication is that I'm supposed to count it. I said, I don't want to count this money. It's just too onerous to count this money. Mm-hmm. Even though I get the impression it's supposed to be mine. And they begin counting it out. They count it out quickly and they say, oh, it's $1,500, which is in Canadian currency. And I say to myself, oh, wow, $1,500. It seems like too much, but it's great to have $1,500. And they said, oh, no, this is going to be, I just think that. They don't say it's mine. They said, this is going to be split between the different speakers. So it would come out to $250 each, which I said, well, you know, I'm not expecting any money for what I was doing, so this is great. It was a bonus. So the female host is in the room, and she's sitting down and talking. It's like the attention goes off the money to whatever issues, you know, you're just talking informally and friendly. And she's already decided to split up the money, but she's sitting in the bedroom, and I noticed that she has a very pronounced skin condition.
Ew.
Which is like vitiligo, where, you know, your pigment is missing. And I say her whole back is white in parts. Her whole back is white and parts of her face. But I didn't notice any of this earlier. I was paying attention to her, but there was no issue with the skin. I talked to her about it, indicating some help is possible. I'm very struck by the fact, that I didn't notice it, but I think the lighting might have had something to do with obscuring it or revealing it. Again, this is in the bedroom where my daughter was born, or where the book company was born. Now, the scene shifts to outside the house in the street. And I would also mention, when I moved into that house in 1986, right after we moved in, some kid put a huge 666 in front of the house.
Cool.
In the street. It was really in front of the driveway, and it was in the middle of the street. It wasn't, it wasn't directed at the house, but then again, it was right in front of the driveway.
All right.
I said, that's interesting. I said,
see, he's already. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go on, Maria. What's your intuitive?
That's like the universe messing with you.
Yeah.
Well, it actually was quite revelatory, because I would have so much revelations about 666 in that house with the Aleister Crowley stuff.
Yeah.
But so now I'm outside the house, and there's a radio tent set up. So it's like a ad hoc radio station. But it was like, there's dials, a TV screen, or I should say a monitor, a visual monitor, and other electronic components. It's like a mini station, but it's well equipped, but it's more military than broadcasting. It's like very military-esque, and it's something like Preston Nichols would have. So I walk away, and I'm like sitting there kind of trying to monitor what's going on in the house, which is now part yard. It's part mine. I think my ex-wife is there, and she was a very big part of helping me with Skybooks. And so I walk away from it, and I come back, and there's this big man who is now at the controls, and he's intent at what he's doing. I'm not sure what he's doing. And although it might be invasive, I'm struck by the fact that this man looks exactly like Preston, but not quite. His face is a little different. So I have to scrutinize his face, and I realize this is Preston, but he's from out of time. He's not, because Preston is dead, and I'm thinking Preston's dead, so he's coming from the past or the future.
So he's out of sync.
Yeah, and Preston used to have meetings with himself from the future and talk about them. At first, he was very closed up about it. He wouldn't talk about them. He'd only talk to me or a few other people. He said, don't talk about this. Later, he began to talk publicly about it towards the last few years of his life. And I'm very impressed by the fact that he's from another time period, ostensibly the future, and he's taken a very keen interest in what's going on. And all the focus is on my environment, on the old house where Skybooks was initiated. Now, he then notices Duncan Cameron, who's in that house, in the environment of the house. Duncan Cameron, of course, is the time traveler and key psychic of the Montauk Project. And it was his name who had all the associations, Camerons with Crowleys and all this stuff. So he's in the environment of the house. And Duncan, in real life, had spent a lot of time in my house, eating dinner, hanging out with the family. He liked to find a home he could hang out in, whether it be mine or Pete Carroll, the football coach, or whoever he would connect to. And we even talked about doing a book at that time. Now, he comes over to Preston, who's on the street and behind the radio ensemble. I get a immediate instinctual warning, a big warning. I said, you know what? I'm afraid he might do something to Preston. Now, in real life, Preston kept a baseball bat by his side when Duncan would come over, because it was for protection, because Duncan had originally been sent there to kill him. And he began to work, they began to work together and became friends and associates. But he was never he was always concerned that Duncan might break. And go nuts.
Interesting. That's fascinating.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so here in the dream, I'm saying, wow, I become very protective of Preston, and I call out to a martial artist who's in the environment of my house. It's now beginning to look about like a ballroom. And I call out to him as I want a bodyguard for Preston. I don't necessarily believe in his school of martial arts, but I don't care, because I said, this guy's going to be physically competent. It's going to make it, more conducive to subdue Duncan if he gets out of hand. But the martial artist is slow in responding. He's not coming fast enough. So before he can even get there, Duncan is now facing off against Preston, and he's several inches taller than real life. Now, in real life, Duncan was 6'4", like David Anderson. They're both 6'4". Preston was 6'3", and I'm 6'2". So I always say that I'm very tall in real life, except for psychotronics and basketball. I'm short when it comes, or not tall. So I always thought that was interesting. Almost any environment I go, I'm tall by a lot. And in height is interesting, because I remember one time being at this party in New York City for I think the Romanian embassy was giving for the neighborhood. And I was with Marianne, and I said, do you notice that, I said to her, do you notice that like nobody in this room is even close to being as tall as I am? I'm by far the tallest person in this room. I just noticed it. And as soon as I said that, this guy walks in, he's like 6'8".
Jeez.
As soon as I said that. And I walked it. He was from Montenegro. He's a very, very nice man. He spoke perfect English. I told him, I'm sitting there thinking I'm the tallest person in the place, and you walk in. As soon as I think that, you walk in.
Interesting.
But in any case, so Duncan is now much more than 6'4". He's fearsome. But he doesn't attack Preston. Instead, he turns around and goes after this small woman. He gets in this voracious fight with her. He's not raping her, but he's violent, and they're both going at each other. And this girl is Miriam. Her name's Miriam. She's a beautiful Mexican friend of mine and Paula's, and she's probably Paula's best friend in the United States. And we're friends with the family. And I had dinner with Miriam recently, and we're getting caught up to date with her. And so in the dream, the martial artist is her husband, but not in real life. He wasn't the same husband in real life. But she survives the fight, and he now goes away. She's very angry and wants to continue the fight. And I'm like calming her down. I said, no, you can't do this. You've got to calm down. I calm her down, like her blouse is all undone because she's been fighting, and I get her, covered up, and she's looking in a mirror at herself, and she's a very intelligent and gentle soul who would never end up in such a fight. And this is the dream. Now, I've interpreted it, but I want to know what you get from it, Maria. I'll share it. And if Douglas has anything to say, what do you get from it?
That's a long dream, so we're going to do sections.
Yeah, I think I remember. Yeah, it's a very long dream, but it was very impinging.
Detailed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but in general, well, first of all, what it means is you have changes coming into your life, because it feels like cosmic energy. Mm-hmm. Not just because normally we work with frequencies and vibrations and energy, but it feels more like cosmic energy, and it feels like you have changes coming in, and it's pointing out that situations that you had in the past that you've outgrown. Mm-hmm. And that you're positive on the level that you're a positive person, where you're always trying to help. If you look at it, you're always trying to help in some form. Mm-hmm. right? It also tells you that you need to limit how much you're helping people, because from everything else in the dream, you're not getting enough back. It's like you're helping one person, then you're helping somebody else, okay? And then you're helping other people, which is great, but it's like the universe saying, well, when is it your turn? You need to pay attention and say, what am I getting out of this? Now, that's not a negative, selfish thing. It's that the universe has a balance.
Mhm.
So I found, and you know, like I said, I've been doing readings and things full time since I'm 16. And I have never, ever seen any relationship that's 50-50. I truly don't think it exists. So sometimes it's
How could it
60-40.
be? How could it be?
Right. So sometimes it's 60-40, the other way around. And when people go, well, I'm in a relationship that's 50-50, I kind of want to say to them, well, have you actually paid attention to the relationship? Because normally in a relationship, at one point or another, one person is always putting in more, and then it flips and the other person is. But what happens is you're really doing all the giving and trying to help in this situation, right? So what it's saying basically is, first of all, when you're talking about counting, remember counting?
Yeah, counting the money, and it was
Right.
Canadian money.
Right. So what happens is this, there are words of power, because I wrote a book on that, so I really understand the vibration. So certain vibrational words create certain situations, right?
Mhm.
So when you use the word count, it actually means you're attracting money into your life. The word count is a power word to attract money, right? So not only are you counting money, and really it relates to money because we're always counting. If you're in a bank and you're putting money in, you're counting it when you put it in. The cashier counts it. When you're at the supermarket, you're counting the money out. You get paid on a job, you're counting. We're always counting. It's always connected to money. So that we're coming up like that, you know, it's telling you that you have money coming in. It's just that emotionally, you feel like you're not doing enough to deserve all that money. And you are, because you are helping everybody. So you're actually doing more than you need to do, but you don't feel like it because you're always in the helping mode, which, by the way, we all appreciate.
Well, thank
But
you.
you still have to look at, you know, what do you need? What do you want? And it's not selfish, it's emotional survival. Because if you don't get what you need, how are you going to help other people? Right? So you absolutely need that. And the people that were in your life, like Preston, and I knew Preston was a wonderful, wonderful guy. And, you know, with Preston, you know, you were always defending him. You were making sure he was okay. Now, partly, and I don't mean it negatively, I mean it literally, he was a little bit paranoid.
To say the least.
Right.
With some justification, I would presume. Yes.
But see, the thing is, the same Douglas has been going through a lot of attacks, and we can deal with him later
Yeah.
in the show. But Preston was also under attacks,
Oh, yeah,
and
definitely.
and so, you know, he might overreact or whatever, but that's part of what that paranoia was.
Yeah. So, you know, sometimes people look at somebody and they go, oh, they're paranoid, there's something wrong with them. What they don't think is sometimes there's a valid reason to be paranoid. There really is.
Yes.
It depends on the
Right.
situation.
But by the way,
Like government things, and, you know, sometimes there's a legitimate reason. You know?
What did you want to say? Somebody needs to go on mute.
I was going to say, Aristides, your mute is off, just so you know. So
Okay.
hopefully he hears us. He may be engaged otherwise and unable to hear us, but he doesn't realize his mute is off. Yeah. And so, there we are. He got it. Okay. Thank you, Aristides. Love you. Hugs.
Sorry about that.
Okay. No worries. No worries. And it was wonderful. Okay. Yeah. And so back
Go ahead. I'm
to
sorry.
Peter and Maria. Yes.
Okay,
Go ahead. Brad.
so basically what it's telling you is you're in the process already of making changes to move up vibrationally and to move up in your life. And you need to start focusing on actually making more money and attracting it. Okay, because you have to look at, I really deserve this because I help people. Now that's not ego, that's like saying 2 and 2 is 4, it's truth. You know, so you have to look at it as you're seeing truth about how much you do for everybody in some form or another. Okay, and you're not going to change, you're a giver, and Lord knows we appreciate you. Okay, but it's like everything on that was saying you need to give yourself more credit. And when you were doing the numbers, 15 comes down to a 6 vibration, which is harmony, balance, family, and intellect. Okay, so it's telling you that's what you're working on inside your dream. And what was the other number that you said? 20 something or?
Well, 1,500. It was $1,500.
Yeah, but it's still 15.
250.
Okay, so on that one, that comes down to a spiritual vibration, which is a 7. But 7, people always think it's just spiritual, but it's not on the occult side. Spiritually, on the occult side, 7 is spirituality and spirit first, but money second. So it actually, because you can't live without money. You know, you can in rural areas and, you know, but I'm saying where we are, because it's your dream, and where we live, you need money, right? So it's basically saying you're working spiritually, which helps you create money.
Well, I would say on that, money is not a big issue with me. You know,
No, but that's how you're creating
it. It has been in the past, but it's not now.
No, and that's how you're creating it.
Yeah, and it will come.
It comes naturally.
I can even see it coming naturally.
Right.
And I'm not.
Yeah. But it's coming because you're spiritual, and that's what's creating the money. It's not because you're working on money and hoarding, and you know how people get. So you're not focused on, I need money, I need money.
I would also say this.
Mm-hmm.
That I saw a statement by Steve Jobs. It was he was being quoted just before he died, and you know he was so rich, and as he was dying of cancer, he talked about how relatively worthless money was. He says this is not something you can have anything to do with. You know, I mean,
it's vibrational.
You can't take it with you can't take it with you.
And it's the barter system.
But he was valuing all the things you need to value when you're passing away. Like you begin to see the value of how you treated people, what you did with people, how you acted, and this becomes. You see, this is what's really important, and you know the regrets are right in his face. You know, it's like he doesn't need to list them, but that's his own personal statement. In other words, he gets objective about money, and
at that point,
and he made so much money. You know, he was more into building his product and getting his market share. You know, like Spielberg would do that too. You know, you got to get every ounce of everything. You know, every product placement.
Right.
And
well, that's like, I like Napoleon Hill because he was focused on getting ahead and making money, but he did it from a spiritual standpoint because he worked with, you always have to be ethical. You always have to do the right thing by other people. Your word has to mean something. So he went about making money, but in a positive spiritual way, for lack of a better term. So his focus was that. Go ahead.
Well, I just noticed that it says the angel number 1,500 indicates that you will pass your test if you can understand your ability and your real value in the worldly realm. Besides, you have to commit yourself to face every obstacle in life. Perhaps you have to volunteer and do things according to God's word. More so, you should avoid not to become a victim of the changes you are facing. And it talks more. It's about commitment and character will help you do what is right. Committing yourself will set the boundaries that you will lead to a successful future. Through the appearance of 1,500, you can see your angels are trying to tell you something important about your life. They think something in it needs to change before too long, nonetheless, so that you can remain happy and fulfilled. Take care of yourself, which I feel I'm doing. It's just very positive. Now, there's a lot that I can add to this dream, but I want you to keep rolling because there was more parts.
Okay. So now the part with Preston, because you know when I used to speak to Preston, he was brilliant, absolutely brilliant with some things. He genuinely came from the heart, and then with other things, you know, it's like Einstein was brilliant with some things, but then he couldn't figure out how to dress.
Right.
Right. You know, so Preston was kind of like that.
Exactly.
You know, and I feel when in the dream you were helping Preston, okay, you actually did that in real life. So it's kind of like running a movie of your past and saying, okay, I did this, I helped with this person, I tried to help with this person. So it's like you're watching a rerun of your life, because you actually did a lot of those things in real life, even though they're more subjective, but basically you actually did a lot of that. So it's running over things so that it's saying, okay, you've already done this. This is what you really did. And at this point, you need to look at changes coming in because of the numbers. You have changes coming in where they're going to move you up, and you need to be prepared for going forward. So you know what it's like? It's like looking back, once you get that settled, now you can move forward. That's the feeling it is.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you for that. Now, there was also, now, what I would say, what was so thrilling about the dream to me was Preston coming out of time.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Right.
like,
Yeah.
okay, Preston's in the past. I'm saying this guy's dead, but now he's coming from another time, and he's monitoring skybooks and what's going on in skybooks. And then there's Duncan, who, if it wasn't for Duncan, there'd be none of this literature.
Right.
Could say the same for Preston, but Duncan is like the main pivotal character.
Hmm.
He's the pivotal character. We wouldn't know the story without Preston. We wouldn't know it without him either.
Yeah.
But then there's this danger coming from him. And just as in the Montauk story, what happened in the Montauk story is that he was cleansed, he was trained to be the Antichrist. He was also trained to be the Christ, but the Antichrist was more important. And they were going to, match his DNA. They're going to give him the blood of Christ to match his DNA to the Shroud of Turin to prove to the world that he was the Christ. And when he took the blood of Christ from the test tube from Stuart Swerdlow in the Montauk story, it cleansed him. And then he said, I'm going to tear this project down. And then the beast emerged from his id, and the project went down. Now, Duncan in this dream appears ominous. Instead of the beast emerging to destroy the Montauk project, it comes over, and I'm worried about Preston. And instead of Preston, it attacks this young woman.
Yeah.
And who wouldn't fight anybody. So then what I did is I said, Miriam has nothing to do with this, except I did give her the book in Spanish to read, my El Proyecto Montauk.
Well, it could be that you had her in the dream because she's somebody that's not argumentative and violent.
So
you're protecting.
I figured out something really good with this, is that I looked up Miriam in the Bible because Miriam is a very significant name in the Bible. And in the Bible, Miriam is the sister of Moses. And he's a baby. She cares for him, hides him in the reeds from the Pharaoh so that he won't be slaughtered with the firstborn. The Pharaoh's daughter sees him, the baby, and she steps up and protects Moses and convinced the Pharaoh, who would like a baby. She convinces him, like, you can have this baby and be your son. And the Pharaoh's daughter wants the natural mother, go find the natural mother and have her suckle him and bring him back when he's older. And he can become the prince of Egypt. She saves the life of Moses. Now, it's very important to what we've been working with. You haven't been necessarily up to date on all of it, but with the Messiah. Moses means Messiah. It's the same word. The translation gets all screwed up. So Miriam in the Bible helps Moses lead the people across the Red Sea. She leads them in celebration and dance, and she's declared the first prophetess in the Bible. There's only 5 other females who are prophetesses. She's the first, so she can see the future. She's got a gift. And she is definitely the one who saves Moses' life and brings him into his messiahship. She later complains, along with her other brother Aaron, when he marries a black woman. Moses marries a black woman from
Ethiopia?
Yeah. And Yahweh punishes her for this by inflicting leprosy on her because she's complaining. So she gets leprosy. Aaron wises up and seeks forgiveness for his similarly inclined prejudice, but he's saved from the leprosy. Now, I've written a lot about leprosy in my book, Montauk Book of the Living. Miriam is also jealous, according to the Bible, of God choosing Moses instead of her to pronounce his word. Moses comes out and gets all the accolades, and she's bypassed. God gives Moses the big juice, and she's capable of it, but she doesn't get it. And she's later forgiven eventually, but only after, she's cured of her leprosy, because I think Aaron goes to bat for her after she learns not to be jealous and not to complain. She outlives most of her generation and survives the 40-year isolation in the desert. She returns to the place of Kadesh, where the 40-year journey began. But like with the rest of her brethren, she never enters the promised land. She dies and is buried in Kadesh. The lesson of her life is that you have to accept God's punishment for personal sin. If you sin, you should, own up to it and take the karma. That's at least what these stories tell. And Duncan in the dream is attacking her. She represents the feminine energy, and she fights back ferociously, finally taming the situation, but she has to be depressurized by myself. Duncan represents the wrath of the Antichrist, and the dream suggests that this wrath was misinterpreted in the Old Testament to be the wrath of God, who chose a man instead of a woman, thus championing the patriarchal energy. And I said also in the dream, we can't forget Duncan's gay element, nor that of the circumcision of Jews, which was designed to make them cleaner and more hygienic for purposes of sodomy. This is why they would circumcise the penis of the Jewish infants, so that when they grow older, and they could sodomize the rabbi or whatever.
Jesus.
Or vice versa.
So that explains it.
No, it clearly does. This was a big deal.
I guess
big deal.
This is the first time I ever found out what it was all about. Thank you.
Yeah, it's and there's whole circumcision where David has his whole army circumcised. Jeez. Now they're grown men then. You can imagine them all holding their groins. That would be a great show, a great satire on Family Guy, where they're all holding their groins.
Yeah, I was about to say, how do you get an army to fight when they're all in agony? That's Jesus Christ. And
you have to wonder. Well, it's just like how did the Aztecs do what they did. So now Pharaoh's daughter also represents the final process in magic of tetragrammaton, where the daughter is the final result. She's the one who gets the saviorship of the Messiah, but only with the encouragement of Miriam. She's actually the savior of Moses. She, and I say in the dream, my sponsor, who had me do this event, has leprosy, but she's paying me. She's given me this $1,500 or 1,500 Canadian dollars, which is, a very good number of positivity and things changing from a foreign country, Canada. And what Canada represents to me, it's a very beautiful. Canada is just beautiful, but that's what it looks like. Mm-hmm. When you get into the actual mechanics of Canada and the government, it's very socialistic, and they can just walk into your business and start accounting. Like the IRS can't do that. They can just say, okay, and they tax you. They give you free medical care, but it's very authoritarian. It's much harder to, like if you were fighting COVID in Canada, or the regimen,
Mhm.
would be much harder to fight in Canada than it would be here. So Canada is nice on the
Outside.
surface
Mhm.
and very beautiful. So, and I've warned people who've moved to Canada thinking they were, and I also remember Miriam was trying to move to Canada at one point.
Oh.
See, she has to go back to the United States or to Mexico
Mhm.
because she's lived here for 5-6 years. She's on a work visa, but they won't let her stay. I mean, even though she should, and she's going to go back to her hometown in Mexico, and you know, it's just not right. Where all you got to do is, swim over but
Yep.
she's a very high. Her and her husband are very high quality people. They're the kind of people you'd want in this country, as opposed to somebody who's, criminally inclined, either by nature or by desperation. So, and what was also interesting is this thing with the leprosy. I have a very dear friend who I met this last summer in Romania, and her friends call her Happy, and because she's so happy. She's also very beautiful, but she has this skin condition. She has this very skin condition of loss of pigment, and it's quite pronounced. When I first saw her, I'm walking up to help her because she's got all these groceries. Pretty much everybody else is gone. I go up and she said, "Oh, thank you very much." And I said, "You're happy. You look so happy." She said, "So my friends call me." She's wearing a bathing suit. She's very beautiful. And she basically, we talked about this more when I got back and we talked on the phone. And she basically has been able to, she said, get rid of some of it. And I sent her my chapters from the Montauk Book of the Living that talk about this. I said, you're going to need to read this stuff because I don't know, I haven't heard back from her other than a Happy New Year. But so I have to write to her, but she has this very condition, and she did a profound healing on me when I was in Romania in Chucklebina Cave. She was the girlfriend of my driver. And so she stands out, but see, to clarify more, in my Montauk Book of the Living, there's a different take on all this. Leprosy in the Bible is different than the leprosy we have from the 1800s. The leprosy in the Bible came from the Greek word lepros, which is spots, from leopard. It means spot. Leo is the sun, sunspots. Leopard. Pard is like panther, I think, like spots of the panther, the leopard. And these spots were like red spots, white spots. It was a lack of melanin.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were considered diseased. And under the reign of Tutmosis IV, who was historically equated to the Moses, Tutmosis IV, there were 3 exoduses of Egypt, kicking out the white people. And they were spotted. And because they had lost melanin and they weren't too smart, to put it bluntly, and they were diseased. My friend Rick Smith, I don't know if you remember Rick Smith.
Sure, I do.
Yeah, he wrote the book what is it, The Moor and the Alien and something?
It's the Moorish book. I have something in his books.
Yeah, and I would really like to interview Rick because Rick has had alien contact. That's how I met him.
In fact, I do a lot of public speaking, and if I'm doing public speaking, I'll travel nationally, internationally for that. And Rick was supposed to have a really big event in Albuquerque where he had some speakers coming in that were like, very well known or higher up in our fields. And I was going to be one of the speakers. And then COVID hit, and that ended that. And then he was going to do that again.
Yeah.
And then that didn't work.
It will,
And
it
it
will
was
never
funny.
work. It will
No,
never work out.
No. And it was funny because when he first called me to be a speaker, he said to me, he's telling me about all these people that are very high in the field. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know why he's telling me about these people. So after a while, I said to him, I said, and what about them? You know, so he started laughing and he says to me, he says, I'm trying to get you to come. He says, I don't know why you don't understand what level you're on in your field. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm just working. I don't know what he's talking about. I've just been doing this forever, you know?
Well, Rick,
When it's normal to you, you don't really think of it like that. So I love the public speaking and like, you know, centers and different places and businesses, and because you get to help people.
well, he wrote this book,
On the Moorish.
the Moor, the Mason, and the Alien, or maybe.
Right, that's what I have. I have something
It's
in
a
his
very
book.
thick book, and the reason he wrote that book is when I introduced him to the Moors with my Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. He used to come here, and we would have Moors in attendance, and he got to dip. But see, he's had alien contact since he was very young,
Right.
and his email used to be UFO teacher, and I was introduced to him by his mother, who's passed away, and she wanted me to meet him. He was just like out of high school or something then. He's an artist. He did my cover for Transylvania Sunrise and Spandau Mystery.
Yeah, he did my website, and then once he got into the graphics and everything else more, then he just didn't have time.
Yeah, but
He
in
was
any
good.
case, I would like to interview him sometime because he doesn't know anything about this Roswell stuff, and he would be open to it. He lives in New Mexico now, but
Right.
I would like to do that. But so in any case, the Moors, this is my confluence or understanding of Melanin and the Moors. I learned about this through them, or in part, and I did my own research, of course. So it's kind of like, and Rick goes into it from I used to call him, Douglas, the Lyndon LaRouche of metaphysics. He'd laugh because he gets so emphatic. He'd get up and talk in these meetings and just go off. And I used to call him the Lyndon LaRouche because he was just so emphatic on what he said.
Interesting.
But, you know, he has a lot of experience with entities, I guess what you'd say. But like, you know, he knows what he's talking about from his own reference frame. And I would really like to, but there's been sort of a blockage ever since I did the Roswell book. I haven't really been able to talk to him or whatnot. So maybe I can. These events that he tries to put together, I disengage myself from them because they will never work. They will never work. It requires so much time and effort to put together an event like he's trying to do. And I watched Jonathan Shalimar go through these things, and it's like it's on, it's off, it's on, it's off, and it's because it requires, and then you have to charge a lot of money for people, and plus they got to travel. It's like,
Yeah, and you have vendors, and it gets complicated.
well, it gets very expensive for everybody involved. So be that as it may, this leprosy theme to appear in the dream has to do with the devolution of consciousness, whereby from the Moorish perspective, all of these people had melanin, they were super agile, they were intelligent, and then you get into this white race that becomes aggressively punitive towards humanity and begins to target blacks. And I've covered a lot of this.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like devolution. And that's what so much of this represents. And in the dream, I've got all the elements, the Montauk, the time travel, and then we have the Antichrist. And so much of this is very similar to what I'm working on with Douglas now, because it represents the messianic imperative that we've been discussing. So thank you for your interpretation. I don't know, Douglas, if you have anything to add, and then we can go into her looking at your stuff.
Oh, well, I got nothing. I think both of you have handled this quite well, and I'll be happy to bring up some questions for her of my own, but, introduce my situation for me I'm happy to have you do that because I think that's important, yes. And, but Maria, as always, really glad to have you here with us to take advantage of this moment, Maria, to also bring up something perhaps that you feel needs to be paid attention to. Anything that you feel needs to be brought to our attention, or should we let Peter introduce the next topic, so to speak?
So, I find it very interesting because, like I said, I do public speaking and I'll travel for that. And then I've been doing a lot of workshops, and I do media work, but I do a lot of workshops. And lately I find, because I have a lot of books out, and I find what people keep coming up with lately, where they really have an interest more than the norm, because you notice frequencies. And it seems to me that obviously finance, because everybody is going through so much right now. And I find that they've been really very, very interested in dreams. And it's really funny that that's what we were talking about, because a lot of my workshops are on dreams, because that's what they're requesting. It's not even like I'm saying I'm coming in to teach that. It's like I'll give them choices of 8 million subjects, and as long as it's not astrology, I can speak on anything. Just a lot of years doing this, and that's why I like to teach it. And what happens is that they've been requesting dreams really frequently. Well, 2 subjects, that, and they've been requesting I do something on signs from beyond, because they don't understand that it doesn't mean just people that passed away, so I do workshops on that. And it's funny with the frequencies, because at different times, people are, in general, are interested in different subjects. It's like if you really listen to people, because like I said, like even with my clients, all of a sudden there's like 1 or 2 things that keep coming up from all different people, and it's the same thing. It's like everybody tuning into the same station, hopefully yours. By the way, I put you on my website.
Oh, bless you, honey. Thank you so very much. I'm so grateful. You're an angel.
Of course. Listen, we all help each other. And yes. I really feel very blessed that I'm very honored that you have me on your show.
Oh, the honor is mine. But go on.
And so I find it's funny that when I came in, that's what you guys are talking about. It's dreams. Because, like I said, that's been coming up very frequently. And I have books on pretty much everything, but I actually have a book called Heaven Sent Money Spells. And that's really the first one, one of the first ones that I wrote. And basically I write a lot of, occult. So it basically is formulas, how it works, all about it. Nothing in there is really about my life. So I always laugh because people go, all those books, it must be all about you. I'm like, there's nothing in it. Because basically they're formulas and how things work, why they don't, so people can do things for themselves. All my books are like that. And I always laugh. I was telling Peter once, like my publisher, like said, he passed away, wonderful, wonderful gentleman. His name was Timothy Beckley. And what he would do is he'd call me up. He'd give me a name of a subject that he wants. I'd write the book in like 2 weeks, maybe 3, and then I never knew what the cover was going to be. So every now and then, I have covers where part of me's going, I don't know what he was thinking. Seriously, I have one. You're going to love this one. I have one where basically he wanted one on like on love spells, love and how to deal with it and how to attract it and, friendship, relationship, romantic relationship, all different levels, So wrote the book, and he sends me a copy when it's all done.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at the book, and I'm not kidding. He named it The Sexy Medium's Love and Lust Spells. And I called him up. I'm like, this does not make me look that professional.
Well, it makes you look professional, but of a different sort of profession, yeah.
So it was funny because I said to him, I said, you need to start running the stuff by me.
Well, Tim was a, what do you call him? He had the mode of a carnival barker.
Yeah.
And he would appeal to the lowest common denominator, not only his psychic stuff, and he did what's sold.
Yeah, he was good at that. He was very good. Because what happened in the beginning is I would write a title for the book, and he was such a sweet guy. I'd write the title, and I would get a message back that said, I love you, but no. Because I'm good at what I do, but it's just knowledge. I'm good at what I do, but I'm not good at marketing, right? So I would get nice letters back. Then the last time we did that, I got a letter back that said, you know what? Just stop that and let me write them. I went, okay, and then we got the love and lust thing. So it's just funny, yes.
Yeah. So thank you for that. I'm gonna now, Douglas.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna orient her a bit to, Douglas has been going through a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like a couple weeks ago, he got a notice that the electric pole outside of his house was being replaced. Mm-hmm. He was the only one who got the letter.
Really?
And this pole has been used to monitor him for a long time. Now they're replacing it. Now, we had to raise money, which we did successfully, for him to go stay in a hotel.
Nice.
And hopefully
nice.
they would replace it in time, and it didn't. And he did get able to go back to his house.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't warn the neighbors. They just warned him, so the neighbors were all discombobulated. He was fine.
I'll give you the gory details on that soon enough, Mario.
This is the important thing. He, so.
But I have to say this. The stuff that happens in your life, Douglas, and in Peter's and in mine, we can't make this stuff up.
No.
We can't. Our life is stranger than anything we could make up.
Well,
it's true.
And Douglas is especially.
Yeah.
Now, then, he's also had, since then, it looked like we'd gotten over the hump, or he'd gotten over the hump.
Right.
And then he's been under constant assault since last week. And he just had something put under his door.
Yes.
He doesn't even, you don't even know what that is yet. Do you know what it is now?
No, I went to investigate it, yes, and I was surprised. It was actually, what happens is our people, our postal delivery personnel, apparently have a kind of relationship with their post office going where it's tolerated that they start work late and then complete work late, or perhaps it's not even known to the local post office. I think some of these postal personnel are just kind of turning in, so long as they get the mail delivered, they just are not reporting to the post office how they're doing it. I think that's how it's being done or something, because basically it turns out they're delivering the post office quite late, not at any conventional hours, and so it turned out to be regular mail. In this case, it was just the one of it was I always ask for a paper bill from the PG&E or these other places, if possible, to along with their electronic billing, so that I can just better grasp at times what it is that they want, because half the time you have to go into a website to find out what they're billing you, etc. But at any rate, when it came to
listen,
it was,
I'm with you. I always get the paper because I can see it. I can't mess it up on the computer. They can't mess it up.
Thank you. No, it's so important. It's so important, really, and really, you need that. It's like just to have that hard copy of everything.
Exactly.
And, and so at any rate, so it was that. It was a PG&E bill, and then the Meals on Wheels, the people who deliver my home delivered meals, always ask for a contribution wherever anyone can afford it, because many of the people, of course, that they're delivering meals to are not impoverished. They're simply homebound. So this includes a lot of fairly well-to-do or retired, comfortably retired elderly people who happen to be homebound in their apartments in San Francisco. They literally can't conveniently make it down the stairs. And San Francisco has many multiple staired homes where people are stuck like that, so to speak, literally kind of stuck. My poor landlord became like that before his death in a very real sense. The male landlord, whose daughter is now my landlady. But when it comes to that, this is the point, they decided they were going to get the upstairs room because that's where all the sun is, and which had all the services that are lacking from this bottom floor, but they paid the price for it. They wound up basically physically stranded upstairs. And so there you go. Life's a bitch. There's karma everywhere that bites back. Yeah, and
you gotta love karma.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yes, it's so important for seniors to have the ground floor. I mean, that's a lot of people. Yeah. So when it comes to so that was what was going on with the mail. It was just so bizarre. However, what made it so strange was when I was talking to Peter and just explaining to him some of the stresses that were going on lately. Then I could hear the mail being, basically kind of shunted through the mail slot, and it all seemed very surreptitious because you can usually hear the post person walk up. They usually don't give a shit. They just walk up. But it's like this person snuck up. It was just very bizarre. It was like he was ashamed of delivering the mail or something. It was really bizarre. And, that combined with the lateness of it. Yeah. But then that's San Francisco. Everything's off. And that being said, I'll turn it back to Peter to kind of give a roundup of anything further he might want to round up, and then I'll provide some gory details just for the morbid entertainment of Maria and our listeners, and kind of further contextualize, Peter's introduction, which is so far very good, very succinct, and yeah, please continue, Peter.
What I'd like to do now, Maria, if you could just read Douglas.
In general,
whether you want to do cards, just about his general situation. Yeah. And if Douglas, if you have a specific question, go ahead. But
what kind of?
I offered her a dream.
Yeah, and I've got specific questions, but I can wait till after. Do you want to do this blank reading first, so to speak, or kind of or whatever you wish, Maria, or do you want me to give you some more details, kind of morbid?
So this is how I normally work.
Yeah.
Okay, when I do reading.
Yeah.
First of all, I always tell truth.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you actually honestly lose the ability through time.
Yeah.
So where I work is, if something positive comes up, I will tell you, and then you can and I will tell you why it's positive, so you can decide what to do with it. If something negative comes up, I tell you. But every time something negative comes up, I always tell people exactly what they can do, not me, because of free will, exactly what they can do to improve it, change it, or avoid it. And the point is for them to fix something instead of leaving it alone. If something negative was coming up and they have no control at all, I will never get the information because there's no point. I always say it's not like somebody's upstairs going, haha, it won't work. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I only get negative when it's still, something you can do to make it better.
Okay.
So, if you have a situation that you want to check, I really don't need a lot of details. I used to work with, I don't want to say, so let me change it to detectives.
Yeah,
so
got it. Yeah.
And they never, basically I have no clue what I said to them for years. Because as soon as something comes up, I forget about it, because it's not meant for me. Okay. So, one second. Okay. So basically, all you have to do is tell me what you want to know, and we just roll.
Sure. No, that sounds good. I mean,
the other thing is this. If I'm telling you something and I'm not being clear, or you have a question about it, okay? In all seriousness, please, I always tell people, interrupt me, because basically, if you don't interrupt me, by the time we get to the end, I probably won't remember. The information isn't for me. Because if you think about it, I've been doing this full time since I'm 16. If I remembered everything, you'd be visiting me in a padded cell.
No, I get it. No, I do my best to.
Yeah. Or you'd be calling
Yeah.
me for bail money.
Yeah, I do my best to scrub my
Along with one
brain
of us
too.
here.
Yeah.
Somewhere, one of us would need bail money at some point.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Definitely.
so what would you like to know? And you can ask about anyone, anything, how something's going to go. You can ask about somebody that passed. It's totally non-limited because I don't have to understand it.
Right.
I
No.
don't basically. I basically do runes. I do. By the way, I read everything except astrology. So I always tell people if they have a preference for any particular style or type of reading, I can switch to anything. But if you don't have a preference, I like runes because they're more detailed. And I'm one of those people where I feel the more details you have, the better you can make your own decisions. We're not supposed to tell you what to do. We're just supposed to tell you your best path.
Yes. Right. Yeah. No, that's fine. And I'd like to take advantage of this moment to give some credit to some recent contributors, and it will segue directly to our lovely Maria, because it will lead directly to a question. Well, I want people to understand that I'm still very much in need. The title of tonight's episode is Code Orange, Post-Emergency Fundraiser, Critical Omissions, and this has to do with the fact that the situation is still needs to be stabilized. I still need to do some heavy supply runs, which I've not yet done and probably won't get done till February. I've got to do some independent supply runs myself for just as a bachelor. I don't tend to wash anything. I just will eat on paper plates and use plastic utensils. And I gotta make a paper and plastic supply run, and this is pretty much in bulk.
Listen,
Yeah.
just so you don't feel bad about it.
Yeah.
Most of the single guys that I know
Yeah.
do the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's. Yeah.
It's a single thing. It just is.
Thank you. I mean, it's just a practical. Thank you. It's a practical way to live, and so basically, with that in mind, have to raise money for that, and I'll later go over the code system of colors with people because it turns out it's incredibly varied. It's like state to state is completely different from that which the feds came up with, and there's different. They all use colors, but then you've got the medical system and you got the security system. I'll go into a bit of that to educate people later. It's fun, for lack of a better word, fun and in some ways alarming. Yeah, but when it comes to... Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, say exactly, honey, what came to your mind? You had something you were trying to get across while I was droning?
No, I think that you're on the right path with a lot of things. And I think really, like I said, I put you on my side because I really feel that when somebody's positive and trying to do the right thing and trying to get ahead, I think the more people that help you, the better. And karmically, by the way, just so that people know, if they're contributing anything to helping you, especially financially, if they're doing anything with donations, karmically, that actually goes back to them because the more positive you do to help people, the more it actually goes back to them. So even though they're not doing it for the reason of it coming back positive for them, we like that fallout.
Of course.
So I think the more they contribute to you, the better they do. It's a circle.
Oh, yes.
So I just thought I'd remind them.
Thank you. No, absolutely. You have no idea how much that's appreciated. It's kind of like when I was educating people about this month. This is the National Volunteer Blood Donor Month, for instance. And one of the things that I was pointing out was that if you contribute blood, it's been proven that you're much less likely to have a heart attack. That giving blood forces your body to exercise itself and regenerate. So it basically forces your body to develop kind of an immunity to heart attacks. It's pretty incredible, and yet this is a medical fact. And so that what you're saying is exactly like that. The more you help others, the more it karmically does come back to you, and that's a good thing.
And more things improve in your life.
Yeah.
So it's really funny because that's not why you're doing that, but that's what the fallout is.
Yes. Yeah, and
people don't realize that. And like I said, the more people you help, but the only way it works really on a karmic level is if you're helping somebody from the heart, it works. If you're helping somebody because you're waiting for karma to come back, it doesn't, because then you didn't mean it.
That's right. So and just to reemphasize the exact statistic there, blood donors are 88% less likely to have a heart attack. Just an important point.
I
And
know that.
yeah, it's
That's
incredible.
important.
Yeah,
I was going to say, it's also,
Very important.
I was also told it's very good for getting rid of liver spots.
interesting,
Yeah,
incredible.
Yeah, but giving blood
Yeah.
is, these brown spots people get on, yeah.
Wow, and that's important. So so that being said, I want to thank some of my recent contributors. One of them is JP, who I playfully call Jack Parsons, who actually knows Peter, and he lives in California, and he sent me actually, which is something I do not encourage, and he understands that, but he sent me money directly. I mean, actually physical currency he sent in the mail. Oftentimes that doesn't even make it to me because, that'll get stolen. So it was only a few bucks. It was all he could afford, and it'll probably be his last contribution for a while. But I wanted to thank him for that. I put that in my wallet immediately and had to use it immediately. It came right before I had to go to the hotel. And another person contributed, and this is JW, who lives in Washington or Oregon State. He lives in the Pacific Northwest. And probably best, I don't remember exactly which state for the sake of, he seems to want to maintain anonymity, so probably best I don't remember the exact state, but it's Washington or Oregon. And JW sent a money order, which I want to ask Our Lady Maria about. It seems to have occult significance. He sent it to the exact amount of $318.18. So 318.18. So what do you make of that? And before we go on with anything else.
Okay. So first of all, that's positive.
Okay.
So this person's actually trying to help you, because what that means is it actually means creating money.
Okay. Wow.
Literally, that's what it means, because the vibration of the numbers and the way they're put together, it's supposed to help you increase on a financial level.
Incredible. Wow.
Yes.
So
It's
thanks
something
to
really-
thanks to you and thanks to JW. I mean, what an incredible couple of people. And so other than that, here's something I'll ask you about. Basically, I've received, of course, amongst all the other stresses that Peter spracketh of, I'm going to just upload a couple of images for you, and we'll see if you can access them in the Skype call. Our dear friend Peter should be able to access the Skype text box. And so what I'm going to try and do is send some of these images that were basically sent by our wonderful friends who were able to find this on Google Earth for me, because basically I was telling Brendan Zogit and Nemo Albano. Brendan, of course, is in Sacramento, the capital of the state of California. Nemo Albano is in Australia, and both of them were able to go into Google Earth and actually find the photographs of what I've been talking about. One of the things that they've done is, of course, they've replaced, quote unquote, the dedicated power pole. And it says power poles, how it's described in the physical letter, which I sent a copy of to Peter Moon. And he can testify to the fact he now has documentary evidence of what I'm talking about. And this dedicated power pole was a federal power pole that was completely hollow metal, but it was camouflaged to look like wood. And there's several aspects of it which our co-producer, Aristides, who's with us on this call but maintains mutant, for the general part in the opening hours, and then comes on with us later on during the roundtable. But he's a material science engineer, and he noticed about the original power pole, which of course I can also provide you an image of that. Will probably help you with some of these intuitive readings, so to speak. Let me get that for you, because the images I sent are not that. They are something completely different, which is directly across the street from me. The dedicated power pole was not. And if I can't find it, I'll dig it out of my other file later. But in terms of the power pole itself, we can go into a bit of that later, but what's directly across the street from me is basically a wooden stake. It has been erected for absolutely no practical reason. It is basically, it's not connected to anything. So if you take a look at all three of those photographs, this is a wooden stake that I've received some threats about, where people left comments in my videos that I simply deleted. They were underneath in the thread of the videos. I deleted them because I didn't feel other people should be seeing these kinds of threats. But people are saying this is a stake to go through your vampire heart. Now, it's interestingly, it's set up almost in the way that the Władysław Sepish, the historical Dracula, used to impale Turks on sharpened stakes. It's set up in that manner, and but it's directly across the street from me, so it's painted green, so it really fades into the territory, and yeah, and I never even noticed it until they replaced the federal dedicated power pole that is further down the street, directly across the street from me, but further down the street. It's not directly across the street from me, but it's across the street from me and a few houses down. And that's been there for years, and they've been messing with it for years, and it's become like a running joke because they're constantly renovating it, adding additional gear to it, until it became like a local landmark for anybody who's listened to me, and people have personally traveled to see it, to just to get a look at it and touch it and realize it's really true. It's all real. And but when it comes to this thing, this is just set up right directly across the street now, almost like a threat. I've been told it's meant to signify my doom, and of course it's. So what do you make of this, and how do you feel? What kind of response can I have other than to ignore it? I mean, I don't feel particularly threatened by it, yet at the same time that I noticed it, I came under severe stresses over the past few days because it's our dear friend Brooke Gibson said it symbolizes some kind of chaos rod, like almost to cause chaos, fluctuations, change, constant change in my life, which I certainly experienced over the past 48 hours in wake of having noticed that this exists. So what do you feel about this? What's your reading, and what do you think can be done?
Okay, so a couple of things. One sec. Sure. Okay, so first of all, I don't feel you're in any danger, by the way.
Thank you.
Just to get that out of the way.
Appreciate that.
Really
Thank
feel
you.
that. No, I really don't feel that. So, and now that doesn't mean, and I mean this nicely, but that doesn't mean people don't try, because everybody is not that intelligent.
Yeah. Thank you.
I said it nicely. You know, it just means that whatever they're trying, it's not working, because there is nothing here that's dangerous to you. So what I feel is, it really has to do with whoever owns the property, what part of the government, you know, because obviously, right?
Yeah.
It's more like they're playing games. So what I'm feeling more is, like I said, it's not a danger to you. I don't feel that at all.
Thank you.
But it's more, you know, when people play mind games, this is a mind game.
Yeah.
It can't hurt you, but it's a mind game. So it's more like trying to figure out how much you notice. Do you notice? Hopefully you don't notice.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
You know? And it's more trying to, it's what I'm getting is, it's trying to gauge more how you are, how you deal with people. Now, I don't know how that connection comes up, but basically it's saying they're trying to see how you deal with other people. So there has to be something on there that picks up vibration or frequency.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like, you know, when you think of like the Tesla coil,
Yes.
you know, it has all those frequency waves, because I have one.
Yes.
And it has all those frequency waves that people don't see, but you can feel it. It'll run through your body. You can really feel it, you know, and we use it for all sorts of, I use it for petroleum photography. But even with that, sometimes you can feel it, you know, when it's running through your body. So I'm feeling that they have something, there's something there that's along that line that's actually testing frequency. It's more like, okay, say you're outside and it's not just towards you, okay? It includes you. So it's more like a trial. So they're doing a trial to see how people react, because how can I put this? Because I'm looking at the runes, by the way. So they're looking at how people are affected by something unusual or something that doesn't fit the norm. Do they notice it at all? If they notice it, what are they thinking? How do they react? It's a game. It is a game. It's a negative game, but it's a game.
Got it.
I don't think it's going to harm you. It's more like, it's like the energy of it, except for, like I said, testing people's reactions and how they feel. It's basically neutral. It's not going to hurt you. It's not going to help you.
Got it. And I thank you profoundly for that. Just to, I'm sorry, what was that?
No, I'm saying, but that's what that is. So it's still, they're trying to gauge, but.
She had a question, and that was, is the gray house yours, the dark gray house with the white trim windows?
Oh God, no. These are the other side of the street. The house is opposite myself. I don't really have a photograph of my own home, though people have taken that. It's easy enough to find on Google Earth. So if Peter Moon were to do a Google Earth search for 1242 Green Street in San Francisco, he'll find you the image of my home, which is more of a bluish color, the house that I live in.
I don't need it for this.
Okay. And yeah, and
I was just gauging where everything was before we started.
Got it. And just so you know, yeah.
Basically, as long as it does, it's like I said, it's not harming you. It's it's a game.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Just to reinforce what Maria is saying, so people understand, wood is known as an organic. It has reverberations that are going to resonate with other organic objects, particularly other trees, other wooden objects. This is where we got the entire tradition of knocking on wood. Whenever somebody wants to encourage luck or send a prayer up to the heavens, as my father instilled in me, the whole knocking on wood, a blessing, so to speak. You're saying, knock on wood, let's hope for the best. You have to knock on wood because it's formerly of a living plant. It's formerly of a living object. It reverberates with a higher power. And so it's dead or alive. The wood is, even when it's integrated into furniture or part of the home, or it's still alive. It's still alive because it was part of a living object in the past. And so, therefore, there's a reverence for wood that people should normally have that adds to its power. It becomes kind of like its own frequency communicator, and this is also what Maria is tuning into with that. So I thank you so much. This is what Maria means by this being kind of an antenna for how I'm interacting with other people. They truly are working at an occult level. As a matter of fact, I'm going to enter the image right now. This is an image of the infamous power pole. This was a dedicated federal power pole, and the first thing that our man Aristides noticed as a material science engineer was that this picture was taken, as I told him, in 2016. The first thing, of course, that Nemo noticed was, Nemo said, "That's not your home." I said, "No, it's not my home. Yeah, I've told everybody it's across the street and a few doors down." But I'm posing with Laura Lee Solomon, who was this individual who kind of grafted herself onto myself a number of years back, and was not a particularly positive character, but wanted to quote unquote become my manageress, but really was not very constructive during her time, and really did a lot of destructive things. But in 2016, when I took a trip down, one of the worst experiences of my life, with herself, and Holly Kiefer was the lady who drove us down. Holly Kiefer is the lady who took this photograph. Both these ladies went with me down to Arizona, where an individual who was paying me monthly to advertise for this guided tour he was trying to give through Arizona, but it had very few responses, and maybe one or two clients ever responded, if in the time that I was advertising for him, simply because most people did not find it all that interesting. He was doing a true crime tour of Phoenix, Arizona, and he lived down there, and he paid for us to come down to Arizona, deliver a presentation, and incredibly, bizarrely, paradoxically, did everything he could, along with this other individual who was trying to present themselves as like a benevolent sponsor, this former baseball player with the major leagues called Robert Lacey. They did everything they could to make certain I did not get down there alive. There's no way to describe it. I could go into that for hours as to what they did, but they tried to do everything they could to make certain I just did not get down there at all. It was incredible. And then when I got down there, it was just one of the most miserable experiences of my life. But that's, but all that being said, when we came back, Holly took this photograph, after which immediately, I'm talking about like she snapped this photo on her cell phone and immediately her cell phone shattered. She felt that the tower had bitten back, that the tower, she said it's got some kind of self-defense mechanism where it bites back because her cell phone just stopped functioning. The screen shattered. It was uncanny. So this photograph, again, 2016, the first thing that Aristides noticed was there's a canister on it that's a 5G canister. And he said that's a 5G canister years before there was 5G. And our dear friend in England, George Knight, who looked at that photograph, his entire job is installing 5G all over England. And he stated, I have never seen a pole like that. Now, that pole is completely metal. It's hollow metal. If you were to touch it, it would feel hollow metal, but it would be warm as opposed to cold because all the cables inside of it were operating at full power and speed, and so it'd be warm from all the energy going through it. And yet it's camouflaged to look like wood, which of course, George Knight says, I've never seen that in my entire career of installing 5G across England. I've never seen a metal pole camouflaged to look like wood. And yet, so this was all back in 2016. Now, recently, when they removed that power pole, they replaced it with a wooden pole again, as if they were going back to organic, probably part of the occult resonance with the other stake directly across the home from me, directly across from my home. And that stake, the green stake that I've already sent you images of, if you take a look at that stake, you'll notice that it's actually cut at the top to look kind of like a piercing stake. It's actually sloped at the top, that other green stake. But so with this going on with this power pole, and it's being changed now to a wooden pole with all the same basic gear on it, and it's just all together. I haven't even given you the full background story of what happened recently with the pole. When they changed it, they blew out the entire neighborhood. Basically, PG&E, first off, they said, we're going to change this overnight. This is what they said in the letter. We're going to do it within basically 9 hours. That from 9 p.m. at night, one night, till 6 a.m. in the morning the next day, they said, we're going to change this pole overnight. And as I said to everyone, that doesn't make any sense, because when you remove a power pole, it's going to take jackhammers. It's intertwined with all the tree line. They're going to have to use chainsaws to make certain to disentangle the wires connected to the treetops. And if they're doing it at night, they're going to have to use searchlights to change the night into day. All they need to do is do this in the daytime. But they're doing it at night like it was a commando operation. And but it was on a federal holiday that nobody celebrates, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We've got to be honest. Nobody travels to meet their relatives on Martin Luther King Day. Everybody stays home. So this is not a day when everybody's gone to be with their relatives like Thanksgiving or Christmas or some major holiday. This is a day when everybody's home, and that meant that nobody that night got any sleep. The night was turned into day. The jackhammers were pounding. The chainsaws were buzzing. And I found out when I came back home at high noon the next day, everyone thought it was a terrorist attack. And they thought the world had blown up. It was like, so they were without power. So when I could, all their power was knocked off for 18 hours. 18 hours!
Logically, that would make no sense in that situation. By the way, because of the wood, wood is connected to the north on the occult side. It's connected to north energy, and it's good for grounding. Anything practical and anything with the earth is connected to the wood and connected to the northern energies. So to counteract that, if you get, first of all, we actually do use wizard rods, for lack of a better term.
Okay.
Or wizard wands. We actually do. The best one is made out of Hollywood. You know, the holly tree,
Yeah. Okay.
right?
Hollywood. Yeah,
So
I like
if
it.
if you can get a little piece of the holly tree, and they have wood like that in oh, what is it? You know, in the garden centers and places.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So if
Okay.
you can get a little, you don't even need a big piece. You just need a little piece. You need something that's either, it has to be in threes. The measurement needs to be in threes. Either 3 inches, 6 inches, 9 inches, has to vibrate to 3.
Okay.
Right? So
Interesting.
you get a little piece like that. You put it anywhere in your room, standing upright.
Okay.
You can just lean it against something like the window. It doesn't have to be, you know, attached to anything. Okay. And what you do is you focus mentally, because, you know, we create vibrationally, focus mentally on any energy that comes in through your house, like in through your window, but just any energy that comes in that's negative goes down from the top to the bottom and into the ground. You're grounding it. You're literally grounding it. And that should take care of anything that's going to be bothering you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Profound.
And it's actually, in fact, it's a funny story that I heard, that Hollywood is actually named after the holly tree, because originally, before it became Hollywood, they actually had a lot of wizards there.
Wow. Okay.
And they use the strongest vibration for a wizard's rod is Hollywood.
Wonderful. That's delightful. Now, is this something I could also find in an occult store? I could ask for some Hollywood wand.
Yeah, you should be able to. All you need is a little piece. Like I said, when you get it, you can just get the wood and just make sure it's the size of vibrationally of a 3. So 3 inches, 6 inches, 9 inches, whatever it is, just in threes.
And then ground it, as you say, just lean it up against something so that its bottom's touching the floor, so to speak. And,
it can be on a table. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because the vibration, when you're grounding it, if you focus on mentally energy that's negative coming in, going from the top to the bottom and into the ground, which is below your basement, if you have a basement, right?
Yes.
You know, and just focusing and sending it to the middle of the earth.
Yes. Excellent. Wow.
And on the martial arts level, when you think of grounding it, you can think of it as like a little baseball in the center of the earth, and the energy just wrapping around, like in strands, wrapping around that baseball to hold it in the center of the earth. That's a martial arts way.
Excellent.
I do a lot of things.
Yeah. No, that's wonderful. Thank you.
That actually grounds any negative energy coming in.
That's amazing. I appreciate that profound.
Because it's wood but that's because it's wood and wood.
Yes. Excellent. So that makes sense. It makes an occult form of resonant sense. And so that being stated, anything else that comes to your mind? Of course, I would ask about how about my mother? She, of course, had a catastrophic brain injury that ultimately left her clinically dead for a period of time. But she, I became her care provider for the next 11 years after that, until she finally died. And so when someone's that devastatingly brain injured, what in the afterlife do they realize they're dead? Because I always, shall I say, I'm concerned only in the sense that certainly I remember people have felt that she had a very comforting presence. The Judith Agert, who visited me in my home, felt that my mother had actually come to her and comforted her. Other women have experienced my mother's visitations as well. As Brooke felt she was a very comforting presence coming into her home, even almost like my mother was checking her out. So do you feel she's still like cognizant, or that my mother's cognizant she's dead, or what's your feeling about this?
Okay, so everybody's different, and this is how it works. And then we can check on your mother specifically, by the way.
Okay.
But, okay, the way it works is this. When somebody passes, there's a couple of different situations that go on. Some people pass, and they don't know that they passed. So a lot of times, that's some of the hauntings that people have. What happens is they don't know they passed, and they're still walking around like everything's fine. They're going to be in their home or somewhere else, whatever location had some kind of meaning to them. So we really need to tell them that they passed and help them move on.
Yes.
Some don't want to move on, by the way.
That's right.
Remind me after we check on your mom to tell you something interesting about
Sure.
somebody that passed.
Yeah.
But basically, some people, they're angry, So when they're angry, a lot of times, or they feel like they have unfinished business, okay, they stay because they want to complete that. They're never going to complete that because they're not in a physical body. So we handle that differently.
Right.
Okay. Then you have people that passed away, and you also have negative entities that do the same thing. So people that passed that had addictive patterns, like very, very heavy into drugs or alcohol, not because they did it once in a while, but seriously heavy into that. What's going to happen is, and again, negative entities, some of them do the same thing, not just people that passed. What they do is they're attracted to people that have the addiction because they don't have a physical body to have that same feeling of being high. So what they do is they actually attach themselves to the person's aura so that when that person is drinking or into drugs, they get the same feel.
That's right.
So actually, but they don't attach to anybody that does not have that addiction because there's no point. They're looking for the feel.
That's right. Yes.
So then we have to detach them. Now, what I always tell people when we do that is you have to stop the alcohol or the drugs because we can detach them and they may never come back, but they may. Because if you're still doing that, they're still looking for that high and they can't get it without going through a physical body. Or they're going to look for somebody else.
Right.
Because they haven't learned, they're still going to be doing that. We just need to detach them from the person that's having the issue that we know, clients.
Absolutely.
And the other thing is, two things. One is some people decided that they want to still stay. They want to be in contact. They're not ready to move past because they want to check on you, make sure that you're okay. It's not negative to them. It's their choice. They can leave at any second.
Yes. Okay.
They choose because they want to see if they can help. They want to make sure you're okay. So that's a positive.
Yes.
Okay. And then we do have situations where people pass, they're afraid to move on, and they're not going to move on until some things are resolved. We usually try to help them. We can't always. Okay, so that was my story. Remember that we're going to check your mom. So what happened was, and in all seriousness, this stuff only happens to us.
Yes.
You can't make this up.
True.
So a while ago, in fact, I think I told Peter at the time, a couple of years ago, I moved into an apartment for a while. Now I'm back in my house. But I moved into an apartment for a while. And I rented the bottom half of a house. And the bottom half had a basement with with a washer and a dryer. So I was going, oh, yay, I lucked out. Right? So bearing in mind, I was really happy about this. I go down to the basement. I can't make this up. There were two spirits living there.
Okay. Yeah.
I went upstairs and I went, really? Why me? It's like, I've been good. Did somebody call ahead and go, listen, she's moving in here? So anyway, they weren't harmful. So I went in the basement and there was this heavy-set lady that looked like she was from colonial times, and she would just walk around the basement in a circle. That's all she did, was walk around in a circle. She didn't know she passed.
Oh.
And then there was a gentleman there.
Uh-huh.
So the gentleman looked like he was dressed at the time of the speakeasies,
Yeah.
right? And he was just hanging out. So nothing was negative towards me. So every now and then I'd go and I'd do the wash and they would talk to me.
Uh-huh.
And I'd go back upstairs, but they weren't harmful. What I did though was I let the woman know that she passed. We spent some time on it, and she was really, really happy that she had kids and she had family and she really wanted to see them again. So she just left.
Okay.
I moved her over, but she wanted to go.
Right.
Okay. And then with the gentleman, and by the way, some of my clients know this because they came to me for work and things and classes, and readings when I was in that house. And that the spirit that was there, the gentleman, I'm pretty sure he's still there.
Okay.
So what happened was, he passed away at the time of the speakeasies.
Right.
And he just wouldn't go. He knew he passed. Oh, and when the lady left, he said to me, he said he was really happy that the fat lady left. I said to him, that's not nice. So we kind of had a laugh about that. Now, I would have thought that being that there's only two of them and they've been in there a really long time, I would have thought he would have wanted the company. But
Right.
anytime I was down there, they didn't even acknowledge each other. So apparently he saw her. I don't know if she saw him.
Interesting.
But I would have thought you'd want company, right?
Right.
So
Right.
anyway, so he was telling me that he's not leaving. And, through time, what I found out was that he passed away because at the time of the speakeasy, he was actually in a speakeasy. And he was there with what he called his gang.
Right.
And his girlfriend was sitting on his lap. And this other gang came in and killed everybody in the room. Everybody.
Right.
Including him and his girlfriend, but everybody. So the first thing is, all he wanted to know was if his girlfriend was okay.
Interesting.
Which she was, and she already passed over, so she was, and she was fine.
Okay.
But he said that basically he wasn't going anywhere because he was sure that he was going to hell. So through time, the reason he felt that, because I didn't get the information right away, I got it in little pieces, and the reason that he thought he was going to hell was because the reason that these people came and killed his gang was in retaliation, because originally he went over with his gang and killed everybody at some other speakeasy out of their gang.
Right. Of course.
So they came in retaliation. They didn't start it. So because he killed so many people first, he thought he was going to hell. Personally, I don't know where he went or where he's going, right?
Right.
But he wasn't going anywhere until he felt like he was okay, because he was so sure he was going to hell, he wasn't going to go anywhere.
Interesting. So sad.
Now he wasn't negative, he wasn't hurting anybody, he wasn't scaring anybody, he wasn't bothering anybody, so there wasn't a reason to actually move him.
Right.
But it's funny because as far as I know, he's still there.
Right. Which would not. Yeah.
That's a case of somebody being stuck in time,
Mm-hmm.
being stuck. And they're disoriented. They don't know what's going on.
Well, in his case, it sounds like he's not disoriented. It's simply that he's got an idea that he has a destination that he's trying to avoid. It's not so much disoriented. In fact, he seems quite cognizant in that sense. Yeah.
He was very good. But some people are like that.
Yeah.
But he was, and it's funny because he basically could go, he wasn't limited in where he could go.
Right.
So apparently at some point he lived there, not necessarily in the same house, because who knows what kind of house they had before that,
Right.
But he lived either in the house or on the grounds, somewhere on the grounds. So he was mobile, but I kind of grounded him in the basement and outside, and not in my apartment.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Because sometimes you don't want somebody else in the room when you're trying to sleep.
Right. No, understood.
So I kind of sectioned it off a little bit, and he was fine with that.
Right.
I told him ahead of time. He went okay. Now I would have done it whether he said all right or not. Ethically, you want to do fair warning since they're not bothering anybody. She wasn't bothering anyone. But that's what I'm saying. You don't know. And then you have some people that pass, and it's like waking up in a room and going, oh, I know where I am.
Right.
A lot of spiritual people have that. Where they just know. They know they passed. They know where they are. They're happy. They're moving on to wherever they're moving on to. But what I found out is when you're in the physical body, we're learning. It's like being in a classroom. When you pass away, you're in a different classroom, but you're still learning, because I've seen reincarnation situations. So, you're moving up and you're moving forward, and that takes learning on both levels.
Yes.
You know, and then people can choose. You know, they can choose where they want to be. So sometimes when people pass, they want to be around other people and relatives and friends or whatever. And sometimes people need space where they just need some time by themselves, but they know that they can deal with other people and ancestors by choice. They just choose not to yet.
Mm-hmm.
And then some people just like being by themselves. You know, everybody's different.
Right.
You know, I've now come to terms with, when I see somebody that passed, I go and I find them. That's how I talk to them. I go and I find them and I bring them back. And basically, when they meet me, what I see is, like, you know, when you see the movies with the London fog and you see buildings and stuff, but you really don't know what you're seeing. It's not clear.
Right. Right.
Right. So usually what I see is I see that behind them.
Mm-hmm.
So every place is different for each person.
Mm-hmm.
So I've now come to call it their happy place because I don't know what else to call it.
Okay.
So they're in a place that they really like, and then it's like they're coming on a path towards me, and then we're done, they go back. But I've never really seen what the place is. Everybody has a different one. And in fact, I was telling Peter knew my mother, and I was telling Peter when my mother passed, it was, for lack of a better term, because I see spirit, but when she passed, it's like her spirit lifted up from her body where she was laying down, and it just lifted up, still laying down, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when she lifted to pass, all I saw was from the waist up. And my last thought to my mother was, where's the rest of you?
Right.
And I always felt bad because I didn't say, I love you, you know,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to be okay. I went, I never understood that. I still don't get it, you know. But when she was sick, what would happen is she was seeing a path with old houses on both sides, more like the European kind. I'm from Europe, but old houses. And at the end of the path, she was seeing water and a boat and a ramp going up, like a gangplank. And at the top, there was a guy standing there checking off a list with names.
Mm-hmm.
And she was saying how she'd really like to see what's on the boat. And then a month or so later, she was closer to the boat, to the ship. And she was saying, well, now he's checking people's names off, but now she's hearing music. And then she got closer down the road and closer on the path, and she kept getting closer and closer to the boat. And when she was like really close, she was saying she was hearing music and people laughing and dancing. My mother loved to dance, so she was seeing people like through the window dancing and eating and having a really, really good time. And then she said she was really, really close to the boat, and that's the last I heard. And then, you know, later on, not too soon after that, she passed. So when people say to me, do you ever call your mom and see, how's your mother doing? I go, no, my mother's on a party boat. She had a rough life. I'm leaving her on her party boat. I know where my mother is.
Cool.
You know, the only thing I remember her saying was she did not want to be near my stepfather.
Interesting.
They did not get along. So it was funny because my mother went on a party boat. I'm not going to bother her.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. No, it sounds fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah. So everybody's different, but usually, you know, when they're passed, usually I see them with something in the background, like, you know, like the London kind of effect.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yes,
because
got
I'm
it.
looking for them. I wasn't looking for her. You know, that's just the way it went.
Understood. Yes.
You know.
Yeah.
And then after she passed, after her body lifted, then her physical body took a couple of more breaths.
Ah, okay.
You know, mentally I kind of thought, isn't that backward? But it's not.
Okay.
You know, because your body releases first, so it's not in pain, and it's not, you know, moved on.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want, we could find your mom, or you can do it off the air, on the air, whatever you want to do.
Oh, I mean, we could do that another time if you mean like talk to her. I wouldn't want to do that publicly. Oh my God.
No, that's why I said it like, that's why I said off the air, you know. But anytime, seriously, You have my cell number, anytime, seriously.
Okay, wonderful. And I'll get your cell number from Peter again because I may not have written it down. And what I'll do is I'll put it on my speed dial like I do everyone else. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you.
I don't have your number either. I have Peter's.
Oh, you're welcome to have mine, and you can get it from Peter. Peter can give it to you, right, Peter? I mean, you can give her my number.
Yep.
But like I said, anytime, I'm more than happy to help.
Thank you. It's good to have that option. Wonderful. And I mean, just for.
I was going to say, don't feel rushed because, whether you want to check on her now, 20 years from now, whenever, I've been in this field all my life. I'm not going anywhere.
Understood. Sounds good. It sounds great. No, I appreciate that option profoundly. And thank you. I'm sorry?
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's right. And so I mean, we've been very productive so far, and I think that you've got a general idea. So the other thing to share with you is the recent stresses that I've been through. If we speak on some kind of personal level, but I honestly think it's like you said. Basically, what's going on is nothing that will not resolve. Cloud Lounger in the chat room, he says 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. frequency attacks. He says frequency attacks upon sleeping Americans. I don't know if you have any kind of reading on that, but that's from the chat room. And again, that's Cloud Lounger.
Say that one again?
Yeah, Cloud Lounger in the chat room says 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. and then some periods, frequency attacks upon sleeping Americans. So he feels that between those hours, there's frequency attacks upon sleeping Americans. So what comes to your mind when you hear this?
Okay, first of all, that actually makes sense. People are more open to attack or like on the positive side, we send healing, okay? But everybody is more open to attack between 11 and 12, morning and night, and between 4 and 5, morning or night. Okay, so if you're close to that range or within that range, that's when you're the most open for somebody to send an attack or healing, or something positive. So anybody that knows anything in the field, if they're going to attack, they will usually pick when you're more vulnerable. Okay. So my suggestion to people, well, first of all, I teach psychic self-defense, but that's a heavy level. On a minimal level, what I would suggest is there's a stone called a tiger eye. It's a brown stone, has like gold flecks running through it. And I'm saying it like that because they also have red and other colors. So you need the brown one. And basically that's a boomerang. So we don't hurt anybody because karmically we don't do negative. But what happens is if you carry it within 3 feet of your body, it's the strongest protection stone. And first of all, before you carry a stone, what you want to do is put it into direct sunlight for 3 days, because that takes out any negative energy that's held in the stone, not the properties of the stone. So as an example, if somebody is mining the stone, while they're mining, I'm sure they're not going, oh, yay, this is fun. Right? Or somebody in the warehouse had a fight with their husband or wife. That may not be good energy, right? So you're taking that out. The easiest way, there's a lot of different techniques. The easiest one is just put it into direct sunlight. That can be on your dresser. It doesn't have to be outside or the windowsill, right, for 3 days. And then it just leaves the properties. So when you carry that, what happens is if somebody is sending you negative energy longer term, rather than they had a one-time argument with you at the moment, right? If it's consistent, like as an example, somebody being jealous. If somebody's jealous of you for a while, it'll do the same thing, by the way. So what it does is it boomerangs. Whatever they're sending to you is going to go back to them. Now, it's not going to hurt them. What it's going to do, you're going to laugh, it's going to make them too busy to care what you're doing. So what happens is they're going to have a flat tire before they get in the car, not when they're driving. We don't hurt anybody. They're so busy because they lost their keys. They can't find them. It's 2 days now.
Yes.
So a lot of little annoyances are going to come up. All of a sudden they were getting along with their coworker. Now they're not. It's not like they're going to get fired. So you can actually watch who's sending you negative energy just by what's going on with them.
Interesting.
You know?
Interesting.
Now with the government, again, what it's going to do is it's going to block. Okay, so that's your strongest stone. There's a lot of protection stones like turquoise, Apache tear. There's a lot of them. This is your best one because it's a boomerang.
Excellent. Thank you.
It doesn't hurt anybody. But the times I find a lot of people that are intuitive, psychic, you don't have to be in my field to be intuitive, right? So people in that field, in that mode of frequency, I find a lot of them are getting woken up around 3-4 in the morning.
Okay.
And that's the planetary energy. That's not an attack. That's a planetary energy vibration right now. So intuitive people, we're just waking up. I got a phone call. I have a spiritual brother in Albuquerque, and I got a phone call from him at 3 in the morning. He goes, listen, I know you're up. Pick up the phone.
Interesting.
Now, unfortunately, I was up. So I picked it up and I said, look, I know we're on the same, vibration with the planet, but I'm trying to sleep. Please don't call me at 3 in the morning anymore.
My God.
Like, oh.
Yeah.
So we do out-of-body stuff. He goes, can I come and visit? No. I'm trying to sleep. No.
Oh, my God.
So because we've known each other for a lot of years, I'm connected to different animals, shamanically, So one of the... and sometimes they're mythical animals, sometimes they used to be physical, but one of my totems basically is a dragon. So I kept saying to him, don't pop up. And he's like, well, let me think. So I said, let me think about it. So I sent over a dragon. He went, never mind.
That took care of that, yes.
Never mind. He's like, make it go home. So we play. But on the other hand, I've also been driving a car where he was playing, and I would look in the rear view mirror, and there's a bear sitting there because that's his totem.
Interesting. Okay.
And part of you is like, what the heck? I'm trying to drive. So I called him up not on the psychic line. I called him up on the physical phone, not the alpha line. And I went, stop that. Drive. So we do things like that once in a while.
Wonderful.
But if somebody's waking up around 3-4 o'clock, that's because the vibration of the earth is changing and it fluctuates on the cosmic level, and we're feeling energy waves. So we just ride the waves. We know we're up.
Yes.
It's like, and then we go back to sleep, hopefully.
Yeah.
But that's,
yes.
But people that have like that, and I really believe everybody's intuitive because everybody has that gut feeling.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Something feels off, for no logical reason. So, some people are just waking up and they're going, I don't know why. Sometimes I go, I don't know.
Yes.
If somebody's not open to this, I just go, I don't know, because there's no point explaining. They're not going to be open to it. We're not trying to convert anybody.
True. So, I mean, yeah. I'm sorry.
We're really connected to science,
Yeah.
more than anything else.
Yes. No, incredible. Thank you. And so it's about a quarter after midnight, about 12:15 a.m. in the morning. How are you feeling? Are you holding up all right? Is Peter holding up all right? Oh, good. Wonderful.
I have so much energy right now. Well, you know what it is when you get on that psychic mode. Well, I'm normally happy. I'm a positive person. I always look for positive, but it's like I'm just high. Alpha high, not drug high.
Understood. It's just as good. It's a natural high. Yes.
Yeah. And that's why a lot of us don't do drugs. We're higher.
Yes.
That's all coming down.
Yes.
Because I have people in my field that actually try drugs, and they went, it's a waste. They're throwing money out when normally high. I went, okay.
It's true. Yes. For a person at that resonance level. Yes. Yeah. And
thank you so much for having me on your show too. I always had such a nice time, and it makes me feel good.
Well, you're such a wonderful person, and
give out your data again, Maria.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the way you spell my name is Maria, Maria, D'Andrea, D''A, Ndrea, and my email is mdandrea MDANDREA 100@gmail.com. And actually, my website is just my first and last name, mariadeandrea.com, because people would like me to remember it because I'm not a computer person. And it usually tells you, not everywhere that I am, but it does tell you most of the places. And my website tells you, some of the things I do. It will always be a partial list because, like I said, if it's not astrology, I really do everything else. So got tired of listing.
Got it. And that's understandable.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. I mean, you've been delightful as always. And let me take a look at the chat room, see if there's anyone else bringing anything in particular up. And let's see now. Definitely our friend Acid Kick has been putting some of your links there in the chat room. And this is, of course, Sid, SYD. And so thank you for that, Sid. He apparently is helping out. Maria D'Andrea. He's putting up links to yourself, among others. So that's good.
Oh, I so appreciate that.
Yeah. And yes, I'm glad that he's doing that. And so, such being said, how about yourself, Peter? What else comes to your mind to bring to our attention?
Time to go to sleep.
Well, Sid, our dear friend, who is, of course, one of our moderators, who's put up Maria's link in the chat room, he says, much love to Maria D'Andrea.
Thank you so much.
What I would say, though, is to remember people to donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
DouglasDietrich.com. At DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And with that, I'll be back on Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
Our last broadcast. No, it won't be our last broadcast.
I would hope not.
No, I said we have 2 more broadcasts in January.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's very good, and perhaps then I'll get to ask you some questions about the book, which I've been working on.
Excellent.
We left off with the harp, but other than the green llama stuff or the emerald llama stuff.
Understood.
But with that,
we'll
say goodnight and thank you so much, and hopefully things will be better.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Have a blessed night.
Yes, you as well, Maria. Love you dearly. Okay.
Thanks so much, honey.
Yes. Okay.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Both of you take care. Blessed dreams, and stay safe and be well. That's Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. And with that, we're going to bring on everybody else. And I'll be able to take a short break to refresh myself. And so, Aristides, let's test your audio while I bring on others. Glad I was able to present to Peter the magnificent accomplishment of the task that you took to hand. And with that, we're going to see, who do I always forget? We'll try Troy. And of course, we'll call him. We'll try Victoria. And see how if she decides to respond. And we're going to as well just go down the list of people that we normally call, all the usual suspects. And let's hit, of course, Amy Como, Brooke Gibson, Jennifer Hawkins, and Nemo, George Knight, of course. And Mark H., Samuel Romero, bring on Sid, of course. Brendan's joined us with Arun, R-U-N-E, Real Tech Geek. Let's see who else comes to my mind. Of course, Amanda Ute. And let's see who else now. I guess we've got it pretty much covered. I think that's everyone I normally call. Is there anyone else that I've forgotten? I think that's everybody. So we'll press that add button. And okay then, aside from all of that, okay. Yeah, who's going to voice something?
Douglas.
Hello. And this is Sid? That's it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Took long enough to respond. So, Thank you for what you've done lately. Appreciate that, and hopefully that will allow people to access some of these links. It certainly brings it to their attention to enter it as comments under the thread. Sid's going to, of course, just going to directly hit it into the chat from this point forward. And of course, aside from all of that, your service is appreciated. Thank you. Hope you've been doing well. Everything is everything well with you, Sid?
Everything is well. Everything's well. Thank you, Douglas.
Good. Now, we don't seem to be getting a response from anyone other than Sid and Aristides. Brendan Zoga is welcome to jump back in on the call, so he is with us. Let's test out your audio quality. Brendan, say hello if you would be so kind. And let's see if he responds. I take it he may be involved with, he showed me a picture of the delightful tea he was involved with. There we are, Brendan Zoga.
Yes, I'm present.
Your sound is excellent. Your sound is excellent. That's wonderful. That's good. That is so important. And so how
Yes,
long,
indeed.
how long are we blessed with your presence tonight?
Like 5 minutes.
Shit, are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm not joking.
You're
I'm
kidding.
very tired.
Oh my god, you poor guy. Wait, well, no, I don't mean this sarcastically. Why are you so tired? Is it something in particular you're willing to share?
Besides the womanizing, just working 2 jobs.
Well, if you're working 2 jobs, you've got enough money to womanize, and that would take up whatever remaining energy you have left. Yes, so
Pretty much.
You just had to flex that, right?
Yeah, I had no choice.
So no, that's
I'll explain another time.
okay. Sounds good. And so
There's advantages to working at a vegan restaurant. So
oh, cool. All right. Oh man, lucky you. So this is new to me, but this is different from the tea place. The vegan restaurant, and the tea place, they're the same?
No, I didn't get a job at a tea place.
Okay. So,
I decided to go a different route.
okay. And it worked out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And yes, let me heart that wonderful image you sent of the swans and the rune. And could you tell people the meaning of this rune that you sent to us? The image thereof.
Yeah, all geese has many meanings. It's a very powerful protection rune.
Excellent.
That's a simple way to put it.
Okay, excellent, and deeply appreciate it. And but I'm going to refresh
It's actually my lineage rune as well.
Oh, good. So how is that? Explain that to us.
It's the rune that connects with my name and various other things.
Excellent.
Like,
yes.
it corresponds to the Z in the alphabet and various other reasons why.
Wonderful. And so, Brendan.
And some of my my occult weaponry is emblazoned with it.
Excellent. Good.
So it's a very high level protection. Yeah.
Good. So what happens when the peace sticks? You remember how I told you before that Michael Aquino explained to me that the peace sign, as popularity of his helping to disseminate the peace sign in Vietnam, was to show that it was a crucifix that was inverted and broken. A sundered and inverted crucifix was the peace sign that he was distributing. But this particular rune, the Augis, or how would you pronounce it? Did I say that right?
Algis. Yeah.
Algis.
As far as I'm aware.
Yeah,
Algis.
that this is something that is more like that, inverted properly into a proper position. So it's like you could consider it like a stickman figure with his arms held upright, almost as if in praise of Allah. Almost as this sweeping of the greatness of creation.
It is. Yeah, it is like the tree that Odin was strung upon, or the G. That's why they took the imagery for Christ later.
Yeah.
So that it's originally that, but obviously he inverted it and then put it inside of a circle, which means it's
bound, ensorcelled.
It's bound. Yeah.
Yeah. and so this is
there was something funny about that. Sometimes you see these drawings of like Volkswagen Beetles, like those where they try and make hippies look all cute.
Yeah.
And they always draw it as like a Mercedes-Benz symbol, and it's just so annoying. Even when I was little, I was annoyed by that.
Interesting. Yeah.
Like when they make the peace sign with just two, just two lines instead of three. It's just like, how did that happen? I mean,
yeah, it's again bizarre. It's bizarre how people
choose strange,
misrepresentation. It's like some kind of misconstrued misrepresentation, and whether it's malevolent and intentional or they're just stupid people who just don't know how to represent anything. You never know, but I would think it would lean towards the malevolent. It's very hard to imagine somebody producing an illustration and not being aware of what they're doing. That being
most likely to distract that it. Yeah. To obfuscate that it was a rune, actually a rune,
There we are. Thank you. Exactly. That's the malevolence behind it. That's yes. So
that's the only explanation, because the other way around is like obviously clearly a rune, like Algi's like.
Thank you. And so that being said, Aristides, could we check your technical audio?
I'm sure it's like quote unquote official. So what they officially claim it came from was the N and the D from the flag language. I forgot what it's called right now.
N and the D.
The flag waving.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go on. The flag waving. I'm not quite sure I gather or get what you're referencing, but is it something that people would find offensive?
Semaphore.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're talking about the code, flag code, like my dad did as a sailor, like sailors did back in the day. Yes, flag signaling,
flag semaphore.
Yeah, flag semaphore. Yes.
So they claim that it's the N and the D put together, meaning nuclear disarmament, which is a total bollocks.
Yeah, I was about to say that's awfully obscure. That is so obscure. I've never even heard that. That's pretty obtuse. Holy shit! What the hell were you digging through where you found that?
That's like the official, like quote unquote official.
Oh God, yeah, they came up with that years later. They came up with that years later to rationalize, their occult pursuits. Okay, yeah. Right. That being said, I do want to test Aristides' audio. Aristides, can you say something? He was on earlier, but maybe he's involved. Yeah, okay, here we are.
No, I'm here. Earlier he was like battling people or something.
Yeah, yes. Oh, there were men and women. It sounded like a very busy office where he was at. It was incredible. I was impressed.
It sounded like you were telling people off.
Yeah.
What? Maybe it was a TV show or something.
It could have been.
It sounded like a...
Yeah. It sounded like there was definitely a female involved. There was a female involved. And it sounded more like they were handing him things, like at an office, like he was saying thank you, like a secretary was passing him papers or something. He's the secret official of an unknown country. And so
that's not what I heard.
It's interesting. That makes it even more cool. We were hearing different things. Yeah.
Well, I heard, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Don't do that.
Interesting.
But also I was
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, when you were off mute for a while, we were all hearing things, but we were like perceiving it through our own filter. Okay. Yeah, that's all. And but such being said,
it makes sense because you also have dogs, so I mean that's something I would say.
Yeah, I think I was just saying something silly to a dog.
Yes. There we are. Yes. The fact that one of them answered in a female voice, I'll just choose to ignore that fact. And all of that. Such being said.
That was your own Freudian projection.
I guess. Yes, I'm not going to argue. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wish the best for everybody. Yeah. And
right.
So, such being said, look, I really want to take a refreshment break. Is there any way you can hang around for a few minutes at least and help these guys get into a good conversation while I do that, Brand?
Of course.
Oh, thank God.
In exchange for a request.
Oh, and what might that be, my son?
I just want to know what what's the whole point of that quote unquote motto of the Schutzstaffel on the blade.
Oh, you mean
German,
our honor is loyalty? Our honor is loyalty.
That's not what it translates as.
Okay,
as
let me
far as
take a
I'm
look at the
aware.
blade. Oh, okay, so this is what you're asking. And I mean, bear in mind, everybody, Brendan is being rather disingenuous
Mehr
here. He
sein als
he speaks
Steine.
German better than I do. Okay, mehr ein so
Mehr sein als Steinen. It translates as
uh,
I'm not what as I appear, or I am beyond what I appear as.
okay, so this is a very special personalized dagger. That is not a motto. That's not an axiom of Die Schwarzen Corps or the Black Corps, the SS. This is something that is very specific to the individual who owned that blade. So, nevertheless, it strikes me as an occult of occult significance. Do you know who owned the blade or who it belonged to, or is that
This is actually a custom piece. This is a custom piece that I may or may not have
okay?
made for myself.
Okay, I'm beyond
But
what I
it
appear, but
comes
it
from-
sounds. I like it. I like it. It sounds potent as hell. I am beyond what I appear means that you're a much more powerful person than you know people might assume, and I think that's
some of the more
yeah
some of the more I don't know esoteric or people that are into it.
yeah
They kind of more someone translates it as more substance than semblance. That's like a more poetic way, I guess.
mm-hmm.
But apparently it comes from one of these early writers.
Okay.
So it's some kind of philosophy.
Okay.
But I was just curious if you'd ever heard of it, that's all.
No, this is the first time
From
of
Schlieffen von Friedrich von Bottischer.
Okay. Yeah.
So, and all of the resources about it are, of course, in German. So it's like, I'm not academic, you know, I can speak and read it, but it's like academically daunting. You know, it's like I don't know all their
nuances.
With German language, it's like when you get into academic German, it's freaking crazy. I mean, it's like it's difficult. It's very difficult.
Yeah, but
Does that make sense?
No,
philosophical.
I totally get it. But is the German speaker you live with antithetical to trying to help you interpret such things, the nuances thereof, or she would like be revolted?
No, of course I could. Of course I could.
Okay, and that would be.
She's more of like a physical scientist.
Understood.
So if I brought something philosophical, she would be lost. Like she doesn't know history. She doesn't know other things.
Got it, but
like,
I think
biophysics.
No, I get it. But her attempts to interpret it in terms of the nuance would trigger your own understanding, so you would get something out of it regardless. It would still be semi-constructive. It would be constructive ultimately. Yeah, but this is like I think that
I'll give it a try.
Yeah, but I think that this is it's powerful stuff. It's definitely I get a very good resonance with it. And I'm definitely impressed. I mean, if it's a true historical piece or a custom piece, it's whoever produced, you know, the words on it. They've got a good, shall we say, they're intuitively attuned to the cosmos.
This is why I assumed it was Schutzstaffel, because there's a pendant that they have it written. And actually, when I looked into it, it was actually a Hitlerjugend motto.
Okay.
So I don't know where this kind of maybe like in the mythos, because people start to mythologize after a while, you know.
Yeah.
It gets lost in translation, but well, maybe it was like a special unit of the Hitlerjugend or something like this.
It could be. And because I don't remember that being specifically the Hitlerjugend motto either. So it'd have to be special indeed.
Some like elite version.
Yeah, something like that, or later on in the war when they were mobilized for combat, then you would get more of a kind of werewolf units, you know, the guerrilla units.
Right.
Would have something like that perhaps. World War II German Soviet Allied military uniforms, awards, okay. Sign. Oh gosh, so this actually has that motto on it. Okay,
right.
and
then someone that was looking at it said, "Oh, this is a completely fabricated piece," but at the same time, it seems period correct and the imagery's right. So I don't know.
Well, the imagery is right, but who knows? You know, honestly, there's so many forgeries made of Nazi memorabilia that I've never specialized in the memorabilia per se. But all I can say is, well, at least this has the same thing that's on the blade. So okay, that's cool.
Right. And the blade is actually from my personal bladesmith. So I don't know where he found that, or like how he got the designs for such an item.
Interesting. No, I think that's
blacksmith actually.
Yeah. No. I think that's fascinating. And by the way, I had so much fun with our dear friend Mr. Brendan Zoget the other day when we were trying to. I was telling him about this Afrocentric timeline that I had, historical timeline, in which they had on the timeline copy that I had, which they've since completely revamped. From 2017 to 2020, they completely revamped their timeline from this particular, shall we say, company, lack of a better word, this cabal of Afrocentric specialists who are, for lack of a better word, black supremacists, and they were trying to show the mitochondrial mother, and they had on the particular timeline that I had portrayed this hideous abomination that was just it was just awful to look at. It looked like something out of Zombieland. It was horrible. There's no, he found the image
when I did some when I did some digging.
Yeah,
of course it was the freaking British anthropologist trying to make Africans look as monstrous as possible.
No, that was something else you found that was from Encyclopedia Britannica that had it just directly as an ape, just basically the mitochondrial mother, and they just gave an ape, some kind of ape.
Oh, that's true. No, you're right.
But it was a ersatz ape. It was an ape that they reconstructed as the mitochondrial mother, but they just made her an ape. The one that the Afrocentrists...
Literally crouching in the grass and shit.
Yeah, literally crouching in the grass, yes. The one from the Afrocentrists was, a woman, quote unquote. It sure as hell didn't look like a woman. Looked like a dead man, like a reanimated cadaver. It was horrible. And, just examples of these, But the funny thing is the Afrocentrists took that and they used it, but then realized it was so uncharismatic or so repulsive that they erased it from their next reconstruction of the timeline, even erased any reference to it. So there you have that, and it's very bizarre. Yeah, in our research for timelines. But Aristides, as everyone knows by now, has done me a tremendous favor. I still have yet to thank him properly, and really have to find a way to express my gratitude. But hopefully I can.
Were you guys able to actually receive the item?
I did. It was a profound story behind that as well. Like I said, it was part of the stress of the last few days. I got adequate.
How did it come so quick?
It's Aristides. He basically got them thinking he was another Mormon. He opened an account in Mormon Classifieds, and so Aristides, I want to be around when you tell the tale, but feel free to tell it twice. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break to refresh myself, but maybe you can explain that, and I'll be back. And then when I get back, we can go over other elements of this. But Aristides, he gets things done, and so I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. But I know you guys have got this.
Don't expect any less from an engineer.
Yeah. Yes. And Brendan was concerned that you might get invitations now to all kinds of Mormon events. But I said no. That if they figure he's a Mormon, they're just not gonna bother him. They send people to bother people who they think are not Mormons. But I don't know how Aristides feels about this.
Well, I also was saying that. If they do think you're Mormon, you'll at least get some cool invites to like nice food.
Yeah.
They cook.
Yeah.
They cook a lot.
Yeah. Oh, but beyond that, a lot of hot chicks. There's all kinds of hot chicks in the Mormon community. Wow. And and I don't mean this.
When I was in high school, I was driving around a bunch of unholy Mormons.
Yeah. You mean they were drinking booze and caffeine and everything else that Mormons, theoretically aren't supposed to do, that kind of shit. And beyond that, even, no doubt.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Aristides, so
What is it with the Mormons? Like you can become like a god and you can have all these wives and populate planets. 'Cause I got to say I'm kind of interested.
yeah. Oh yeah.
That's if you do the right thing on Earth.
Yeah. No, but I mean,
Oh.
they start on Earth. No, they start that shit on Earth, dude. They say that, we're producing these other kids to populate these other planets. I mean, it's it's cool shit. You got I didn't mean this disrespectfully at all. I don't mean this, but these
Planetary worlds.
these
planetary,
Mormon
like
chicks,
lunar solar world.
Right, yeah, but no, Mormons have these concepts of these other planets that they think that can be accessed, and it's kind of like Emanuel Swedenborg. If anybody looks up Emanuel Swedenborg, yeah, he felt that he was in contact with other beings from other planets in our solar system in particular, and that these were spiritual beings, that they could not be seen with a telescope, so to speak. But when it came to Emanuel Swedenborg's writings, there's a similarity between his trip and the Mormon trip, but without any disrespect intended. I was going to say a lot of these Mormon women, they're just raised to be very submissive because it's a patriarchy. So I'm not saying that's a plus, but I'm just saying it's just the way it is. So it's not without, shall we say, advantages for a single man. So all that being said, before I put my foot,
that's the appeal for me.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back. You gentlemen have got this. Thank you so much.
I had a friend in high school. Carry on.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
I had a friend in high school that he basically got baptized and converted to Mormonism just for the chicks, or a chick. And then, of course, that went awry, and then he ended up getting excommunicated for reasons, So that was a fun experience, to say the least. Yeah.
This is in high school.
Yeah, years ago. Many aeons ago.
Wow. I've heard that Mormons are like some of the nicest people around.
Oh yeah, they were all gracious, very nice to us. I had no issues with them.
Yeah,
Very inviting and family oriented. Like, yeah, they're good people.
Yeah, that's how they're portrayed in South Park. They're the only group who actually goes to heaven. Everyone else is hanging out in hell with South Park Satan.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, Matt Parker and Trey Stone they're like pretty much atheists, and they're very antithetical to like any religion. That's kind of like their point for like all their exposures or whatever they call it, satire.
Right.
Yeah, pardon me. I'm eating a pomelo right now, so it's like a bit tough. Do you guys
Okay.
have anything to bring up?
Again,
relevant?
this blade that you posted.
Mm-hmm.
What does the expression translate to again?
Do you have the photo of it?
Yeah.
You want me to give you the book definition or like a literal?
Yeah, just what the words on it are translated. I know you said
Mehr sein als scheinen. Mehr sein als scheinen. It means I am as I appear, or I am not as I appear.
Oh, I mean, I'm not, or I am more.
I am more, beyond.
More than the sum of my parts.
Kind of. I mean, I like that. Yeah, like that little tidbit there.
Okay.
I found a
because
website.
sein can be to be. Mehr is more. So to be more, and then if you go scheinen auf Deutsch, has different meanings.
Did you see the SS Dagger website that I put in there?
No, I didn't have a chance. Is it like a historical?
Thing.
'Cause the one I sent wasn't historical. That wasn't like someone what we call repo.
Here,
Reproduction.
Please tell me what you think of this. I'm gonna send it to you right now. Or I'm gonna put it in the Skype chat.
Okay.
I guess this is about dagger collecting.
Let me check it. Let me see what's going on here.
Are you looking to maybe find out more about this, or either to see, what?
I was hoping Doug like knew something about it as far as like the history of it, but it's yeah, okay, so the Google Translate of course is wonky, but it says more being than appearing. So it's a very esoteric kind of like philosophical quote, you know. And Scheinen has many like there's a lot of German words that they're spelled the same, look the same, but they have literally 7 meanings or interpretations, depending on context, depending on other words. So Scheinen also what? Okay, yeah.
Kind of like English, yeah.
Kind of like English, but we don't have like Sein in German is like it can be like 7 different things. Like and there are many examples of one like a single word that is spelled the same, like Z in German, SIE. It literally can mean 10 different things. So depending on who you're talking to, it can mean you, it could mean they, it could mean somewhat like multiple plurals, and would be the word like formalities. It could be different formal, like formal they, meaning multiple people formal, or it could be formal singular if you're just talking to like your professor. So so that's the case with this Scheinen. Like Scheinen means rails if you literally interpret it like rails on like a rail, but it doesn't mean that in the sentence. Like once you put it in the sentence, it becomes something else. So it's tough to interpret without extensive, I don't have enough German language knowledge.
I'm getting be more than you appear, as a non-literal.
Yes. Yeah.
So where does this knife come from again that we're talking about, Brendan?
It's something that I was presented with by my personal blacksmith. Like there's a guy I know, this being that does blacksmithing, and he presents me with certain things he's created, and so that was one of them, and it had the motto emblazoned upon it. So I looked it up, and it happens to be related to National Socialistisch, but I don't know why or how this came about, So I was hoping the son of Adolf Hitler would know something, but apparently it's a bit more niche than I was, expecting.
Okay. So your guy made this, or this is represented as a historical piece, or like
it's basically a copy of something.
Okay.
So I don't know where he got the original. Wait, are you guys able to see it in there?
The one that you posted originally, I'm looking at it.
Okay, you see it. Okay. On the other chat. Right?
Yeah, the one that we had to quit.
Yeah. So he
in the chat for this one. Please.
Oh yeah, you can't see it, huh? Okay. Yeah, I can try to send it again here.
So it looks like there's all like a business out there, like a scene for replica like swords, daggers, and things like that.
Oh yeah, the SS daggers have been very famous as of late. Yeah, I mean for years now, especially in like the 70s and 80s. The replica daggers were everyone had one. Like in person, I've seen like SS Zippos, like Zippo lighters that were like they had like symbols put on, and this is American stuff that was like just they want to feel edgy or cool, so they got that stuff put on there or made to appear like that.
Right.
I'm trying to find. Okay, here it is. Copy this and check this here.
Okay, I just got back. What is going on?
We're talking about
I'm looking for this thing, the dagger.
Oh, okay. Yes. Very well. I mean, you understand, of course, while Brendan is tending to that Aristides and Sid are welcome to speak their minds about something else to keep the
I was
bandwidth
curious about it, so I was asking him about it.
Good.
Yeah, I find this. I'm just looking up some different stuff like about this. Oh God, the collection of dagger replicas and stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's
Doug, you might be familiar with the original.
Yeah,
the
that's
original motto.
Right. I believe that's actually the Hitler Youth saying was "My heart is true." I tend to remember that as being affiliated with the Hitler Youth, but then this says SS dagger. So this is.
Meine Ehre heißt treu.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, my heart is true. And so I watched both to know Nemo and George will be on in a matter of minutes each from England and Australia to join us. And wonderful that we're all multilingual here.
So it's the NPEA Student Leaders Dagger. That's the actual historical
excellent
meaning behind it.
Excellent.
So the NPEA.
That would be some national youth movement. It's not NSDAP or the party. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So we found out a bit behind that mystery, and I'm going to finish.
Getting it's a Hitler Youth thing.
Yeah. And I'm going to just finish this last remnant of my sandwich. I'm near the crust now.
The National Political Institution of Education.
Excellent. There we are.
And it says it reflected the percentage of young Mannen who entered the SS was about 13%, which was much higher than the general population. So it was basically they were grooming them
well, it was like ROTC.
What's the way to put it?
It was like an ROTC. Yeah, they were. Yeah.
It's an elite school.
Yeah,
it's an elite school. There we go.
Yeah, here we are. Our man Aristides found it. Do you see that, Brendan? Read that out loud, Brendan. It's Aristides. He put it in the text box. It's underneath what you just entered, or what Sid just entered.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah. Yes.
Hitler Jugend mehr sein ausscheinen. Yeah, that's what I had found earlier today. So that's the case, but it actually comes from this writer here. I'll bring it up now and I'll explain.
Okay. Yeah.
Just give me a second here. He's
going to give us the philosophical context. But it's basically Hitler Youth be more than you appear. He had to say it in German. So, with our dear...
Well, the reason why I brought it up is because that's like the book definition. That's like if you Google translate it, that's what it means. But it doesn't mean that. Like from what I see it as, it's like, it's a very like philosophical kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a potent statement, as I said.
So it's from this book by Schlieffen.
Yeah.
It's from this book titled Schleifen, weil Lichten weinisch herworten mehr sein als scheinen, by Friedrich von Bottlischer. And when you try and look up this book, it's all in German, all the descriptions and everything. So I don't know what it's about, why it's totally suppressed.
Yes.
You have to be a German speaker to even know about it. So
yes.
Yeah. So that's what I was.
Yeah, and that's the norm. And the majority of German speakers aren't even allowed to access these works. It is a paradox, a contradictory paradox, where what happens is because Germany forbids the study of National Socialism unless you're an academic who says, I'm an academic historian, and you have the right code words and the passwords. You basically go past all of the political hurdles to access these documents. You're not going to be given access to them. And for those of you who don't know, in the postmodern Germany, they burn books. They more than the Nazis ever did, and they burn anything to do with Nazism, anything that has those swastikas on it. They treat that as like some kind of dangerous substance in Germany, where they feel that looking at all those terrible swastikas will make your eyes cross or something. So they just take anything with swastikas on it and they literally incinerate it. So it's...
Wow, so this guy has a crazy history, Douglas.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
Lieutenant General Friedrich Bottlischer.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds colorful.
He was a Nazi Germany's military attaché.
Yeah.
Attaché to the
yes.
United States.
Yeah. Okay.
He was successful in establishing good relations with America, to the point where they actually encouraged America to remain. Let me see what this says here. He was, of course, it got scrubbed real quick.
Immediately, yes, they took it from him immediately, so he couldn't reference it.
Yeah, he provided many intelligence reports. Documenting the isolationist movement in the United States and the state of military preparedness before Pearl Harbor. But basically what they were saying is he encouraged America to remain isolationist.
Yeah, neutral.
So he was, and he survived. He was born in 1881, survived till 1967.
Wow. Yeah.
So this guy was, so he wrote that book where they got that whatever, motto.
Okay.
They got this motto.
How do you spell his last name?
Bottlischer. Boetticher. Bottlischer. So I was like totally butchering his name, but yeah, Bottlischer. Hitler's ambivalent attaché. This is a book written by Halford H. Beck. It's got 5 stars on Amazon. Who knows?
Well, there you
and
go.
He was another guy that it seems that he lived in California, because this is from the Online Archive of California. So,
wow, and that's incredible. Thank you for that.
Because the last guy you guys brought up, he was like my neighbor practically.
Right. You mean the one that
he died in the 80s, but
yeah. That's the one
that could have been my neighbor.
Yeah, that's the one that Peter Moon decided he was going to just, read for 2 hours. So there we go with that. And glad he's getting back to paying attention to the book. So such being said, like I said, I'm basically at the crust of this last part of the sandwich I made to...
and it's super super sketch when he was apparently that important. Wikipedia has 1 paragraph about him.
Yeah.
1 paragraph with barely any references.
Thank you. That's Wikipedia, all right. Just a sewer of shit that everybody had best just simply avoid.
So I wonder why they scrubbed this guy. He must,
Well, obviously he was important.
He must have done something interesting. Yeah.
Well, it basically probably because of his philosophy. They feel his philosophy is seductive. So they wanted to make certain that nobody gets a chance to access it. And so such being said, let me check to see if anyone is contributing on the basis of what we were trying to encourage earlier.
Okay, here's an interesting one. It says, he arrived in New York Harbor on 14th April 1933 to assume his office as the German military attaché. He was greeted not only by the local press, but by some members of the New York branch of the Stahlhelm at the pier, and representatives of the German Veterans Organization. They displayed 2 banners. One of them bore the American flag alongside with the swastika.
Yes.
And it says, this episode is telling of von Bottischer's time in the U.S. insofar as the quote-unquote presence of the swastika itself. As Alfred M. Beck writes in his book, which is thoroughly researched and well-written, quote-unquote, opened the question of how German representation in America was to proceed under the new political auspices of the Home Office, meaning Germany. He had spent 33 years in the army before he came to the New World. Born in 1881 near Dresden, he was the son of a physician, amateur historian, and an American-born mother who was raised in Berlin. So basically, he was going to be the main, what would be like the main political force to unite Germany and America.
That's right, the
Of course, they can't have
liaison.
that.
Yeah, well, this is the
liaison.
individual that they were trying to portray in The Man in the High Castle, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
So, and so they, no wonder they would scrub him. So, by all means, continue.
He was successful in establishing good relations with the members of the American military establishment. He was so close to some of the U.S. generals that he even turned over secret operation materials to them. Convinced of an identity between the United States and Germany, he saw himself as a missionary, as a bridge between the twain.
Yes. Excellent.
Contrast to his predecessors, von Bottischer refrained from promoting his cause by converting means. He chose methods of influencing what opinion he could, which was entirely inconsistent with the risks of clandestine intelligence and espionage. So he was just out in the open, and he was very, I guess, what would be like, very friendly. You know, he was open about his intentions.
Yes. Yes.
He wrote reports on everything from aerial signal flares to cavalry horses being readied for the 1936 Olympic Games, and he was totally open. And I like how they put this in. The reports were full of anti-Semitic reports. I mean, come on.
They always have to shove that in there, and that's just
like it's obligatory. It doesn't even follow like the paragraph.
Yeah. Thank you.
It just says the reports were often full of anti-Semitic reports and allusions. Yeah. There's like it just like the publisher was like, oh, just add this here real quick.
Yeah. Of course.
While von Bottischer recognized the vast military potential of the U.S., he frequently reported to Berlin that American aid to the Allies would not and could not be a decisive factor in the European theater before mid-1941. So he actually gave a timetable to the high command.
Yes.
Which makes sense. Which makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
With this constant reminder as to the probable limits of the U.S. intervention, he might have even influenced the timetables in Berlin, quote unquote. In summary, Beck's book can be not only thought of as a political biography of the Nazi Germany's military attaché in the U.S., but it also skillfully illuminates the major issues of military history in this interwar period. It's titled Hitler's Ambivalent Attaché.
Okay, and they use the term ambivalent for whatever stupid reason that the politics of the author had. Yeah, obviously he's was it published in Germany first and translated into English, the book by this author? I presume it was. Yeah. So he's going to be influenced by having to, if he's presenting a biography of this person, he's probably presenting him in a positive light as a human being. So in order to do that, he has to say he was ambivalent about the Reich in order to get it published in his own country. So
most likely,
that's what's going on. I'm familiar enough with the politics to understand that. And
no, I think this guy's American, the writer of this book, right?
Okay. Yeah. So
seems
either way, either way.
So here's where it gets interesting. So it appears, of course you can't trust everything the internet says. So it appears that the first person I brought up, Friedrich von Bottischer, is actually not the person that came up with the quote. The quote, the original quote we were speaking of, the Hitlerjugend quote, "Mehr sein als scheinen," is actually from Friedrich Heinrich von Bottischer, who was an older author from 1826 to 1902. He was a German publisher and bookseller, a scholar, and also an art historian. So he studied philology, and he was basically he was some sort of what's the word in English? The Kunstgeschichte. He's like a historical philosopher. Basically.
Okay, cool.
So he's like so he's the one who came up with that.
So he's like
concept.
Yeah, he's like myself. Taking history, contextualizing it. He and I have the same job to a degree.
Right. So this is the guy that maybe that's why they were referencing him in that elite school, maybe.
Yes.
He was some kind of publisher, which of course this guy scrubbed too. Classic. Everything about him is in German. And then it gets conflated with the other guy, which they definitely want to scrub.
Yeah.
So
Was that the guy who was essentially your neighbor up in California?
No.
Okay.
No, these are different people. I'm saying. So let's
No. I mean, I know this guy is different from the guy we're talking about right now. Is different from the guy who was in California. But I'm thinking that there might have been another third part.
The other guy was the one that Peter brought up was actually he was the biggest quote unquote Nazi war criminal to ever have been tried. Yeah. And like
Released.
quote unquote he was hiding. No, he I think he died. Like he was so old that they like same thing they did to that Ukrainian guy in Canada. Like he's like on his deathbed and they're trying to like put him in shackles and shit. Yeah. Basically they did that to this guy. He was in a nursing home and they were like, "Oh, he's the biggest war criminal in all of history." So that was the guy that was living over here near Sacramento, and he lived his whole life here after the war. So, good for him.
Yeah, of course. He has my sympathies. So such being.
I thought that was funny. It's like I always had a joke like if you ever want to hide, you come to freaking where I'm at, the armpit of California. Right. It's like no one will ever find you here.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yo, no, I like it.
It's near a main city, but like no one would ever find you.
Right.
Like
so
if you go to like Russia or China, and they're like trying to find you, they'll never even know Sacramento exists.
It's pretty funny. No. So by the way, George Knight joined us, and again, George Knight, please vocally express yourself. Interject as soon as I'm here, as soon as you're here, so that we know you're here. It just helps. And
maybe he's still getting his coffee.
That could be it.
Absorb it.
That could be it. And maybe that's what's going on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, but you're on mute.
Can you hear me? I just dropped out.
Really?
I connected and then I tried interacting and then it just dropped me out of Skype. So I do apologize.
Oh, okay. So they're fucking with the Skype because you're on mute. I hear you, but you're on fucking mute. That's what it says. Do you guys see that as well? Don't you guys see him on mute? Okay, so he just went off mute.
I can hear you though.
That was.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Brett?
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
Thank you for having me on. I do apologize about that. It just dropped out for some unknown reason.
It's a fucking with Skype. They're fucking with everything. We had a hell of a time starting tonight. When I tried to start the show tonight, I found out that the live stream was on and I did not turn it on. So, and then I had to turn it off, of course. And then that forced, it showed me a display that it was remuxing, which means that it's getting ready to upload the few seconds of live stream that were streamed before the present live stream. And I had to ask Brendan and Aristides if they saw whether or not that actually published onto my channel. Apparently it did not, thank God. But we'll find out more later about that. But that was just one of the weird things that happened tonight. Just had me, shall we say, just irate, agitated and irate as soon as we started the program. And the last 2 days were pretty, just aggravating anyway. So I can go into that later as to what exactly happened that threw me off. But how long are we blessed with your presence tonight, George?
Bless you. Thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah, about a good hour.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Good. And so, and Brendan, so obviously,
yes. So I'll have to continue on into my night.
Okay, well, we love you dearly.
Good to hear from you, George. And
Yeah.
Yes, Brendan.
We'll get into cool stuff later.
Yes.
Yeah. Please, it's very important, and I want you to know, Brendan, how valuable you are, and how he helped me the other day after I came under attack again with the internet. And so, Brendan, have a blessed night. Sweet dreams, and awake and refreshed. All right.
Okay, gratitude. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for joining us while you could.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that's so important. Okay, then. All right. So, George. Yeah.
Mehr sein als scheinen.
Okay. Yeah, the knife. What it said on the knife. Yes, I believe. And either that or, he does his best to give us all a bit of an education in the German language. He's actually better at it than I am, certainly in speaking it. Because all the while that I saw documents at the Presidio, I never heard anyone actually pronounce the German words. So when it comes to our dear friend Nemo, he's also joined us from Australia. Welcome aboard, Nemo. Let's test your audio technology. Let's see.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
How do I sound?
You sound good. Yeah.
Hope you're all doing good.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And while George Knight is here, I'll start the conversation by sharing the information with, of course, Sid's already seen this. Aristides is painfully aware of the situation now. And help to bring a resolution to it. I'll show Nemo and George again aspects that they perhaps did not see before. And let's take a look. I think I'm ready to press the screen share. So let's do a share. Okay, so George, Nemo, both of you can see the cursor moving. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And let's take a look. First thing we might do is just open up the file that it's in, and this is something that I do want to share. Basically what happened for George has already seen this, Nemo has not, but George has maybe not seen certain particulars of it. And obviously I do a lot of research on timelines, and what happened was that this individual named McFate, he was someone that our friend Aristides looked up and could put, again, the man's microbio or his microbiography into our text box later. But he produced a timeline as a Mormon, of course. He was very influenced by the Bible and the Mormon theology. So he starts with a very biblical reference, and he starts with Adam as essentially point one. And this is something I was pointing out to Brooke Gibson, was that obviously I have a different cosmology based on my own knowledge of theology and the way that I express it, which most theologians, even Mormons, would have no argument with, is that there was pre-Adamite man, and essentially Adam's difference was that he basically became cognizant of time and began the revolution of agriculture. Now, of course, this individual was scientific enough where he included geological ages and development of life. It's an important point to be made because many creationists do not accept these concepts, for those of you who don't know. So then he moves on from the descendants of Noah, who is here. And, of course, at this point would be maybe around, Noah's still alive, but it'd be around this point would be the flood. Now, just as a little point here to be made biblically, because I acknowledge those same geological ages, rather than having Jesus Christ, which you can see the cross here vaguely, that is the plumb line or the anchor line, since this is based on the face of a clock. That is more like 6 o'clock. So he's using that as the tether for his timeline. Mine, of course, would be the Noachic flood, which would give us enough time to put in the other geological ages, even though they'd still be compressed by orders of 10. That would still be more accurate. And then everything would be after that, would be pushing this up all the way to the midnight hour. So he ends with World War II and a few, basically in the immediate aftermath of World War II, that would be pressed up to about midnight, because World War II was only years ago, 80 years ago. It was only 80 years ago. It's not even 80 yet, really, in some cases, when depending on how we consider the war to end. So that being said, when this was reproduced later, they basically bleached a bunch of shit out. They still retained the geological ages, but they got rid of a lot of references. You can see that there's empty space here, and they replaced the central quotation with just a funky globe, which is aesthetic and serves no purpose, whereas before it had a historical qualification. And one of the things he was mentioning was Native Americans, because they're very important to the Mormons. Native Americans, the Mormons understood to be one of the lost tribes of Israel, just as my biological sire Adolf Hitler thought of the Mormons as Aryan. Both of those concepts hold the Native Americans as something pivotal. And because the average American is very biased against Native Americans and has a completely different perspective of them, essentially being ahistorical, by the time they did a re-release of his timeline, the Native American aspects were completely blotted out, which is why they blotted out all the explanations concerning Native Americans that were in the upper left-hand corner. Later on, of course, they did further reiterations of this timeline that became basically offensive. The first re-release, among many, you can see that they literally whitewashed it. They literally whitewashed it and turned it into something fairly different, and had a little bit of a difference along the categorizations down here. I'll get into that later. And by the time that they're selling commercially available timelines today, which I have a copy of one of these, they are completely bleached out. All of the original facts that were in the original chart are gone. You talk about critical omissions. This was why it was so important to find the original. And what our man Aristides ordered for me, got delivered within hours, is one of the originals. The only other copies are like on display in Mormon museums. So here are some of the aspects that I will point out about it. One, of course, this is what he was bringing up about the Native Americans. That comes from a Mormon perspective. That is what got bleached out with the immediate re-release thereafter. Then you have, of course, he's talking about Japan and China. And this is part of the problem of when you're producing a timeline that's in a clock face format. When you're producing a timeline in a clock face format like this, whoever's got the inside track, which is an advantage in a foot race or a car race or a horse race, it becomes a disadvantage on a historical timeline because there's less and less room in which to put any history about the inside track. So the Asians are in the inside track. Blacks are more different, and then the whites, of course, get a higher degree of exposure here. Now, some more details on that in a moment. But nevertheless, when he got to World War II, this is something that's very important. When he got to World War II, he's very Asia-centric. So this is something that's profound and important. There's several aspects about this that are important. One of the more, shall we say, casual aspects that I'll bring up is he points out Japs starve and kill many American prisoners. Now, this, of course, our man was talking about just in our latest episode, George Knight. And, of course, the Japanese were not intentionally starving and killing many American prisoners just because they're assholes. They were following the Geneva Convention requirements and feeding them half of what their own troops got in the field. But, of course, your average Japanese person at that time was a vegetarian and 4 feet tall, or 5 feet tall at the most. And your average American was effectively the largest person on Earth in terms of proportion, because Americans ate a lot of beef, far more than any other culture, and grew to outlandish proportions compared to other cultures because they were well fed. By the time that they got into Japanese prisoner of war camps, the point that George Knight was trying to make was that Allied prisoners of war died at 7 times the rate in Japanese prisoner of war camps than they did in German prisoner of war camps, because, of course, Germans ate a more Western diet, whereas what the Japanese gave to their Allied prisoners of war would count as leavings or bait as far as the Westerners were concerned. They found it inedible, and they really did not derive much nourishment therefrom. Now, the point about this, however, that makes it stand out is it's mentioned at all, and the way it's mentioned, of course, an American produced this, Japs starve and kill many American prisoners. Yeah. It's as if, you notice none of the Allied, English-speaking Commonwealth prisoners like the Brits or the Aussies. I mean, I guess those guys don't count. I mean, he doesn't even mention them. That's, it's unintentionally hideously funny. But beyond that, however, very important points are made, albeit with an American bias, but they're still made. Now, one of the more important things was something that, again, I don't know if Peter Moon understood the importance of what I was saying. This is something that I pointed out that makes this so important. My father told me while I was growing up, now basically my legal father, George Dietrich, the sailor, who, of course, was a Roman Catholic, as I brought up before, being German-Irish. He was more acculturated in the Irish sense as being Catholic. The majority of Germany is Protestant, for those who don't know, outside of Bavaria, some southern areas of Germany, and certainly Austria is Catholic. But these were divided by the Limes Wall of Europe, and this divided Catholic Germany from Protestant Germany. It was set up by the Romans, but it resulted in this cultural orientation that was quite different, just like the differences between the ancient Picts, who became the Scots, and the English because of Hadrian's Wall, established by the Romans. So when it came to the Catholicism of my father, my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was also a Roman Catholic. And one of the things my father told me about has never been printed in history books. I have never been able to find reference to it in a history book. But Cardinal Pacelli, the secretary to Pope Pius himself, at a meeting in Rochester, New York, where my father was born, in September 16th of 1936, when my father was very young, and of course, he had either already run away to join the Navy or was on leave, or this was just before he ran away to join the Navy, was there when this man said, "We are starting a crusade against communism that will be a war." And that's when, on behalf of the Pope, the Cardinal Pacelli said the time has come to fight communism by force of arms if necessary. Now, this was a call that Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini, both Roman Catholics, responded to. That's why Germany and Italy mobilized to fight the Soviet Union. This means that the Pope consecrated their armies in a holy crusade. This is something that my father told me, my legal father told me, made the Allies on the side of Satan as far as the Catholics were concerned, because the Allies were on the side of communism. And whereas the fascists were answering the Pope's call, and therefore their armies were consecrated. They were what would be considered crusaders in the medieval sense. So none of this I've ever seen printed anywhere. This finally is printed here. And this is why it was erased from all of the copies of this chart thereafter. It was one of the critical omissions. So this was something that makes this chart so valuable. The other aspect of it is, of course, let's see now, the flood. Here we are, the flood, very early. Noah's still alive. Like I said, that should be actually the plumb line at 6 o'clock, which would give us room for everything else that is simply not counted in this chart. But in a sense, you'll notice the accuracy. He's bringing up the Bronze Age, early use of iron. This is all within the Adamic revolution of developing agriculture, because they needed tools to plow and harness their animals. So geological ages, etc. This is where he brought up the American Indian. This is notably erased in the next iteration of this chart that was to come out after McFate's death, where they erase all the Native American Indian parts and various parts in, and just put this world history timeline in. The rest of it is blank. It looks so painfully blank. You feel pain, like an organ has been taken out of a body. To see all of this gone, all of this excised with its immediate reprint. So then, aside from that, of course, there was explanatory stuff here. But you'll notice Semitic, Hamitic, Japhetic. This is supposed to be the descendants of Noah. Caucasoid, Negroid, Mongoloid, whites, blacks, and yellows. But the Catholic Church is counted almost as if it's a separate race all its own. But he's making points of historic Catholicism that are otherwise never acknowledged historically. This was, of course, the plumb line where he had Christ, etc. So all of this is very important, and there is actually, as our man Aristides can provide the link again, because I had to stop the last call and reset it. But Aristides can provide the same links again about McFate and about the document. I was sent the document with a document of authenticity that this is one of the few extant documents And so I have one of the originals, thanks to Aristides jumping on this and getting this to me in a matter of hours. So I do want everyone to appreciate, by the way, Herod the Great, an Edomite, becomes king of Palestine. You notice he's referenced as an Edomite here. The origins of the Herodian insurgency come even before him, but it's something that, of course, again, things are acknowledged here you don't find on a conventional timeline. I'm hoping to someday integrate elements of this with the other timelines that I have been researching in the past, and that way we'll have something that approaches an even more coherent picture concerning the world that we live in. So all of that being said, Aristides has accomplished something profound, and we all owe him for that. And that being said, so wanted to make sure you saw that, George. And Aristides, tell us a bit about the story of
it. Wasn't quite the clandestine mission that maybe you're making out. Like I was able to just make the account. They didn't ask for proof of like Mormonness.
Right.
You know.
Right.
But
you had to open an account in the Mormon classifieds.
Yeah, it's just it's basically a large classifieds for that whole that greater area where they reside.
Yeah, Utah. It's called Utah.
But I think it kind of extends a little bit out.
True. Beyond that, true.
Yeah.
Yes.
And really no questions. I made it, and I contacted the person. They got right back to me, and I was like, "Hey, I definitely want this," and they just handled it really quick. Not a lot of questions.
Well, first off, it was in a frame that would have cost hundreds of dollars to ship, and they gave you an option to take it out of the frame. Thank God.
Yeah.
Can you Gmail me the image of the chart?
Yeah, I'll be happy to upload it here, and you can just download it, and I can email it to you as well. Probably a better definition through the email. So let me do me a favor. Send me your email in the private slot again, the private Skype text, and I'll email it to you right now.
Yeah.
And, how did you take a picture of it?
I didn't. It's from their ad.
Oh, the one from the ad. Okay. Yeah. All right. I think because it's so big and the text is so fine, I think if you try to actually zoom in on the full image, you're not going to be able to read it.
Yeah, you're just going to be fucked. It's an image you can't. All you're going to get out of the image is the information I just gave you, in the sense that you'll see, what I'll happily do is, what we'll do is we'll upload those images right here in the text box so you can download them, because
Sid put the link to the actual ad. It's still
the ad's still there. The ad's still there, so you can, if you click on that ad, then you can download all those images, and they'll be probably in the highest definition you're going to get them by direct linking to that ad. And that's the best way to do it.
I posted the Gmail in this chat because I remember before you didn't want to be direct message in case you'd close the call access.
Oh, thank you. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that profoundly. Thank you. It's one of those things that I'm glad you remember. And so let me see if I can shut this down. Go there, take your ad, and I'll email email to you what I have. Let me see if I included you in some of these emails in the past. Let me check that, and if not, I'll mail to you what I've mailed on to others.
Are the Hamites black Israelites?
The Hamitic people are traditionally interpreted as the Negroid ethnos, or the black race. And as for the black Israelites, that would be kind of a combination of them and the Semitic people who are supposed to be the descendants of Shem, I believe, or Japhet. Honestly, I think Japhet is the Orientals, right? The way they perceive them. But it's by the time you get into these kind of like baseline Noachic interpretations, they can be almost like primary color basic. It's like I'll show you. Here's the issue that we're dealing with. Let me do a screen share again. So if we do a screen share again, and then we go back to, say, for instance, my the file that I was looking at, then we go to here. Here's some of the differences that we're dealing with. First off, No one produces maps like this anymore. I want you all to see this. George Knight, can you see this? And basically, this is what it says. This is exhibiting the isothermal zodiac, or belt of equal temperature around the northern hemisphere of the Earth. Within this are included all the civilized nations of Asia, Europe, and America, about 850 million of white people in the aggregate of 9/10 of the human race. So this was produced at a time before no map like this would ever be allowed today. You could never publish anything like this. And what they're pointing out is this zodiacal belt of the isothermal zodiac, this thermal incline, is where all civilization developed, and basically the overwhelming majority of the white race lived only in this isothermal zodiac. And basically colonized some other areas, obviously outside of it. But until then, these were Aboriginal peoples. And with it's so important, something like this. But it's, again, once you consider that, then we get to, say, for instance, another map here. This is, of course, map of the distribution of marine life, what they call Homeozoic belts. Homeozoic belts. And this is, of course, something where ancient sailors were claiming they spotted different types of sea life, including different types of mermaids. That actually, this is what they call the Celtic Seas, Mediterranean, Indo-Pacific, South Australian. The North Sea is actually listed as the German Sea. Okay, you can't find maps like this anymore. Then they speak of the climatic chart of the world, showing the distribution of the human race and the animal and vegetable kingdoms. And you notice what they call the torrid belt, or the equator. That, of course, is more matched with the Negro, the American Indians. South American is a deeper shade of red than the North American. Then the Mongolians, of course, and, of course, Malayan races. Malayan races would be including the Australian Aboriginals and the peoples of Southeast Asia to a degree. I mean, off of the mainland of Asia. Caucasians, of course, listed up above, where it's much more cooler temperatures. You begin to see climate as being directly proportionate to ethnicity. So all of that, this is, of course, the racial chart for today, which is this is the first racial map produced in 100 years. No one has produced a racial map for almost 100 years. So this one is Australoid, Capoid, Negroid. So Khoisannoid, for those who don't know, South Africa into Angola. There's a whole race of people that are not white, but they're not black. Those are Bantus. The blacks inhabit this part of Africa. These are more Bant or Bantu, the Negroid, true Negroids. You see them, of course, in the Black Belt of the United States, where they were brought as slaves. And then you have, and this is current. This is not like something from the pre-war. This is not historic. This is as it stands today, the races today. For the Japanese, of course, they would say something like the distribution of the Ainoid, meaning the white population, the Caucasoids of the north in Japan, is not as clear-cut as the picture suggests, as most Japanese are a mix of Sundanoid and Ainoid. So they would be counted as almost like a mixed by they're going by a genetic kind of coding, and but with that they come to epicanthus. This means eye folds, whether or not you've got almond eyes or white eyes, so to speak, round eyes. Hair curl patterns, straight, wavy, curly, kinky, possible hair colors, the possible eye colors that come out with actual color codes, possible skin colors. So it serves its purpose. Back to the currents of air, the trade winds, variable winds, and hurricanes, all very important towards the climate. Again, you notice all of the collection around the torrid belt zone, where it gets mostly active, much more stable up north, where the whites developed, as well as the northern Asians. This, of course, would be environmental risks with climate change in America, total economic effects. Back to distribution of mankind. Here, really interesting. Again, this is so important. This map was produced in 1866, 1890, between that period of time. Table of countries arranged according to comparative density of population. And of course, you have critical densities that they predicted would lead to war. And when you take a look at the critical densities, here you might notice that semi-critical, just approaching critical, are Germany, Japan, and Italy. That's on this map. This is done before World War II, but the Axis powers are outlined as being a near critical mass. Critical mass was China, England, Java, Holland, Belgium, and let me see what else it says here. Basically, so that you people see, this was like a prediction of World War II, because you had the Anglo-Dutch Confederation was the cause of World War I, because the British claimed that they were defending Belgian neutrality, and so when the Germans crossed into France, the British were obligated to declare war because they declared that they were responsible for Belgian neutrality, and Belgian neutrality had been violated. So this was like an outline of the war that would happen, but even before World War I, it's outlining the Axis powers, Japan, Germany, and Italy, as being proto-critical, or just before critical, whereas China and England were at the critical point, meaning that they were going to be involved in war very soon. I mean, this is like a predictor before there was computers, that through their sheer calculations based on population density, they realized where the war was going to start. So this is how important these things are. By the way, this, for just if you're interested, this is when the ice caps all melt, this is what our new coastlines are all going to look like. Japan, of course, is nothing but mountains, so it's almost no change. There's almost nothing really noticeable there. Denmark is fucked. England, of course, takes a big hit right above London, but America loses fucking Florida and all the East Coast and shit. But there you go with that. Interesting stuff with the maps. Of course, I could go on about this for hours, but again, it gives people just an idea of all the importance of this. And so what I'll do is later on I'll send to Nemo.
Send me as many of the important ones as you want.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. And I don't know, Nemo, did you get a collection of these maps of the mind, so to speak, or I'll send those? No. Oh, I sent those to generally everyone, so I'll send those to you as well. That's one thing that these blacks.
I can send it to them. Though,
oh, good. Thank you.
Those are the individual images, but I have it as just the one PDF.
Excellent. Thank you. Do that for me if you would be so kind. I want to show you something that's connected with that. That's something that here we have the black supremacist timeline. Let me scroll down to that. And the one they provide here is completely revamped. It's not the copy that I have, which they're probably ashamed to display. But see if I can find it here when it comes to that. What they were trying to show was the mitochondrial mother, and of course this is a much more, of course, flattering image of the woman we're theoretically all descended from. All peoples are related to mitochondrial Eve, regardless of perceived race. Lived in East Africa over 180,000 years ago, belonged to the macro haplogroup L, which you can't even fucking read because of her ethnic garb, her ethnic scarf. Asians, Europeans, and Africans are all descended from this root haplogroup. This is actually the modern scientific theory, believe it or not. It's honestly, that takes as much of a leap of faith as believing in Adam and Eve in the most fundamentalist creationist interpretation.
Why they say hell bent on making everybody believe that all races are descended from Africans?
It's part of their concept of collective guilt. The concept that all white men are guilty, and therefore one way they can make up for it is to just say, well, we're all descended from blacks.
And it seems like laziness just to say, oh yeah, you're from fucking Africa. Don't need to look into more anymore. background research.
Yes. It's not that the Chinese don't believe it at all. The Chinese won't even say that. They'll say something completely different. Of course, they claim everyone's descended from China. And when it comes to the Russians, their new concept is that Denisovan man, which you can look up, Denis, Denisovan, that was the origins of humanity, and that therefore we all come from Siberia, is what the Russians are claiming. We're going to get back to that point. So this is the black supremacist timeline, which is which I have to like enlarge radically in order for anyone to see anything. After a while, it just becomes illegible. And of course, what they would. By the way, first thing you'll notice is just how you can't even make any of this out. It is just so crowded, and it's just like a collection of images. It is like you cannot even read this conveniently.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's illegible. It is literally illegible. And of course there's claims that 3 African popes is what they're claiming. It is what it is, and they end it with Barack Obama. It's like I guess he was still president when they produced it, or they simply don't want to see it after that point. They simply don't want to see the timeline after that point because it's too painful. Because I think this thing was produced recently. But like I said, the original one that I have, this is totally different. The original one I have physically, my physical copy of their original production, had a portrayal of the mitochondrial Eve, and it was just hideous. She just, it was like, looked like a zombie. They had to remove it because it was so grotesque looking. And then they did point out something though that mattered, which was that they had a picture of a brain, left and right hemisphere, and their big trip was that in order to perceive history realistically, you have to understand the human mind, and that it's all filtered through your mindset. And they're absolutely right. This is why the importance of the maps of the mind. The maps of the mind is, unless you understand the mapping of the human mind and the different perceptions we've had of it, you're really not going to be comprehending how to even begin to perceive history. Because it's a filter. It's a culture filter. We're all perceiving it through a culture filter. This particular culture filter is basically Kemet, which they're trying to reflect the hieroglyphics, where hieroglyphics have no vowels. It's just like going to produce the syllable sounds, the monosyllabic sounds. And so they're trying to say Kemet, cultural, political. In other words, what they're doing with this particular version of Afrocentricity is they're Jack in Egypt. And so that way they just stretch all the way back, and it is what it is. And they claim Kemetic origins of civilization, etc. My original copy at least goes back to, with, of course, a compression to the Big Bang. I don't know why they're not producing that anymore. I guess they thought it was just too ambitious, or that it distracted people too much from what else they're trying to indoctrinate them in. But it is what it is. It's an example of a paradigm. And so that being said, okay, our man Aristides will send Nemo the maps of the mind file, and I can send him some other stuff. I'll send the other stuff either, probably after transmission, shortly after transmission.
Yeah. Can you copy me on those two, the maps?
Oh, sure. You mean the maps that I just showed you? You want those copies? Sure.
If you're sending them to him, you can.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, so I'll CC you and George as well, and I think I have Sid's email at this point. So there we are. And
when it comes to all the existence of all the various races on this planet, I've always thought it was the reasons for it was because there were various higher gods that each were responsible for creating all these different races ages ago. So each race has their own different creators and whatnot.
Yes, I think that's not, in a cosmic sense, that resonates. Yeah. I certainly have no argument with it in a cosmic sense. we are reflections of our creators. Yes, that's it's I for one am very much a person who has the concept, holds to the concept that we all began to evolve pretty much at the same time. That in other words, that the ethnicities evolved from different source points. And to me, I don't find that somehow unbelievable. Science is political, and the politics of allied science are such that the Anglo-American consensus at this point in their history is to convince everyone that we all source from Africa. And so they will basically select all the evidence that they can to try and quote unquote prove that. But certainly, say for instance, if one claimed we all sourced from Siberia and then looked in the caves where one found the remains of Denisovan man, one could do what the Russians do and argue we originated in Siberia. Certainly, the Chinese say we originated from Dragon Man, which is an actual fossil of a human being called Dragon Man. You can look that up. And Peking Man, etc. There's these different fossils that they find in China, which they quite compellingly make an argument that man's origins are in China. All of this is actually correct. None of it is wrong. But what everyone seems to be locked onto is this single source point of origin, as opposed to the various ethnicities evolving pretty much spontaneously and separately in these various regions, which I don't understand why nobody can grasp a hold of that concept. What is so difficult about that fucking concept that they find it so repellent, that they find it so abhorrent that they cannot even acknowledge it as a quote unquote, even an alternative theory. It's always just, no, it was here. And
it's where all the blacks are. They're closer to the sun of the high altitude of the lands, and they evolved to have darker skin to withstand more exposure to the sun rays and radiation. And the whites were in the colder regions with less exposure to the sun.
Yes.
And they adapted that way to be more adapted to the cold climate.
Yes. And what happened to George? Did he oh fuck, what happened to him? He said, so he just does keep dropping from the call. I cannot establish a connection. Holy shit. That's so sorry to hear that. Brendan though seems to be back with us. You're welcome to say something, Brendan. If something comes to your mind about any of this, feel free, by all means. And let's see if Brendan's willing to do that. He's on mute right now, but in the meantime, let's see if we can try and call George again. That is so upsetting. But I'm not surprised. Not surprised. I've been fucking with Skype and everything else all night. Okay, so he says he's having bugs and issues as well. So there we are. That goes a long way to explaining a lot. He says with the call. Yeah, they've been just well, maybe that's what the new power pole is all about, just so they can fuck with our calls. It says now George is unavailable. So he says Gute Nacht. He says good night, says our man Brendan Zoget. And yes, such being said, our man Aristides has put the maps in the mind of the mind PDF. He's put that inside of our text box right here in Skype. Are you able to download that? You know, good. That will take care of that. And let's take a look at what else is here that our man Sid has found. So, of course, what the Sid has found is certainly useful, but it's always highly politicized. They're filtering it through a here we are, multi-regional hypothesis. Thank you, Sid. Excellent.
If they're going to say, like, all the other races stem from African source, and they got to prove that blacks can evolve to be whites over thousands of years. And I haven't seen any evidence of blacks turning into whites.
Yeah, it's your point's well taken. Basically, when this is just so people understand, white skin, obviously, if we go with that thesis that Africans migrated into Europe and then basically lost their melanin because they weren't getting enough vitamin D or from the sun. They weren't getting it from the sun, and therefore their skin became more and more increasingly white in order to absorb the sun better, more efficiently in the northern climes where there's less sun, less exposure to the sun because of more inclement weather and the angle of the earth. Then yes, why aren't black people losing their color just by moving and living in large population bases like the Deep South? So it's
the only way you see it where they get lighter skin is when they breed with white
people. There you go. That's how it happens. That's how it happens. Yes. So these are obviously climate and geography play a part in evolution. But this whole thing about, of course, the scientists would argue, well, this happens over millions of years. Yeah, but that's not efficient. That's not efficient. They'll say thousands at least. They'll say, well, hundreds of thousands of years. No, that's still not efficient. That's your race is going to die off of rickets at that point if they're not absorbing enough sun. They're all going to get rickets and die. It's it's just bullshit. So so all of that being said, so the multi-regional hypothesis, I love it. Thank you so much for that, Sid. And so that being said, poor Brendan can't talk, George can't establish a connection. We are at this point in the episode tonight roundtabling with Nemo, Sid, and Aristides. Now, like I said, I have this remnants of a sandwich. I want to finish it now. I'm at the crust. I'm going to go mute so people can't hear me chewing.
I haven't eaten it
yet. I'm sorry, what? No, I still haven't eaten that crust on the sandwich yet. No, I want to finish this up. Should only take a few minutes. But, Brendan gives us a wonderful swastika to download here. So, Sid, what were you going to say? Before I start gnawing at the sandwich, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just thanking Brendan for the picture.
Okay, great.
Yeah, very cool.
Thank you.
Swastika with Om symbols.
Yes.
And the elephant deity.
Yes, Ganesh.
Ganesh, right.
Yeah. Yes, that's cool. Right. So what I'm going to do is go mute for a few minutes. You gentlemen have got this. I'll be gnawing on this sandwich. I don't want people to hear me chewing. Obviously, I'll interject if I feel I have something constructive to say, but I have every confidence you men won't take this off the rails and start saying anything ridiculous that will get us stricken down or something like that. So,
probably.
Yeah, but maybe not. It all depends, but I hope you. Yeah, I have confidence. So, Aristides. So I wasn't here to hear how you relayed the adventure of, like you said. So you opened up the account in the classifieds, talked to the guys directly, and how did they arrange to get it delivered so fast? I mean, did you have to pay extra for that?
They chose to just bring it to UPS, and I don't know if they got the 2-day. I think it was 2-day, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, it was real quick. They were very, very responsive. Like I sent them, I was like, they had write the person here or they get a phone number. I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to bother them on their phone. So I put in their, in their message box there. I'm like, hey, explain my, I got a guy that's really interested in this, want to get it for him. And I gave my number. They wrote back in 5 minutes.
Excellent. Wow, that's so impressive.
And very nice person there. Mm-hmm. And they, I think the same day they took it down to the UPS. I went back and forth to you saying, do we want to lose this frame here? It's real complicated. And so they took it down, rolled it up, I guess, put it in a tube, and they were the one that moved fast. They did all the work. I just sat here and sent a couple of messages and.
Wow. Well, it was all for the best, and I certainly have what I want, and I'll be able to, after transmission, after I have a correct amount of sleep, then I'm going to be perusing it for hours, and certainly want you all to understand. Again, our work is just beginning with this sort of thing, and so all that being said, let me take a look at it and see if there's any questions in the chat. And let's take a look at this. Okay, Will Sub said, Tad Ricketts sends love and respect. Thank you. Love and respect in return, Tad Ricketts. Will Sub says, about the big pole, energetically, could everything that comes from it be mirrored or reflected back? Essentially, I think what Maria de Andrea was saying was yes. I mean, kind of. I mean, she doesn't think that's the most important aspect of it. She feels that the most important aspect of it is just channeling the energy into the ground. So I'll go with that, and I'll certainly look for such a thing, but it's not necessarily emergent with me, but I'll definitely be keep an eye out and see where I can find something like that. And people are always invited to, of course, send me a holly stick, a stick of Hollywood. I mean, I take personal deliveries these days. I mean, my experience in the past by going through others was so, by that I mean, go on.
Have you ever owned any wands or any magical purposes?
It was so sad. It was so tragic. There was a man in Australia. I wish I remember his name, but he was a fan of mine on Facebook and listened to the shows. And he lived in Tasmania, and he produced a walking stick for me it was a piece of wood that had some mineral content in it. In other words, maybe some minerals that were stuck in the wood. And so he mailed it to Laura Lee Solomon, but she stole it, and she never gave it to me. Yeah, and so it just it's just shit like that. Most people tried to send me like money through Lorian Ann Fenton, and she would just steal it. This was the problem. Was in those days I had no website, no PayPal. I didn't have anything really. I was borderline homeless, and really because of a lot of things going on, I really couldn't necessarily accept deliveries at my home because I might not be there. Theoretically, these people were offering themselves to, but they would just take it all for themselves. Nothing ever reached me. It was just horrible. Like I said, there was that guy named Greg La Liberté who mailed me the Sand Pebbles Collector's Edition on a DVD. Expensive thing to purchase, and he mailed it to Laura Lee Solomon. She kept it. Never delivered it, and so he just mailed another copy to me directly, and yet at the same time he kind of is problematic in his own. He gets glitched on different subjects or obsessions or fixations. I mean, what was your experience with him again? You were like talking to him and he like was not.
Yeah, he was quite defensive of the Jewish topic about the Jews when I. Because Peter was posting stuff about I think it was the tunnels in New York. I think it was and I posted a comment about it, and he responded to it, and he's being defensive about it. What I said regarding the Jews.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. I can't remember off the top of my head. I have to take a look at the comment.
No worries.
But
yeah. It's not that important, but you get my point. He would get fixated on certain things that I just found neurotic. It's like, he would try to argue the point, and it's like, dude, I don't even really care. It's like there's things that it's like if you believe this and I believe something different. There's no point in our trying to convince each other.
Not worth arguing about.
Yeah, it's not worth arguing about, and. But all right, I'm gonna go mute for a few minutes, but I'm here. You guys have got this. Okay, thank you.
No worries.
Yeah.
Have you known any Mormons before Aristide? Have you not personally met any Mormons?
I don't know offhand that I've known any, or if they were, I didn't know it, but
yeah,
this was just online. I wasn't, we were hanging out at their house, doing this transaction. It was just online, you know.
Yeah. They come off as very nice people and such.
Yeah.
They're not as bad as like some of the Christian cults where they just like condemn anybody who doesn't conform to their own doctrines or share their beliefs in the same matter. And they just
I think
say you're going to burn in hell.
Douglas said that he considered converting to Mormonism at one point.
They're allowed to have multiple wives, males, aren't they? Like that.
Oh yeah, the
marry multiple women.
Plural marriage. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Sounds good.
Yeah, they had the whole show about that HBO series, Big Love. Did you ever see that?
No, I haven't.
Oh, that was a while ago. It presented kind of a pretty happy picture of like that way of life, like a happy modern plural marriage type of household and all that.
Husband with multiple wives, that could be like a kid in an ice cream store. You get all those different flavors.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Different pussy. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. The different wives have different tricks and sure. Huh.
Yeah. Fucking the founder of the Mormonism organization of the religious church. He was affiliated with the Freemasons. The Joseph Smith family was a Masonic family which lived by and practiced the like teachings of Freemasonry and whatnot.
Huh.
Did you know about that?
I did not. No, please tell me more.
Well, apparently, this is just from what I researched. Also, I don't know if it's 100% fact, but the teachings that are in the Mormon book, a lot of it stems from the Freemason doctrines, and a lot of it was supposed to be some of it was supposed to be secretive and only known in the Freemason groups. So apparently he stole some of the knowledge and teachings of the Freemasons and incorporated into his founded religion doctrines. And supposedly the mob that he was assassinated by in 1844, June 27th, 1844, was some of them, the people that killed him were affiliated with the Freemasons for breaking their oaths. Because when you reach a certain rank in Freemasonry, you have to undergo oaths. And if you break those oaths, then you'll be assassinated, killed.
Right. The actor who played Joker is supposed to have like run afoul of the Masons, and his death was very symbolic and had a lot and it seemed to be predicted in that movie, by the Monty Python guy. I can't remember now. Parnassus. Dr. Parnassus.
No. His brother too, Hiram Smith, was killed by the mob as well. So him and his brother, while they were awaiting trial in the town jail. Yeah. Yeah, you'll notice a lot of these religions, they have these religious leaders will have some affiliation with Freemasons. Their families are tied with it. What are your thoughts on that, Aristides?
Who are you saying is connected to
Joseph
Freemasons?
Smith,
the Mormon guy?
Yeah, his family, this Joseph Smith family.
I'm finding some links about it, like Church of Latter-day Saints has.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It's just funny how like just all pervasive it is. You know, people that are so different in every other way still being connected into the Freemasons. You know.
Yeah, like a lot of the royal families, and even you'll find Catholics affiliated. Like Freemasons were people who are part of all different types of religions.
Right.
Catholics and Jews and
Yeah.
all that shit.
They're the most inclusive group in the world.
Yeah. And they like to utilize all of the religious symbols and occult symbols. It's like they're trying to harness all of that power for their own.
Yeah.
They seem like they're hungry for power. That's one thing I've noticed about them.
Yeah, it seems to have a lot to do with networking. You know, people like want to get involved with the Masons to get better upward mobility professionally.
Yeah. And that's how you climb. That's how you climb up in the corporate world a lot quicker, is becoming a member with the Freemasons and their lodge, and gaining higher ranks and having powerful connections affiliated with Freemasons, and you'll end up becoming more successful and more wealthy. And you gain perks in that too, because Freemasons have a lot of their own body gestures and hand gestures to signal and indicate certain meanings. Like, for example, placing your right hand over your heart is a basic indicator. A Freemason showing that he's a Freemason. So if you suspect individual that you're communicating with is a Freemason, you'll place your right hand over your heart, and he'll do the same thing if he's a Freemason, and you're both saying to each other through that gesture, you're Freemasons. My psychiatrist fucking did that shit. When I mentioned Freemasons, he immediately placed his right hand over his heart, but he did it subtly. And yeah, he's just saying, yeah, just by that, he's a Freemason. I didn't do it, obviously, because I'm not.
Wow.
I didn't let him know that I knew what he was doing though. So, well, he knew he was just doing that for no reason.
So did you go find a non-Mason psychiatrist at that point?
No, I just stopped talking to him. He's some British American, like his family's from England. He's descendant of the Anglo-Saxons, and he was from America, then he moved over here. Because we have a Freemasonry lodge in my town that I think it opened up around 2010 or 11, around that time. So I never saw it when I was a kid, because it was right in sort of middle of the town area. And it's funny when I noticed it, because in the image they had just these old men and this one individual in the Freemasonry robe who I recognized, this big bald dude with a fucking handlebar mustache. I met that guy like a year before, roughly around a year before. I saw that image of him when they're celebrating the opening of the lodge. It was so weird because a friend of mine, he was living with this old dude and a younger dude because he moved out of his mother's home. This was when I was around 16. And I went to go visit him, and as I was walking towards his place, he met me like just down the street so we could walk and talk when we go to his place that he moved to. And he's telling me, yeah, we got a new roommate, a temporary roommate living with us. And he's telling me about him. And he's like, yeah, this guy, I think he was a promoter or booker for musician. He like arranges the schedule for music bands to,
like a manager, like,
yeah, to play their gigs. That's, the clubs and stadiums and theater places, wherever they go. I forgot what you call that. The person who arranges that schedule to book them at those places. Just a promoter, probably, yeah, music promoter. He's telling me, yeah, he's worked with all these big bands, AC/DC to Lady Gaga, like a lot of them. And he's also telling me, yeah, he just got out of prison for murder, and he was only there for just over a year. I'm like, How does a guy get out of jail after a year for murdering someone? It must have been manslaughter or something like that. And he's saying while he was in jail, his sister stole most of his money, all of his money. So he needed a place to stay to get back up, so he can get back on his feet. And when we arrive at his home, this guy, he's gay too. That's another thing. He's a homosexual. And I had real long hair too. Like, I would have been like just fucking the perfect choice for a gay man, like looking at me, a young boy with long hair and shit. When we arrived there, we introduced and just say hi, and I'm going downstairs with my friend to have some bong hits. And this old gay guy, he comes downstairs and he's boasting about working with all these musicians and shit. And he has a good look at me. He's like, "Hey, you want a job? I travel around and, I work with all these bands and book them for these gigs. You can make a lot of money if you work with me. Here, I'll show you the shirt that my employees wear. You'll get to wear a cool shirt." He runs in his room to grab the shirt and show me. And I just said, "Yeah, I'm not interested. Not my thing." And he was just so eager he just kept going on. "Come on, you'll really like this job. You should really get on board. You'll travel around. You'll get to meet all these cool people and not go to nice places. You make good money." And I just said, "No, I'm not interested." And then I asked him, "Why are you asking me to do this job for you? Why didn't you ask my friend who you've been living with, through this week?" And then he just stops and says, "I don't know." And my friend's like, "Yeah, why didn't you offer me this job? I could use this job because he's got no fucking money." "Oh, I just didn't think you'd be interested." He's just full on like focused on me. He really wanted me to have this job and work for him and travel around with him in a fucking truck. Obviously, he just thought of me as, meat
Casting
in his
couch.
eyes. He was probably thinking immediately when he saw me, he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna stick my dick in this guy." And I just kept refusing. He was so bummed out. He's like, "Oh man, oh well, yeah, he's just fucking creep." But yeah, this guy, he was a year later. He was in that picture of the opening of the Freemason Grand Lodge
Oh shit.
in the town I'm in. I'm like, this is all making sense now, because by then I started researching about Freemasons and their affiliation in the music industry and politics and all that. And a lot of them like to fucking butt fuck each other and gay rituals and go after young boys and all that shit. So he just wanted to have me employed. He would have given me a job, but he would have expected to fuck me and suck him off and all that shit, and probably use me to get gang raped by his Freemason brothers and all that shit. So I dodged a big bullet there. Yeah, he was so eager to get me to work. He just kept going and going. I kept denying, "No, I'm not interested." Because immediately when I met him, I just got a bad vibe off him. Like I could sense his fucking vileness. Fucking creep.
Tory.
Yeah, so that was interesting. And my dickhead friend, my dickhead friend was so clueless. Like even when I first saw him, I just knew he was up to no good, and he's just looking at me at rate bait. And when I said, "Yeah, why don't you offer my friend the job?" He's like, "Yeah, why don't you give me the job? I'll do it." That's like in my head, in my eyes and head, that's like him saying, "Yeah, why don't you want to rape me? What's wrong with me?" Obviously, he doesn't find you attractive. Ugly piece of shit. He's a scumbag anyway. I'm not friends with that guy anymore. But
who is this? What? I just got back. What? I just got back.
It's just I gotta explain it again. When I was friends with this certain fellow, he was living with some friends, but they got a new roommate. Because I went to go visit my friend and we were walking down the street. He met me halfway down the street so we could walk and talk as we were going back to his place. He was telling me all about their new roommate, how he was like big in the music industry, booking, all these big bands from AC/DC to to Lady Gaga and all that shit. And he's like, oh yeah, this guy also just got out of jail. He just spent roughly over a year in jail for murder or manslaughter, and his sister stole millions of his dollars and he needed a place to stay till he gets back on his feet. And he kept, when I met this guy, like he's a big bald dude with the handlebar mustache, like your typical big, kind of like a gay biker looking dude. So me and my friend, we go down his stairs to have some bong hits. This big dude just had to come down and he was very eager to offer me this job to work with him, to travel with him. He's like, oh, you'll make a lot of money if you work with me. Here, I got this business show, you got to check it out. Yeah, you'll want to wear this. He's like, come on. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. You know, why don't you offer my friend this job? Because you've been living with him for a while now. He needs the money. And he's just like, oh, I just didn't think you'd want the job, but you look like a guy that would want the job. Because I had long hair, like a kind of a pretty boy, and gays would have just been attracted to me.
Right.
And he just kept offering me the job over and over. I kept denying it multiple times. Oh, you'll make a lot of money, you travel around and have a good time.
Yeah,
meet nice people. Yeah. It was so obvious because I was explaining before, the moment that I met him, I just got a bad vibe from him. I could feel his violence, evilness.
Yeah.
I just knew he's a piece of shit predator.
Yeah.
And I was saying, when my friend was saying, yeah, why don't you offer me the job? In my head, that's like him saying, hey, why don't you want to rape me? And roughly a year later, when I've been researching Freemasonry and their involvement in the music industry and government politics, a lot of them like to, participate in gay sex rituals and all that shit. I saw an image on the newspaper of the opening of the Grand Lodge, Freemasonry Lodge in my town, and that same guy, he was in the middle of the group of guys, smiling, celebrating in a Freemason robe on the celebrating of the opening of the lodge. And I'm like, as soon as I see that, it just all clicked and made sense why he was such a fucking predator and creepy and so eager to have me to work for him. He's like, he was gonna fucking end up raping me.
Of course.
And I was like, yeah, I dodged a big bullet right there.
Yes, you did.
My friend was so clueless that he just had no fucking clue. I'm like, I should have just said, dude, this guy's a fucking predator. He wants to rape me, and he just didn't say it.
Thank you. No, I'm glad that you saw that coming, and I'm glad that you avoided that fate. So there's some, I guess I would call them backed up questions asked by people from our episode before last. And I do want to address, I'm going to meander towards the monologue. Obviously, I don't want to jump into it just yet. I think you gentlemen are doing fine speaking right now, and continue speaking, and I'll start answering some of these backed up questions while all of you are still here, still active, soon enough. But when let me see here, with some of these questions that were asked from the last few episodes, and I will do my best to address them, and of course I want you men to participate, so I'll get to them soon enough. Some of these, of course, they bring a chuckle to me because the subject's a bit silly, but others are fairly serious and pretty historic. So we'll tackle at least two of them, meandering our way towards monologue. But right now, what was it that brought up the topic of this predator? You were speaking of. I got an email from Clarice Claudette. So if you're out there, honey, a shout out to you. Love you dearly. And she was bringing something to my attention. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Before we got on that topic, we were just talking about how the Joseph Smith family was affiliated with the Freemasons, the founder of the Mormon Church.
Got it. Yeah. And so, of course, Clarice Claudette was sending me something about the Nazis looting of the Freemason temples, and a lot of people have been bringing this to my attention lately. Apparently, the subject's arisen of the the Nazi looting of the Freemason temples and how the Nazis persecuted the Freemasons. And, well, you know, with the anecdote just provided experientially, Nemo Albano's experience, you can see why the Nazis didn't think highly of the Freemasons. And it pretty much wanted to break their hold on much of the power structure. I mean, that's just a given. Yeah. Obviously, of course, for people who are unaware, I've explained before that this goes back to the Bavarian Illuminati, which have nothing to do with Freemasonry.
Yeah, anti-Freemason.
Yeah, and so they are anti-Freemasons, and this was started, of course, in Europe, and therefore they were trying to preserve European integrity, and they were the antithesis to the Freemason takeover of the New World. The Freemasons definitely were the founding fathers of the constitutional republic, what we've come to identify as American, and these founding fathers and their Freemasonry had as their intent the ultimate destruction of Europe, and this is what they strived for in their two world wars. The Germans, with the Bavarian Illuminati, were attempting to fight the Freemasons, and therefore the Americans went all out with this anti-Illuminati propaganda campaign, where they just portray the Illuminati as this ultimate evil. And one of the people responsible for that with the Illuminati trilogy was Robert Anton Wilson. And Anton, of course, was a Satanist who was a direct, a card-carrying member of the Church of Satan, the first Church of Satan established by Magus Anton Szandor LaVey. As a matter of fact, Robert Anton Wilson took Anton's Szandor LaVey's first name as his middle name to show you how incestuous these two faggots were. And so this fucker writes the Illuminati trilogy, trying to make the German Illuminati look like the villains who are trying to conquer the world, when the exact opposite is true. And this is a hit piece that was commissioned by the Freemasons. And he lived right here in California, Robert Anton Wilson, just like Anton Szandor LaVey lived in San Francisco. So these are all like degenerate Californians that began to spread the seeds of their evil as far and wide as they could. But they're direct ancestors or heirs. They're the heirs to the Freemasonry of the Founding Fathers. They're the logical end product. So when it comes to that, understand that as the European wars, particularly World War II, the SS were the descendants of the Bavarian Illuminati, and it's a war between the Illuminati and the Freemasons on either side of the Atlantic. So this is part of the occult war, the deep politics that we are all in the middle of. So let me take a look for some of these other questions. Let me look through more of the live stream, and in the meantime, you guys go back to the conversation you were holding, please.
Do Acid or Aristides, any of you had any experience similar to what I conveyed just before?
I don't think I've had much personal experience with Freemasons directly.
Yeah, or just having some creepy predator try to rape you.
Well, yeah, nothing of that magnitude, no.
By the way, you all might remember, whoever's been a regular listener for some years remembers that creep Salman Sheikh was a Freemason, was on this program, and basically was promoting his Freemasonry, talking about his Freemasonry, and he was bragging on his Facebook timeline about how he was sworn in to a higher level of Freemasonry on the birthday of Albert Pike. Albert Pike, yes, that's right.
An individual who would have thought of Salman Sheikh as a worthless dog.
Yeah, as a just a sand nigger. So some worthless Muslim from Pakistan is how he would have thought of him, and it's incredible that Salman Sheikh is so fucking self-loathing and oblivious that he's bragging about the man who established the KKK as his being sworn into a higher level of Freemasonry on that guy's birthday. These people are crazy. Of course, in his case, he wants to be white so bad. Now, you might notice again with the map. Now, here's what one of the things that I'll bring up again with the screen share, and going back to the map file again. When it comes to calling up these particular images and opening them, just so people understand the importance of some of these ethnic maps. And what I'll do is probably after transmission, probably go into my immediate relaxation mode, probably get high and drunk and go to sleep. And then later on when I wake up, so it might not be till late in the middle of tomorrow night that I'll start sending these emails out, or sometime the day after that, so probably on Friday. Thursday night or Friday is when I'll send out the email to Nemo and Sid containing some of these maps. But one of the important points about this modern racial map, when they do say that the Japanese are essentially, what they're saying is that distribution of Ainoid population in Japan not so clear cut as the picture suggests, which shows here that they're all in the north, Hokkaido, the frontier territory of Japan. But then they say, as most Japanese people are a mix of the Sundanoid and Ainoid, what they're basically saying is that the Japanese are the Caucasians of Asia. So that's an important aspect of the racial map, and they can't say that directly, so they have to use these rather obtuse terms of ethnography. Sundanoid, of course, is Mongoloid, but a sub-branch of Sinoid would be, Chinese. The Sundanoid, they show on the map as being more Japanese. The color tone is so moderate here you can't really notice. But it's something that is decisive in terms of their message. So when they say that the Ainoid, which is Caucasoid, they have that here as a very light shade of blue, those would be more akin to Turkic. Now, one of the things that they're trying to do is also look at the admixture. So they're saying the majority of human beings have some level of Neanderthal blood. However, you will note that when it comes to Australoid, they'll say that includes Denisovan, which is strange because Denisovan originates in Siberia. The caves of Siberia is where we find the original genetic trail of the Denisovans. Yet, for some reason, there was a mass migration down into this Malayan realm, where they became fairly dominant in the backgrounds of the people who are Australoid Aborigines. The people who don't seem to have any Neanderthal blood in them would be the archaic Africans, which they say are the Pygmies, the Congo Negroids, the Bantu peoples, Khoisan-Khoisanoid, which would be this bizarre ethnic group that's in South Africa that's neither black nor white, but it's definitely indigenous. Southern Angola and South Africa. Then, of course, they talk about more mixed, which would be like, Filipinos would fall into this category. What they have is mulatto, Ethiopian, Indian. The Ethiopian is brought up as mixed because that's where you get the Semitic mixture, Caucasoid, Oriental Caucasoid with Congoid. The Ethiopians, of course, are one of the oldest civilizations, but they're very biblical, and of course, many of them are black Jews, black Israelis. So that's why they are considered this more mixed race that is got its different color code in the Horn of Africa from the rest of Bantu Africa. You'll notice that, of course, in their color as well. Ethiopians tend to be lighter color. I could go on about this for hours. It's just something that I'm bringing up as important points to be made when it comes to these perceptions of race and whatnot. So I'll get these maps out, Thursday night realistically, or Friday afternoon. just so people get a good time frame as when I'll get these out to. I think Aristides wants them too. So definitely everybody who was here on tonight's call, I'll send it to. And aside from that, continue back to what you were talking about, and then I'll blurt in if I find something constructive to say over the next few minutes.
So, like predatory, the Masonic sex predators and around the entertainment scene.
Well, yeah, I was asking if any of you experienced anything similar to that, encountering those type of people.
Not
Doesn't
exactly.
seem so.
No.
That's good.
But I've heard, I think it was the guy who wrote Snakes in Suits, the book about psychopathy, talked about a close friend who like bragged about how much of that kind of predation would go on in the heavy metal scene that he was involved with.
Oh yeah,
that
fucking
guy. That same guy bragged about being a diagnosed psychopath himself. So yeah, there's tons of that going on.
Yeah, like the band Warrant that made that fucking stupid song Cherry Pie. Janie Lane, the lead singer. There's books, I think that his girlfriend Bobby Brown, or his ex-wife or girlfriend, written and alluded to explaining how he was sexually abused in the early 80s when he was starting out his musical career. And it indicated that the possible people who are responsible for sexually assaulting him or raping him was it points to either Rob Halford, because she mentioned it was done by a famous musician, big, popular famous musicians at that time in the early 80s, and it points to possibly Paul Stanley from Kiss, the singing guitarist from Kiss, or Rob Halford from Judas Priest. Because like Paul Stanley's is suspect, because even though he portrays himself as a stud that gets all the women, he blatantly exhibits feminine, androgynous behavior where you'd suspect he's probably in the closet and fucks younger men and all that shit. And obviously Rob Halford, because he was a closeted homosexual in the 80s. He didn't come out till late 90s. Janie Lane, he's singer of Judas Priest. And Janie Lane personally got to meet these guys. He personally got to meet Rob Halford, and he even went backstage with him and his bodyguards. And it was most likely he was raped by one of them. He was like screwed in the head from that.
The singer of Warrant.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like his ex-wife or girlfriend. The blonde chick from in the music video Cherry Pie? That's Bobby Brown.
Right.
His wife. He ended up marrying her. Fucking hot as hell, that chick, that blonde chick. That song Cherry Pie, that band didn't even intend on writing that. Their record label pressured them into writing that fucking stupid song. And Janie Lane has gone on in his books and documentaries, interviews, how he hated that song. He hated playing it. He regrets ever, being able to write it and produce it.
In the music, the video all the time for a while there. It was just...
Yeah, it just kept being played all the time, and they kept advertising shit relating to that song. Cherry Pie contest, Cherry Pie this, Cherry Pie that. It just haunted him.
That's too bad. Yeah, that's...
Because the record labels will fuck over their musicians and make them do what they don't want to do. It can backfire on them and fuck up their career and psychologically ruin them.
Yeah, I read a lot of stories on that site, Vigilant Citizen. He talks about just this stuff like MK Ultra, monarch programming in the entertainment industry, and how these kids come out of, you know, the Mickey Mouse Club and stuff.
Yeah. A lot of the famous celebrities like Justin Timberlake, Britney Spears, fucking... Who's that chick who wrote that Genie in a Bottle song Eminem made fun of? Christina Aguilera, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were all part of the Mickey Mouse Club in the fucking 90s. It's just ironic. It's just strange and peculiar how they all became famous, these famous music celebrities.
The daughter of the country singer who's... What's her? Miley Cyrus.
Yeah, Billy Ray Cyrus. Yeah, he fucking sold his daughter out big time.
Yeah, and she's got that background.
She became screwed up. Yeah, she's raised up and groomed in that lifestyle from her father. And I don't know if his father, Billy Ray Cyrus, fell involved in the entertainment industry. I didn't look that much into Billy Ray Cyrus. All of his songs were shit. Even though they made, you know, fucking on the top list on the Billboard charts, you gotta just be a sellout to make it up there most of the time. Even if you're a talented as fuck. Yeah, but Miley Cyrus, she was like that clean, innocent kind of girl when in her younger years, when she was on Disney, on that, what was that Disney show she had? Hannah Montana, yeah. Like, that's how they like to, the industry likes to do these chicks. Some of them, in their younger years, they make them out to be clean and innocent and have them attract a big viewership of the younger youth, of the females. And then they just fucking abuse the shit out of them and make them turn into these sex slave whores, drug addicts. You know, Miley Cyrus turned from that clean, cute, innocent girl to a big whore. Like, I'm not trying to diss her. That's what her persona became. She was a sex slave and had alter egos, and one of her alter egos was just being a whore. Beta kitten sex slave persona. And the industry likes to do that. They like to attract the youth to this clean, innocent individual and keep following. They become fanatical of that person, and they just follow the trends they set that victim when they grow up, and then those girls become exactly like the chick they idolized that was innocent into a fucking drug addict whore. They just, the fans copy the celebs they idolize. It's just to corrupt the youth and program them and brainwash them. Like with Britney Spears, and like, I'm not blaming her, but her music is, in her music videos, is responsible for hypersexualizing a whole generation of young girls, because her songs were filled with the pedophilic and sexual subliminal messages and backward messages. Because I remember my generation, when I was a kid, all the girls in high school, when they were like 13, 14, they were fucking dudes in their 20s and shit. They didn't even want to fuck the boys their age. They just wanted to fuck older dudes and adults. Well, what the fuck's going on with these chicks? Why they become so generally sexualized? Fucking, it's from all this music and TV shows I've been watching, all the Disney movies they watched when they were younger. It's just filled with sexual messages and images that affects their subconscious, and they aren't aware of. They act out on their subconscious programming without realizing. So to the listeners, avoid letting your children listening to mainstream music, entertainment, TV music. It's all filled with garbage that will poison and corrupt the mind of the youth. Just get them into studying, researching, and reading books. good informational books.
Yeah, what do you think of video games?
Yeah, that all the game developers are heavily involved with the occult. Some worse than others. Like some of them are obviously like into Necronomicon and Satanism, and some of them are probably affiliated with the Temple of Set.
Most certainly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, I'm sorry. I returned. I hope everybody didn't hear a bunch of noise as I was moving around. Did you catch all that on microphone?
No,
or did I?
It was all fine.
So, okay. And
video games are filled with a lot of subliminal messages and images. A lot of video games, yeah.
I mean, I haven't been around a lot of younger people with a lot of exposure to pop culture, but I was around a younger relative once who was deep into video games, and I hadn't seen a kid playing video games like since I was 14 or something like that, you know. And this kid was much younger than that, and just so like tragically, scarily, disturbingly zombified on the video game experience. Like,
wow. Well, like what?
Fuck your brain up.
Yeah. How was he behaving, and how was his interaction with reality that struck you as particularly disconcerting?
Well, just the lack of engagement with the outside world itself. I mean,
you become unsocial, antisocial, and you don't take good care of yourself, and you're not hygienic, and you just degrade your life.
There you go. So Aristides was kind enough to share with us a link, race by race breakdown of human genetic diversity, an illustrated guide for novices. So one of the reasons that the racial issue, the concept of, as our friend Sid has brought up with his link, which was a kind of multi-regional hypothesis, human evolution, multi-regional. By the way, the term for this is polygenesis, that it's meaning many origins. One of the reasons why modern science is so antithetical to this reality is because then they feel that people will take that and run with it and say that because the races are truly different, then they're truly different. That as along with evolutionary differences comes different capacities, that certain races would then have certain traits that would incline them towards an advantage in certain areas. None of this should be offensive. The idea that black people are more tolerant of higher levels of solar radiation should be fucking self-evident. The fact that they have evolved where some of them are extraordinarily tall and able to run for miles and therefore compete in the Olympics and generally win, this is self-evident. The fact that they have certain advantages, generally perceived as physical in nature, again, this is self-evident. None of this should be offensive. The idea that races are simply different, which is borne out medically by their reactions to medicines, which I've gone on to articulate in the past. I don't need to say too much about it right now, other than to remind people of some glaring examples I've brought up before. But if there's always new listeners, people have to understand that there are certain medicines that will help certain ethnicities, whereas they're literally poison or toxic to other ethnicities. This alone shows you that races are profoundly different. So because modern politics causes the Western culture spectrum to reject this reality, then you're left with medical malpractice, the actual mistreatment of different ethnicities. And you can't just if people have different physiologies, you've got to
take it into account.
Thank you, and just restructure the entire medical industrial complex to acknowledge these realities, so as to produce more efficacious treatment procedures for the different races. This
like
is
the redheaded Celtic descendants, they have a higher tolerance to anesthesia.
Yes.
Anesthetic or whatever. And they're more likely to die from too much, being induced by too much of that, because it takes a lot to knock them out.
Yeah, well, the problem is that because of their incredible non-responsiveness, they have a non-responsiveness to anesthesia. As a result, they're the most likely to die of anesthetic shock, because what happens is the doctors are not applying enough anesthesia. That's the fucking problem. They're trying to blanket treat them as they would anyone else, but they're a very different race. And the end result is that thousands, tens of thousands of people die of anesthetic shock annually, and the majority of them are redheaded Celts who have an epidermis, meaning skin, which is the largest organ on the human body, that tends towards freckling. So these particular people have the inability to respond to anesthesia that other races do, and therefore the doctors don't apply enough on them and generally kill them during surgery. This is the kind of bullshit that we're dealing with based on a rejection of the reality of race. So this is a horror story. It's we live in a true dystopia. If 20,000 at least Celts are dying every year on operating tables in the United States alone, this is genocide. This
and if you look into this, why everyone is being programmed to acknowledge that we're all one race and we're all the same and there's no difference between us, that it all leads to one group of people that, who run the medical industry, where you can't criticize a protected bloodline. They all try to program us all into thinking, oh, there's no separate, we're all one race, and we don't need to research into all these different ethnicities and their genetic makeups and all that.
Yeah. Well, at the same time, the Jewish people have multiple diseases that afflict only themselves. And
like Crohn's disease and
I don't know if Crohn's disease is one of them, but I wouldn't be surprised. I've never researched Crohn's disease.
I saw,
I've heard of it. I know that people get it. I've never really.
They're more susceptible to getting cancers, and just they're very prone to getting very ill compared to all the other races.
Interesting. Well, I know that they have all kinds of diseases that are specific to their ethnos, they're definitely a race.
They're genetically inferior to most other races.
See, this is where they get all freaked out. The reason science is trying to deny different races is they're afraid of these terms, superior or inferior. So the term to use is vulnerable. Jews may be prone towards a variety of diseases that are specific to their ethnicity, which Amalia Willard, who was on this show a few times, was very heavily into, shall we say, I don't know how else to express it, the Jew thing, in the sense that she would be considered Judeophobic or quote-unquote anti-Semitic by many people. But her thesis was that Jews are not a race at all. I don't agree with her thesis. She feels that they're a religion that is so exclusive that they are morbidly inbred, that they are basically, as a baseline population, are a clique of people who have so morbidly inbred that they're prone towards these diseases. Certain people might find that a compelling argument. It has certainly a degree of logical sense to it. I simply...
they are definitely a race.
Thank you!
They have practiced a lot of inbreeding.
Yeah.
Just like other groups too, but they're known for trying to keep the money in the family and whatnot.
Well, they definitely there should be no reason for inbreeding. I'm certain it occurs, and you can see it. It looks physically self-evident to me within these reactionary Hasidic groups. When you see these reactionary Hasidic groups, they all look alike. I mean, they truly look alike. This is like that's morbid inbreeding is involved there. These are, of course, you never see the woman. I mean, all you see are the men. I don't know if the women have that same look that the men do, which is like they're all cut from a cookie cutter. But that's because they're so patriarchal. They keep their women as virtual slaves, as far as I'm concerned. But that would be an example where inbreeding truly occurs. But there's no reason for the rest of the Jewish community to be inbred like that. So I don't understand why they still have these diseases that they're prone to. They're vulnerable to these diseases. So their population base is actually larger than other population bases on Earth. When you take a look at, for all the complaints that they've suffered this incredible genocide, you take a look at 6 million Jews in Israel. You've got an equal number, if not greater, here in the United States. Altogether on Earth, they say, well, loosely, something like 16 million Jewish people on the face of the Earth, counting only from their own exclusive bias that it's matrilineally descended as a bloodline in terms of what they count. Otherwise, you'd count much more than that, at least twice the number. But then you compare that to something like Bulgaria. The Bulgarians, there's 4 million of them. Their nation may have a population of 6 million people, but at least 2 million of them are fucking Turks. So there's only 4 million Bulgarians. What the fuck are the Jews complaining about? I mean, the Armenians have a smaller population. It's the Jews are like, this is where I don't get the morbid inbreeding. How are they morbidly inbred when they've got fairly large population as compared to other nations on Earth have far smaller populations than there are Jews? So there's something bizarre going on here. It's definitely an ethnic quirk, a genetic defect, or series of defects that they have these many diseases that manifest in them specifically, almost exclusively. I don't think anyone is, until someone's paid or someone sponsors a genetic investigation, we're never going to know. This is something that is just one of those things that prove. Go on.
The most common Ashkenazi genetic disease is Gaucher disease.
And what is that?
It's one out of every 10 Ashkenazi Jews carrying the mutated gene that causes the disease. Doctors classify Gaucher disease into 3 different types, resulting from a deficiency of, I can't even pronounce.
Well, what is it? What does it do? I mean, the disease. What happens?
Yeah,
wait a minute.
It's not explaining that. There's a list of diseases. I
think. Oh, okay, so
Gaucher disease is a rare genetic disorder passed down from parents to children, inherited disease. When you have Gaucher disease, you are missing an enzyme that breaks down fatty substances called lipids or lipids. Lipids would be the thing. Lipids start to build up in certain organs, such as your spleen and liver.
Okay, and
that's one of the most common ones. Then they got cystic fibrosis, Tay-Sachs disease, spinal muscular atrophy.
Like when your limbs begin to atrophy, like what happened to you because you didn't go to rehab for physical rehab, then one of your limbs began to atrophy. Yes. That's so there you go with that. Okay, interesting. So that
I've got your answer there. I posted it in the chat as to why this is.
Okay, wonderful. And but could you vocalize it for us and our listeners?
Because these groups have gone through quote unquote genetic bottlenecks earlier in history. So There's this one article. It's from Times of Israel itself. Ashkenazi Jews descend from 350 individuals from some point back in time. So that's where the stuff comes. It's not from contemporary like inbreeding. It's from being bottlenecked back in time.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
A new study concludes that all Ashkenazi Jews can trace their ancestry to a bottleneck of just 350 individuals dating back to between 600 and 800 years ago.
Good God. Well, they breed like fucking rabbits. I mean, there's millions and millions of them. All this crap about the Holocaust, it's like they certainly bred back their numbers without a problem. So there you have that. Okay, so let's try and answer some of these questions. I'm going to put up the, shall we say, screen share for a second. Okay, so you gentlemen can see the cursor moving here. And so this is our episode, was the one before last, and that, of course, is myself eating with the noodles. One thing people might notice about the latest live stream, I've got some questions and emails about that. For those of you who just don't get it, as I said, when I bathe in a concoction of the apple cider vinegar along with the hydrogen peroxide, the baking soda, and the Epsom salts to the point where it's bubbling. This, of course, takes a lot out of the hair. Hydrogen peroxide, it's where you get the term peroxide blonde. That was originally used to bleach women's hair blonde. Of course, it changes the hair color because my hair is all dyed, my natural hair color being white, so it bleaches out the black hair coloration that otherwise would show because it's dyed. So the dye is getting bleached out when I'm bathing, which is why there's a change in the hair color. I don't understand why this is so hard to grasp. I've said all this to people before in the past.
Why is it that you use all those ingredients in your bathing water?
For
health?
It's well, they're very relaxing and it's very cleansing. Both of those elements. They handle both those elements simultaneously as a combination.
Like a detox bath. Like acid pudding.
Yeah, very much so. But as you can see by one of the questions asked in this episode, by the way, for those of you who are wondering, again, at the Omnia Hotel, I was allowed back into the kitchen when they found out I was an actual displaced San Franciscan as opposed to just some tourist or person on a business trip. Very kind of them. And so this is where our man Aristides, who, for those of you who don't know, is Frill, said stream was knocked off. Douglas is likely. You have no idea how glad I was that night that they knocked us off. It could have been the enemy. If so, they did me a fucking favor that night. I was fucking exhausted. All I wanted to do after 6 hours of programming, it was 6 hours, 17 minutes in, all I wanted to do was go to sleep. And when they knocked me off, I was just so glad. I was able to talk to Aristides a few times and tell him that. I think I was able to talk to maybe Nemo or not.
No.
Okay, not him, and certainly not Sid at the time. But it was Aristides who spread the word to both of you and the rest. But for all I know, it might have been the Dietrich Artelek knocking me off that night. It would have been doing me a favor. G would have been doing me a favor if that's the case. Anyhow, so some of our questions. We got in a lot of questions that night that are interesting. One says, and this is from @CRXSH. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Cricks? I'm not even going to try. With a musical tone, no less. Musical note there. So what happened with Phil Schneider? As I said, I'd try and get to that at some point. Vicky Johnson gave me a bunch of... I love you, Vicky, if you're out there. Mwah. Anyhow, so Phil Schneider, when we cut and paste this guy's name, because, of course, I'm sure some of you probably know who he is, but if you were to cut and paste him and just put him into a search, basically what we come up with is all kinds of people, but apparently... let me see, books, bilingual criminal code and related legislation, Quebec annotations. this guy's obviously, is this geologist? What the fuck? So I'm wondering if this is the Philip Schneider. It looks like the, it is.
That's the guy who claims he was encountering
underground
reptilians or greys or whatever, but that was his programming.
Yeah. Now you can see where his fingers are, you know, zapped off and shit, and he's all fucked up.
He's got a big scar on his torso too.
No doubt, but he's obviously well fed. He's not starving. This is Apple TV.
Oh, just to add in the autopsy, they found a big ass scar on his urethral tract. So something to do with that. Like he must have had a real bad infection, or maybe it was just being fucking experimented on. Who knows?
Urethral tract? That's his dick.
Yeah, on his dick, massive scar all down his urethral tract, like stitches and shit.
Okay. I'm not disbelieving that. It's one of these things where, you know, what do you make of that? At any rate, we can't make nothing of that other than the guy's fucked up. He was all fucked up.
He's a victim.
Yeah. So for when we disambiguate him from the rest of these people, I guess maybe Phil Schneider biography. This is 1MD6. Isn't that like a film review site? That's film reviews and shit. So I think they mention him here and give a few weird bits of trivia. Here we are. Was injured. They'll say this like it's a fact. They'll say this like it's like it's a given. Like we all accept
ABAs.
this. Yeah. Was injured during an underground firefight between Delta Force and EBEs. He showed his interest.
What does EBE stand for?
Well, let's look that up and try and figure that one out. If anyone knows, you let me know. We're gonna try and find out now, of course. And but this is for some reason in a movie review site. And so let's take a look at this. EBE, well, it's the name of Technologies Incorporated.
I see that grey alien bullshit from Wikipedia.
Okay. Acronym.
Probably that's what.
Okay, here we are. Extraterrestrial biological entities. So this is the new version of like UAPs instead of UFOs. They're using EBEs to make it sound like they're talking about something that's actually real. Extraterrestrial biological entities. And then if we go back to, say, for instance, looking at Apple TV, not to be confused with the Bulgarian bozos and their golden apple bullshit, Apple TV has a fairly interesting, that's a nice little, ominous looking little sketch. Man with a big ass helmet being lowered into an underground where a bunch of like grays, and here it says bulbous headed entities. Phil Schneider died in 1996. Previous to his death, he had been on tour across the United States speaking out about various subjects, including his involvement with building a secret underground base in Dulce, New Mexico for the military. During this time, he was said to have had an encounter with a violent ET race in the late 1970s, which would change his whole life immediately after. This documentary explores some of the information Phil Schneider spoke about to the public in the 1990s by examining each claim in detail with expert fucking opinions from Richard Dolan. Yeah, Richard.
Nice surprise.
Yeah, thank you. Richard Sauder and Cynthia Dreyer, Phil's ex-wife, who probably said something like, he was lousy in the sack and I'm so glad I broke up with him. I think he's fucking nuts. Anyhow, in this documentary, you will find never before published photos of Phil's autopsy. Like, wow. Like, what the fuck? Talk about exploiting yourself until beyond the grave. It's like, holy shit. Did he, give them permission for that? He had to. Yeah. And
I remember there was a video of Ted Gunderson explaining his autopsy and all that shit. Another show you've gone on about.
Ted Gunderson was talking about this doofus?
Yeah. There's a whole radio transmission and interviews about. He does a lot of interviews about him.
See, now it's beginning to make sense. It's all beginning to gel. Anyhow, and documents about the Philadelphia experiment from Oscar Schneider's files, Phil's father. So Phil's father was somebody into the paranormal, and then this guy winds up peddling some paranormal. This sounds like an intergenerational trauma MK Ultra program. Very thoroughly explained background about underground bases. Now, the interesting thing is, they say this is a documentary. Now, if you open up the synopsis here, documentary, and it says starring Lee Lustig, Darcy Ware. So this explains everything, because when we look up back at the movie review place, here we are, 1MD6, and you go onto the movie review place, they show somebody who looks fairly like, faces. Looks fairly normal, okay?
Yeah.
Maybe this is when he was young, but
that's a younger picture of him.
Yeah, it could be a younger picture of him, or it could be someone pretending to be him as the star. They're obviously not the same person. But the fact that when you take a look at the other site, and they say, it's starring someone named Lee Lustig, Darcy Ware. Okay, director Darcy Ware. Okay, is somebody who's starring as him. This is no longer a documentary. When you have a documentary, you do not have people portraying the person who's the subject of the documentary.
Yeah.
At this point, it is a fiction. It is a reenactment. You can call it historical fiction, but it's not a goddamn documentary. So, sure, some documentaries, maybe they have people like, and this is what happened with Hitler, and they'll have some goon playing Hitler, and they reenact some sequences, and then it's basically at that point pseudo-history, because it's a dramatization. Obviously, if you're talking about Hitler, you've got to have real footage, or you're entering a melodrama. Now, when it comes to, say for instance, you're talking about Napoleon, we have no footage. Or Caesar, we have no footage. So what are you going to do? Well, real documentaries don't show actors dressing up like Caesar or Napoleon. They just use statues, and they use paintings or whatever they have that was at the time technologically available. But, when they have somebody doing a reenactment, at that point you're entering Shootout at the Fantasy Factory. Now, all that being said, I'm real hard on this guy so far, but let's put this into perspective. What I've explained forever, and what I've gone on explaining to people who care to really care to know, is all they have to do is go to my YouTube channel, and let's take a look at going back to the homepage. And if we go to home, all people have to do is look at one of my most popular videos. So if we go down to one of my most popular videos, Hitler's Son via May 4th, 2023 Central European Interview, all anyone has to do is take a look at the one that was put up 8 months ago. And what they'll see is a sketch of one of these underground. It's not even a base. This is like what was supposed to be a whole fucking city built underground. For those of you who take a look at it.
Like an underground biosphere.
Thank you. Excellent term. So this is something I was trying to explain. If people really knew what they were looking at, they would know that this is a documentary outline of a subterranean biosphere which is beneath a real city. And what they would notice is that this city has skyscrapers, and these skyscrapers are made to look kind of like the Twin Towers set apart, and the Empire State Building. Kind of like Twin Towers set far, far apart, and an Empire State Building kind of look alike. And they have these big monoliths, which are actually air ducts that go down into this subterranean biosphere. These holes at the top of the biosphere here, that's meant to be connected to these air ducts, which are so tall they tower above the skyscrapers above the city. This was the concept for human habitation in one of these biospheres. Now, how were these biospheres created? This is based on a real phenomenon. They were created so circular, so perfectly spherical, because what they were doing for years in Nevada with their underground bomb testing was they would take these nuclear weapons and basically drill a hole with their diamond bore drills way down. Then by the time they drill down to a certain point, they'd put down the warhead on a string, so to speak, on a cable. And this warhead would be lowered on a cable and to the bottom part of wherever the drill stopped drilling, and they'd blow it. Now, once it blew, it would just basically create an instant spherical, hermetically sealed sphere that would be known as a lacuna, or cavity within the Earth. And because of the creation and destruction of primordial matter, what they felt to be alchemical in nature, even the physicists would use terms like this amongst themselves. They'd whisper it among themselves. They would basically, because it turned sand into glass, it would fuse all of this sphere that it created by its explosion into a glass-sealed, hermetically sealed sphere. The only opening might be the borehole through which the warhead had been lowered. So what they figured out was that mostly, as you can imagine, there's something strange about this drawing. Normally, the borehole would be directly above the sphere, right? The borehole would be where they drilled a hole and lowered the warhead, and when they blew it, it would create basically a sphere that would be beneath the drill hole. So that would be the normal geological phenomenon of an underground bomb test, and that borehole would be the bottleneck to this subterranean bottle, which would be a giant terrarium. And it would, within that, because it's a hole in the ground, you could lower other instruments into that sphere, that emptied hollow in the ground, that cavity. And you could pump out all of the air and create a total vacuum. Or you could pump in air and create a completely different atmosphere with higher levels of concentrated oxygen, sometimes pure oxygen, other times something that would be a different kind of oxygen than exists on Earth, or a different kind of atmosphere, and create a hermetically sealed terraria or biosphere. And this is where they would cultivate these various experimental life forms. Now, because it's so radiated, any plants that they lowered in to seed the environment by putting in soil and then plants would basically absorb radiation. Now, this is what plants do. For those of you who ever wonder about giant monster movies like King Kong, Godzilla, these, which are always generally, going back to the 50s, connected with radiation, they'll say, this radiation created this giant monster.
Yeah.
Everybody
or toxic
should
waste.
Well,
like eight-legged freaks. Something.
Yeah. Well, everybody should wonder, of course, logically, how do they eat? What do they eat? Obviously, something that large in biomass would, you would think, require a lot of protein. That they never show these giant monsters going around eating people. And you might ask, well, people might say, well, that's because it'd be too repulsive. It'd be too gory for all the kids. I mean, well, that's all bullshit, because why stop there? You create a giant monster. You can show it eating people. It's not going to scare the kids because the kids would expect it to be doing that. As a matter of fact, kids are usually disappointed. Like, why don't we see it pick up any people and eat it? Because that would be at least be, you know, entertaining. We got to admit it. It would be like entertaining to watch Godzilla scooping up a bunch of people and eating them. But then he would be less sympathetic. Nevertheless, it's all strange. The reality that they never really explain is that these creatures are radiovores, that they are basically subsisting off massive amounts of radiation. They actually begin to show that in the movies later. They show Godzilla head towards nuclear reactors and suck up radiation directly. They do show that later in films. So this is what these plants do. Plants are radiovores. Really, they absorb solar radiation. That's how a plant lives. So when you put a plant into a highly radioactive environment, they begin to absorb it from the environment and they mutate. They don't necessarily at that point need the sun. At that point, they adapt, mutate, and they change to absorb the radiation directly from the environment around them. So you create these massive mutated subterranean terraria, these jungles. And this is where the Americans developed a different form of subterranean humanoid life. And this distinctly grotesque subterranean humanoid life that they created, splay-footed, basically phosphorescent, what we would consider something that glows in the dark. This is something that they created as the inheritors of the surface of the Earth if there was ever a supermassive nuclear exchange and the surface world was no longer fit for human habitation. These would be kind of like a synthetic homunculus or ghoul man that was created by the Americans in what they called hellstorm hives. In other words, a nuclear firestorm would be a hellstorm. So they referred to the old firestorms created by conventional bombing as firestorms. They referred to the kind of firestorms that would just keep self-consuming and burning potentially as long as there was material to feed them, theoretically, perhaps forever. These they called hellstorms. So these hellstorm hives were later written of by Frank Herbert, the man who was credited for writing Dune. So if you ever take a look at Frank Herbert, when he originally was supposed to write an article on, Frank Herbert article that led to Dune. Okay, so they're mentioning some other stuff, the environmental destruction. Frank Patrick Herbert Jr. How did Frank Herbert get the inspiration for Dune? Of course, they start talking about he had only 3 drug trips in his life, 2 in Mexico, inadvertently. I mean, what the fuck? Are they trying to rehabilitate this guy? It's not like he's applying for a job. He's dead. Nobody fucking cares. It's like, who cares that he did hashish? They're trying to make it sound like somebody slipped it to him. Yeah, like, it's kind of like our man Ian West when he said, I woke up and, a straw was stuck in my nose and I reflexively inhaled. Yeah, and here's what I'm looking for. How an Oregon...
We're talking about the movie Doom or the game Doom?
Dude, the game is going to be based on the novels, right? The movie's going to be based on the novels. Jesus.
I didn't even know about the novel.
You didn't know he wrote novels?
No, I only know about the game and movie, sorry.
That's cute. That's funny. It all started with books. He wrote books. Anyhow, here I found it, how an Oregon battle between human and nature inspired Dune. Frank Herbert's Dune. So basically, this is something that people should look into. This was Frank Herbert's Dune. Okay, so basically, in the early 20th century, a coastal Oregon city of Florence was under threat of being consumed by the nearby dunes that were being whipped across human structures by the coastal winds. In other words, the city was being buried in the sand. Roads, railroad tracks, and even homes were being swallowed up by blowing sand. Starting in the 1920s, the U.S. Department of Agriculture ran a program to try and stabilize the dunes by planting European beach grass. The hope was that its dense roots would hold the sand in place and prevent it from burying nearby cars and homes, and people. Herbert came to Florence in 1957, planning to write an article documenting this battle between man and nature. He was awestruck by the power of the blowing desert sand. As he wrote in a letter, these waves can be every bit as devastating as a tidal wave in property damage. So here we are, and here's a photograph. Resettlement workers are planting Holland grass to stop the moving sand dunes on the Oregon coast from inundating forest recreation areas at Lake Sutton, Oregon in 1936. This is a war that was going on for generations. So basically, Meg Spencer, district director of the Suez Law Public Library District, said, like you could tell from his books, he was interested in everything. This is Meg Spencer talking. He took a flight over the dunes. He took multiple photographs. He walked out onto them. Herbert finished his article on Florence, but it was never published. Instead, he began to dig deeper into desert ecosystems and human interactions with nature. The experience here, seeing the dunes and the interaction between the people here and the environment they were living, that really did become the center of Dune and Arrakis. So everybody knows Frank Herbert for Dune. Well, everybody except Nemo Albano in Australia knows Frank Herbert for Dune. And,
I thought you said Doom, not Dune, right?
Oh! Jesus, that's funny. Oh God, that's funny. Yes, I love it. I love it. He's thinking of Doom, the video game. Okay, cool. All right. So now here we have we look up something else. Now, when it comes to what I said, nuclear storms known as hellstorms by the U.S. government, and the fact that these were called hellstorm hives, these underground developments for these homunculus synthesis, the synthetic ghoul humans to inherit the earth. Now, when we look up Hellstrom's Hive, a play on the words, Hellstrom's Hive was a movie, a pseudo-documentary. It actually started with Hellstrom Chronicle. There we are. The Hellstrom Chronicle. Here we are. And the film, the Hellstrom Chronicle, was about insects. Except it's a mockumentary. It's not a real documentary. It's supposed to star a mad scientist named Hellstrom, a play on the word Hellstorm. And Hellstrom plays Dr. Nils Hellstrom, who's fictional scientist. Dr. Nils Hellstrom guides viewers throughout the film, claims on the basis of scientific sounding theories that the insects will ultimately win the fight for survival on Earth because of their adaptability and ability to reproduce rapidly, and that the human race will lose the fight largely because of excessive individualism. The film combines short clips from horror and science fiction movies with extraordinary camera sequences of butterflies, locusts, wasps, termites, ants, mayflies, other insects rarely seen before on film, and insectivorous plants and insects. So this is the Hellstrom Chronicle, movie released in 1971. So we go from that to Hellstrom Hive, and this was Frank Herbert writing a book. So Frank Herbert, whom almost nobody knows, wrote a series of books called Hellstrom's Hive. And that was produced in 1973, several years after the movie. So it's basically a backwards development in which he wrote a book inspired by a film, rather than the other way around. Now, it's about a secret group of humans who model their lives upon social insects, and the unsettling events that unfold after they are discovered by a deep undercover agency of the U.S. government. Now, he puts this on a farm in rural Oregon. There we are. So, Dr. Nils Hellstrom is an entomologist, the same character from the film. Successful filmmaker and influential scientific advisor on strong political ties, he took this fictitious character from a film and put it in his book, living and working with a small staff on a farm in rural Oregon, where all the dunes were. Get it? And he attracts the attention of an unnamed government organization when documents are discovered that hint on cult-like activities and a secret weapon project. Now, what he tries to do in this book is he describes the society of homunculus synthesis, the synthetic ghouls created by the United States government. So that brings us back to what I was trying to describe is that when the government developed these incredible biospheres of mutated plants, populated by Homo gulis, what was their society like? Well, it wouldn't be like our civilization on the surface world. It was based on that of the social insects. And so they live in intolerably close proximity to each other in seething numbers, where they are very tolerant of continual intimate connection with each other, and sometimes participate in massive orgies where they produce more of their own and reproduce in large numbers, but also cannibalize each other because they are their own food source, along with their plants. So this is a true ghoulish social insect community, very similar, if people want an example, to the Chernobyl ants. People can look up the Chernobyl ants who were locked in the nuclear reactor when they sealed it shut and created a cannibal colony where their only food source was themselves. So this is what happened down there, what the Americans created. And Frank Herbert, as a government contractor, wrote about it indirectly to introduce the reality of this to the American public, to see how the American public would respond to this reality. Nobody even noticed it. Nobody even knows those books exist. Everyone only remembers Dune. The one serious work that he presented, everybody like orgasms over Dune like it has some meaning, that it's existential. The serious work he presented, based on government sponsorship, to psychologically test how the American public would react to the fact that there's a cannibal society of humanoids that live underground in hives that could overwhelm the surface world. Nobody ever read the book. It never sold any copies of any numbers to even register that it was published.
So it's worth reading because he's putting out in a fictitious way about what the military and government were really up to
in a
with
sense,
their underground experiments.
Only in a sense. Aspects of it reflect the reality of the documents I was working with. Other aspects are just bullshit.
Right.
It's, if somebody were to read the book and then describe to me what they felt was in it, like, here's what the book said and this is what I get out of it, then I could tell them where it went wrong. You know, right now I can tell you one of the things that he said that was correct was they have subspecializations of their own race, where some of them are like developed into more bulbous-headed thinkers. The rest are just bodies, like breeding bodies, where they take some of their own and literally amputate, just saw off their limbs, arms and legs, and maintain them as breeding torsos. All this is reality that's reflected in that book to a degree, but then he has stupid shit like they're driving around in tiny little cars for the bulbous-headed people in an underground complex that is like an underground city. Okay, that's not how they live. They live in a jungle-like environment, like a massive leafcutter ant colony or termite colony.
Right.
So he's like...
So they never sent men in hazmat suits at all to go down there and extract...
No, they did.
Things down there. All right.
And that's what happened to Phil Schneider.
Oh, yeah. Besides that, yeah.
Yeah. So this is where men were who had to deal with some of these underground bases, had to deal with the fact that, okay, so you get a group of underground people like that, theoretically hermetically sealed, and what's going to happen with all of those numbers that are in such high amounts? They're going to break out, and they're going to create subsidiary tunnels, branch out into other places under the American Southwest. And there was a breakaway colony in Dulce that they tried to put down, and this led to conflict. The survivors were just basically debriefed, quote unquote, meaning that they were told, these are aliens! These are aliens! They're extraterrestrials! who colonized under the earth. So then
cover up what they really were.
Yeah, and so they went around telling people they was aliens. They was aliens. Now, what these subterranean creatures do is they spit acid, like acid spitting ants. They spit acid.
Yep.
That's what happened to this poor fucker, Phil Schneider. But he tries to tell people, they laser beamed me. They laser beamed me. And dude, he's got scars from that acid. If that was a fucking laser beam, asshole, you would be dead.
Yeah.
Okay. The acid, yeah, you can survive. It can burn a deep gash across you, but if you're caught in time and the acid doesn't eat into you and, you know, they do what they can, they can patch you up. If that were a fucking laser beam point blank to your goddamn chest, it'd burn right through your heart. You wouldn't be there talking to people about how these little fuckers ate your fingers off and shit. And so this is how fucked up Phil Schneider was. But he was all like debriefed, quote unquote, which means they just told him, you know, this is what you say. And then he went around cross country saying it. And then they got assholes like Richard Dolan to compartmentalize the narrative. And so they take the narrative, they jack it, and they give you a false story of aliens. It always goes back to aliens. Like, aliens come this far just to bury themselves underground and actually get into conflict with people who are trying to dig into their tunnels because why?
Yeah.
None of that makes any fucking sense.
Yeah.
And so when you take a look at what really happened, I've just given people what happened to Phil Schneider and how he was programmed so that he'd give you a story that makes no fucking sense and has nothing to do with reality. But all of that being said, there is a part of the book, Hellstrom's Hives, where one of the government agents is taken, well, hostage by the ghouls, who then turn him into one of their sexual reproduction torsos, cut his arms and legs off, and keep him alive for breeding, and literally fuck him to death. This is in that book.
Wow.
There is like, and nobody knows this book exists.
I posted a link to it in the YouTube chat.
Okay, there we are. And
how many like men did they send to this underground base?
Yeah. It was, you're talking about the breakaway colony in Dulce, right?
Yeah.
That was whatever Schneider said. It's pretty much a generic. We can run with that as probably being the accurate number. 20 guys, whatever it was, some Delta Force team. By the way,
I'm thinking like that hive would just be filled with a shitload of these ghoul creatures. Like no way 20 men could take them all on.
And they didn't. They had to flee.
Yeah. It was like all in vain.
Yeah. They got their asses kicked and handed to them.
Yeah, like they were just sending them down as test rats to see just how it'd turn out just for their own amusement.
Yes.
The higher-ups' amusement.
Yes, pretty much. Brendan Zogit entered this link here, and I want to thank him profoundly for that. He said, Schneider finally came out with his story in the mid-1990s. 2 years later, he killed himself with a catheter cord, a suicide that has some screaming foul play. By the way, a catheter cord. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, it goes in your dick hole.
That's right. It goes up your piss slit. There's
no way he could have done that because he had missing fingers. It's impossible to strangle yourself with your bare hands with a little cord.
At the time, the engineer said he began construction on the underground base just like he would any other base by drilling holes. This time, however, an acrid smell like burning garbage emerged from the drilled holes. That's when the fighting started. So there we are. The year is 1979. The aftermath of the battle left 60 humans killed. That's easy to believe. You can believe that, right?
Yeah.
So
he was definitely assassinated. Some cunt strangled him to death.
Yeah. And you know why? Because he was overcoming his programming about the aliens and realizing these were the synthetic ghouls created by your own government.
He knew too much and he would have started speaking out the actual truth.
Yes.
When he got his mind back.
Yes. Thank you. This is what happened. Now, Nemo has put in a PDF of Hellstrom's Hive. I appreciate that. So, in a sense, it's required reading. In a sense, it's like
it's not available to download, so you got to read it on the archive or website. But it's all there.
Yeah.
Oh, please don't tell me you're showing us your dick.
Yeah. What? Yeah. What is that? Oh my God, that looks pretty scary.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's scary. It's scary looking. Jesus. And now, yeah. Oh, it's Sid. Oh, is that who that is? Oh my God, that's scary. So Sid, I was gonna say, well, I guess he's exhibitionist now, and he's doing his best to try and turn it off, to his credit. And but we're getting wonderful views of his rehab center.
Yeah, so the FBI shill Ted Gunderson went public a lot about regarding his death, talking about him. He was probably wasn't telling the full story.
What was it that Ted Gunderson was trying to say about him?
The most I could remember was he was going on about his injuries and that he was definitely assassinated. Like it was impossible for him to strangle himself with a little cord with missing fingers. It was definitely assassination.
Well, how does anyone how does anyone strangle themselves with their bare hands?
Yeah.
I don't care how many fingers you have. That's the stupidest fucking thing Ted Gunderson ever said. I don't care. You could have all 10 fingers on both hands. How do you strangle yourself to death? You'd have to. Yeah, you'd have to hang yourself or do something to render yourself trapped within an ever-tightening noose, like tying it to a doorknob and then somehow sliding yourself down under, into unconsciousness. This is possible because this is essentially what happened inadvertently to Robin Williams, because he was basically jacking off. And
David Carradine.
Yeah, David Carradine, however, David Carradine had a young boy servicing him, and the young boy panicked when he started choking to death. David Carradine, not the boy. I'm sure the boy was choking to death on David Carradine's cock when David Carradine started choking himself, because he was thrashing an orgasm, and then of course the young boy ran and called the police. But at any rate, when it comes to all this, these are pathetic characters who are getting their jollies off pathetically, but I don't care. You could have your hands, as I said, perfectly intact. You when you're trying to strangle yourself with both hands, you're just going to wind up letting go because
from instinct.
Yeah, you just can't. Well, just from the need to breathe, right? I mean, beyond instinct, it's just your body can't. The moment, let's say you have the determination, I'm going to do it, and you keep pulling and pulling, you're going to go unconscious. And then when you go unconscious, you're going to let go, right?
Yep.
So you can never complete the task. So, because you're going to go unconscious before you die. And at that point, you'll let go and then wake up later. It's, as far as you can go with that shit. So, of course, it was an assassination. But Ted Gunderson adding this stupid thing about with the missing fingers, it goes to show you how stupid that fucker was. That to even try and throw that in there to make himself sound like some kind of forensic expert. What a crock of shit.
He'd be, I don't know what you'd call him, he'd always keep an eye, he'd affiliate with these victims like Rusty Nelson and all that. He'd conduct interviews with him as if he's there to keep an eye on him to make sure he's not saying anything he's not supposed to and there for damage control.
Yeah.
Like he'd be around these victims when they go publicly on these topics. Like he'd just have to attach himself to them in one way or another.
Yeah.
You'd have to watch that Rusty Nelson interview with Ted Gunderson. He just had to get involved in that interview when he wasn't needed at all.
Yeah.
Because Rusty Nelson's done a lot of interviews just by himself.
There you go.
About the Franklin cover-up stuff, because he was blackmailed into being forced to photograph like all the child sex stuff and all that crap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he may have been the one that got some remuneration ultimately for his troubles. And Rusty Nelson was his name?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find
He
him.
also exposed that a lot of the military bases in America, on the ones that had big airstrips and shit, they'd fly in private jets with children's sex slaves who would be flown to country, state to state, to be handed to the top-ranking, well-deserving generals who are loyal, and they're rewarded these children's sex slaves.
Mm-hmm.
He witnessed all that and had to photograph it.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so for those of you who don't know, in 1999, Paul Bonacci, who had been kept as a child sex slave by Lawrence King, who was this black predator, black African-American predator, a up-and-coming Republican of his day. Paul Bonacci positively identified what was then Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino as an associate of Lawrence King, who he said was known to the children only as the Colonel. Rusty Nelson, who was Lawrence King's personal photographer, which is what our man Nemo is alluding to, also identified Michael Aquino as the man that he once saw King, Lawrence King, give a briefcase full of money and bearer bonds to, and whom Lawrence King himself told Rusty Nelson that he was involved in the Contra gun and cocaine trafficking operation being run by George Bush Sr. and Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North. So hopefully that puts that into some perspective for people. In terms of what else I remember about him, I'll try and rack my brain and see what else I do remember. But for right now, that's basically what comes to mind. I'm trying to remember if he was the one who was ultimately awarded money for his troubles, for everything that was. It was
Rusty.
It was Bonacci. It was 3 weeks after that that infamous hearing. Paul Bonacci, who was this victim of this nationwide pedophile crime syndicate, and whom identified Aquino as the man who ordered the kidnapping of Johnny Gosch. What happened was that in 1999, I think it was February 5th, the U.S. District Court in Lincoln, Nebraska, held a hearing in the matter of Paul Bonacci and Lawrence King. And during the hearing, Noreen Gosch, the mother of the 12-year-old Johnny, who had been abducted in 1982, provided the court with sworn testimony linking United States Army Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino to this nationwide pedophile ring. In fact, what she stated was, well, then, there was a man by the name of Michael Aquino. He was in the military. He had top Pentagon clearances. He was a pedophile. He was a Satanist. He's founded the Temple of Set. And he was a close friend of Anton LaVey. The two of them were very active in ritualistic sexual abuse, and they deferred funding from this government program to use in this experimentation on children, where they deliberately split off the personalities of these children into multiples, so that when they're questioned, are put under oath, or questioned under a lie detector, that unless the operator knows how to question a multiple personality disorder, they turn up with no evidence. And they used these kids to sexually compromise politicians or anyone else they wish to have control of. Then she said, this sounds so far out and so bizarre, I had trouble accepting it in the beginning myself until I was presented with the data. We have the proof in black and white. So it was 3 weeks after the hearing, on February 27th of that year, 1999, the last year of the 20th century, that Judge Warren K. Urborn, I believe his name was Urbom, U-R-B-O-M, I think, he ordered Lawrence King to pay $1 million United States dollars in damages to Paul Bonacci. So it was proven in court of law. It's for those of you who think this is all satanic panic, all of this is quite real, and that's you're gonna have to live with that fact. But there's only one person in the world who's ever done anything about it, and that's myself. Cultivated Image says good morning from Maine, and hey Sid. So let me tell him good morning.
So that was the purpose of Rusty Nelson being blackmailed as a photographer, because they wanted him to take pictures to use as blackmail for the politicians and other military affiliates, you know, so they have evidence against them in case they break their oaths and go against the rules. Like, oh, we got images of you fucking kids, so now we'll use that against you if you go against us.
Yeah.
They're using Rusty Nelson as that.
Yes.
And he also exposed, I'm pretty sure he mentioned Hunter S. Thompson photographing and filming snuff people being killed in snuff films and shit.
Oh, that's a given. Yeah, that's a given.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody should be shocked at that. I mean, that's just...
And whenever I try to mention that to people online, they just immediately refute it, because they idolize... Hunter S. Thompson's idolized by millions.
Oh, God. Why? Why?
They just think he's a great man from his movie and other shit.
Well, he's only portrayed himself as just this irresponsible drug addict. What makes that so special?
I know, yeah.
That's at any rate, in terms of so hopefully that answers the question of so what happened with Phil Schneider. I hope that answers your question. In terms
Did
of...
someone else have another question in that chat?
Yes.
Or was it just that one?
No, here's another question. And let's take a look at that with the shared thing here. Doug, why did the NS Germans, meaning National Socialist Germans, / the West in general, have a lesser view of the Slavic peoples? Now, this is from Tom Wolfe. I did tell him I'll endeavor to remember to address your query, and I was supposed to do that with the latest transmission, but it was the anniversary of the abortion, so I got into that subject instead. And so he said thanks. Hopefully he's listening tonight. Hopefully all those people who missed anything about this on the last episode before this one will hear what I'm saying tonight. I'll endeavor to best address this. And, of course, this is a sensitive topic, and it's, when it comes to, okay, why did the NS Germans and the West have a lesser view of the Slavic peoples? It's, first off, let's get something straight here. I have a great affinity for the Slavic peoples. I was going to marry a Serbian girl at one point in my life. I've had involvement with Slavic girls over the years, and I'm very familiar with the Slavic culture, and I've done my best to articulate and defend it in terms of the fact that there's redeeming qualities to Slavic culture, and I certainly could make a compelling argument for many of their stances and positions in terms of the world of Slavdom. And just so people understand, Romania, which is the culture which Peter Moon is deeply involved with, is not Slavic. It is surrounded by a sea of Slavs, but to the north is the Magyar peoples, or the Huns, the Hungarians, who are also not Slavic, but they have to their west the Serbs, and they have to their east or southeast, the Bulgarians. So these are the southern Slavs, or Yugoslav peoples. Bulgaria was never a part of the entity known as Yugoslavia, which existed twice in history. There was the first royal Yugoslavia of King Karađorđević's dynasty, and then there was the Yugoslavia under the communists of Josip Broz Tito. Either one of those Yugoslavias invited Bulgaria to join in their federation, but Bulgaria did not, because they have their own tradition of a czar. They have had their own khanate in the past. So these Slavic cultures include the Macedoni, or the Macedonians, who are now completely Slavicized. This is, of course, northern Greece, as some Greeks would claim. Obviously, it's a very complicated geopolitical situation in the Balkans, which I could articulate upon for hours. We don't need to go into necessarily all of that, but I'm trying to express my bona fides of familiarity, literally intimate familiarity with the Slavic culture. So I'm not speaking as someone who's a Slavophobe or someone who is antithetical to the Slavic people. But a question was asked, why did the NS Germans, or National Socialist Germans specifically, along with the West in general, have an inferior view of the Slavic peoples? Okay, so it's going to get into a little bit of an explanation here that will, shall I say, let's start with the most basic. This is the most basic competition that was going on between the Germans in particular and the Slavic peoples. It starts with Roma, or the Roman Empire. And what happened was that the Roman Empire under the Caesars, which is an anglicization, the original Latin, you pronounce the C like a K. So the way the Latin people pronounced Caesar was Kaiser, Caesar. And the Germanicization of Caesar is Kaiser. The Slavicization of Caesar is Tsar, or the just basically monosyllabically taking the word into the Slavic tongue. Caesar becomes simply Tsar, and ultimately they just say Tsar. So that's actually an anglicization. The correct Slavic would be Tsar. So these are both variants on the Kaisers, the Kaiser and the Caesar. Both of these mean emperor. It's above a king. So when you take a look at Kaiser, the emperor of all the Germanys, and the Tsar of all the Russias, and there are multiple Germanys and multiple Russias in history. And geopolitically, they're distinct. Like right now, there's a Belarus, or a white Russia that's under its own dictator, separate from Vladimir Putin, but slave-circuited to him by their desire to both bolster each other to remain in power. But Ukraine is another Russia which wants independence. And ultimately, many of the Belarusian, the white Russian people do as well. So when it comes to the Tsar, he used to claim to be emperor of all the Russias, meaning that inclusive of these disparate or separate Russian geopolitical entities like White Russia, Belarus, or Ukraine, which means frontier or Little Russia. And basically it means the frontier land, basically the borderland. So with the Kaiser, there was a time in history, not too long ago, a couple hundred years ago, when there were hundreds of Germanies dominated by baronies. And the Kaiser united them all, united under the emperor, the Kaiser. And so each one of these vied for who was the heir to the Roman Empire. So when it came to the Roman Empire, it broke into Eastern and Western Roman entities. The Western Roman Empire became Catholic under the papacy. The Eastern Roman Empire became Eastern Byzantine Orthodox under the Greek liturgical tradition of the Byzantine Orthodox Church. So then you had Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox, Ukrainian Orthodox, the Macedonian Orthodox, the Romanian Orthodox, Serbian Orthodox, loosely united under a kind of exarchate, who is in Constantinople, or what is today's Istanbul. And so these two churches, the Eastern Church and the Western Church, became the basis for competition between the Germani, the Germans, and the Slavic peoples, one with the Emperor, the Tsar, the other the Emperor, the Kaiser, both trying to declare they were the true heirs to the Roman Empire. This is the basis for the conflict. So understand that who's the heir of Rome is the basis for the conflict. But there's a racial difference. You might think it would unify them both, but it does not. There were, of course, the Vikinger, the Vikings. During the time of the Viking Age, the Vikings had their longboats with the dragon totem as the totemic figurehead of their longboats. In the day and age of the Viking raids, these longboats appearing in your binoculars or your viewing tube, telescopes they had in those days, lenses that exist for distance viewing. If that were to appear in your sights, it would be as ominous as a nuclear submarine in that day and age when the Vikinger were raiding Europe. Everyone's familiar with their raids on Western Europe. But then those that went east became the River Vikinger. And the River Vikings, they were the foundation for Kievan Rus. This is when Russia's capital was Ukraine's capital today, Kiev. Kiev was once the capital for all of Russia. Kievan Rus was founded by River Vikings. The River Vikings, of course, fought with the Germani further inland. So the River Vikings and the coastal Vikings, all the Vikings from Scandinavia, all these Scandinavian Vikings are of a different kind of Nordic stock from the Germani, who were the Central European tribes in continental Europe. The Germani are not Vikings. Now, people confuse them because of the Wagnerian operas. So, what was extraordinarily important to Adolf Hitler? Wagner. I mean, it used to be said that if you want to understand the Nazis, you must understand Wagner. And if you don't understand Wagner, you'll never get the Nazis. So Wagner is expressive of Nazism. He's like a proto-Nazi mood, a mood setter, what you'd call the dramatas of the Nazi persona or psyche. And Wagner, of course, was trying to show people things. This is the important thing about films. What's the whole point about films? And Wagner, of course, was doing stage plays, the precursor of films, of today's cinema, where you get things on stage and you show people things. You've seen how massive things could get with Amadeus. If you watch the movie Amadeus about Mozart, you see how massive some of the stage play paraphernalia could be, the stage settings. So Wagner is like that. And so when it comes to Wagnerian opera, like in any film today, which is trying to give you visual stimulus, something stimulating visually. Let's take a look at 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. The original description of the submarine by Jules Verne is scientifically functional. So this scientifically functional submarine designed by Jules Verne is a fucking tube underwater. It's a tube. It's an underwater tube, like modern submarines. In fact, it's more like modern nuclear submarines, the way he describes it in his book, in that modern nuclear submarines look boring as hell. They're a fucking tube. They don't look interesting like German U-boats of World War I or World War II. They look like a tube. This is because they're functional, they're minimalist, they're meant for the water to roll around them without impacting their frame, their structure. So they're built in a way that's very streamlined. You might say, why didn't the Germans originally build them like that? Because, well, they didn't have the technology to do that. That requires a certain level of technology to build that level of structural integrity in that smooth shape. This is what Jules Verne was foreseeing. So Jules Verne describes Captain Nemo's submarine like that. But that doesn't look very interesting. So in the film by Disney, they portray the submarine as very interesting visually, very much a piece of art, but it's not realistic. It's not structurally sound or necessarily functional. It has a semi-functionality in that they show it with a built-in ram, which is the bladed arc that breaks up the hulls of enemy ships. But aside from that, it looks very, how would you say it? Fancy. It's, there's the word fanciful. It's fanciful. It's not functional. It's, you see, if you talk to an engineer, they'll tell you form follows function. What is your function? And the form will follow function. And that submarine is not functional. It's simply aesthetic. That's what a cult leader will tell you. A cult leader will tell you that function follows form. That's the whole point of something like Scientology. A lot of it is you are what you want to believe you are. In other words, appear as you want to be. If you want to be a king, dress like a king. Or your idea of one. This is like a rapper does. So you wind up hanging dollar signs around your neck and shit. And, therefore you hope to manifest the incoming money. This is the kind of function follows form belief. You make it look like you're wealthy and you attract the wealth. In Silicon Valley, they call it fake it till you make it. Well, that doesn't work for engineering. And so when it comes to Nemo's submarines and what I'm trying to express here in answering this latest question, Wagner could not show people the normal Germans as they were tribally because they were extremely functional people, extremely sanitary people. You might call them sanitized barbarians. This is why Adolf Hitler once said, yes, we are barbarians. It is an honorable title. So these are the ancient barbarians that waged a very thorough form of warfare and came to dominate in the Central Europe. But they are not Vikings. And the entire concept of what Vikings are was inflated in the European mind, where people got the concept that Vikings wore horned helmets. Well, Vikings never wore horned helmets normally, and certainly not into combat. There might have been some ceremonial helmets at certain rituals that might have had horns, but all that shit comes from Wagner. So understand, Wagner is trying to make something visually interesting, and so when he puts up the German tribes onto a stage, the ancient Germani, he shows them like they're fantasy Vikings with horned helmets and shit. This is an opera. It's not a history per se. So he's diving into a mythos and he's rendering it entertaining, visually interesting, something people want to look at. And helmets with horns on them are eye-catching. And they look splendid. They look magnificent. So this is kind of like the difference between Germans and the Vikings is Wagner is taking a fantasy Viking idea that was a kind of devil image of the Viking from ancient Western Europe, the coastal raiders. And he's putting it on stage as the ancient Germani. And then everybody else gets the idea in popular culture that Vikings wore horned helmets, which was not practical and nothing they ever did in battle. So this is important because the Wikinger, the Vikings, are not Germani. They're not Germans. But the Russians are descended from the river Wikinger that are of this hostile tribe that established Kievan Rus, the original Russia, in what is now Ukraine, the true Russia, the Nordic Aryan Russia, is Ukraine. Now, the bleed-off culture that became increasingly Slavicized became known as Mother Russia. Mother Russia, whose Tsar claimed he was the emperor of all the Russias, which the Ukrainians, of course, fight off with their very lives. So, when it comes to the Germani and the Wikinger-descended Russians, this is also part of the collision between those cultures. The Viking are not German, and the Germans are not Vikings. And the combination of that with the heirs of Rome from Western Europe combating the Eastern Byzantine Empire based on their different churches that developed, one under the Pope and one under the various nationalist churches under the Exarchate in Istanbul, today's Istanbul, former Constantinople. That adds to the conflict of these cultures, the hatred between them. But then we come to the crux of the matter. Okay, why is there a kind of look of the West and the National Socialist Germans in particular on the Slavic people as a lesser culture, even a lesser race? Take a look at the experience of World War I. World War I was the war that made the Nazis. The Nazis are a product of World War I. If you want to understand why there even were Nazis, well, they never would have existed without World War I. And in World War I, Germany defeated Russia on the Eastern Front. That is a historical fact. And that defeat happened quickly at the Battle of Tannenberg. The clash of these two empires, one German, one Viking, one Western Catholic, the other Eastern Byzantine in culture. So the Slavs are ethnically Viking, culturally Eastern Byzantine Orthodox. The Germans are ethnically Germani and culturally Western Papal Church in doctrine or cultural origins. And when they clashed at Tannenberg in 1914, the first year, the opening guns of World War I, for every single German that died, for every one German fatality, there were 45 Russians killed. 45. The Russians were annihilated at Tannenberg in 1914 and knocked out of the war with basically a single battle. So decisive that the Germans forced the peace treaty of Brest-Litovsk upon them, in which the Russians surrendered White Russia and Ukraine to the Germans, along with the Baltic states of Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. So, how did the Germans accomplish something so incredibly outrageous? How did they manage this? It's a matter of quality versus quantity. The Russians today in Ukraine are fighting with what they call meat attacks. Meat attacks. Meaning that they're just literally throwing as many men, just human meat, as possible on the Ukrainians to suffocate the Ukrainian superior weaponry. Now, Germany was outnumbered at the Battle of Tannenberg, 100 to 1. A stroke of brilliance secured them a victory, left the Russian forces annihilated, where every single German killed 100 Russians. and won them the war in practically a single blow. After that, the Russians disintegrated into civil war for understandable reasons, overthrowing their leadership. This is because of the cultural differences that led to what we would call a real primitivism, an atavism in Slavic culture. There is a real inability to progress without simply taking from other cultures and reproducing it to the best of their ability, usually in brutalist form. Basically, East minus West equals 0. There's an actual book by that title written by a German author after World War II. When you hear these racist, bullshit, negative fantasies about Japan, you'll hear, oh, the Japs copied everything. Now, nobody says this sort of shit anymore, and if they do, they're a throwback. But during the time of World War I, World War II, all the way through the 80s, you would hear this bullshit about the Japanese, quote-unquote, being copycats. The Japanese have produced so many inventions domestically that they far outstrip the West technologically. They far outproduced the West in terms of creative ideas, which is how they won World War II, which we outlined in the Roswell Deception. So read that goddamn book. But when it comes to the Russians, nobody applies that stereotype to them because they're quote-unquote white. But that is the technological reality. There are almost no technological innovations in Russia. Everything truly is copied. Now, you can point out a few exceptions, like the AK-47. That is something that was fairly unique, fairly original. But the Germans had already developed a submachine gun of their own towards the end of the war. It's not like this was something that was necessarily copied, but these innovations were happening elsewhere as well. It's not that the Slavic people are incapable of inventing or producing something, but it doesn't happen very often in their cultural timeline. Everything in terms of their space race, their aeronautics, there were some innovations, some outrageous attempts at innovations that were unique, whether in the Tsarist time with the so-called bicycle tank, which anybody can look up, bicycle or tricycle tank. This wasn't something that was ridiculous. People will point it out as like comedic, but it made perfect sense for the landscape of their front at that time, the Eastern Front of the war. Very different landscape from Western Europe. When it came to the other innovations of the Russians in World War II, prior to World War II, they made one of the largest planes that ever flew, and that had very heavy guns on it. This was an actual combat-capable superplane that could also carry smaller parasite aircraft. There was another plane that was a dedicated flying aircraft carrier. These were never capitalized upon because the Russians were using them mostly as propaganda pieces. But it wasn't that they couldn't be used in combat. But nevertheless, in general, historically, the Germanic Empress, Frau Katharina, the Tsarina Katharina der Gross, the Great, in German, imported Germans to build up Russia, construct its infrastructure, develop its roads. These became known as the Volga Germans, and the Volga Germans were imported by Tsarina Katharina to be the technical class. So you had an ethnically alien technical class of Germans that basically constructed Russia. This is why the German author who titled his book East minus West equals zero was able to say that. It's not a claim, it's a fact. With the space race, the air race in aeronautics after World War II, everything was copied. They created a version of the Concorde called the Concordsky, which was simply a ripoff of French blueprints. Everything they did was just stolen from other countries, from the atomic bomb to their bombers to their jets. There was nothing original produced by the Russians. This is, in general, it's a generalized statement. And of course, like I said, I could talk about things they did invent and design that were innovative, but in general, it's simply not the case. And the end result has been a failure in the technology race that is killing them today. They have no high technology to maintain a modern war. So they're left with meat assaults. Now, when you take a look at Germany, on the other hand, everything is just the opposite. And of course, you never hear about it because you're swamped in a morass of basically Allied propaganda. You have no knowledge of what really happened to the Germans after the war, or how they united in terms of West Germany and basically redesigned themselves for a victory in the post-war world. One in which they were, well, if you take a look at some of the German accomplishments, if you were to unite their Olympic medals of East and West Germany throughout the Cold War, the Germans won all of the Olympiads. Every single goddamn one of them. That's something that showed that they were on top of the game for, well, basically everything in sports. And when you take a look at their economy was such that they were far more productive and far more prosperous than the capitalist United States and the communist bloc combined. When you want to examine, for instance, the economy of Europe, it's the largest economy in the world. And all of it is based on German money. What the Germans did is superhuman. Literally superhuman. In terms of their ability to not only beat everyone in the Olympics, but pay off the debts of World War I and World War II, and then use the Deutschmark to fund the euro of every other country in Europe. This is a superhuman accomplishment that proves that Hitler was right to tout them as the master race. You're talking about a nation that's smaller than Texas, that's floating the largest economy in the world, the economy of Europe, the market that everyone seeks. This is something that, of course, all the Russians could do was parasitize off of Eastern Europe, as opposed to doing something to renovate an economy like the Germans did. You understand why there's a contempt for the culture, at the very least, of Slavdom, along with the racial animosity. So this gives you an idea of why this attitude exists and why it needs to be taken seriously, why it came about, and it's not racism, it's experience. And it has to do with, of course, the horror of what the Slavic people have brought upon the earth, which has been a de-evolution and a literal attempt to make humanity go backwards biologically. When it comes to Stalin's intent was to downbreed the Soviet peoples with monkeys to create a chimerical worker that would be the sub-citizen, that would be the genetic norm for the future Soviet man. And being Caucasian, literally a Georgian, a nation in the Caucasus Mountains, where the very word Caucasian comes from, he viewed the Slavic peoples as an Asiatic race that was completely expendable, something to be downbred with monkeys to create an even lower form of life, a degenerate worker that would literally work for food. This is something that when it comes to the Americans, they had a man named Bobby Yerkes, Yerkes, who was abducting Latin American women in Puerto Rico and Cuba and forcing them to breed with monkeys against their will, strapped down as monkeys were set loose upon them to rape them, so he could use their wombs to carry chimerical hybrids that would be a labor force for the capitalist Americans that would literally work for food. The only thing that stopped this in both cases was the Americans were forced to go to war against the Nazis and could not continue these programs. While mobilizing for a war effort, they needed all the human meat they could to throw against the Reich, just as the Russians did. It's one of the reasons the Nazis launched the war, was to save Americans and Soviet peoples from being downbred by their own rulers into a degenerate, debased life form. The Nazis were aiming for a higher ideal of eugenics, where man would breed up instead of down. And they're portrayed as evil for this ideal, which means whoever supports the Allies supports a world in which people are downbred into monkeys. This is the whole point of taking Pierre Boulle's work, Planet of the Apes, written by the French author, and basically perverting it into a pro-ape propaganda franchise. This is the horror, the insanity of the Allies. That wasn't what his original book was ever about. So, think now upon the horror of what the Allies intend for the future of the human race, what the Nazis did to stop it, and realize just how lucky you are that Adolf Hitler existed, and how the Slavic people were the agent of degenerate barbarism that has brought nothing but pain and misery on the world in terms of what empire they built only with American help. Had it not been for Americans supplying all their trucking, all their oil in World War II, none of the Russian advances would have been possible. This is why the Allies had to cooperate as a united front in order to, quote-unquote, win a victory at all. This is because they were incapable of winning one without that level of coordination. So there we have it. It's an example of why the Germans and the West in general has a lesser perspective on the Slavic peoples. There is a very much what Russia in particular, in terms of the Slavic cultures, is very much like a Viking empire that has colonized all of these minor ethnic groups throughout Eurasia, integrated them by force into a literal colonial empire, and has done nothing really with that civilizational objective to raise the living standards, but instead only abused, exploited them. Did the same with Eastern Europe when they were helped to overrun it by the Allies in the West. Their lack of productivity or competitive productivity in terms of creative work left them behind when the world technologized, when the world moved into high technology. The Russians stole everything they could, but were never able to recreate high technology in the Soviet Union in terms of any infrastructure. It's one of the reasons the Soviet Union collapsed. It didn't have the technical capacity to maintain a civilization in the 20th century. And now they're returned to the past with a brutal ideology of Russian supremacy that is pure racism and based on nothing other than mindless expansionism for the sake of expansionism. This is something that, unlike what the Germans did to rebuild themselves and then carry forth into this economic success that made their allies look like nothing. This is something why there's a feeling of, shall we say, disdain. So, such being said, we'll move on and try and answer some of these other questions. I'll take a look at some of the others, but I'll take a short break for a bit, and then we'll continue on about this soon enough. But I don't know if Aristides is still awake, but if Sid's... this Nemo says I'm going to go to bed, I'll say goodbye to the listeners. Yes, please, by all means, do that, if you would be so kind.
Yeah, I just want to let the listeners know, please support Douglas anyway. First, good morning, good day, good night. Please support Douglas any way you can. Buy his books on Amazon and send any amount you can afford towards him via PayPal.
Thank you. I certainly
good
appreciate
chatting with you.
Yeah.
It's good talking
Take it
with
easy.
you.
Yeah.
Take it easy, everyone. Have a good one.
Yeah, we appreciate you joining us tonight, and hopefully you can do that more often, okay?
Yeah, I'll try. I just have a sleeping schedule.
Yeah,
Be
so I've noticed.
consistent.
Yeah, so I've noticed. Hopefully you'll get a more consistent sleeping schedule going, or is that simply impossible after all these years?
Yeah, I don't have much control. It's just the flip of a coin if I'm going to be up on time.
Okay. And, okay, well, thanks so much for joining us tonight, and you have a blessed night, okay?
You too.
Okay.
I'll leave some AI-generated images in chat as I leave.
Okay.
Taylor Swift.
Great. Thank you.
Right. Goodbye.
Appreciate that. Take care. And with Sid and Aristides, don't know if Aristides is still up and with us. Hopefully he's gone to sleep by now, probably for the sake of his health. Not that he's in bad health, mind you, but in order to maintain his good health, he should be getting some regular sleep. So when it comes to Sid here, so how are things going with you lately, Sid? Before we've got some photos left by Nemo, of course, and
That's great.
let me take a look at what he's left in a second. Here we are. Oh, that's interesting. Yes. Say goodbye to the listeners. So I like the one with Oscar the Grouch. Oh, is that?
Right.
Oh, that's what's her name?
Oh, Scarlet.
No. No, it's what's her name?
Swift.
Taylor Swift. Yeah. Where did you come up with Scarlett from?
I don't know why I'm thinking of the name Scarlett Johansson. I think she's like...
Yeah, Taylor Swift, and obviously these are AI generated images, but they're semi pornographic, but it's cute. It shows what was on his mind. At any rate, can't blame him for that. So even he said, yeah, Taylor Swift. Yeah. Aside from that, God, is Aristides here to speak, or is it just me and Sid right now?
Yeah, I'm not good at speaking. I'm having a hard time speaking lately, Douglas. I am.
What? Why is that?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, try. That's sure you can try. It's something that I do want people to understand is anyone's capable of talking, and when it comes to what the Germans set out to accomplish at the end of World War II, to cleanse Europe of Jewry, the destiny of Germany. Germany's the dominant power in Europe, but a short time after World War II. The Jews never returned to the body of Europe in any great numbers. Certainly never returned to Germany in any really large numbers again, ever. Germany rose from the ashes, its economy excelling the Bolsheviks, equal to the American capitalists within 4 decades. And of course, this is something that I think most Americans could never appreciate. They know nothing of these accomplishments. The indomitable will of the German people. Okay. So Nemo provided, I believe, something for Sid, saying, just read this while Douglas takes his break. And thank you. That's profoundly appreciated. And I will, let's take a look at what he provided for you. Here we are. Excellent. I think that this is something. How good are you at reading?
Pretty good. I could read through this.
Okay then. Great. I'll take a short break while you read that, and so thank you, our man Nemo, and you have a great erotic imagination for what that's worth, and I'll thank you for providing us with something for our man Sid, and I'll take another break. And I think that this is it's great. So I'll leave you here to read. You got this, right, Sid?
Yep.
All right, I'll go mute.
All right, thank you, Nemo, for providing this. It'll be very helpful. Okay. So, the United States has not and cannot formally declare a legal state of war since World War II. That is because the United States is still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich in exile. The very last time the United States declared a state of war was in World War II. First declared war against the... Where did I mess that up? Let me back up a little bit. That is because the United States is still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich in exile. The very last time the United States declared a state of war was in World War II. First declared war against the Empire of Japan on the 8th of December 1941, the day after Pearl Harbor. Then against Germany and Italy on the 11th of December 1941. Then on the 5th of June 1942, the United States declared war against Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, which comprised and formalized the Axis of Nations. Since that period of time, the United States has never declared war. The United States has never declared a state of war since World War II. It's impossible for the United States to officially declare a legal declaration of war on anyone because it is still in a state of war against the Third Reich or the National Socialist German Workers' Party, who were the legal democratic government of Germany from 1933 to 1945. This is the reason why the United States has never declared war again, because they cannot declare a state of war within a state of war. That's why no declaration of war was declared against the Soviet Union, why no declaration of war was declared in Vietnam. No declaration of war was formally declared in the Gulf conflicts. No war was declared in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Korea, in Cuba, in Panama, in Nicaragua, or anywhere. The United States has never declared a state of war with anyone since World War II because it's still legally in World War II. The factors to take into consideration is, firstly, the United States is forbidden to ever declare a state of war ever again as long as it exists as a constitutional republic. That's the first fact. The second fact is unlimited states of emergency since World War II. For example, daylight savings time, formerly known as wartime. Daylight savings time or wartime didn't exist prior to World War II. It was first introduced in the year 1918 to 1919. Roundabouts 1918, 1919, looks like by President Woodrow Wilson. It lasted for a year, and by popular demand, the nation voted against daylight savings time for its inconvenience of switching time zones and doing this manually using analog. Wartime or daylight savings time was reintroduced in World War II, which allowed the United States extra daylight in the day for war production purposes for mass mobilization. Well, when this daylight savings time, it was only to last, this daylight savings time, it was only to last for the amount of time the United States was in a legal state of war, no more than 6 months after declaration of peace against belligerency of a nation state. Well, until this day, the United States, Britain, France, and all the English-speaking Commonwealth nations are all still of wartime. All the allies of World War II are still on daylight savings time. Daylight savings time still exists. The other factors to note is the government Federal Reserve phone tax on every monthly bill for telephonic calls. There was no wartime excise tax There was no wartime excise taxes imposed prior to World War II. Again, like daylight savings time, a war tax only is introduced during declaration of war. The United States taxed the population of a wartime phone tax during the Spanish-American War and in World War I. These were redacted 6 months after signing and declaration of peace. Until this very day, everyone who lives in the United States, Britain, France, and the English-speaking Commonwealth of Nations are all still paying a wartime excise or tax on every phone bill on a monthly basis every single year. The war tax has never been redacted, and we continue to support the war effort by continuing to pay our phone bills on a monthly basis, which we get taxed for being in World War II still, indicating we are still legally in a state of war. Every phone bill has a set of regulated taxes on there, which are government taxes, which we are being charged every time we pay for the war effort, which is still ongoing and continuing. How are we still legally in war in World War II and in a state of war against the Third Reich in exile? The war with the Third Reich government is still ongoing and continuing to this very day, which is why in the United States, Britain, France, and various nations in Europe who are part of the North Atlantic Treaty Organizations and the recognized 193 member states of the United Nations are all subject and exposed to anti-national socialist propaganda. The purpose of this is to promote an antithetical and violent response to the legally declared enemy. The Third Reich in exile are still the legitimate enemy of all the allies of World War II. That's why there is so much anti-national socialist propaganda pumped at you through your education, through media, through social platforms, through film, movie, and literature. All this effort is designed to make you hate the legitimate enemy, in which are the National Socialists German Workers' Party, colloquially known universally as the Nazis. The term Nazi is a propaganda acronym created during time of war to derogate. I don't know why I feel like I'm reading that or seeing it wrong, or saying it or all three. To denigrate the National Socialist German Workers' Party. The term Nazi is a meaningless term only used in time of war, and everyone calls the National Socialist Party Nazis because we are still in a state of war with the National Socialists. This is why everyone is indoctrinated to hate the National Socialists, which is a personification of pathology. You have to ask yourself, why on earth are we still being pumped anti-National Socialist propaganda, which supposedly ended after peace in May of 1945? The reason being is because we are all still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich in exile, just as Japan and Russia are still legally in a state of war, just as the National Republic of China and the People's Republic of China, who are run by the Chinese Communist Party, are still legally in a state of war. All these nations are still in a legal state of war, just as the alliances such as the United States, Britain, and France are all still legally in a state of war. The Third Reich relocates into exile. It's very important to make aware of the fact that the signing of the ceasefire in Europe by Alfred Jodl in Reims, France, on the 7th of May, 1945, was not a settlement of a peace treaty. This is a surrender of the forces in the field of belligerence of the combatants. This was not a formalization or settlement of a peace agreement or unconditional surrender. The most important thing to note and to recognize is the fact that the National Socialist German Workers' Party, who were the legitimate government of Germany, of the fatherland, never ever surrendered. I don't know how to pronounce this. The Wehrmacht, what is that? The War Machine of the German Army? I don't know. The Wehrmacht of the Germany armed forces surrendered the forces in the field, but the government never ever surrendered. The government relocated into exile, just as the Nationalist Republic of China relocated its government into exile on the island of Taiwan, which was formerly known as Formosa, which belonged to the Empire of Japan for 50 years from 1895 to 1945. The Japanese government gave the Nationalist Chinese government under Chiang Kai-shek the island of Formosa for allowing the Japanese forces territory and occupation, whilst the Chinese Civil War was raging on the mainland of China. The nationalist Chinese government felt betrayed by the United States government for supporting the Chinese Communist Party, so the nationalist Chinese government switched sides to the Axis, just as Italy realigned themselves with the Allies. To this day, the Nationalist Republic of China is not recognized by the United Nations. The United Nations was created originally to combat and fight the Axis as an organization of war, stated in Article 42 in its United Nations Charter. The United Nations still exists today as an organization of war, or to conduct peacekeeping operations to combat and fight the Axis nations today. Because the Allied nations are still legally in a state of war against the Third Reich government in exile that is not recognized by the United Nations, just like Taiwan is not recognized as even existing because it's part of the Axis alignment. The nationalist Chinese government is not recognized, just as the national socialists government of the Third Reich are not recognized and not acknowledged as even existing. That's why no one is aware of this fact. But the bottom line in reality is the Allies are still legally at war with the Third Reich government to this day. And that is the end of the reading that Nemo has provided. And I think this is part of the point we're trying to get across here on the Douglas Dietrich Show. We remain at war with the Third Reich in exile. So there. Is anybody around? Douglas, having a sandwich. Aristides, are you awake?
Okay, I'm back. What exactly happened here now? Did you read? Is Sid with us? Oh.
Yeah, I read through the
and
stuff that you put in the chat. Yep.
Okay, so Esther922 says, is there an email for Douglas available for people who have questions? So let me provide that to her. It's but then when I came back, I didn't hear anything. Like, how long was there silence?
Very long. I just finished reading, and I was trying to figure out what you were up to, and if Aristides had gone to sleep, and he seemed to be waking up for a second.
Oh God, that poor guy.
Yeah,
yes. Okay, so, all right, so there we are for Esther922. It's douglas20dietrich@gmail.com. And she says, thank you. Let me give her acknowledgement here. And then I'm going to return towards, shall we say, I guess, doing my part to host the program. I thank you, of course, for your attempt, Sid, to hold the stage while I was gone, and thank you, Nemo, for providing Sid with materials, and that helps immensely. That being said, let me try and get my head together for the night and see if I can even conduct a full night's monologue. We can go on, of course, to speak a little bit about the abortion subject, after which I will go on, of course, towards I get some questions here that I'll have to figure out who asked this one. I'll have to look up where this was asked. Somebody says, DDD, please speak on the ice wall and the bigger earth. Were there any docs that you saw regarding us living in a crater? You are the man. I appreciate that. Thank you for the compliment. Let's say that I'll get to answering that if we ever get Jennifer Hawkins back on the program. Jennifer Hawkins was going to ask me something about the bigger Earth, and let's have her present the bigger Earth thesis, so I can respond to that at some point in the near future, if she ever decides to grace us with her presence again. I'll try and check in on her. I did have a short talk with dear Victoria, and so hopefully she joins us again in the near future. Of course, she's got things going on in her private life. I want people to know her health seems to be okay. She seems to be seeking romance with a objective of marriage, raising a family. I'm not good for any of that. So she's like finding another man who's giving her those promises, or has found another man who is promising her those promising to realize those objectives with her, and I wish nothing but the best for them. But beyond that, there's nothing else to really share. Hopefully, I'll speak with her again privately and sometime in the future. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm just in the friend zone on that one. I don't need to try and involve myself with raising a family. At the same time, it's we'll see what happens out there. Never say never. I mean, I might get somehow involved with something. Aside from that, hopefully Brooke Gibson will join us sometime in the near future again. I spoke with her just the other day in the morning before I went to see the dentist, and all the shit hit the fan. But it's she's doing okay. Obviously trying to adapt to some things in her life that are stressors. Working with getting herself a new car, for instance, because her Nissan apparently reached its maximum before it conks out the transistor, of course. Apparently that's a big thing with the Nissans. They run out after a certain mileage. So, this is capitalism. Things are not built to last. Keeps the economy cycling. It's all horrible. So really, capitalism really is fucked. And so Aristides did wake up. He woke up in time to go mute. Probably so you wouldn't hear him say, "Oh fuck" or something like that when Nemo was prodding him, or excuse me, Sid was prodding him. I mean to say, you were prodding him, right, to see if he was awake, kind of like calling his name out, something like that, I presume.
A little bit.
Oh,
just
God.
for a moment.
Oh God, poor guy. So there we are. Just so you know, Brooke Gibson was in on our last call, you might remember, and what happened was that when you uploaded all those links, it woke her up in the middle of the night. Apparently you uploaded them at 3 a.m. in the morning, something like that, and 26 of them, and so the ceaseless notifications acted like an alarm to wake her up.
I'm sorry, Brooke.
Yes, I'm sure she will appreciate that. Yes, so Brooke, if you're listening, if not, we should timestamp the moment so that she can hear that. 6 hours, 38 minutes in. Yeah, cool. All right. So that being said, okay. Moving right along. What else comes to your mind with, say, for instance, something you can talk about? Let's talk a bit about, say, for instance, you have these truffles and you are microdosing them by slicing them very finely with a surgical blade. So you're taking like a fine slice of a truffle once a day? Is that the regimen? He's on mute.
The Fetamin protocol is 1 day on, 2 days off. So I'm microdosing,
Okay.
1 day, take a break for 2 days. So that's kind of a fun way to go. But I'm doing the psilocybin and Syrian rue combo right now, and it's a little discombobulating. A lot of people find it kind of sleepy. Hopefully, gain some useful insights through the course of a microdose cycle.
Mm-hmm. Whoa, what kind of insights are you gaining? There must be some kind of experience. What kind of experiences are you having with this? It's kind of like a living daydream, or what?
Well, microdosing is meant to be so that you don't really feel any acute effects.
Okay.
So the effect is very subtle, to the point that I don't feel particularly altered necessarily. But especially with the Syrian rue, it just has a way of taking the mind just kind of deep within itself. It's a strange addition. It potentiates the psilocybin. So, I mean, it's kind of, like I've said, it's kind of similar to what's happening when people take ayahuasca. So, God only knows. Do you have any thoughts about what is actually happening with consciousness and with our experience with the psychedelic experience, and can this be like beneficial, for people, mental health, or getting out of some kind of, more dysfunctional, like self-limiting type of patterns and whatnot?
Well, when it comes to this sort of phenomenon, how do you feel about it? Do you feel like you're coming out of a dysfunctional pattern?
Yeah, no, I've benefited from this stuff. Yeah, over the course of my life, I've been able to make some, healthy changes along the way, and that's all anyone can do.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So, I mean, then it's a positive for you, right?
Yeah, I consider it to be a positive.
And so that's what counts. That in the end, that's what counts. And if you feel that it's efficacious, that's helping you overcome more morbid or destructive addictions like drinking, for instance, then that's even better. Is that the case?
It does help with that. Lots of people have had that experience. If you've ever experienced any level of alcoholism, yes, psilocybin, LSD can disrupt those cravings and the thought process pretty dramatically for a lot of people. And just living having the cold turkey experience, ongoing, is not for everyone either. So definitely, it's legit harm reduction if you can get some relief, with psilocybin.
Right. Okay. Pardon me, I'm not yawning because of you. Just trying to get myself psyched up to go into some subjects. What we can do is we can start with, say, for instance, color coding. I mentioned that this is Code Orange post-emergency fundraiser tonight. I'm trying to encourage, of course, contributions. And I think that we could go a little bit into these color codes. And our man Sid here will help to interject whenever he feels he has something constructive to say. And of course, I've worked security a good part of my life, and with multiple contracts and multiple environments. I want to thank our man Sid for his courage in sharing the fact that he's microdosing in an attempt to overcome certain other dysfunctions or addictions. Before I go into hospital security and various other kinds of color codings and meander my way back to the subject of abortion as a segue into that subject, and why some people may not understand where I'm coming from with my stance on abortion. For instance, of course, I want people to people should obviously understand, based on the latest episode preceding tonight's, which was the 50th anniversary of Roe versus Wade. And in that 100th anniversary special, I delineated why women should have choice, why all women should have control over their own bodies, why that's healthy for them, why that's healthy for society, why it actually leads to less misdeliveries, or shall we say spontaneous abortions, the miscarriages. It's something that just like contributing blood gives one a far better chance at avoiding a heart attack. So basically having abortions, obviously when one has justified why they have to have one to themselves, having abortions then leads to less miscarriages. It's a biological fact, a medical fact. But then they would think that I'm touting the stance of communist China or Paul Ehrlich or one of these population control freaks. That's not the case at all. And the horror of communist China was very similar to Romania, another communist country, except for completely different reasons. Though the Romanians outlawed abortion completely, whereas the communist Chinese rendered abortion mandatory. And by rendering abortion mandatory, they created a hell on earth and have ensured their own doom, their own demise. Certainly their current regime will fall because of this, well, there's no other word for it, lunatic one-child policy they maintained for all too long. It doesn't matter that they stopped it. It was too little too late by the time they stopped it. But as we meander our way towards returning to that subject via talking about hospital code, oh, forgive me. Maybe I won't last through the night. Maybe we'll just buy me some more time so I can amp myself up a bit by having Sid talk about something he's passionate about, which apparently, Sid, let's do this. You remember what I said about Ford? Do you remember what the acronym stood for? Damn.
Yeah, I can double check.
Well, it's family, occupation, recreation, dreams. So, let's we've talked a bit about Sid's family. He's had a brother, he said this publicly, who slipped acid to his mom while she was working. Real nice guy. And we have occupation. Obviously, I think Sid's occupation right now is kind of like as our chat master, so to speak. Recreation, well, that's obviously the drugs. Dreams, that would be something else. Sid, tell us a little bit about your dreams, not just for yourself, but for the world. What do you think would be a better world? And you tell us a bit about that, and then we can ask a little bit about whatever personal dreams you might have for a few minutes. Just psyching myself up here to meander my way towards monologue. So, come on.
Yeah, dreams. Hey, man.
Yeah, dreams. And do you dream at all, like when you sleep? Do you have dreams when you sleep?
I do.
What are they like?
Have dreams. They're pretty. My dreams are pretty chaotic. I don't remember a lot of those. The flying dreams stand out. Those are pretty neat when it feels absolutely that I have figured out how to levitate and move around in that way.
Okay.
Those are, it's completely it's completely convincing. It's some of the most realistic dreams I've ever experienced. Okay. And I'll be kind of hovering around and like completely amazed at like, this is something that can actually be figured out. Sure, man.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Okay, and so okay, you were going to say something else.
I was going to ask you about what about yourself? Do you dream?
Let's talk about you right now. I'm trying to get my head together to even meander my way towards monologue, okay? So, in terms of your, not talking about dreaming like sleep dreaming anymore, but what would be your dream for a better world?
No more drug war, better education, guaranteed basic income, top quality mental health care for everyone who needs it, things like that.
Excellent. Excellent ideas. Excellent ideas. Go on.
I'm not particularly. I don't always feel terribly optimistic about the whole situation. I hope that some of this stuff I hope I can see some positive changes in my lifetime around at least some of the stuff that I care about personally,
Mm-hmm.
And I think that like there's decriminalized California and there's some good progress being made as far as reversing the prohibition of psychedelics, and I think that's an important part of the puzzle, like an essential part. I mean, you can't have a war on drugs, and you can't have a prison industrial complex, and you can't have these criminal, discrepancies between like wages and cost of living, and call it a functional first world society or whatever, and have that like pan out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Esther922 says, I love flying dreams. That's cute.
They're the best.
Yeah, there you go. That's I wish we could bring Esther on with us. Esther, do you want to join us? Honestly, I'd do anything to avoid monologuing for another hour at least. So Esther, send me a Skype invite, a contact request on Skype. Open a Skype account, and I'll bring you on the call in a heartbeat. I do that with, of course, our other friend, Mr. What's his name? Constructed or something? Constructed Image? Cultivated Image. I'd do that as well. In the meantime, Sid's doing pretty good. He's doing all right. He's coming up with some basic, we agree on several basic social ideas. Some might even call them socialist. There's a socialist element to them, most certainly. She says, I'm quite shy, laugh out loud. I don't have Skype, laugh out loud. Do you know how to download Skype? You could try. And then come on here and giggle. I couldn't give a damn. If our man Sid can download Skype, anybody can download Skype. Skid can show Sid. I called him Skid. Sid can show you how. Sid can show you how to download Skype. Oh my fucking god!
I can't. I couldn't. I can't even remember how I got it done.
You did it several times. That's right. You have several accounts. I've got several Sid manifestations in my Skype as accounts that he doesn't even know how to access anymore. He opened them and then couldn't reaccess them. But in terms of, say, for instance, education. What do you think is a predominant problem with education today, aside from, say, for instance, a pointed lack of mental health care, which obviously recognize is a necessity for today's dysfunctional population base? Everyone is suffering from mental strain, and the majority of children, of course, have their fair share. But also their educators. I think a very important thing is mental health available for educators on site, on the job. And as for kids, of course, the first thing we need to do is ban cell phones and give them something that is to be used only on site. For communications in terms of emergency, some kind of on-site cellular communication unit that is highly limited to 911 and other functions that are vital for education. Get rid of the goddamn cell phones and you might get somewhere with education. Any other ideas?
I love that one. Social media has got to just be really eroding the quality of the human condition.
Okay, and
I guess. I mean, or would you agree
yeah, no, definitely. So obviously, I'm not going to argue with that. I'm going to definitely agree with that. And so, what I would like you to do is get into the habit of continuation talking. When you finish a sentence, then back it up with another sentence, not in terms of backing it up with evidence, but just following on with another sentence for the sake of making noise. That's what burns bandwidth. You don't need to say anything that even makes sense. It could turn into word salads. It doesn't fucking matter. This is how people do radio or shows.
Talk up
yeah.
salads, probably.
I'm sorry.
I could talk up some word salads.
Yeah, I'm sure you could. Then again, I'm reconsidering that and not quite sure if that's the way to go. All right, so let's go a bit into medical service codes or something, because I do want to educate people a little bit about that. We went earlier into some topics that are pretty deep. I guess now looking back into the live stream, and numbers are good. Let's try and take a look at some of the things I've had to deal with over the years when it came to color codes. And I became very familiar with hospital security because both of my parents were care recipients and I was their care provider. And it's just bewildering what these color codes can mean. I said tonight is code orange because we're in a situation which has yet to be stabilized, in which I'm trying to raise more funds. And I want to give credit to people who have contributed. And I'm going to mention a few more of those people who have contributed. As a matter of fact, how they helped me to actually make some purchases today that I had to make in terms of Coke and beer, where I had no money for that. If it weren't for these wonderful people who contributed, I would have had no money for that. And of course, these are kind of like necessities in life, make no mistake about it. So I'm going to check into my account for overview. The PayPal account, which most people contribute to, is usually the production account, Douglas Dietrich Productions. And so we have an individual who contributed. I'm going to open up his contribution to see if he asked for any anonymity. It doesn't appear to be the case. And this is a wonderful human being named Andrew Aird. Andrew Aird. And he lives in the United Kingdom. And he contributed 10 United States dollars. God bless you, Andrew Aird. We have another individual who, of course, contributed. And I'm impressed enough by that contribution. Let's open his thing up, see if he's asking for anonymity. And I don't think that appears to be the case. And this wonderful individual is named Mark Blitz. And Mark Blitz is, he lives in the United States. I'll say that much. And he contributed $250 United States dollars, or 25 United States dollars. Between the two of them, I had $36 on my production card that I could use to purchase 10 16-ounce Cokes at the local corner store. They're basically $3 each. So $3 a can for Coke in San Francisco, but it is 16 ounces, tall cans, larger than the regular cans, because, I don't mess around. I always go big. And when it comes to the beer, that's about $15 for a 12-pack at the local corner store. You're paying for the convenience of buying it refrigerated at the local corner store. I will confess to everyone, I'm starting to drink beer more and more at room temperature because V, my cosmetologist, said she sensed a lot of blocked chi energy in my skull. Usually, she says that's mostly from my super sedentary lifestyle, but also my drinking too many cold liquids. I don't drink much tea anymore, but she mentioned that actually trying to counterbalance that with hot drinks like tea really is not the solution. It's drinking more and more liquids at room temperature. So I'm starting with the beer. I can easily handle beer at room temperature. Some people find that repulsive. Of course, some people live in fucking deserts where the room temperature beer is probably rather repulsive. I live in San Francisco where it's a fucking icebox anyway, so the room temperature beer is already cold. So not that bad, and hopefully will help with recirculating some of this chi that she's talking about. Aside from that, again, just to disambiguate, so that people understand, when I talk about abortion rights, I am not talking about forcing women to have abortions, as is done in communist China, because of a Jewish son of a bitch named Paul Ehrlich, who influenced Henry Kissinger to literally convince the communist Chinese into a one-child policy. That was a part of Henry Kissinger's genocidal objective. And he, of course, was ethnically Jewish. And unfortunately, the other ethnically Jewish son of a bitch named Paul Ehrlich is still alive and with us and still preaching world genocide. He's a man who wants us all dead. And this is part of the Jewish genocidal tradition, part of a cultural depravity that they manifest, and which they're carrying out in Gaza before our eyes, while telling us what victims they are. Just disgusting. And I'm going to harp more on that in the near future. It's such a depressing topic, the genocide in Gaza, that I'm literally left at a loss for words, which is saying a lot. And so when it comes to, shall we say, the current situation, let's start off with something that's fairly neutral, that I can just speak to from a technical level, and we'll take it from there as the night progresses and see if I can make it through the entire 12 hours. Because we got 4 fucking hours left, and usually I'm game. I'm up for it. I could do this. This is one of those nights where I'm actually wondering if that's possible. Already I've tried to. Oh, here we are. Esther 922. Our man is saying, our man Sid, saying, any ideas for discussion? Okay. Oh wait, Esther 922 is saying, okay, I've downloaded it and made an account. I'm still debating internally. Laugh out loud. So send me a friend request. This is my Skype address. So let me give her my Skype address. This is my Skype address. Douglas Dietrich 1. Okay? So you just take that, and it's Douglas Dietrich 1. Just send me a Skype contact request, and I should get a notification. If I can jump on that in time, we'll bring you on the call. And that way you can talk about. She says, no, I have some questions for Douglas that are personal to me, but as far as discussion topics, I am unsure I can help. Psychic dreams. So, yes, before I start into something as maniacally monotonous as color codes for security, as kind of like a segue into back into the abortion topic, have you had dreams that have been precognitive?
Me?
That's I love that. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure how to send a request. Does this work? Okay, there we are. Okay. So now here's what I do. What do I do? Okay, I accepted, and then what I do is I go up to her here and see if I can get her into my favorites group. Here we are. Bring into chat. Add to favorites. There we are. So RW is now among my favorites. R-Wiz, the Wiz. Okay, so this is what we do now is we add her to the call. Gonna press that button, and okay, let's look up R-Wiz. There we are. We press the call button, and we press the add button, and we see if she responds. We're ringing her. And she's on. She's on the call. Let's all introduce the world to RW. Okay, honey. What do you want to be called?
Esther, please.
Esther. So, my dear Esther, tell us a little bit about yourself that you feel comfortable sharing.
I'm just a strange little girl listening.
That's fine. That's beautiful. So any now I'm going to ask a few questions, and you're free to ask me questions. But you know, I'll start off with something that I feel is fairly innocuous. What are you doing up at this hour?
I'm having some issues where I'm hearing 2 conversations at once.
Okay, technical issues. So what's going on is your computer is still on while you're on the call. So when you get on the Skype call, then you turn the volume off on your computer. Turn the volume off on your computer, I think.
Thank you.
Or the volume off on the live stream.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So do you hear me now without hearing the other conversation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So just a casual question here, and you don't need to respond if you feel uncomfortable. So the question is, just a normal one that's meant to be innocuous. What are you doing up at this hour?
Actually, I just woke up, and I had tuned in, was listening to you earlier, and I woke up and you were still on, so I came back in, and I've been debating on whether to ask a question in live chat. I didn't want to gather any attention onto me, and here I am on your show now. So,
yes, and we all love it. We're all grateful. This is Sid. Sid, say hello to Esther.
Hi, Sid.
Hey, good to have you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
That's
You're welcome.
He's so charming, that tremulous voice and all that. Yes. I'm sorry, what was it that you said, Esther, in response?
Oh, I just said thank you for having me.
It's our honor and our pleasure. Believe me, you have no idea how reluctant I am to get into monologue just yet. So when it comes to you're listening to me at all, how did you find out about me? Have you been listening for a long time, or is tonight the first time you've ever heard me?
I don't want to bruise your ego. Actually, yesterday was the first time I had heard of you. I found you watching a BitChute video with a young lady. You did an interview 3 months ago.
I believe so, yes. Go on.
Yeah, you were discussing your past and some of the things that you've been through and gone through and experienced. And you touched on some topics that are personally curious to me. I'm investigating my own past right now. And so I had some questions for you that I wouldn't like to bring up online, but
by the way,
I find
go on. No. I was going to say that you're more than welcome to speak to me privately if you feel that uncomfortable asking about some subjects that would become public. In other words, if there's topics that but feel free to ask those questions now. So continue with the train of thought before I interrupt it. Go back to the train of thought, the stream of thought before I interrupt it, and whatever you were going to say, please continue.
Respectfully, my train of thought derails.
It's okay. No worries.
So I don't know if I can get back on track, but I appreciate all the information that you're bringing to the public, and I will ask.
Yeah, go on. I'm so sorry.
I think that's. Go ahead.
I keep interrupting. I'm so sorry. No, go on with what you were going to say. You will ask. You were just about to say something. I will ask. Go
on. Well, yeah, because I find that there may be other people out there who hear your shows that might come across with the same questions, but I can ask them in a way that doesn't put out my personal information. I was kind of wondering, as far as like when it comes to like the Michael Aquino stuff.
Yeah.
Do you happen to know if there were children from outside or surrounding areas or surrounding military bases that were also brought to his area to be programmed as well?
Oh, absolutely. That goes without saying. This was not only a national operation, but an international operation. And he was someone who was taking advantage of the fact that he had an entire infrastructure that was geared towards this human child trafficking, and that infrastructure happened to be the basically the American military itself. Now, what you might have heard me speaking or saying to Jennifer Hawkins, that's the young lady that I presume you heard me conducting the interview with. So the one that was conducted about my most recent interview was conducted by Jennifer Hawkins, and Jennifer Hawkins was investigating Michael Aquino, the human child trafficking, and so one of the things I brought up to her was that at the time that I was involved with the Department of Defense, the United States military, the Army alone, was taking care of 100,000 children or every day in their daycare centers. The Presidio military, the military-based daycare center, was capable of taking care of up to 1,200, 1,500 kids on any given day, theoretically. And this was because entire families were cycling in and out of the base, which was the second most important United States military base or army base outside of the Pentagon itself. And I've given details as to why that was the case in the past. Could always provide them again if people are curious. But so I'll give you an example of how massive this operation is. Now, we had an individual who's been on my show in the past, who by the way, just so you know, you may or may not know this, but our program, of course, you probably assume it comes at a regular time slot, which it does. But just so you know, my entire life is very different in terms of biorhythm from your average person. So basically, this program is 12 hours long normally. And unless it gets interrupted, like literally cut off, like the internet goes down. So if that doesn't happen or something else doesn't happen, then normally this starts at 6 p.m. California time or 9 p.m. Eastern time and will last until 12 hours later. Theoretically, 6 a.m. in the morning California time, theoretically about 9 a.m. in the morning Eastern time. But this is only twice a week, and it's basically Sunday nights into Monday mornings and Wednesday nights into Thursday mornings. And basically, of course, it takes essentially a day to prepare for one of these programs. It's not in the sense that I'm really preparing materials. It's simply that there's a lot of chores I need to do and responsibilities in terms of taking care of presetting up my environment before production. And then, of course, by the time one of these transmissions is over, I'm usually too amped to go to sleep right away. So I'm basically up for 2 days, and then I'm asleep for 2 days. So obviously I don't sleep, shall we say, completely for 48 hours, but I'll get up, basically refresh myself, go back to sleep, what I call surfacing and submerging. So basically that's 2 days on, 2 days off, and that's basically the majority of the week. That leaves me primarily Friday and Sunday free days to get some other things done during daylight hours. But mostly I'm biologically inclined towards being nocturnal, and therefore I have a kind of diurnal dysrhythmia that enables me to accommodate this very bizarre schedule. Our man Sid, he accommodates this kind of schedule because he's basically someone who's a product of trauma. And as a product of trauma, he's self-medicating and therefore has over the years developed a very bizarre cycle. It's not quite as bizarre as our man Nemo Albano in Australia, who was on recently and just dropped off a few hours ago or last hour, because that individual kind of tends to have a very erratic. His sleep pattern is erratic. But all that being said about sleep, I do want people to understand, I try to advocate that most Americans get sleep. It doesn't necessarily have to be at night, but most Americans are definitely sleep deprived. And but such being said, I'm glad you're up with us, glad you woke up, glad you heard what you did, glad you reviewed that interview the other day. And when it comes to all of that, now you kind of got our schedule down. It's basically Sunday nights and Wednesday nights here in America. Our friends who join us in Australia are from England. They're a day ahead of us, so it's different for them. And with yourself, I'm not going to pry. I'm not going to ask any questions that you find too personal. If I do so, it's strictly by accident. I'm not trying to sneak something in. But
no worries. If I don't feel comfortable, I just won't answer.
Sounds good. Or you can just say I don't feel comfortable answering that, so that would be easier
Right.
for us to, you know.
Right, yeah, there will be an answer, just might not be the one you want.
Oh, whoa! It's not necessarily that I want certain answers. It's just, yeah. We know, we get it. But I'm not here to interrogate you, and rather want you to start asking some questions. But just out of curiosity, so when you ran into me in that BitChute recording, I wonder who that. Oh, so the BitChute was probably uploaded by Brendan. He's our co-producer as well. And so when you were on BitChute and you saw that and it resonated with certain things you're concerned about yourself, then you followed up. You found me here. So that's pretty fast. And in terms of you obviously understand the basics of what happened in my life. You obviously understand that I was a Department of Defense librarian for almost 10 years, that I pretty much shut down the largest human child trafficking ring in operation at that time. And it was so impacting that the United States military had to go into damage control to the point where they instituted April as the month of the military child, which is something anyone can look up. They can look up April, the month of the military child. And this was instituted to propagandize, to self-promote them, the military, as being, we have the most well-funded, well-resourced, well-staffed, well-equipped daycare, child provision, child daycare provision centers in the world. That we have the top of the line model for childcare, for services all around the world. I mean, we're a shining example of this. And this is part of the insanity of the position of the American war machine in presenting themselves as the ultimate daycare providers. And of course, it brings us to the insanity of the situation itself. In case now I don't know your background at all, but I'm going to operate on the presumption. Just going to assume you don't know much about the military. Maybe you do. Maybe you come from a military family. I'm sorry?
I do. I come from a military family.
Okay, then you know that there are people who are born on military bases and people who die on military bases, and some people are born and die on military bases. This is all quite true, and that the military is essentially a welfare state for families. It's basically a series of ghettos strung on bases all across the world, where basically these families are raising kids in this incestuous system where, and they call it professional, quote unquote, and it's an exercise in insanity. I could go on about this for hours, but obviously you seem to have some experience with this. We're not going to ask you to share whatever you don't feel comfortable sharing, so I'm not going to ask any questions. But so let's, we've gathered that now about you. We gathered now about you that you're familiar with a lot of this. So tell us, ask us some questions, or ask me some questions in terms of your own experience. What is it? What are some questions you might have that you feel you could comfortably ask publicly to me?
I don't know.
Okay, no worries, no pressure.
Do you have any information about kids in, say, the gifted and talented education programs being used?
Okay,
Do you know?
thank you. Now I remember what I was going to tell you. It won't directly answer your question, but this is what I'll say about that. The interesting thing when you say about gifted children, of course, it depends on whether one is in public schools or whether someone is like Brandon Young. Now, Brandon Young is a friend of ours who suffered an assassination attempt. He was very similar to Amanda Ute, another friend of ours. They suffered very strangely parallel assassination attempts, both because of me, and both will testify to that. Both of them have testified publicly on record to that. With Brandon Young and Amanda Ute, I could go into the assassination attempts against them, but I merely bring that up to emphasize the veracity of their stories and the seriousness or the gravity of their situations, and what happens to some people who have tried to support me in the past. They become targeted. But when it comes to Brandon Young, he comes from a privileged family, and he feels that he was part of a gifted class, so to speak, that in which he was essentially exploited, as were some other children that were involved in these courses, that they were essentially probed to see if they had psychic abilities. And then when it was ascertained that they may have had psychic abilities, then or talents of some sort, that they were then abducted. This is what happened to a young girl that he had a crush on when he was attending school. In my own case, I was obviously processing differently, even before the blood transfusions that I suffered. Now, when you were listening to my interview with Jennifer Hawkins, you probably heard me talk about John Henry Hagman and those blood transfusions that I suffered at the age of 14. Did you not?
Plasma?
I'm sorry?
The nanoplasma?
Yes.
Yeah, I've listened to a lot of. I've actually, it wasn't yesterday. I found it was a couple days ago, and I kind of dragged the days together, and I've listened to many hours of you.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard nanoplasma.
Yes. So even before then, I was processing differently. As a matter of fact, when I was younger and starting off in school, they felt that I was processing slowly, and they put me in the developmentally disabled groups. I was actually put in the groups with the developmentally disabled. Now, in those days, we didn't have these categories for autism or for different types of processing like that.
Right.
As far as I'm concerned, I don't feel that I'm autistic. I once had an individual who basically was hooked up with for lack of a better word, his mistress, so to speak, the woman who adopted him, no other word for it, his lover, quote unquote, but she was more like a mistress to him. She would teach autistic children. She taught children at the autistic end of the spectrum, and she once gave her opinion, and obviously in a sense she's a professional, that I'm autistic, and I took no offense at it. I don't feel that's the case. I feel that in her case, it's like if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. But it's like if I wouldn't resist taking tests and finding out if that was the case. I'd be happy to take tests in that regard. But such being said, when I was starting off in public school at a very younger grade level, I was put in developmentally disabled groups. And then gradually, bizarrely, as I progressed with different grade groups, different grades, I began to be put into other groups, ultimately gifted class groups. Now, personally, I didn't find nothing gifted about the children that I was stuck with. These were genuinely, quote-unquote, classified as gifted by the school in what I feel was, I guess they were processing quicker and kind of like showing some level of intelligence, maybe a little higher than their peers, but to me, they were just a bunch of idiots, and none of them really displayed anything that I would consider intelligence. Really, it was just like, it was almost like vicarious, it was almost like capricious, that the choice for who was gifted and who was not. But at any rate, my own experience during that period of time was that I received phone calls during the times that I obviously was not at school and my parents were not home. So whenever my parents were gone, which would be for long periods of time, my father, because he was an alcoholic at that time, which he ultimately overcame to his credit, my mother was gone on work and other activities. Nothing embarrassing or socially looked or socially stigmatized. She was involved with activities I can go into later. It's just it would take a while to explain them, but she was gone for long periods of time. and I was left alone. And during those periods of time, I would receive phone calls. And these phone calls were people conducting surveys, adults conducting surveys. Now, bear in mind, at this point, I was like maybe 9 years old, 10 years old. And I would receive calls from adults conducting surveys, and they would just drill me with a whole bunch of questions. And because I was young and lonely and precocious, I would enjoy engaging with these adults and answering questions. And I just thought that this is something anyone would grow up with. Of course, as I grew older, I came to realize no child receives calls from strangers inviting them to answer questions for surveys, because there's no adult that cares what a child thinks about political gerrymandering, for instance, or other kinds of issues that adults would answer surveys about. So that was obviously some kind of tracking program. So it was obviously at a very young age tracked, and they were measuring my ability to respond, measuring my maturity. They were measuring my ability to communicate. Obviously, this was an example of, quote unquote, a gifted child being monitored. So this happens to people. And so that's an example of what happens to people who might be considered gifted or something of that nature. In my case, of course, there's other factors involved by bloodline, that would lead to an interest in how I was developing, etc. But all of that put aside, that being stated, what I remembered, based on some of your interests, of how to indicate how serious the operations were to bring children from all over to places like the Presidio for exploitation. There's a dear friend of mine named Keith Call, and Keith Call is this religiously devout man. He's someone who is truly sincere in terms of leading a wholesome life. He's probably one of the most wholesome men I know. And this individual, that of course means his personality is almost the exact opposite of mine. But this individual, for whatever reason, even though he has the maturity and common sense and the wisdom to do as I do and recommend that people not pursue paranormal investigations, because so many people think that they become fascinated with these morbid topics and then they go ghost hunting. Let's go ghost hunting. And as Brooke Gibson, a woman who's often been on this program, has attested, then strange things follow you home. So he recommends people don't go ghost hunting, don't go seeking paranormal experiences. And, you know, he will say he doesn't seek them either. But the truth is, he is basically an investigator into a lot of phenomena. And one of the things that he did was he was pursuing the Roswell investigations, which of course I wrote on extensively. We published a book called The Roswell Deception with my co-author, all about World War II, what really happened. And of course, I consider it required reading to get a better grasp of where I'm coming from. But such being said, when it comes to what it involves a lot of military corruption. So when it came to Keith Call, he was investigating some of this military corruption, came across myself, became what I consider a good friend of mine, but he'll do some things that I consider pretty risky. And one time he was in Roswell, and he was known to be investigating Roswell. And so I guess they spread the word. And at some point, some big, buff, crew-cut military guy, whether he was in a uniform or not, might have been on leave, the guy had the military manner of, presenting himself with a certain kind of presentation, self-presentation, and affect that military men present themselves with often, at least while they're still in active duty. And so he shows up and says to Keith, hear you're interested in Roswell, something like that. And, Keith says, yeah. He says, get into my Jeep, or whatever the fuck it was. Truck, whatever. So Keith gets into the vehicle with this guy. By the way, this is never recommended for anyone. Guy drives him out. I'm sorry. Yeah, hopefully you would never do such a thing. Guy drives him out to the middle of the desert and shows him a big, gaping hole in the ground. Says, that's an abandoned missile silo. And Keith, takes a look at it and is just in awe. I don't know if anyone has seen an abandoned missile silo, but they're huge. You imagine something that can launch a rocket from underground, and you've got these big blast bay doors that open up. And of course, because it's no longer in use, it's abandoned. Basically, those blast bay doors had fallen in, so you've just got a big hole in the ground, and you just look down and you just see, almost nothing, but you can see through enough light, ambient light, the silo effect, and of course some of what's on the floor, so to speak, several stories below, rails that bring the missile up to its launch site. It's brought on rails. And so there's this whole underground railroad system. And so the guy was bringing up some of the logistics of this. That's connected to all these other tunnels which run throughout the United States. What military men call CONUS, C-O-N-U-S, Continental United States. So a lot of these silos are connected by an underground railroad system. And so he says, now that a lot of them are abandoned, those rails are used for something else. And so Keith Call says to him, what? And the guy just looks at him real sharply and says, boys. They're used for transporting young boys. And didn't say anything else. And Keith Call realized it was the end of anything the guy was going to say. And so they just got back into the car, and the guy drove him back into Roswell and just dumped him off, left him there, where Keith, of course, had plenty of ample transportation to get him elsewhere from out of the town. But of course, I admonished Keith and told him, dude, anything could have happened. That guy could have just said what he said and then pushed you down that empty fucking silo so you could die after falling several stories down after he told you that. Just so you wouldn't live to tell the rest of us what he told you. It's one of those things where, he shouldn't have taken a risk like that, but just another confirmation of the nature of this operation being vast. You've got what was once basically a transcontinental, going across the North American continent, underground railroad system, once used to transport missiles to various silos. You've got that now being used to transport young boys. So the reality is we do have an underground transportation system where children who disappear, particularly boys, are transported to various military bases to be exploited. This is something that could only be military. Good example, by the way, when I think of the hero of Black Hawk Down. If you remember the film Black Hawk Down, it was one of the biggest box office draws of 2001, and it earned its director, Ridley Scott, the Oscar nomination. He didn't win, but the movie got 2 Academy Awards for editing and sound, if I remember. Now, based on Mark Bowden's nonfiction book of the same title, it concerns the catastrophic raid of Mogadishu in Somalia by United States elite soldiers in 1993. Now, one of these Special Forces soldiers underwent a name change as he moved from the printed page, the book, to the big screen. And Ranger John Stebbins or Stubby Stebbins, was the name of the real historical hero of Black Hawk Down. And in the movie, they changed his name to U.S. Army Ranger Danny Grimes when he was played by the Scottish heartthrob Ewan McGregor. Now, this is because the real hero of Black Hawk Down is a convicted child molester. Now, in the year 2000, Stebbins was court-martialed, and he was sent to the military stockade, Fort Leavenworth. It's a military prison for the rape and sodomy of a child under 12. Now, this was just one of many kids this guy had victimized. It was confirmed by the United States Army, the Fort Leavenworth military prison, which was Stebby's home for the next 30 years after the year 2000, so he'll be there till 2030. Not too long from now, actually, when you think about it. Long enough. Black Hawk Down's author, I think his name was Bowden, he told the New York Post that the Army demanded he change Stebbins' name in the screenplay in order to avoid embarrassing the military. So the military is performing censorship. Basically, Stubby's ex-wife, Nora Stebbins, she went on record to say they're going to make millions off this film in which my ex-husband is portrayed as an all-American hero, when the truth is he's a baby raping Satanist. So this guy Stebbins abducted multiple children, kept them under the basement of his home, chained to the wall, naked all day, feeding them out of dog bowls, giving them nothing but his urine to drink in other bowls instead of water. And so they were living off dog food and his urine for years, till his wife got tired of all the screams and the crying in the basement, bothering her in her sleep, and finally reported him to the authorities. But the point to be made here is not simply that this person is some kind of son of a bitch, some kind of degenerate. The point is that I got complaints from military veterans when I exposed this, claiming, quite accurately, really, quite truly, you can't say what you're saying because he was retired from the U.S. Army when he committed these crimes. But he's in a military prison. So the point to be made here is that he could not go to a military prison unless he was under military control. You see, if he was just a retired military man, completely severed from military duties, he would be in San Quentin or some other high-level security penitentiary with all the other baby raping sons of bitches. Why is he in a military brig if he was not under military control? Which means something else. It means that when he was retired and committing his crimes, he was doing so under military orders. So he was acting on behalf of the U.S. government when he was doing everything that he was doing. That's the horror of the U.S. military. And of course, I could go on with other examples, such as the Golden State Killer. Golden State, of course, after my own state, the Golden State of California, because that's where he operated. Joseph James DeAngelo. And of course, like so many of these other sons of bitches, a product of the military environment. He's just another asshole product of the military programming, and I mean literal programming. We're talking about the Joseph James DeAngelo was 72 years old when he was caught. By that time, he was a former police officer. He was originally a mechanic who served in the United States Navy during the Vietnam War, who was finally identified as the serial rapist and killer who terrorized California throughout the 1970s and 1980s. He finally faced a total of 12 counts of murder in Santa Barbara, Orange County, Ventura, and Sacramento counties. Was arrested at his home in Citrus Heights, a Sacramento suburb, a suburb of the capital of my golden state of California, on April 24th of, year before yesteryear, or the year before that. And what was it about it again, how they found him? It was after investigators linked DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, from decades-old crime scenes to D'Angelo himself using an online genealogical database. And family members, including the 35-year-old Jesse Ryland, a nephew of Joseph James D'Angelo, confessed that decades before he killed at least 12 people and sexually assaulted half a hundred others, 51 that we know of, that were actually reported in this crime spree that terrorized all of California. The man, the Golden State Killer, watched two men rape his younger sister on an Air Force base in Germany. Joseph James D'Angelo was playing with his sister Constance in an abandoned warehouse on the base when two United States Air Force officers in full uniform walked in and raped her in front of him. D'Angelo was about 9 or 10 at the time. His sister was 7. Now, his nephew, Jesse Ryland, only learned about that incident from his mother just before she died from cancer. And his sister's rape was just one notable incident in D'Angelo's childhood. He grew up in an abusive household where his father physically assaulted his mother, Kathleen. And she also abused at least one of the children. His nephew, Jesse Ryland, said, "She would hit my mom all the time." His mother would wear 2 pairs of pants, or rather he would learn to wear 2 pairs of pants to lessen the blows from her, and she would wear 2 pairs of pants to lessen the blows from her husband. So he said, "I'm pretty positive we were all abused like that." Now, of course, he grew up to serve, Jesse D'Angelo Sr. He grew up to serve in the United States Air Force, and the family moved frequently because of the job. Now, after that one violent incident on a base in Germany, the military police, they warned Joe Sr. he'd be kicked out if he touched his wife again. And the spokesperson for the National Personnel Records Center, which manages all the military records for veterans who served in the 20th century, they said that, guess what? All the files for Joseph Sr. and Joseph Jr. were never going to be made available because another government agency had already seized them. Imagine that. Imagine that. So they were unavailable to the public, so the police couldn't access them for any info on this fucker. So his nephew, Jesse Ryland, said that when his uncle and his mother told their parents about what had happened in the military base warehouse, they were simply beaten until they were half dead and told never to discuss it again. Now, of course, D'Angelo and his parents, all Air Force, then he joined the service in the Navy. This is a military, multi-generational military family. But that rape of his sister in front of him was obviously to program him. Now, Joseph D'Angelo Sr. ended up in South Korea, where he retired and had another set of kids who were given the same names as his first 3 children, Rebecca, Joseph Jr., and Constance. This was confirmed by Jesse Ryland and Kenneth Ryland Sr. So, you're talking about not only did he raise a family of 3 abused children who were white, he raised a family of 3 half-breeds, Amerasians, half American, half Asian, in South Korea, who were given the exact same names, going through the exact same process all over again.
It's crazy.
No, that's military Programming. And after...
Well, I know, but that is crazy, though.
Yes, of course.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm not discrediting it. I'm saying what these people do is crazy.
Oh, I understand. Yes, it's maniacal.
Right.
Now, after serving in the Navy, Joseph D'Angelo Jr. became a police officer for the Exeter Police Department from 1973 to 1976, and then for the Auburn Police Department, where he worked from 1976 to 1979, until he was finally fired for shoplifting a can of dog repellent and a hammer from a drugstore. And when Kenneth Ryland Sr. said that when he asked D'Angelo why he stole those things, D'Angelo responded, "Because I could." Meanwhile, D'Angelo was breaking into houses, raping women, ransacking their homes. Ultimately, they concluded that he must have raped around 200 women in 10 years, killed at least half 100 of them, all while serving as a police officer with military experience, and he got away with it all. Till they finally caught up with him at the age of 72, and by that time, they just say, oh, he's too mentally deranged, too senile to serve in prison.
Yeah, that pissed me off to no end when I read that.
Thank you. And it's so common. It's the common...
I'm in California too, so I'm familiar.
Okay. So there you go. That's the common end for these people. It's like that idiot porno actor, Ron Jeremy. He's raped hundreds of women, and they're just going to let him go because he's just too mentally incompetent to stand trial and serve jail time. This is the common result for all these assholes.
They like to wait until, even if they have all the evidence and they know everything, they will wait, even if it will come out later. They'll wait until enough time has passed, is past statute of limitation, or they can say this person is no longer mentally, fit to stand trial or whatever. It's ridiculous. And these are only the ones that they allow to go through to something.
Thank you.
The Golden State Killer.
Yes.
They knew who it was all along. They did.
Absolutely. He was one of their own. And we could go on and on about case after case of these military heroes who are under military control, basically following military orders to terrorize the American public, to keep the American public in a state of constant fear, subdued. Your worst enemy is the American military, and this is really what they're all about. It sure as hell isn't defending America. These people are...
What about Richard Ramirez? Wasn't his father in the military?
Yes, here, let me relay that. Thank you, Sid. So Sid brings up one of my experiences that I may have talked about with Jennifer Hawkins in that interview. I don't remember. But basically what he's referencing is the fact that when I was working at the Presidio Military Base Library, there was an individual by the name of Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez. And Michael Ramirez was U.S. Army Special Forces, as was, of course, Michael Aquino. So when it comes to Michael Aquino, he was U.S. Army Special Forces, psychological operations, but he was a Green Beret. So was Michael Ramirez. Anybody who's watched the John Wayne film, The Green Berets, get that out of your head. That has nothing to do with reality. When you're talking Green Berets, you're talking about a bunch of baby raping Satanists. When it comes to Michael Aquino, that's one thing. I can go on hours about that, of course. But while I was working at the library, Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez would come in with a shoebox full of memories. These were all photographs he had taken of all the young girls he had raped and killed in Vietnam. And his sexual fetish was to butcher them, but oftentimes he would force them to service him before he killed him before he killed them. He would basically have them give him a blowjob, suck his penis until he orgasmed, and at the same time he orgasmed, he'd blow their brains out. That was what brought him to climax, actually. So he would take photographs of these girls servicing him while he had a gun pointed to their head, and then photographs of their last moments while he was blowing their brains out, while he was simultaneously ejaculating in their mouths. This was a favorite.
These sick monsters are promoted and put high in ranks.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And he was the highest level a man could reach in the non-commissioned officer status. He was constantly trying to go in with these photographs of his butchering young girls, cutting their breasts off with his bayonet, etc., to share them with the kids in the children's room. Of course, when I was on duty, I would always block him from entering there. And he would have to share them with fellow adults in the other section of the library. Plenty of adults would groove off that shit and talk with him for hours, share, take a look at his photographs, share their own atrocities they committed. And I had asked him sometimes to distract him from going into the children's room. I got him involved in conversation so he would follow me around the library while I was shelving books or tending to other duties. So it would take his mind off of trying to paw at the children all day. And so when it came into his discussions, what he revealed about himself, I asked him how he even got caught and sentenced to methadone treatment at Letterman Army Medical Center. So on site, the Presidio military base was the Letterman Army Medical Center, where I had received my total body nanoplasmic blood transfusion under the auspices of Dr. John Henry Hagman, known war criminal, whom anyone can look up and find his record for medical monstrosities. That individual, of course, is still practicing today, even though his license was revoked. He practices via government contracts. Now, when it comes to Michael Ramirez, I, of course, told him, most special forces guys wind up killing their families and they get away with it. They're called traumatized and not in the right mind. They just let them go. How did you get caught and sentenced to a methadone treatment? He said, oh, that's because I blew my wife's brains out in front of a witness. And he was talking about his nephew. And he said, my nephew saw me when I blew my wife's brains out. It's not like he reported it. It just became impossible to keep a secret because he was bragging about it at school, how it got him off. And I said, oh, your nephew, does he know about this shoebox full of memories of yours? He says, yeah, he loves it. He would take it to the cemetery at night to jack off while he spent the night in the cemetery over some woman's grave. And he said, just exactly who is your nephew? It turned out he was my Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez. His nephew was Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. So it was in front of Richard Ramirez, who became the Night Stalker, that he blew the brains out of his wife in front of, which got his nephew off and was bragging about it at school, and then became a killer himself. A satanic killer at that. So he was the nephew of Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez of the U.S. Army Green Berets, and he's a product of military programming. Then again, you take a look at the Zodiac Killer. Zodiac Killer has never been identified, and the Zodiac Killer was running around for years, and at the site of every murder, his footprints were easily identifiable. They were military-issue combat boots. And beyond that, whenever he was spotted, and plenty of women were attacked by him who survived. One was a pregnant woman who escaped. They all described him as wearing a full camouflage military combat outfit, the kind people would wear in Vietnam. And this is an individual who wasn't just buying goods from a surplus store. He was acting with military-level training and precision and was escaping the authorities because of the kind of training he had received in survival tactics and evasion skills. They call it SERE, S-E-R-E, Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape. So he was using his SERE training as a Special Forces veteran to escape the authorities, and obviously he also had authority support. He was basically working on behalf of the authorities. Michael Aquino bragged that he had created both Richard Ramirez and the Zodiac Killer, and they were operating under his orders as part of what he called California's Little League of Serial Killers, an army of serial killers, a product of the U.S. Army, meant to terrorize the American public like the Golden State Killer, keep all the American tax-paying public in a state of constant fear, which the U.S. military feeds off of. They're
in part to take away people, take away the attention off of the things that were happening on the military bases.
Absolutely.
Or through them.
Thank you. Thank you. Another example of this kind of military...
Like a little bit of a psyop in and of itself, even though these things actually happened and we were still are being terrorized in many ways. I'm wondering sometimes if these things were somewhat of a psyop just to get attention diverted away from their own asses.
Of course. Of course. Thank you. Very astute. Thank you for sharing that. It's a valuable insight. And of course, good example of this kind of attitude in the military. You might ask, why would military men not talk about these atrocities or expose these atrocities? I can give you two examples. Here's one example. There was a piece of shit who was on my show twice. His name was Keith Johansson. And Keith Johansson was someone I got to know through the military gaming community. That's a whole different story as to what that's even all about. It has nothing to do with everybody thinks MPORG or something like multiplayer online role-playing games or some bullshit like that, or are participating in team action on Call of Duty or some kind of crap. Military gaming communities are completely different, have nothing to do with that, and it's something I can explain later if people are interested. I've gone into this in the past, but it's most people would not find it nearly as compelling as the point I'm about to make. Basically, Keith Johansson was stationed in Panama with the U.S. Army, and at one point they were training. He was just an enlisted man, and I could go into him as an example of a certain kind of psychological pathology that develops in the U.S. military. I think I should do that so people get a grasp of what a lot of these fuckers are like. In the case of Keith Johansson, he made it to the level of sergeant. And when he got to the level of sergeant, he was stationed in Germany. And one of the things that he was responsible for was the military intelligence would compile states of readiness concerning the U.S. forces in Europe and their prepositioning in preparations for a potential Soviet invasion, and their analysis of enemy capabilities, capacity, and this would be a report that would be revised on a regular basis, almost monthly. And these situation status reports of the situation in Europe would be collated into a massive document that would go directly to the president. And his job as a sergeant was to collate these documents, make certain that they were filed correctly, put together into a ring binder, and then sign off on them. He'd be the frontline signature, the opening page, to say that this has been reviewed and collated and looks good to go. So his superiors would tell him, take your job seriously, because when President Richard Nixon, who was president at that time, when Richard Nixon opens that report, the first thing he sees is your signature, that you signed off on this. And so, of course, that's thrilling to somebody. Somebody feels they're really doing something important. And so these young men, they join the military, they get put into a position like that. You will never experience anything like that again the rest of your life if you go into the civilian world. There's nothing that you do in the military that will be applicable to the civilian world. Part of their crap they put in their recruiting ad campaigns is We're going to teach you things that'll help you excel in civilian life. Bullshit. There's nothing that transfers over to civilian life. Effectively nothing. Let's say you're repairing tank treads. If you repair tank treads in the military, how the fuck is that going to translate into civilian life? Let's say you're running a radar station. How the fuck is that going to transfer into civilian life? Oh, whoa, maybe you'll get a job with the ATF. The ATF is full of radar technicians. Honestly, you think they need another one out of the hundreds that they got? None of these people will ever again experience that feeling that they're doing something responsible at that level of authority, of that level of security clearance. So they spend the rest of their lives trying to chase that high. And a lot of them are Lady Esther mentions precog in the chat room. And she's with us, of course, on the call right now. You got idiots like, what's that idiot's name who did the remote viewing?
Russell.
No, it wasn't Russell. But it was, what was his name? He was a real idiot, and he did the, they called him Dr. Doom, was this stupid name he took up, but he was just a piece of shit. He was like a corporal. He's like a fucking corporal in the military. So let's look up Dr. Doom remote viewing, and
Put off?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go on.
Is that the name? Put off or put off?
Not that I remember. But when it comes to let me see, remote viewing cases. Ed Dames. Yes, he called himself a major. And he was like nothing but a corporal in the fucking U.S. Army. Just a real piece of shit. And this is what happens. These guys get into some, like, programming that he was tangentially connected with, like remote viewing. And they'll never feel that thrill again in their life of being involved with something secret, cutting edge. And so then they go into the civilian world, and then they make up this whole story about themselves or something they did for the military, and then pump themselves, sell themselves, and everybody buys into their bullshit and hails them as heroes for absolute fabrications and fabulism. Their confabulations become part of the American hero worship of their chicken shit military. But with Keith Johansson, you get the picture. You're talking about somebody who's never going to feel this level of power again. And so they spend the rest of their lives chasing that high. But while they're in the military, they're witness to crimes, atrocities that they never report or expose. In the case of Keith Johansson, he told me personally, so I was in Panama and we were going through mortar practice just on the range, as part of this war game they had for training in Panama. And of course, the U.S. Army's war training games in Panama are going to be counter-terrorist oriented. They're going to be taking place near cities, near urban centers in Panama. It's a small nation. You either got jungles or you've got the canal and the cities in between. And so they're going to be in the cities in between because the U.S. military is not looking for any challenges. They're not going to go jungle hunting. So they're lobbing mortars as part of this training, and they're doing live rounds. They're doing live weapons practice. And of course, there's a bunch of kids nearby playing soccer. This is not something that is unusual. This happens all the time because the war games, you maneuver, you move the mortar, several miles. They're just doing this to see if we can keep practice up in the military. And a good example was there was a town near a military base that a lot of times these towns near military bases get very resentful, and you can't blame them because the military goes into these towns to drink and booze and raise hell, rape women and children. This is in America. I'm sorry?
Then cover everything up.
So
there are men in the rank try to report who get threatened by their higher ups, and they're not allowed to report.
That's right. That's right. And
I mean, they will get reprimanded and even discharged.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Even come after them legally.
Yes.
So.
That's right. That's right. And so in the case of this town, the reason I'm not naming the town is because this could happen to any town near a military base. This is like a universal example, but it's true. This one town got resentful and started like pushing the soldiers out of their town, like not allowing them into the bars and saying this town's you're not welcome here anymore. And so during an artillery practice, the military decided to just accidentally turn the artillery around towards the town and lob some shells into the town, which destroyed some homes, killed some people. That was their way of striking back at the town. Then what can the town do? Because the army just says, oh, there was a terrible accident, and the artillery did a turnaround on the turntable, so to speak. Lobbed shells off in the wrong direction before we got the situation under control. You get what I'm saying, right? So they keep entire towns under terror and under the military occupation, so to speak, right here in these United States. So when Keith Johansson was down there in Panama, he personally told me, he swore up and down, bunch of kids playing soccer nearby while they were lobbing off mortar shells, live rounds, in part of this training exercise. And then the GIs with him decided it'd be fun to just have some fun. They turned the mortar around and lobbed a shell off and blew all the kids up playing soccer. Killed about 9 of them. Bam! Just blew a mortar shell right in the middle of them. That broke up the soccer game. Ha 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 ha! That's how they felt about it. That'll stop them because they felt the kids were being noisy, were bothering them. I know, let's turn around. And the kids were probably calling them names like fucking Yankee Gringo and shit. So they said, oh, here you go, fuckers, and turned the mortar around and killed a bunch of them, 9 of them. And we're talking about like literally blowing them up with arms and limbs flying into the air, heads separating from bodies and shit. Just real gore porn here. So I said to Keith Johansson, why didn't you report them? And he said, are you kidding? I want my pension. Because he got pension from the military and he got disability.
And they'll take that away if you report it.
That's right. He says, I want to keep my pension. I want to keep my disability. And I said, that's worth 9 kids' lives for you to keep this. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. So this is the code of silence in the military. See, they all see shit like this. They all participate in shit like this. But they all get paid, bribed, essentially, to shut the fuck up and cover each other's ass. So your war machine is nothing but a terror machine that operates against you, people all over the world, and they cover each other.
Even their own people, like right across the bay from the Presidio was the Treasure Island Naval Base, and that was completely irradiated. It's a radioactive toxic dump that they had tons of nuclear waste stored at. Not only stored, they did a lot of nuclear cleanup there, radioactive cleanup, but they also had uranium and other radioactive materials buried all over the base, underneath the schools and underneath the housing units that the people were stationed at. And this didn't come out, and they kept covering it up. There were people back in the 70s and 80s that were complaining about it, complaining about being sick and thinking that it was from some of the material there, and the government kept covering it up. And to this day, they're still trying to cover it up. They've minimized. Now they're saying, yes, okay, look, we had an accident there. We had some stuff stored there. We didn't realize it. It was a mistake. It was a total accident. But look, now it's cleaned up, and they totally just shove it all under the rug. They sweep it all under the rug, and they're willing to poison the people that are actually signing up and volunteering and giving their life to serve for the military. What do you think they're going to do to civilians?
Yes, thank you. And
they don't give a shit about anybody.
Thank you. By the way, that's Alameda Naval Station. Alameda. That was Alameda.
Treasure Island as well.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to disbelieve that at all. I mean, yes. But I know it was worse than Alameda, believe me. That's Hunters Point Bayview as well. Are you familiar with Hunters Point Bayview in San Francisco? That's like the Alameda. Yeah, that too. Hunters Point Bayview, which is an all-black neighborhood that's another way they got away with it. They just turn it into an all-black ghetto so that nobody gives a shit that everyone's dying of all the toxics left over that pollute the water supply and everything else, and everybody's dying of cancer, and they figure they're all on crack anyway, and their lifespans are shortened to the point where none of them get together to really lobby for anything. It's a nightmare. Like this young lady says, Esther, she is talking about Treasure Island Naval Base, which of course then became, of all places, now it's a residential home for, right. I mean, that's where Mayor Willie Brown, our black mayor, kept his Chinese mistress was on Treasure Island for a long period of time. Probably hoping she would ultimately, radiate and die at a young age, so she couldn't report on his ass. And so there we are, nightmare after nightmare. Alameda Naval Station, which of course is technically part of San Francisco's Greater Bay Area Metroplex region. Hunters Point Bayview in San Francisco itself, even though you'd feel like it was a different world. And of course, Treasure Island, all of these places. It's this is where the military just dumps toxic waste. So it's and this is in San Francisco, one of the wealthiest cities in the world, certainly one of the most expensive to live in. So we have situations like that. Another great example to show what Esther is talking about is Everyone, again, required viewing. I bring this documentary up a lot, and for good reason. The Dark Side of Aldura, as the title of the documentary. So Aldura is spelled A-L space D-O-U-R-A. Dark Side of Aldura. And the documentary opens up with Dick Cheney saying, "We must go to the dark side. We must go to the dark side." And then they go to the dark side. They show a terrible life of this U.S. Army Ranger, Needham, John Needham, surname spelled N-E-E-D-H-A-M. And U.S. Army Ranger John Needham is basically with an elite Special Forces unit, the U.S. Army Rangers. And he begins taking photographs of the atrocities they're committing, the crimes against humanity in Iraq. One of the legacies of Michael Aquino was the universal nature of the United States military's satanic chaplaincy. So for those of you who don't know, I'll say it again. Michael Aquino wrote the Chaplain's Handbook. Now think about what I'm saying. You had a known Satanist write the Chaplain's Handbook for all military services. That's the United States Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard, and National Guard. All these people have the same Chaplain's Handbook used by their chaplains, and that handbook was written by a practicing Satanist. And
another example of their obsession with inversion.
Yes, absolutely. And so what he wrote in that Chaplain's Handbook was standing orders for all religious practitioners, the spiritual advisors of the military. In those days, Roman Catholic priests, Protestant deacons, Jewish rabbis, whatever the faith, all of these other religious advisors, chaplains, they were given standing orders to step back and stand down whenever a satanic chaplain showed up. So the Satanism is the unofficial religion of the U.S. military, all branches of service. And what John Needham, the U.S. Army Ranger, was witness to was the legacy of satanic chaplaincy. His squad of U.S. Army Rangers would kill young boys by cracking open their skulls with the butts of their rifles or handguns like an eggshell. And once they cracked their skulls open, would eat their brains in a satanic consecration, their version of a holy communal wafer. a young boy's brains. They only killed young boys for this communion process because they didn't want any estrogen from young girls. They wanted only the testosterone from young boys to make them even further aggressive through their cannibalism. Now, this, of course, would result ultimately, theoretically, case-by-case basis, but generally is suspected of leading to senile dementia, a kind of Creutzfeldt-Jakob or mad cow disease from cannibalizing human brains. But that was part of their induction. Their initiation is the willingness to undergo that later in life. And apparently that's what they're all seeking, so they can't think on each other. They can't snitch on each other as they get older and maybe suffer some pang of conscience that might develop at some point for all their crimes. And the reason we know all this to be true is because John Needham photographed it all. And so those photographs, a few of them, are in The Dark Side of Aldura, the documentary. So if you review that documentary, you will see photographs of their removing brains from young boys. So, among other crimes. So when it comes to the crimes committed by the Americans in Iraq, John Needham was trying to report these war crimes, these atrocities. And his superiors ordered him locked up in a metal containment unit in the middle of the desert. So if you can imagine being locked naked in a metal containment unit where it's over 100 degrees outside and the metal is just burning hot and your skin touching the metal is burning your skin off, you're blistering, burning, dehydrating, dying, baking alive, cooking alive, to the point where your internal organs are even cooked to a degree inside of this hot box locked container unit in the searing desert heat, which is hot enough where you can't wear sneakers, they'd melt in the sand. This is what John Needham was put through. So they say veteran accused of murder has died. Our man Sid just put up a link saying, is this the John Needham you're talking about? Yes. John Needham, of course, went stark raving mad through the torture. He was sent home, and his girlfriend, his white girlfriend, who was a nurse, said, I can't stay with this man. He's going to kill me. And so he picked up an ethnic girlfriend after that, some Latina, and he killed her. Then, of course, the judge said, well, he's a service veteran and he's traumatized and I can't put him in jail. So he turned him over to the care of his father. And then, while his father was just walking him down the beach like a dog, trying to, de-traumatize him, he dropped dead, just like somebody snapped their fingers or pushed a button and beamed his ass. He just dropped dead for no physiological reason. So these are the kind of war crimes we're talking about. And so, Sid, you've just put another link into the text box. Why don't you read the title to our listeners? What is the title of this latest link? That basically he tried to report these crimes and was punished for it, right?
Yep, that is the title. It is Army Ranger John Needham exposes possible American war crimes in Iraq and is punished for it.
Thank you. There we go. So there's an example of somebody with a conscience. You take a look at, who else comes to mind? Patrick Tillman. Patrick Tillman was a golden boy who got a contract, a multi-million-dollar contract with the National Football League. He gave that up after 9/11 to go serve his country, fighting the U.S. Army Rangers. Found himself surrounded by a bunch of baby-raping Satanists who didn't want to do any fighting at all. He said, let's go, charge the Taliban. And they said, we're just here to rape babies, you dumb motherfucker. We're not here to do any real war. And he said, follow me up this hill. We're going to charge the Taliban. And they just fragged his ass. At the coroner's office, the doctor said the forensics prove every single bullet that entered him was from the back. His own men he was in charge of, that he was leading into combat, just shot him in the back. Every single round in him is an American round from an American gun fired at point-blank range. His own soldiers killed him, not the enemy. And that's because he was trying to get them to, do do some actual fighting instead of just hanging out and raping babies all day. So this is what happened to Patrick Tillman. Of course, his parents were angry. They'd be even angrier if they found out what you and I are talking about. The kind of people he found himself in the company of when he was naive enough to join the U.S. military to quote-unquote defend his country. That's not what these people joined the military for. This is the world we live in. It's so the biggest enemy of the American public is the American military. The biggest problem was the end of the draft and the creation of this so-called quote-unquote professional military, which is just a welfare state and a cult. It's a cult of welfare recipients who are intergenerationally leeching the American public. I don't know if you're aware of this, Esther. I don't know if you heard me say this to Jennifer Hawkins, because I don't remember whether I made the point or not, but did you know that the largest healthcare system in the world is the Veterans Administration? Did you know that?
That makes sense. That does make a lot of sense, actually.
But just to drive the point home, the entire healthcare system for communist China, a nation of over 1 billion people, is smaller than that of the Veterans Administration. You're talking about a centralized state government is going to have a state health system. Communist China. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I'm just curious if it you know, it's costing so much. Why is the service such shit still?
Actually, the service is comparatively excellent. It's all a myth. Basically, in the old days, like say 30 years ago, more like 40 years ago, the VA was infamous for being just a holding area where people were waiting to die. It was just the service there. You may as well stay home. And but then what happened was they simply said, well, we're not going to have government doctors anymore. We're going to instead have the VAs serviced by the local medical universities. So then VA care became top of the line, better than what your average American could ever hope to get. At that point, they got rid of all these VA doctors. There's no such thing as a VA doctor anymore. A lot of people don't know that. There's no such thing as a VA doctor. You go inside the VA, all the doctors are going to be from University of California at San Francisco. If you're going to Fort Miley VA in San Francisco, you're getting top-of-the-line care that your average American can never afford going to some HMO clinic. And all the other VAs are the same way. They're just students from the local medical schools. So all the students from the local medical schools service the VA, so they're getting top-of-the-line medical research that's up to the moment, cutting edge. And they're getting cutting-edge treatments. And this is unfortunate because these fuckers don't deserve it, and they should get back to the shit care that they used to get because that's what they deserved. What people don't understand is, like I said, you've got a state-sponsored, centralized, communist government in mainland China with over 1 billion people in the population, and they provide a state centralized healthcare system, and it's still smaller than the VA. And the VA is so large because of all of America's wars. America never stops fighting wars, and therefore everyone's always in the military, and therefore at any given time 10 to 20% of the US population is military veterans. And so they have their own healthcare system, which is totally separate from the rest of us, and they get the best healthcare in America, and we're paying for it. And all you need to do is join the military, be in for a few months, get listed as crazy, spend the rest of your life getting a crazy check from the military, and you get free VA care the rest of your life. All these VA guys get free medicine, and here's the kicker. Here's the real shitter here. People are totally unfamiliar with this. There are 2 organizations in the world that use 19th century computer systems, so to speak. Early 20th century computer systems. And that's NASA and the US military, including the VA system, which is not military, it's a civilian welfare system. So the reason why with NASA, is because they got to use vacuum tube technology because they're dealing with space and constant solar flares. If you try to use today's digital technology dependent on what used to be called floppy disks and are now hard drives, all that can be wiped out by a single solar pulse. A single solar pulse is like a thermomagnetic or electromagnetic nuclear pulse. Like if there's a nuclear war, a single electromagnetic pulse emitted by the explosion of a nuclear weapon is going to wipe out all computer records, all data on any of this hard drive shit. For that reason, the military for years stuck with hard copy and Rolodex files because that would not be wiped out by any potential nuclear attack, whether it was terrorist or nuclear war. And when it came to NASA, they're operating on the same mentality because they were effectively originally a military branch of service. It was all military veterans that were astronauts in NASA for generations. So when it comes to the VA, here's the problem. They're using these old computers that are literally got punch cards and the old magnetic tape reels like you used to see in Space Family Robinson, Lost in Space and shit. And the reason they're using this stuff is because if they try to modernize and digitize, there are so many veterans that thousands of them die every day. Because thousands of veterans die on any given day. If they were to shut down all the computers to give out these veterans welfare checks to Group A while they digitize it, so many thousands would die during the month that it was down that they would never catch up. There would never be enough remedial pay. The people would be all dead before they got it. So they can't modernize because they can't shut the computers down to modernize because then all the veterans would die before they could complete the task. So for that reason, they're using these old punch card technology, the old magnetic tape reels. They are completely discombobulated. The records don't make any sense. And they're sending checks out to people who died literally 20 years ago. And they've been getting these checks for 20 years, which are probably being cashed by their relatives or their landlords or by nobody. They could be going to a dead letterbox in real life where the person has been dead for 20 years and the post office just keeps delivering the checks. This is the case with hundreds of thousands of GIs, and all of your tax money is paying for this. So we're paying for all these GIs. What needs to be done is, first off, wipe out all veterans benefits. Anybody who's a veteran who's post-traumatically stress disordered, has medical injuries, they can file for welfare just like any normal recipient in the civilian world. If a normal civilian gets run over by a truck, loses both their legs, has to go on welfare because they can't work construction anymore, then they go on welfare by filing for welfare, for disability. Any military man could go through. Why do we have a separate system for the military? Why? Because they're railroaded. Because just because they're in the military, they get automatic welfare. They get automatic disability. And they get it for the rest of their lives. And because the VA uses these goddamn punch card, magnetic reel, spool tape computers, they can't keep track of their prescriptions. So here's what the veterans do. They become semi-nomadic. They live in their cars and they go from state to state, going to each VA, getting a medical prescription for painkillers that you can't get as a civilian. They get all the OxyContin. They get all the codeine and Vicodin. And they just go to the next VA and get the prescription again. And they get literally dozens of these prescriptions and sell them on the street and make themselves thousands more dollars. And so all these veterans are living off the painkiller. You want to know why we got an opiate epidemic? It's the fucking veterans. The fucking veterans go into the VA. They ask for another prescription. They get another prescription. There's no questions asked. Then they go out and they sell this shit. This is why we got an opioid epidemic in the civilian world, because your veterans are selling these opioids that they're picking up from their prescriptions in the VA. You find out anybody's dealers in opioids, it's going to be a goddamn veteran. And all this is on your tax dollar. So your tax dollar is paying these motherfuckers who get all this free service the rest of their lives, an endless amount of checks, endless amount of vet benefits. They get free loans for buying a home. They can buy a home. They get an interest-free loan. Interest-free loan. They get buried for free. They get anything they want. All because they spent a few years in the military, killing kids, playing soccer, raping people overseas. Then they come back and say what heroes they are. And you hero worship them like an idiot. And your tax dollars give them money so they get free psychotherapy. All their lives they go into psychotherapy for free where they're drama queens. They're drama queens. And they just say, oh, nobody understands me because of, my trauma. Nobody understands me and nobody can understand me other than another killer veteran. Then only another veteran can understand me. But you're just supposed to cry and nod your head and give them anything they want, free booze in a bar. And because they're heroes and no one can understand them. It's all a bunch of shit. They're just drama queens. They give them these acting courses in these stupid psychotherapy group sessions. Tell them how to act in front of you so they can cry in front of you and say, oh, I'm breaking down crying even though I'm a big guy because I'm so traumatized by all the babies I had to kill, but I'm so guilty over it. Now how about a free drink? How about a free donut? It's all the same shit. And in the meantime, they got more money than you. They get interest-free loans for houses. They get free education, though none of them avail themselves of that. And then they get, free medical care, which you're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for. They just go and get it for free. For what? For dealing drugs. Getting your kids on opiates. It's beyond sick. The first thing we gotta do is deprofessionalize the military because they're a cult that keeps everything to themselves. They're born on military bases. They're buried on military bases. And that's not professional. That's a welfare state. They import ghettos overseas. That's America's export. One of the guys who died overseas, a guy named Ron Brown, he was the head of housing and urban development. He died in Bosnia, in a combat zone, during the Clinton administration. No one ever asked, what the fuck is the head of housing and urban development doing in a combat zone in Bosnia? That's because he was flown over there to help build military ghettos to export entire American families to Bosnia. You have entire families that live in war zones where they build these fortified ghettos for them to live in. And they have their own post exchange and commissary, hospital setup.
What's his name?
Ron Brown.
What's his name?
Ron Brown.
Ron Brown.
Yeah. And head of housing and urban development during the Clinton administration winds up dying in Bosnia because he's over there to build housing and urban development for overseas military. All they are is a bunch of trash living in these ghettos, raising families in intergenerational trauma. Keep silent. Don't ever talk. Toxic silence. Keep the secret. And what happens here stays here. And otherwise you'll lose your pension, your disability. Wouldn't want to lose that. That's their bribe. And it keeps them silent the rest of their lives. And they get plenty of benefits. So get rid of the goddamn VA. Any soldier can apply for regular welfare just like anybody else. We need to start a citizen soldier army again, reinstate the draft. That way you take away the mystique. See, the mystique of the quote-unquote professional military, they can say is, you don't get it, you're not a professional. Bullshit. You had plenty of guys in World War II who participated in combat just as well as any goddamn professional military man who were drafted off the streets. And we could operate that way all over again. In fact, one thing it works better that way. The professional, so-called professionalism, isn't worth a shit. It's just a cult of baby raping Satanists operating on your tax dollar, receiving endless benefits all their lives for literally a few months of service. I'm serious. You can go in for a few months, say I'm crazy, start doing something crazy like sucking your own toes or chewing your own toenails off, and then they say, oh, poor psychologically traumatized victim, and then you get free dope the rest of your life, travel around picking up all your prescriptions in a different state, sell them off on the street for tens of thousands of dollars. You're making endless bank, and then you're getting interest-free loans to buy a house. Most of these people have half a dozen houses. That's how they deal the drugs. So it's disgusting. We can't afford this. It's killing us economically. Get rid of veterans benefits, get rid of the professional military, reinstate the draft, and understand anybody can serve, and understand at that point we would have less of this child trafficking because you couldn't hide it then, because you'd have a draft military. Again, any ideas you have on reformation or anything else, do share them, Esther.
Oh, no, I'm no idea.
Well,
I think it would need a complete overhaul all the way through and through.
Yes, yes.
The entire system.
Yes, absolutely. So Esther, I'm sorry?
I'm at a loss for how to accomplish that, but
oh, well,
I
you
think
know,
many people can see that needs to be done. Just how?
Okay, so you see that it needs to be done. You're at a loss for how. That's pretty much what you're saying, right? I'm just reiterating that. Yeah.
Well, I don't necessarily. I'm not saying that I agree with everything that you've said, but I feel that the whole system is compromised and there's too much corruption, and it definitely needs an overhaul because everybody that we're given to vote for, or vote from, I mean, it's all kind of just they're all put in place, and there's corruption. It's widespread, and we're not given a fair option.
Thank you. And certainly feel free to, when you say you don't necessarily agree with everything that I say, feel free to express what you disagree with.
Well, I think that there are members that have served that are honorable and that do have consciences, and some of them were harmed during service, and I think that VA pay is good for those people.
Let's put it this way. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent men in prison. Are you aware of the fact that the United States has the largest prison system in the world proportionate to our population?
Yeah.
So when you consider that, and you consider all the innocent men that have been sentenced to prison, men of conscience, men who have moral fiber, who were wrongfully sentenced, then what happens when they're in prison is they're raped, they're beaten. When someone enters prison, you don't come out the same. If you were not a criminal before you entered prison, you will be when you leave, because there's no other way you're going to survive. That's the U.S. military. What you say is based on an ideal that you understand that, sure, think about what I said about Patrick Tillman. Think about that golden boy. Was he not a good man who was trying to do the right thing?
Right.
And they killed him. Take a look at John Needham. Was he not a good man following his conscience, trying to report war crimes? And you see what they did to him. They drove him so crazy, he came back, and his girlfriend, who was a nurse and medically trained, said, "This man is so insane at this point, I cannot stay with him because he will kill me." And so she left. He picked up some naive immigrant girl hoping for citizenship, ripped her to shreds, and then the judge says, "Oh, poor traumatized victim, just let him go into the care of his father." Where then, thankfully for the rest of humanity, he died. He did not come out innocent. You don't come out innocent from an environment like that. All that military is a place for people who cannot earn an honest living. It's a welfare state for the unemployable. These are people who cannot find an honest job. They go into the military and they'll come out tarnished. You cannot come out the same after entering into a prison system like that. Let me give you an example. When I entered the military, and I was in the Marine Corps, aside from my own personal experience, where as a pretty boy, someone Asian, someone effeminate, I was threatened with torture unless I followed what are called illegal orders, which was basically something they ultimately busted one drill instructor for. Finally, after years of this kind of abuse in the Marine Corps boot camp system, where basically he killed a couple of Muslim recruits, drove them to suicide, this individual was finally busted, finally arrested. This was an individual, of course, who, as far as I'm concerned, didn't truly pay the price. None of these people ever do. And when it comes to this situation of driving Muslim recruits to suicide, it was something that he got off on. And as a direct result, of course, the parents tried to sue the United States Marine Corps. But one of the things he did was he stuck one of these Muslim recruits inside of a dryer, because they have huge clothing dryers in the boot camps, because you're drying hundreds of people's clothes at a time. And so he basically would force them into the dryers, turn the dryers on, and basically burn them alive. They would survive, but they'd be terribly scarred. This is what he did as a torture. This is what I was threatened with, unless I participated in creating Marine Corps porno films, which are all gay, homosexual porno films. This was at the San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot. San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot. And I said I would obey those orders, but I never did, thank God, due to a conflation of circumstances. But I wound up busting up that porn ring, and it got shut down. It got shut down, and all of the porn that they were producing that involved thousands of Marines, that whole operation got shut down. It was another thing I was responsible for that the military hates me for. But had a number of events not happened where I was rescued from rendezvousing with an individual who still stalks me today because they're so disappointed, outraged that I didn't have sex with them in these Marine Corps porno films. I've got a Marine that stalks me to this day. We're talking about a situation where the entire machine is geared towards grinding you down into criminality. There's no other way you're going to survive. So when it comes to any of these people, it doesn't matter whatever ideals or fibers they had. Once you enter this prison type system that is the U.S. military, you will come out of it as one of the criminals, because that's what it does. Either that or you're going to come out dead, because they'll kill you. And just to give people an example of this, and I could go into example after example of these horror stories, the whole point to be made here is that when it comes to whatever trauma somebody might suffer, honestly, in service, losing a leg, needing psychological help, why do they have to have a special service for them? Why can they not apply for psychiatric care like a welfare recipient in the civilian world? Why can they not apply for civilian welfare like I did? I was dishonorably discharged from the military, so I have access to none of these benefits. So I certainly took all the efforts and I'm on Social Security disability insurance because all of the injuries I suffered were quite real. First, I got on Social Security based on 7 lung collapses I suffered due to exposure to cyclosorine nerve gas when I was in Operation Desert Storm. And when I was in Operation Desert Storm and then exposed to when they blew the bunkers in southern Iraq, the United States Army blew them, Corps of Engineers, and they blew these bunkers in southern Iraq. All of that nerve gas flowed into Kuwait, which the Marines had liberated, and we inhaled it all, even though we had chemical warfare suits. They were useless. If you put them on, you would just die of dehydration. You'd sweat out about 20 pounds of water weight in as many minutes. In about 20 minutes, about a pound of water weight a minute. If you kept them on, you'd just die in the desert. So there's no point in even keeping your mop gear, as they called it, your chemical warfare gear on. You just sucked in the chemical warfare gas because you were going to die anyway. So many of the other people did die. When it came to most of the Army serving in Desert Storm, they died later due to depleted uranium. With the Marines, it was exposure to the gas, which fucked up their brains. So I was exposed to the same cyclosorine nerve gas, and I suffered multiple lung collapses, 7 of them, until I finally had my lungs stapled to my rib cage by UCSF. All of this was done outside of the VA system because I was dishonorably discharged and had no access to benefits. And as a result, anybody can do that, right?
Right. I'm sorry for all that you've been through, and all that you've experienced. Now, just thinking as a conspiracy theorist here, would we want these people in the service that have witnessed these things or partaken in them, would we want them going to a civilian psychiatrist, say? You know, what kind of things could come out if we sent them to civilian doctors and psychologists and psychiatrists? The information would start coming out too much. I think that they keep it under control for a reason. Well, and they can also continue to handle them.
Well, that's why
even though they're no longer serving, they can still handle them.
Absolutely. This is why someone like Sergeant Stebbins of Black Hawk Down was still under military control. Good example as well. You take a look at the Jeff Holmes or John Holmes, the Aurora, Colorado theater massacre. Do you remember that?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, he was called the Joker Killer with the bright green hair he had. His was bright orange, neon fluorescent orange. He had a psychiatrist who was a U.S. Air Force reservist psychiatrist, Dr. Lynn Fenton. She was the sister of my former manageress, Lorian Ann Fenton. And so her sister, Dr. Lynn Fenton, was the psychiatrist of the Aurora, Colorado theater mass murderer. And yet he was a psychiatry student. But somehow his psychiatrist was a U.S. Air Force psychiatrist. As a civilian, he should not have been able to see a U.S. Air Force psychiatrist. Yet you had a U.S. Air Force psychiatrist, had him under her control, and she was treating him with scopolamine, which is like a roofie. So he had no cognizance or memory of anything he did. And then she came out as a hero, saying, "Oh, I tried to break the HIPAA laws and report him. My conscience overcame my professional requirements, my professional obligations to keep his case secret. So I was going to report him. I simply acted too late." And, of course, he did exactly what she programmed him to do, which was go out, massacre a bunch of people, remembered none of it, per military prerogative. And then he goes to jail the rest of his life while she looks like a hero. Same old shit. Look, any civilian psychiatrist can handle any of these guys. This is why we got to give them the same treatment as everybody else. Because, as you said, the only reason they're getting the special treatment is because the military's That way keeps them compartmentalized, secreted off from the rest of society. We've got to have them go to the same psychiatrist as everybody else because they can handle it. They deal with serial killers every day. Psychiatrists...
Oh, yeah, it's not that the psychiatrist can't handle it. It's that the military doesn't want this stuff getting out.
Of course, I agree. We're on the same ground here. We're shoulder to shoulder with this. Beyond that, just again to give an example of the Gulf War, during the Gulf War, good example here, I was supposed to be a Dragon anti-tank assaultman, which required the use of a Dragon missile system, which was an anti-tank missile system that was so expensive that I never once in training ever fired a single round. We carried dummy missile systems made out of heavy rubber, kind of like a pair of barbells you're carrying on your back for no good reason. And just when we got up near a tank, we'd go bang, bang, bang and pretend that it fired because it was too expensive to fire a live round. Now, there's some rationale behind that insanity. I never fired a live round in combat either. So when it comes to the fact that that happened in my case, you could almost let it slide. But when it comes to the rest of the case of these military men, did we ever train live fire? Yes. But most of the time it was blanks. And there's plenty of times that the Army and Marine Corps or any of these other branches of service had no live ammunition. And of course, we're not given access to weapons until they were unleashed on the battlefield. There was a reason for this. Once they unleashed them on the battlefield, the inevitable happened. Now, if you ever take a look at the fatalities of the Gulf War, meaning Operation Desert Storm, that was Gulf War I as far as Americans are concerned. Gulf War II was, of course, Operation Iraqi Freedom. But just so people understand, the so-called First Gulf War that America fought in terms of Operation Desert Storm, take a look at the fatalities. The fatalities of people who actually died in combat, there were only a few. The Marines got their asses kicked the one time that the Iraqis counterattacked, and that was at Al-Kafia. At Al-Kafia, the Marines were sent into full retreat, albeit organized retreat, by the Iraqis when they counterattacked, and they lost maybe 20, 30 men. The Iraqis kicked their ass. And when it came to the other people dying because of the enemy fire, a bunch of people who were in a barracks, one woman and maybe 8 guys, all died when an Iraqi Scud missile landed into a U.S. Army barracks behind the lines and killed everybody who was asleep in the barracks. These were really the only combat fatalities of the Gulf War. But then you look at the other fatalities, and we're not talking about the people dying of Gulf War immunodeficiency syndrome or Gulf War illness. That was all later. We're talking about people actually dying in combat. Those were the only people killed by the enemy. There's about 300 other deaths. What did those people die of? Every single one of them was killed by another American. Every single one. So you got to understand, the U.S. military is nothing but an alternative prison system. And as in the prison system that is acknowledged as such, what happens in the prison when there's a riot? When there's a riot, the prisoners don't kill the warden. They need him as collateral. And they don't kill the guards. They need them as hostages. The prisons in any prison riot kill each other. Because all prisons become ethnically enclaved. And these ethnic gangs tear into each other without any restraint. Did you know the largest prison riots in American history, where hundreds of people were killed, did not take place in the United States? They took place in Vietnam. They took place at LBJ, Long Binh Jail in Vietnam, where all the Americans who were guilty of fragging their officers, guilty of not advancing when ordered to advance, where they were all spending prison time. And when they rioted, the blacks and the whites, they all killed each other. Some of the most deadliest riots in American history took place not in a prison, but in a floating equivalent of a prison, a United States aircraft carrier, where all the blacks and whites wound up killing each other, because that's all the U.S. military is a prison system where everyone is ethnically enclaved into various gangs. And this is something that a lot of people just can't seem to grasp. I'm talking about the USS Kitty Hawk riot. The USS Kitty Hawk was a United States aircraft carrier where they had a race riot, and all the blacks and whites wound up killing each other. Now, during my short stint of time in the Marine Corps, the only thing that saved myself from becoming like gang meat for constant group rape was I became essentially adopted by the captain. And the captain brought me in to be essentially his office boy, his cabin boy, so to speak, though no one said that officially. And I was used as liaison to communicate between these ethnic gangs. Now, I'm not going to name the ship because I happen to like the captain and he saved me from a much worse fate. But this was a nuclear missile cruiser. And in the back was where all the blacks gathered. And it was nothing but black boom boom music 24 hours a day. All you heard was rap 24 hours a day. Boom, 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 boom. Nigga, 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 go. Boom, 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 boom. And any whites went back there, officers are enlisted, they would kill them. And this is on a ship with nukes. There's no way in hell it could even participate in combat. And all the ships were like that. So all the whites had their end, the blacks had their end. I would go in and talk to the blacks because they knew basically I was the officer's liaison and I wasn't white. I was half Asian. So they said, oh, he's colored. He's cool. So this is your military. And so when they turned them loose on the battlefield with live weapons, all they did in Operation Desert Storm was kill each other. The enemy was taken out by bombardment from battleships, drones, and aerocraft over a 44-day campaign that obliterated them, along with other factors that I could go into later concerning the occult. That was Michael Aquino's last war, in which he conducted several occult rituals to cast spells, along with psychological warfare. All this demotivated the enemy completely. And you're talking about men who had suffered 8 years of war with Iran, in which millions of people had died. These men did not break easy. The Iraqis were not chicken shit cowards. These were people who had fought against Iran for 8 years. Millions had died. These were men who I saw on the front lines during the time that I visited Iraq when I was in high school, and I was recruited to illustrate propaganda posters for Iraq. I was taken to the front lines to see what the action was like. And the Iranians were sending young boys to basically use their own bodies to blow up the mines that were laid by the Iraqis so that the combat troopers would not lose any of their numbers. They would just send the young boys to blow up the mines before them so the combat troops could advance. This was what was going on between Iran and Iraq. These were men who had seen combat for 8 years, where they were forced to watch young boys blow up so that the enemy could advance to the combat positions. This was the kind of war they fought for 8 years. Do you think they're going to turn and run just because the Americans showed up? That's all a fantasy. The American bombardment wasn't going to do them in. There were many other factors of psychological warfare that took place. But one thing's for sure, not a single American soldier killed an enemy in combat. Not a single American soldier killed a single Iraqi in combat. And all Americans that died were Americans that killed each other. There was nothing in Operation Desert Storm to be proud of, yet that's considered one of the ultimate victories in the American repertoire of military history. That's because it was a full technology war. where one side had technology and the other didn't. And it was technology that wiped out the Iraqis to a degree. Other factors, like I said, Aquino's occult spells, were not to be discounted at all. But when it comes to the American troops, they're worthless. There's nothing they can do. So the idea of Americans going out there and getting traumatized because they participated in combat is a joke. It's just like, if you've seen these people, worked with them, you'd have nothing but contempt. Sure, there might be a few like Patrick Tillman, John Needham, these exceptions to the rule who might be naive golden boys thinking that they're serving their country. That can't last. It's like any innocent man going into prison. And then you're suddenly faced with a choice of, which gang do I join? It's either that or get gang raped to death. That's all the military is. It's just a prison. And it's like someone voluntarily going into prison. And usually a lot of these guys are men who are given a choice between prison and military service. There was a special on 60 Minutes where they showed all these guys coming home from the Gulf War. And this was Iraqi freedom. It was the second Gulf War for America. And they showed these guys coming home, and they showed their background stories. And one of them was a guy who had a video game going with his friend. They were both doing the Xbox. And then his friend started winning, so he took out a gun and he blew his brains out. Then he went before the judge, and the judge said, "You got a choice, jail or serve your country." And that's how he wound up in the Marine Corps and in Iraq and Afghanistan. And this is the kind of person you get in the military. This is the kind of guy you have next to you in the foxhole. This is, then they come back and people are wondering, oh man, they're going around killing people. This was 60 Minutes was showing all these guys came home and killed a bunch of people randomly. And they're saying, is it trauma? And of course, a lot of times the judges finally get tired of it and say, you know what, you're going to jail. Fuck it. And thank God. But then they put these guys exactly where they belong, which is just prison. And it's no different from military service. It's just, people aren't worshiping you as a hero anymore. But when this sort of thing happens, and 60 Minutes was presenting this, the guy who blew his friend's brains out playing Xbox was probably the most normal among them. The rest of these guys were perverts and degenerates and rapists, and they went to do military time. Then they come back and kill a bunch more people and try to pass it off on the military trauma bullshit. Okay, this is all got to stop. We just stop it by get rid of military benefits. The person who needs them, they can apply for benefits just like I did. When I came back from the original Desert Storm and my lungs started collapsing, I got Social Security because there was no denying I had those mechanical injuries. Then I had to take care of my parents when their health declined. And I had to give up my Social Security because I had to get recognized as a care provider. And if I got recognized as a care provider, I was considered employable, and therefore I could no longer get Social Security. So I gave up Social Security to take care of my parents for 10 years, the last 10 years of their lives. When they both died, and I was left homeless, then I had to apply for SSDI based on psychological trauma, which of course I had all the symptoms of, PTSD. So they proved it physically because my psychiatrist, who herself was Vietnamese, and her entire body was terribly scarred by napalm attacks from the Americans in the Vietnam War. Her face was burned off. She had to wear a porcelain mask so her own clients wouldn't be scared to death of her. And Dr. Tao Tran went to bat for me by having images taken of my brain and proved that my brain shape had changed due to post-traumatic stress disorder. I was complexly post-traumatically stress disordered to the point where the shape of my brain had changed. One of the things to understand is that PTSD is not mental illness, it's a psychological injury. It's a psychological equivalent of getting your arms or legs blown off. You never heal. So it's simply something that they try to deal with the symptoms. So when my psychiatrist proved that, I got SSDI, which is better than Social Security. Means I can work like I'm doing now, part-time, and earn some money to supplement that funding, which is, of course, is never enough to pay my rent in San Francisco and buy my food as well. I actually get home delivered meals on wheels, and that cuts down on some of my food requirements, but it's obviously not enough to truly sustain a human being. So there's still supply runs I have to do. My situation is unique in other ways, but that can be gone into later. But my point with all of this is I did all this without veterans benefits. You don't need veterans benefits. Any one of them could do what I did and see a regular psychiatrist, apply for regular Social Security, apply for regular SSDI. They can go through the same system I did as a civilian, get the same benefits without this specialized citizenship, this specialized privileged status they have to hide their war crimes. So this way we eliminate the atrocities, we reinstate the draft for men only. The draft for men only. Anyone who thinks I'm being sexist, I have a totally different system in mind where it's 3 different kinds of draft. And of course, room for conscientious objectors based on religious persuasion or mental disability or physical disability, etc. But I think all women should be drafted into a national police force at the age of 16, 17, or 18. Ideally around 16 or 17 to serve for a single year, just like draft A's served in Vietnam. This way, every young woman, except those with religious dispensation or some kind of conscientious objection, would serve in a National Guard type police force to help with disaster zones, helping people in need in inner cities as units, as teams, operating with each other. And they would learn social responsibility and self-defense. This would also give them training in firearms so they could defend themselves. If every young American woman had that, violence against women would go down astronomically in the United States. So this is something that should be a draft for young women, part of the United States peacekeeping force, in the United States domestic service alone. Men would be drafted into the military for overseas deployment. And a third draft would be for civilian service. People who didn't want to serve in police or military duties would serve in international or domestic Peace Corps, delivering home-delivered meals to seniors, providing senior care, because we have an age wave, providing maybe services, if they qualify for it, at a child daycare center, because we need national child daycare provided to America. People are spending all their income on daycare. These should be nationally provided services, and a draft service could provide them in terms of a draft civil service, a kind of conservation corps like we used to have during the days of Roosevelt. And these 3 drafts would keep, it would train the overwhelming majority of the population and provide lifetime careers for many people who decided to stay and train others. These are solutions to our social problems that I find it difficult that anyone would even conceive of arguing with. But yes, of course, when it comes to our friend Sid. So everything okay technically, Sid, there? You dropped off for a second.
Yeah, I've been dropping off.
Is that technical or?
Yes, there's some kind of technical thing happening. I'm going back and forth between the Skype call here and the live chat on the YouTube, and it has just been dropping off when I've been checking the stream over there.
Okay.
Thank you for all the links you've posted.
Yes. Yeah.
Cool.
And yes, we appreciate that. And of course, so I've said a bit about myself. Is there anything else you're comfortable or willing to share about yourself in terms of any experiences? As you say, you come from a military background, meaning a military family background. And certainly I presume or assume you've been witness to some traumatic events. certainly anything you're willing to share to help educate people. We've got our numbers are up pretty high. So this is an opportunity for you to share something while I try and regain my voice.
I'm not necessarily sure what I would share or what I'd feel comfortable sharing, but
well, it doesn't have to be about you. Certainly you might know of experiences of others. I really need to take a few minutes break to gargle so I can help get my voice back. Will you be able to hold the stage for a few minutes with Sid here? Sid, could you do that with Esther?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, good. Now, Sid's a little social shy, so you say you're a little shy yourself, Esther, but I think the two of you can handle this. Always remember the Ford acronym, family, occupation, recreation, dreams. That's enough small talk to get you started. I really need to kind of gargle, get my voice back. I'll be back in about 5-7 minutes to 10 minutes at the longest. You guys have got this, right? Our numbers are good. This is an opportunity for both of you to educate the public. Our man Sid here tries to self-medicate to deal with a lot of his own trauma. Maybe you could ask him about some of his trauma and draw a little out of him, Master. How's that? I'm going to go mute now. Is that okay? You've got this?
that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go mute. I'll be back soon enough. And everybody listening, I'll be back. These wonderful people have got this, and enjoy them. Enjoy them. Okay, I'll be back.
Hi, Sid. I don't want to ask you about your trauma unless you want to talk about your trauma. I wouldn't want to trigger you or disturb
Damn,
you.
sorry. I dropped out for a second there again. My Skype is acting weird.
It's just you and I at the moment.
Okay. What were you saying?
Before he left, he was suggesting some things to talk about. He laid out forward family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. And then asked, he mentioned that you've experienced trauma. You self-medicate for trauma you have experienced, and suggested maybe that I could discuss your trauma with you, or, was just giving suggestions to shoot the shit and hold the mic for a moment while he gargles. And I was just saying that I didn't want to ask you about your trauma unless you want to talk about it, because I don't want to trigger you or cause any, to disturb you or anything like that.
Thank you. Yeah. Like without getting into the specifics. Yeah. I'm dealing with some mental health stuff that it's a lot of the result of what chemical imbalances in trauma. There's that, and so that's an ongoing thing that I'm working on.
Sorry to hear that.
Thank you. But that is all right. I'm having a
I
good time
self-medicate with marijuana for my own trauma.
Yeah. Would you like to share a little bit about any of that? Either the trauma or how the marijuana helps?
I think it just kind of helps keep me from being neurotic. I don't know. I was in an abusive relationship for 22 years. So I do have like PTSD and social anxiety, a lot of social, just issues of my own dealing with trauma. I have experienced trauma as a child, but then as an adult, 22 years in an abusive relationship. So I have some past trauma under my belt that I'm trying to self-medicate with cannabis. I quit drinking, thank God, but I'm still, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I was. It's hard. It's still a struggle. I quit drinking like a year ago, but I've drank since then. But I was drinking really heavily, and I could probably count on two hands how many times I drank last year. So that's a great improvement for me.
For sure. Did you get into a program of some kind?
No.
To get help with that?
No. No, not at all. I don't trust the therapists and psychologists. Like, they never do me any good. And I've had negative experiences with counselors, therapists, and everything. And whenever I try to talk to any of them and open up, they instantly open up like CPS cases and things like that on me. And I'm like, dude, I just need to talk to somebody and heal. And they don't allow me to do that. So I'm no longer dealing with them.
Yeah, it can be difficult navigating the mental health care.
Especially when there's an infrastructure, like an underbelly infrastructure for these mind control programs. And the mental health field is one of their underbellies that they will funnel people through. And that's,
Could you say a little more about that? If you feel like
it. From what I understand, the mind control programs are not just confined to military and stuff like that. They are infrastructures and underbellies underlying in the prison systems, which is one of the reasons you have gangs and things like that in the prison, is to pit one another against each other. They have programs. They funnel people through the prison systems, the mental health systems, even the like I was saying, the gifted and talented programs, but also even the challenged classes, when they know that a child is intelligent, but they're not making the grades and there may be a learning difficulty, but they're still, so they have people looking out in all of these areas in their little underbelly infrastructure for mind control. And they funnel people through these. They look for certain things. They know certain things to look for. And if they find somebody that matches and meets that criteria, they will go ahead and funnel it through the process.
So like what's that criteria?
It's varying, but from what I understand or what I've heard, they look for certain bloodlines, certain abilities, whether it be mental or psychic type abilities. They look for generational trauma, because it's easier to dissociate if you come from a family line that's already been dealing with trauma. You're prone to dissociation already. They're, this is an odd one, but they even look for people with central heterochromia, which is where you have several different colors or more than one color in your eye. Like, say, around your pupil, you would have a ring of, say, brown or gold, and then a ring of hazel, and then a ring of blue. And the people with central heterochromia are known in other cultures to have more of a seer ability, psychic abilities, can see beyond the veil more, can communicate more with the other realm. And people with I've heard RH negative bloodlines, or people that come from a multi-generational Masonic bloodline, a multi-generational military bloodline. They look for people, I don't know. So this is what I've heard. These are some of the criteria that I've heard that they look for.
That is totally fascinating, and I can believe it. Jeez. Yeah, I've had my own creepy experiences with counselors and some of this underworld that I think you're talking about, and it's kind of funneled through some of these systems. Yeah, I can look back through some of my own history and see how I ended up with certain counselors and whatnot. And yeah, it's unfortunate that shit goes down the way it does.
I agree, and I don't trust the system. They put people that have been controlled or put under mind control are put into positions for the purpose of funneling. Like they're put into, they're put into the police academy, they're put into therapist positions, they're put into doctors positions, so that when you have people coming out of, say this person was traumatized and put under mind control techniques, and they grow up and they're starting to recover their memories, so they go to a counselor and they're trying to get therapy for help, and they're uncovering that they've got DID or whatever it would be. Even if you're just a traumatized kid because your parents suck and they're abusive and they're alcoholics or whatever, and you go to counseling for that, if it is a person who was already pre-programmed and put into those positions, they even unconsciously could be programmed to recognize what they're looking for, know that if somebody comes in saying these type of things, you are automatically put into a different file, into a different category. And these people, when we are in a position where we need help and we are desperate for healing, because we know that we're in a position that our mental health is affecting us to such a degree that we are not functioning properly, we are desperate for that help, and we are trusting the people that they're giving us and calling us, telling us that they're counselors, they're therapists, they're psychologists, they're psychiatrists, they're going to help you. And then these people, we trust them, and then they're put into a position to give us advice or to tell us how to think or to tell us how to live that we believe is going to be better for us. But if they're compromised, they're really kind of setting people up for more programming and control through that method as well. And again, they do funnel people through the system. You are put into another file, into another category, and funneled into in their systems if you meet certain criteria, or if you come forward trying to discuss any of these things, or if you say you're an ex-military member, you come out of it, and that's why they have to have the BA too, which is not good.
I got what you were saying about that. That makes sense. A scary thought.
It is. It's absolutely terrifying. All of it is. It's but it's absolutely real. And I think that the fact that the world suffers such cognitive dissonance because they don't want to believe these types of things actually happen and exist is probably the biggest part of the problem, because it's allowing it to continue to happen because people shove their heads in the sand like ostriches and act like this cannot happen. I don't want to hear this. No, I look up to these people, or there's no way that it could be that widespread, or it's not that systemic. And that's how they keep getting away with it. It's not only that they cover up for themselves, but then they rely on everybody to go, no, there's no way that this could be happening. And maybe, a couple people did. Of course, there's going to be a couple psychos and but the majority of the people. But and I can't say that it's a blanket statement. It's not everybody. I won't say that everybody that's gone through and everybody comes out psycho, and I won't say that everybody that goes in is good. But
the military.
Right.
I just got back. Everything okay? It sounds like you're all doing well. Please continue with whatever you were discussing. Did I get this right? I heard the last few sentences. I think it was something like, as soon as I got back, I think I heard Esther in her lovely voice with her dulcet tone saying that she didn't feel that everyone who comes out is a psycho and everyone who goes in is necessarily good. Or something like that. Were we still talking about the enrollment in the military or something else?
At that moment, I was talking about the enrollment in the military. I don't know. I've been kind of all over the place. I ramble when I am given the chance.
Honey, that's fine. We all do. That's what we're here for. How about Sid? It sounded like he said something like, fuck the military. Or something. He slurs his words. It's hard for me to tell. What was it you said, Sid?
Just remembering my own medical history and shit. And we're talking about, how people are spotted, you know, and like filtered through the various whatever theaters of society into these odd programs, and end up having traumatic experiences with people who are, you know, in these positions of working as counselors, psychiatrists.
Have you had some kind of negative experience with a counselor or a psychiatrist?
Yeah. I'm not ready to go into all those details.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Negative experience.
Right. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. So basically, a person in a position of authority and trust took advantage of their position. We don't need to go into the details. I'm just saying that this happens, and when it happens, it's devastating. It's devastating. And so when it comes to this sort of thing, how about yourself, Esther? Is there anything like that that maybe, you know, if you're uncomfortable with sharing your own experiences, maybe friends of yours? Do you know of people who have been in similar situations like that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I was just explaining how I don't, I have a strong distrust for the counselors, psychologists, psychiatrists, therapists, and stuff like that, because there are people put in position that are part of the mind control underbelly infrastructure, and they filter people through the mental health system.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're funneled and put into files, you know, separate files, if you meet certain criteria, or if you're coming forward confessing certain things that you were party to or privy to or had experienced yourself, had done to you. These certain things, if you come forward into the there are certain counselors, therapists, psychologists put in place specifically to look for people that meet criteria that could be used in mind control, or people that fit the criteria that have been put under mind control. And they funnel people through the system that way. And they put people in positions of doctor, of police officer, of lawyer, of judge, of a therapist that are under mind control, that either whether they know it or not, consciously or unconsciously, and filtering and funneling these people into the mind control programs, or keeping them under control through these things, or, you know, just effectively over medicating them and making them out to look completely insane, you know, just, oh yeah, he's crazy, or, you know, whatever. And so I have a strong distrust myself for those certain things, but then again, it's like an octopus with tentacles everywhere. So if I start going into where we can't trust people put in the system, because there are people put in those systems for those specific purposes, I can't leave anything out because they're everywhere. And so I was just discussing that.
Thank you. And I appreciate your courage in sharing that. And it's a legitimate concern. I'll give you an example. Right now, while you were talking, I was trying to scan through some old emails, seeing if I could find the name of this journalist that published a book on her own experience. Let me see if I can find it by looking for some specific tag words. It's relevant to what you were speaking of. Journalist, institutionalized, and I'll see if I can spell that right. Institutionalized. Okay, for investigating government. Investigating government, we'll say. Maybe that'll get me to the book of this particular journalist where something happened. Okay, I spelled institutionalized wrong after all. The first thing that comes up is Nellie Bly criticizing the Mexican government. Sounds very familiar. pioneering investigative journalist. No, Nellie Bly, of course, is historical, very famous, and not the person I'm thinking of. Okay, I can see why they brought her up, right? Nellie Bly was investigating the horrible conditions in insane asylums. So she had herself institutionalized as an inpatient so that she could expose their abuses. And so this is an early example of what you're talking about, but it's a historical example. There's another woman who is far more recent, and I don't remember her name. And as far as I'm concerned, she is a bit crazy in her own right, and certainly needed some kind of help or counseling. But to drive the point home about what you're saying about many of these people in those positions being, well, part of the government. The lady that I told you about, who's terribly disfigured, basically was a Vietnamese young lady who was scarred by American napalm bombing in the Vietnam War. You got that much down about her. She obviously, because of the horrors of her scarring, got into psychiatry, doubtless to deal with many of the own issues she was facing. That makes sense. And she works for the government. And the way I ran into her consciously, of my own free will, was through the Chinatown Mental Health Clinic, back when they had an office that was publicly accessible. They may still have one, but I don't know where it is. But back when they had one, I walked in and asked for help on my road to get myself back into a stable support system where I could ultimately get the SSDI that I get today, which was the foundation upon which I base many other things in my life that render my life survivable. Rent control, home-delivered meals. There's a number of things that I've applied for over the years, most recently, finally, getting myself on paratransit. The Affordable Connectivity Program, which gives me internet at $5 a month, might end in April, simply because the government may cease to fund it. But Comcast is trying to lobby to prevent that. But, you know, obviously, like I said, anybody can apply for these systems. Doesn't mean they will get them, but if you're qualified, theoretically, you will. Which is my point about many of these GIs. Instead of it just being handed to them, where all of us are paying for it, have them do what I did and work for it, quote unquote, and prove they need it. And if you truly need it, I proved it. And God knows it took long enough, but in the end, I succeeded in a number of different cases. Now, when it came to my psychiatrist, as I said, she wears a porcelain mask, a different type of Asian porcelain mask at different times. These aren't exaggerated masks. They're not like a Greek tragedy or comic masks. They have no expression on them. These are masks that are just human faces, stylized. Your typical kind of Asian mask you would see in a law play, spelled N-O-H, to prevent her clientele from panicking because of the deformity of her face being so terribly scarred. But there was this female journalist who was white American, and she was investigating some kind of government scandal, and the way the government shut her up was classic totalitarian Soviet type pattern, even though it happened here in the United States. In the Soviet Union, they would silence political dissidents by discrediting them, by institutionalizing them in insane asylums. So they could say, you can't pay attention to what this person is saying, they're insane. And these were usually political dissidents, liberals, progressives. In the case of this journalist who got institutionalized, it was obviously because she was probing into a government scandal. And bear in mind what I said earlier. I met Dr. Tao Tran through the Chinatown Mental Health Clinic of my own free will. Now, that's a pointed comment. I had actually seen her in the military as part of my profession, so to speak, when I was working with the Department of Defense. Now, again, just to emphasize so people understand the context, in the Department of Defense, you're a civilian. Unless you're a military person on liaison with the Department of Defense is a civilian agency. This is all part of the myth that the military serves under a civilian chain of command, which ultimately goes to the president, who technically is not a civilian, but whatever. So, with the Department of Defense, I was a civilian, but in liaison to Michael Aquino, I was seriously considering becoming an espionage field agent, a spy. So he took me to a training camp for Vietnamese infiltration. Now, for years, the Americans had trained U.S. Army Special Forces in a camp in Louisiana, where they have these bayous, and the swamps, the bayous of Louisiana, are the closest America has in climate and topography, the local geography, to the jungles of Vietnam. So I was taken there not to train to be some kind of commando or special forces soldier, but in a sense to be given that kind of background in that context, because they created a persona for me, an alias, in which I was 10 years older on the dossier, and that I was a former Vietnamese Kit Carson scout, which was a name they gave to Vietnamese communists who defected to America. And they became scouts for the Americans because they understood the Vietnamese military and the communist military. So I was supposed to be a man who was 10 years older, served as a Kit Carson scout, and had served in Vietnam with Michael Aquino. Now, the person who cascaded the Vietnamese language and alternative persona into myself, the alter, the only alter I have, was Dr. Tao Tran, the psychiatrist working for the U.S. government to do this, who I later on saw at the Chinatown Mental Health Clinic, who helped to compartmentalize that alter, so that this alternative personality could not be exploited by Michael Aquino to jack my body, to take over my body and fall back under his control. Does that make sense? So she served something benevolent for me. But for that American journalist who got institutionalized, she was interviewed by a clown named James Arthur Yanchik, who was, quote-unquote, a friend of mine once. It turned out, of course, he was just part of the problem. He had a girlfriend named Lucinda, who was an assault victim of Michael Aquino. So it turned out he was just hanging out with Michael Aquino for the chick drop-off. And so James Arthur Yanchik was interviewing this American journalist who had been institutionalized, and she described, when they institutionalized me, they brought in a psychiatrist, and it was this small Asian woman who removed her mask and scared me to death. Her face was all deformed with burns to the point where her bone was showing through her flesh, which was the case. Her bones had calcified to the point where they had melded to the surface of her skin in several parts of her body. So she obviously did something she only did in front of me because I was comfortable with her, and I had seen so much violence in my life that I could look at her without blinking and gasping and just embarrassing myself. I could look at her straight without grimacing and flinching. So she felt comfortable taking off her mask in front of me. But with this woman, she obviously did so to scare her, terrorize her, in effect. So she was obviously involved not only at the city level of providing her services for people in need of counseling, but with the U.S. government for something a bit more sinister. So it's a perfect example of what you're talking about. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah. So this does exist. Now, personally, I consider that woman a good friend of mine, and she certainly has been of help to me. Now, for those who think, well, how do you know you're not under her mind control? Or something like that, that's kind of silly. Let's put it this way. In a sense, I was, for, again, I think perfectly understandable reasons. Basically, I provided some services for her, and in return, she compartmentalized that alter personality of the Vietnamese persona, which was downloaded, cascade memory effect, into myself when I was considering becoming a field agent to infiltrate communist Vietnam. Even though I never was deployed, I went through the process where I could have been. That never was followed through because I ultimately betrayed Michael Aquino and exposed him for his crimes. This led to a lot of inconvenience for him, and it led to my never being deployed as a field agent. So there were things that happened that prevented that Vietnamese alter that is still locked somewhere in my brain by my psychiatrist. There were things that happened that prevented that alter from ever being manifested or deployed in the espionage situation he was supposed to have been manifest in. He broke out a few times in my past before I saw Dr. Chow Tran, but has never broken out again. She truly compartmentalized that alternative personality, which is the only one that I have. There are many people that you probably heard of who have multiple alters that phase in and out consistently and chronically, so their lives are a living hell. I have none of those problems. So obviously Dr. Chow Tran did me a tremendous favor. And in return, I provided what I could for her in terms of comfort. This is simply a practical kind of exchange that a person with my kind of background learns to live with. And when it comes to something like what other people deal with, you have to understand that I have an understanding of the corruption that you're speaking of, and the things that we can do is, of course, eliminate the military-industrial complex as this so-called professional part of our society. You eliminate a lot of that problem. Like, for instance, what I said about John Holmes, the Aurora, Colorado mass murderer who killed all those people in that theater, was the product of an Air Force psychiatrist. So if you eliminate the military-industrial complex and their participation in the medical-industrial complex, then you have, at that point, purged the medical-industrial complex of a lot of these perverts, these, like Dr. John Henry Hagman, who conducted my blood plasma transfusions. It would go a long way towards rehabilitating defense contracts with educational system, the entertainment system. One of the things I've always pointed out about our military entertainment industrial complex, where we have movies like Battle for Los Angeles. When it comes to Battleship, or Battle for Los Angeles, or Independence Day, these are films that may be science fiction, but people are so naive. I mean, honestly, think of this with common sense. Do you honestly think those are actors flying those fighter jets? Those military helicopters? Those are military personnel who are redeployed to make a film. Obviously, the film is going to have propaganda elements and serve as a recruiting campaign for the military, or they would not do this. So, if we eliminate... I'm sorry?
I apologize. I have to step away for just a moment.
Oh, of course, take your time, honey. Let us know when you return. Take your time.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll talk with Sid here. So Sid, are there any types of films that are favorite genres for yourself? Any favorite genre of film?
Your favorite genres of films? Well, I like Quentin Tarantino stuff, I like Stephen King adaptations, the earlier ones. I don't like what they're doing now. I haven't been happy with much of what they've done with his material for quite some time, but I love the stuff I grew up with the 80s and 90s Stephen King.
Well, what are they doing differently now?
Well, I just don't think they're very good quality. I mean, they don't capture the vibe of the stories at all. Like they're doing weird things with like making sequels to and prequels to Pet Sematary, which is such a terrifying movie, you know, to see, especially as a 7-year-old. And you know, Zelda, my god, like, yeah, but everything now just seems to miss the point by a million miles. Like the It remake, like the mini series with Tim Curry as Pennywise. That shit's classic, and Tim Curry killed it.
Okay.
Like these new ones are just goofy. They're lame, and they're frustrating. And there's a part of what happened here, like with those remakes. There's a director whose name I can't remember, but he was involved with the first season of a show called True Detective, which is an HBO, like a kind of a crime drama, and but it's very atmospheric and like I can imagine that director and his style, he could have brought the story of It to life, conceivably, you know.
I'm back.
But
okay, thank you, honey. I appreciate your letting us know. It's such a relief to. I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry.
I didn't interrupt.
I'm so sorry. Your voice is so soft, and I'm deaf in my right ear. What was that?
Didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, no. No worries. I'm glad you did. I always insist that people do that. Please, by all means, interrupt. There's nothing I hate more than people passively, like, lurking. People passively lurk. I can't stand that. Where somebody's been sitting there for, half an hour. And I said, you've been here all this time, and they haven't It's just, when people do that, I just find that odd. Oh, by the way, I want you to know it's such a relief to hear Sid talk about a subject other than recreational narcotics. He was speaking. What's that?
Oh, I was just saying, feel free to continue, Sid. I didn't mean to interrupt him.
Yeah. So by all means, Sid, go on about Stephen King, the 80s, what you grew up with, how they just can't seem to capture the magic anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry that I lost the call for a second there. But okay, so yeah, we're back on Stephen King. Well,
do you read the books? So you actually compare the books to the movies by having read the books first? You've read all these books?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, read most Stephen King. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
His output.
If I haven't read, listened to an audiobook, and otherwise I've seen the movies, so it's kind of hard to keep track at this point. But yeah, I've read a ton of the books.
Incredible. And this includes the Dark Tower series.
Yeah.
So,
that one I listened to, but I really did listen. I got into the audiobooks for the Dark Tower series. And very fucking cool, right? Like, that's a whole world of, that's its own universe. Like, if they really made a film, a series, they could really be something. Stephen King wrote himself into the story with, as far as the event where he was run over by the guy with the van.
Yeah.
He wrote that incident into the story and had the characters intervening, to save his life, to save their own lives. And I thought it was all pretty cool. And if you just look at the piece of garbage they made, it's just awful. It's just such a terrible joke.
You mean the series, the miniseries?
No, the Gunslinger, the movie.
Okay.
Yo, terrible.
Is that the one with the black guy?
Yeah, the Gunslinger character is based on Clint Eastwood.
Uh-huh.
So there's one thing, and I like that actor, Idris Elba.
Okay.
But yeah, I was fairly annoyed that they're starting to make, changes like that. But okay, maybe okay. But then they went on to just butcher the story and all the relationships, and it was just very and what else? Yeah, the Pet Cemetery. Oh, The Stand. They did a remake of the Stand series.
Uh-huh.
And it's just terrible. It's heartbreaking, and I'm not kidding. I cried tears walking out of like the It remake. I was like crushed.
I'm sorry, that's awful.
It was such a fucking trip for me when I was a kid. No, I was totally in love with that series, and like they butchered it. And they're doing something similar anytime they touch the Pet Cemetery story. They can't do anything with it.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm so sorry that they just can't seem to capture the mojo anymore. For these different things. It is what it is to me. But like I said, it's refreshing to hear you speak of something with passion, other than recreational drugs, and so that's nice. And I'm glad that you have something else you're into, like Stephen King. I mean, it's universal. A lot of people obviously like Stephen King, and it is what it is. So Stephen King, of course, I think. I have my own opinions on him, and I guess I'll share a little bit now when it comes to our dear friend Esther here. So, have you ever been a fan of any kind of novels or genre? Or I was asking our man Sid about what kind of film genres he might be a fan of. So then he brought up Stephen King in particular. Is there some particular genre of books or movies that you particularly are drawn toward, Esther?
I don't watch much television or movies or anything like that. I love to read about ancient history and old texts, scrolls, tablets, kind of like an ancient buff.
Okay.
I like learning about different religions and esoteric knowledge and stuff like that. And conspiracy theory crap and science fiction type, supposedly science fiction stuff.
Wow, okay. Wonderful. Could you give us some examples?
Examples of?
Specific titles of either documentaries or books that...
I have the complete collection of Zecharia Sitchin books about the Anunnaki, and I don't know, I read pretty much every text I can get my hands on. I've read the Bible, the Apocrypha, the Pseudepigrapha, the Book of Enoch, the Kabbalah Gath, the Atrahasis, the Epic of Gilgamesh. It goes on and on and on and on and on. Whatever text I can get my hand on, I try to read it and kind of study it a little bit.
I'm impressed.
Mind control goes back to the Egyptian Book of the Dead. It's not anything new. We're just modernizing it.
So what was there something in your life that promoted this interest or provoked it, prompted it?
I was raised really religious. My parents were like Pentecostal, and we had to go to church like several times a week, and youth group and Bible study. And
wow.
Very young, I decided that if I was going to claim a religion, if I was going to claim to be a Christian or whatever, I was not going to claim that this is my belief and that this is the one and true only God and the only one and only true Word of God, without at least exploring the other alternatives so that I could give myself an informed decision, make an informed decision with what I know. And the first extra biblical text I got my hands on was the Book of Enoch, and that was just absolutely wild for me. It lit a flame that has never been quenched. It sparked a thirst that's never been quenched as well, an unquenchable thirst for more knowledge and information. The Book of Enoch just blew my mind growing up as a Pentecostal Christian. I'm like, what in the world is this about? And so I was then on a quest to find out more information, dig more, read more books, find out what these people say, find out what those people say, you know, go read the Quran, go read the Buddhist scriptures, you know. And that's kind of where that got started when I was a teenager.
Wow. And so have you read the Quran and the Buddhist scriptures and the like, or elements of them?
I have not finished the Quran because before my brother died, one of the last things that he did, he bought a bookstore. And I went in there pillaging his bookshelves for other works from other religions and things. And I found the Quran and I asked him if I could have it. And he said that as long as you promise me that when you're done reading it, you'll burn it. So I haven't finished reading the Quran yet.
I get it. Wow. What do you think provoked him to say that?
Being raised incredibly Christian.
Oh! Okay, so
like, you're not supposed to look outside of the Bible. You're not supposed to, you know, so the Quran or any book that's not biblical is considered heretical or even satanic or whatever. And that was my, you know, super rebellion, was reading outside of the scriptures. I was a little bit more rebellious in that, but that was my major big, you know, buck the system of what was kind of implanted into my framing as a system of what I'm supposed to believe in or do.
Right. No. I mean, all of this is fascinating, and I appreciate your sharing it with us so that we get to know you better. Your brother opened a bookstore. He obviously had some degree of open-mindedness to even carry the Quran. I mean, if he was truly some kind of fundamentalist fanatic, he would not have even carried it, right? Or was it just... Right. Yeah, okay. So he must have had some degree of open-mindedness, and so
well,
what did he...
Book type. If you want to read it, you by all means go right on ahead. He's not going to stop you from doing it. He just doesn't, you know, he didn't do it himself and didn't prefer that his family did. But
right. What did he die of?
I'd rather not discuss that.
Okay, I understand. I'm sorry for our loss, and so you know, but I'm fascinated. It's a special kind of person that opens a bookstore. It's so he must have been one of these special kind of people. You know, nobody does that anymore because everything's sold online. So it's a world that I miss. People with bookstores. Of course, you live in California, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that's a very large state, and so that's not giving anything away. I mean, California is larger than many nations on Earth, with a larger population, so we're not giving away any security secrets on your part by saying that, by confirming that. So thank you for sharing that. And so when it comes to your brother, I wish that I had met him. He probably would have been fascinating to speak to as well. I'm sure you would agree. Was there any other member of your family that stood out in particular? Or maybe we'd best not pry in that direction right now, at least. How about when you talked about the things that you read, like Zachariah Sitkin, these various other books, so is there a particular cosmology that you've developed over the years of these investigations? Your own cosmology, our understanding of our universe, something that you prefer. We all kind of construct these universes in our mind based on knowledge we've accumulated from various sources. So having read what you have, what's your idea about alien life, our place in the cosmos? If you were asked to describe a general cosmology, our galaxy, our place in the galaxy, so to speak. What would you say?
I would say that we are spectacularly unique, a beautiful miracle in every way, and you know, I kind of have kept the same stance that I took when I was a teenager, which is still I have no answers that I can firmly nail down to call this is what I know and what I believe absolutely unequivocally. I keep a very open mind. I feel it's rather unknowable, and yet at the same time it's within each and every one of us, so it's kind of a strange dichotomy in that way. But yeah, I don't know. I think that that we've definitely been genetically tampered with from a very early ancient time.
Have you ever encountered a man named Lloyd Pye?
I am quite antisocial. I don't encounter many people at all.
No, I don't mean like that. I meant his work.
I'm not familiar with the name, no.
Maybe if... Okay. Let me see if I can find this for you and see if it strikes a bell. You might have seen this. Let's look up Lloyd Pye books. Lloyd Pye books. There we are. Fuck. I actually spelled his name right. Okay. I'm going to do a screen share here. Now, you might not be familiar with Skype, but if you look at your screen, I'm screen sharing. Can you see the cursor moving?
No.
Do
I go to the Skype?
I'm sorry, what?
Do I go to the Skype or to the YouTube?
Oh, Skype. Go to the Skype call. The Skype call. Look at the Skype call. Can you see the cursor moving? Cursor.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. Now watch. Keep looking. Okay. Now, do you see this? Lloyd Pye? You see this?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take a look at Lloyd Pye books. This is probably his most famous book. Everything You Know Is Wrong. Book 1, Human Origins. Does this ring a bell? Have you seen this book? No?
No, that's the funny thing about me is Zechariah Sitchin is one of the only authors that kind of wrote books about subject matter that I've paid attention to. Most of the rest of my studies are just straight out of the texts and scrolls or tablets or whatever.
Okay. Just so you know, he writes about Zechariah Sitchin. That's his life's work. So you might want to check him out. It'd be interesting to see what impression you get of him. Does that make sense? Yeah. Now, by the way, we're hearing a lot of noise from our friend. I think it's from Sid. Something scraping against the microphone. Maybe that something he's doing with, or maybe I'm wrong on that. But there was some. Just everyone be aware that when you are broadcasting, everything sounds much louder. So you could just be moving something around that you don't really notice, and then it creates this kind of noise that's amplified on the internet. I'm sorry?
That may have been me.
Oh, okay. Now that you're cognizant of it, just remember to be careful that about what you move around in the future. But so Lloyd Pye did this book, Everything You Know Is Wrong, Book 1, Human Origins, and here's what it says here. It doesn't bring up the fact, but it's all about Zechariah Sitchin. His books are about Zechariah Sitchin, and so he also wrote Everything You Know Is Still Wrong, Lloyd Pye. But unfortunately, what happened to him was he got involved with. He found this skull, and then he felt that this was an alien human hybrid, and he dedicated his life to that. I feel he suffered the curse of the Star Child. It consumed him. And pretty much the rest of his life became a promotion of this trying to get people to sponsor a DNA test on the skull. It could be maybe he was simply trying to raise money and was exploiting it and just getting money to fund this quote-unquote DNA test on the skull. But my impression was when the DNA test was taken, it was nothing really found that stood out. But the skull was... just obviously different from your average human skull. was found in a cave, according to what he said, and so he felt it was an alien-human hybrid and dedicated his life to that. But aside from that, he also wrote a book, apparently, that, this is from someone else, Humans Are Not From Earth. But basically, the thesis that is central to what Lloyd Pye, who used to be a military intelligence officer, so we have to take that into account. He could be part of a PSYOP, but he certainly expressed the belief that humans are simply completely alien to the terrestrial ecosystem, which is why we do not interact with it naturally or in a manner that is harmonious. We're not interacting harmonically with our environment because we are created by aliens and we are, in essence, alien to our environment. Is that a sentiment you would share?
No.
Okay. So you feel we are a beautiful creation in every way, that we're divine. We're a divine creation and therefore belong in our environment. Is that what you feel?
I do, but I also do feel that we have been genetically tampered with.
Okay, so this is fascinating. And how do you fit so at what point do you think that happened? Just, approximate. I mean, we're just looking for a kind of outline of your cosmology because that way we get to understand more about,
Based on what I understand, some of the earliest tampering happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. There are telomeres at the end of our certain... I'm not a biologist, so I'm not...
Okay, so I'll explain it for you, basically for our listeners. Our DNA is a double helical structure, and what happens is that it renews itself at the cellular level. Our cells renew themselves until basically the telomeres wear out. So understand that when you see the DNA and it's helical in structure, at the very end of those DNA strands are telomeres, and they're kind of like the eyelets on your shoestrings. So if you take a look at your shoestrings and they have the plastic wrap at the end of your shoestring, this little cap or plastic wrap at the end of your shoestring is what makes it infinitely easier to lace your shoes. And once those caps or plastic wraps at the end of those shoestrings wear out and your shoelaces are frayed, it becomes much harder to lace your shoes. It's still possible, but you have to pull them, guide them, and ultimately the strands begin to fray, and ultimately you have to buy a new pair of shoestrings, or you can no longer effectively lace your shoes. This is what happens to you as you age. The telomeres wear out, and the helical structure of your deoxyribonucleic acid strands can no longer reweave. And because they can no longer reweave, you're unable to refresh your cells, and you age and begin to die. I'm painfully familiar with this phenomenon because they did experimentation on telomere wear, meaning whose telomeres were wearing out the fastest. And the people who suffered the most stress, where their telomeres frayed the fastest, were care providers. That care provision was the worst job on earth, the most stressful job on earth, more stressful than being a cop, more stressful than almost anything, more stressful than anything. So I was a care provider for 10 years, and theoretically it took 30 years out of my life. This is theoretically, of course. I'm not your baseline person, so probably didn't impact me that poorly. So nevertheless, that's what telomeres are. And so having explained that, you obviously have gained some working knowledge of genetics through your studies. So, yeah, what you've concluded is that at some point we were altered. So in
strands of DNA where the telomeres are actually completely flipped to the opposite of where they should be. So the telomeres of the two strands are touching one another where they should be on opposite ends of one another. The certain strands have been flipped and switched. So the telomere being that the two telomeres are touching is biological proof that the DNA has been tampered with, because it doesn't naturally occur in that way. And I don't remember what it was that was switched around like that, whether that was the genetics for longevity or if it was for memory, because we have had our memory abilities depressed. We should have better memories than we do. We should have a lot longer memory capability, and even past life ability.
I was going to say, so one of the things that has been scrambled is our racial memory and ability to recall memories from past generations.
Right. Yeah, and we were also genetically tampered with to have a worship gene, to kind of have a veneration, to worship so-called creators or gods or whatever, and that carries over into just the daily, the way that we see people worshiping the celebrities, or venerating people, in positions of power. The way that we see these people venerating others and worshiping them in that sense of a lesser scale, it's kind of what we're designed to do, and I think that that's partially to keep us in abeyance, to keep us under control, to give our power away. To a degree.
Wonderful. I mean, just very, very fascinating. And so does Zachariah Sitkin say this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so you got this somewhere else. You can't. And
my studies are broad.
Right. No, that's fine. That's wonderful. And so when it comes to what you're speaking of, it reminds me of perhaps you can find this out for us, Sid. Who wrote the book titled "The God Part of the Brain"? If you could look that up for us, it reminds me of the book titled "The God Part of the Brain," which is an atheist argument that we have a part of our brain that is a product of evolution and what he considers to be evolutionary baggage, where we have a biological need for a creator so that we can contend with our mortality. I presume that you yourself are not an atheist. You come from this background, but obviously your philosophy has obviously changed from this fundamentalist Protestant background that you grew up with. Evangelical, was it?
Wow, I just totally had a mind blank. Wow, Pentecostal. Okay,
yeah. so is evangelical. Pentecostalist is fairly evangelical. I mean, people might argue with that, but definitely Protestant, American, and you basically grew up with this background, but you've expanded your horizons. So Richard Dawkins was the author of The God Part of the Brain. And so Richard Dawkins is an atheist medical doctor or a psychiatrist or some kind of medical specialist who feels that we develop this evolutionary need to contend with our mortality, the need for a god as kind of like a defense mechanism for he feels, of course, he's matured and outgrown it. But you're saying you believe in a creator. The creator created us for this world, but somewhere along the line, somebody tampered with the genes. Were they aliens or demons?
I think that that could be interchangeable, really.
Okay.
In some,
in other words, we could be mistaking the demons for aliens. This would be how we would filter them with modern sensibilities. Is that a potential?
Well, if you go into the older texts, I mean, whether it's the Vedas or the old Mesopotamian accounts, or even in the Bible, there are accounts of flying machines or flying vehicles, contraptions, and
Vimanas, honey, Vimanas.
Yes. Yeah, and in the Bible, it's in the book of Ezekiel. goes into description of one in the first chapters, and Elijah was picked up by a flying whirlwind. So it's, there are accounts of these flying vehicles. Now, where they originate from, that is up for, discussion. But whether they were described as angels or demons. And now we can look at things that are flying in the sky today and go, okay, well, they could be aliens, but are aliens just essentially what were back in the day, the gods or the devas or the, angels and demons? And so there could be positive entities and negative entities that we are giving this title of alien to, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what they are. It doesn't mean that they don't originate from here, or that they're just on a different etheric plane, a different, beyond the veil.
Excellent. Thank you. By the way, it is you, Sid. So Sid, just like what are you doing?
Me?
No, Sid.
The noise?
What? Yeah, the noise. What are you doing?
That.
What?
I don't think it's me.
Oh, okay. So, just so everybody knows, again, just be careful if you move anything around in front of you. It sounds like, you could be just like moving just like a few things around in front of you, just minor objects, and it sounds like magnified by the microphone, so that sounds like you're dragging a chain across the floor. Whoever is doing anything that's near the mic, so just be aware of that. So that being said, Esther, I love what you're saying. I'm fine with it, and very impressed. I'm glad you've been doing a lot of research. And so again, when we come to the Vimanas, when we come to these entities, they're basically are these entities taking advantage of our God part of the brain, and are they so go on about that?
Yeah, I do. I think that they're definitely taking advantage of that part of the brain, and I think that they have taught our own government and military to do the same thing. And like I said, this isn't anything new. This was going on back in Egypt. In the Egyptian Book of the Dead talks about ways to mind control and even to pull spirits into bodies and have them controlling the bodies and things like that. What Michael Aquino was doing. It's nothing new. And so, yeah, they do take advantage of that. And like I said, so do our governments, because they definitely take advantage of that need for somebody to be the savior, and for the fact that we have that veneration and worship and awe capability, and they put people in a position to take advantage of that. Absolutely. It's social engineering what they're doing with the politics and the media, and all of it is just social engineering on a wide scale.
So,
and
go on.
It's been done for a long time.
Yes, so I would say that your cosmology is fairly coherent. It's you have a fairly coherent composite picture from all of your research, and so from this we can gather, from your perspective, your studies, so to speak, we can gather that our government is, in a sense, bargained with these entities. Our government has bargained with entities to gain a social engineering technology and technique, or a series of techniques and technologies which they are cynically applying against us and taking advantage of. So this is to maintain their power. Now, we notice a lot of people, of course, in a very real sense, worship the quote-unquote aliens. And this is, of course, the entities taking advantage of this God part of the brain Richard Dawkins is talking about. And the government is helping them do it for its own purposes. And so what about things that, other paranormal phenomena that are fairly scattered, innocuous in their own right, but are these integrated into this wider perspective, like cattle mutilations? What part do the cattle mutilations play? If any.
I don't know. I can honestly say I have no idea. Okay. I think that it has something to do with the bovine proteins. Okay. I'm not sure why. I can't even tell you why I think that, or where I got that from, but I think it has something to do with bovine protein.
Okay. Okay. And and as for the many disappearances, say for instance, there's a series of books you might have heard of called Missing 911, I believe, is the title of a series of books.
Oh, 411.
411.
411.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, I actually talked to the author at one point, and I see this. Can you say his name again? I'm sorry.
David Paulides.
Fuck, I could never remember his name. David Paulides, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, not that I cared to remember his name. He was he was an asshole. Anyhow, he was like, I said, why don't you come on and talk to me about your books? Well, you got to read them first. I said, dude, your books cost over $100 each, dumb shit. And he said, why don't you give me a copy of your books and I'll fucking read it, okay? But I'm not going to spend over $100 when you've got 5 or 6 books out there and they each cost over $100. I think you can kiss it goodbye that I'm going to read your books. And he's like, no, you got to buy them. And I'm like, well, fuck you. So, but anyhow, so why don't you, since you seem to know what they are, Sid, why don't you tell Esther about Missing 411? Or do you know about them, Esther? Do you already know about these books or not?
I have heard of them.
Okay, so Sid, why don't you explain to Esther a little bit about them?
All right, so David Paulides documents all these cases of missing persons cases which fit a criteria of strangeness, which basically they can't be explained by any normal by any normal explanation. So kids will end up way up on a mountain ridge, and there should be no way a 3-year-old could cover that kind of distance, and yet they have, and things of that nature. So then also he covers the way the national parks handle the numbers around the missing persons cases within any given park. And so then he's mapped out all these clusters of these disappearances that fit the criteria. And like Yosemite is the hot spot. That's the biggest cluster. But yeah, just very strange stories.
Disappearances mostly.
Yeah.
And so again, I'm impressed. It's so refreshing to hear you speak about a subject like this with some degree of knowledge and passion, other than recreational narcotics. Psychonautical consciousness expansion. So tell us a bit about cases like where these children disappear in national parks, usually when Bigfoot is spotted, or Bigfoot is spotted in cases where children have disappeared in national parks. Then the military shows up almost as if to prevent the police or parents from being able to track the child, almost as if they're obstructing this, allowing the children to be abducted by the Sasquatch kind of humanoids, hominids. Is this the case? Does this ring a bell with you?
Part of it is that in some cases the Green Berets have come into the picture.
Yes.
And they're not supposed to have anything to do with missing persons cases. They're not involved with searching for people who go missing in national parks. So what are they doing showing up over a missing kid in a national park? And then the idea, or one idea out there, is that they were called in to exterminate cryptids or some kind of like the hills have eyes type of population, living underground or something like that. And this guy has a YouTube channel, and I want to say his name is Gimlin, like the Bigfoot photos, Gimlin. And he talks about that the guy who was in charge of the Dennis Martin disappearance where the Green Berets were called in afterwards, ended up committing suicide, and it is thought that he did that because of his own trauma at having gone in and exterminated a bunch of either cryptids or like highly inbred humanoids, and possibly Dennis Martin himself at that point, because he couldn't be allowed to live having seen any of that.
Wow. And so again, I'm impressed you've retained all this. Obviously your memory is not too impacted by a lot of the psycho.
Before I forget, here's one thing I remember from trips to Yosemite when I was a little kid, a million years before I ever heard David Paulides or any of this shit. They would tell us kids the story of Elmer. And the story of Elmer was that Elmer is a kid who's there with his family, and they're walking on a trail. Elmer gets up ahead of the family, turns a curve, and vanishes completely without a trace. And this, was taken to be like a cautionary tale, right? Like, don't get separated from your family. And people would go out at night at what was called a housekeeping camp, and they'd shine the lights up in the air, and everybody would yell, "Elmer, Elmer, Elmer." And like, I've only met one other person in my adult life who has a memory of that from being a kid at Yosemite. But I mean, it fits perfectly with the David Paulides thing, and it's like, it lines up. Even there was a headline about his books and these cases. It says, don't be the first. It's like, don't be the first one in line and don't be the last one in line, or something, referring to people just vanishing when they just get just slightly separated from a group.
Wow. Oh. So thank you. You did good. Esther, what do you make of all this?
I think that I think there are creatures out there that we're not familiar with, that aren't necessarily in our books. I think that some have naturally occurred, naturally evolved on Earth, and have been here for thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. We've got such diversity of life. Just looking at humans alone, we have such diversity in where we've come from, and Neanderthal or Cro-Magnon or Denisovan. And so I think that there are beings that have evolved that are humanoid, that are naturally evolving here, and they are definitely living in underground cities and stuff. And I also believe that there are, I don't just believe it, I've had dreams about it, that we are creating chimera again, like we did, or supposedly had in ancient Greece, where we're mixing DNA. And we're creating creatures that
I've had dreams that real vivid. Yeah. The chimera. Yeah, it's a trip, huh?
Yeah, I've had dreams right before the war war was declared in Ukraine. Mm-hmm. I had dreams where I was meeting with President Putin discussing why they were going to war, and that was one of the reasons.
Wow.
The biolabs in Ukraine were creating, they are human trafficking. They are creating super soldiers. They are mixing DNA with humans and other beasts and creating chimeras. And he told me to drink more water.
That's neat. Thank you for sharing that. It's and do you feel that in a very real sense you rendezvoused with him mind to mind, kind of like in the astral, the ether, or was this more of a precognitive?
It was just two dreams that I had right before the war had started. Started about 2 weeks, not before it started, before it was officially declared. They were already going back and forth, but I had two dreams, and we were just sitting across from each other in a white room with a plexiglass divider. And we did not speak, he wasn't speaking English and I wasn't speaking Russian. We were telepathically communicating, but also with certain motions. We were doing certain motions of our body that we understood telepathically what we were communicating with each other at the time. And it was 2 dreams a few days apart from each other, and basically covered the same exact information both times.
Wow. Oh, there you go. And so it's fascinating. And have you ever had dreams of other world leaders or celebrities that kind of delivered a message?
Possibly. I didn't know. I'm not going to speculate on what it is. I'm just their dreams, you know. But I have many dreams, and I have waking dreams as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And oh wow, what are these waking dreams like? Do you drive? I mean, do you drive and this sort of thing might happen? I mean,
no, it's not like I just start hallucinating or something. It's really kind of difficult to explain.
Okay. So you're kind of getting to a I'm sorry, go on, please. I'm sorry.
It's in my head.
Yeah.
Definitely in my head, but I don't know. I pick up on information, or they're just like imagination. I don't know, but I have been given warnings that I have heeded, and they have turned out to be beneficial.
Wow.
And I think that's as far as I'll go there.
Right. No, that's fine, and it's beautiful. That's wonderful. I just mean to say it's like I take it most of the time you're entering into a contemplative space. So you're kind of like almost in a meditative trance when this sort of thing may happen, would be what I would speculate, because you were qualifying. My concern was, it's not like I felt that, wow, I never want to get into a car with this. It wasn't like that.
No, I don't like visually see things around me that aren't there. I don't visually hear or audibly hear things around me that aren't there.
Okay.
They're things that are put into my mind that I think or
very vivid. Just very
in my mind.
Right. Got it. So these are.
It's like a dream while you're awake.
Right.
But
so
it's in your mind. So I know it's not like, I'm not gonna like go swinging a baseball bat at an imaginary whatever.
Right. Got it. So you vividly visualize some things while you're conscious and cognizant of the fact that you're vividly visualizing that this is not something that is physically manifesting. And so got it. And so that being said, I only bring this up because the whole Bigfoot theme and what we were saying about these hominids, potentials for underground cities with certain relic populations. The term for these populations is relic population. It's spelled R-E-L-E-C-T. Relict, as in remaindered. They're left over from the past mass extinctions. So they're survivors from the massive cycles of evolution that produced sapient life forms before ours. Just to clarify, most people are ignorant of these terms. They confuse sapience with sentience. So sentient means that you sense, hence sentient. And of course, we all know animals sense. In fact, their senses are far better than ours. However, just because a creature is sentient doesn't necessarily mean they're self-aware, which is what the term sapient means. Hence the term Homo sapiens sapiens, which is the full name for humanity, or the human species. It's not simply Homo sapiens, it's Homo sapiens sapiens. The scientific term emphasizes that we are the wisest of the wise hominids. That is the idea for that term, Homo sapiens sapiens. So when it comes to Homo sapiens sapiens, we are sapient. And what happened was, in the past, our planet has evolved other sapient species. And these sapient species were wiped out to a great degree during each successive mass extinction. But there are relict populations, not just on Earth, but that have established or possibly evolved on our closer terrestrial worlds like Venus or Mars, that had to go subterranean because of the changing climate on their planets, or relocate here. And these relict populations are usually degenerate. They're no longer capable of passing on the great technologies they once wielded, and yet sometimes will try operating one of the ancient flying saucers, so to speak, but without the operating manual, often crash. And then people find them in Central America or South America and say, oh my God, this little man, completely deformed, obviously not human, and was around this craft. And these are relic populations. And some of them have no such technology, and they're simply degenerated to the point where they're living feral kind of existences or lives, devolved. And all of this resonates with you?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. And I think that it's actually incredibly narcissistic to call ourselves the wisest among sentients.
Sapiens.
It's not a, well, yeah, I'm sorry, the wisest among sapiens. It's narcissistic and incredibly naive.
I agree with what you're saying. I understand why you would say what you say, because these are species with millions of years ahead of us.
Yeah. I mean, it's no wonder, too, they feel like they own the earth more than we do.
Yes, there we have it. You notice that God says, I am a jealous God. As a matter of fact, God's very name is jealous in the Hebrew. So God's very name is jealous, and he says, I am a jealous God. In fact, my name is jealous. This is the literal, actual translation of what God says. And the reason he says that is because there are other gods. Obviously, he would not say that otherwise. And these other gods, these darker gods, are the gods in whose own images these relict populations are created. And they too believe that it is meant for themselves to inherit the universe. So we are, in a very real sense, in cosmic conflict with some of these other sapient species.
And we have actually kind of, what am I trying to say, bragged about it. We put it in our flags and our ancient relics. We have a lot of symbolism of, say, the eagle holding the snake, right? There were factions, and some of the bloodlines were symbolized by the eagle, and some bloodlines were symbolized by the serpent. And we openly brag about the defeat of the serpent race or serpent bloodline when we show, say, the eagle holding the serpent in his talons, and certain other things like that. The serpent bloodline has been really slaughtered, kind of genocided, and demonized as well, but with good reason. But I think I'll stop there.
No, I'm sorry, what did you say? I was listening intently and then just distracted at the last minute. Which line was exterminated or decimated with good reason? Some demon bloodline or serpent bloodline? What was it you said?
The bloodline that's symbolized by a serpent. I'm not going to call them reptilian or anything like that, but bloodlines were symbolized by animals back in the day, and still sometimes are. There's a lot of symbology in say, country flags or national flags or coat of arms. These animals symbolize things. Every emblem, every little tiny thing on these all hold meaning. They are symbolic meaning, and they're would it be the ancient Aryan? And I know people don't like that term because of what happened in Germany, but the Aryan race was very ancient, coming from Atlantis, Lemuria, and in coming out of Atlantis, being the exiles, or what do we want to call it, survivors. A lot of them were symbolized by the snake, as the snake bloodline. And then there were, when the Greeks and Romans got more bigger and bigger, the bloodlines that they are symbolizing with the eagle started taking over more, and you can read about it in pretty much every culture on earth. Here in America, there were the Native Americans that had talk about the red-headed giants, the white-skinned red-headed giants that they had to exterminate, chase into caves and burn them inside the caves. And there are the red-headed giants or Amazonians in Russia, and even in Mongolia and in China. There are pyramids in China with Caucasian red-headed beings that are in the most ancient temples in China and in Egypt. And so I forgot where I was going with all of this.
Well, it sounds good. It doesn't matter where you're going. It's the journey is all that counts. It sounds good along the way. So continue. Just go ahead, pick up there. We've got a few minutes left. We might as well take it down to. We've got about 8 minutes left. A little less than that. So do me a favor and first, Sid, say good morning to our audience and what other message that you may want to drive home to our listeners.
Good morning, good listeners, and please support Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you. You did well today. By the way, good. You held some good discussions about topics that were important or at least informative. And so our dear Esther, with the and of course you are you knowingly named after the lady in the Bible, Esther?
That's one of the reasons I picked the pseudonym.
Oh, okay. So it's not a real name. That's
Right.
fine. Okay, that's fine. And so
Mine.
I'm sorry.
It's a real name, but it's not mine.
Okay, interesting. Yes, got it. And so well, at any rate, in the last few minutes we have remaining, feel free to point out whatever you feel our listeners should be paying attention to. What is it that you feel in current events and historically people should, some points you might want to make? Go ahead and make them.
Okay, well, I already came across a little bit crazy with my
No, you're fine. You're fine.
all this. So I'm just going to say I think it's important that we dig. I've been saying this for years, and it's coming down to the point where we're kind of running out of time, but I think it's very important to dig and get under at least 10 feet. I think people need to make sure they drink more water and work on your electromagnetic field, work on your own personal resonance of trying to stay on a more, I know this is going to sound cliche and new age or whatever, but hippier, but try to stay on a more positive frequency, the emotional spectrum. And it's very important. All these three things that I'm saying: dig, get underground, drink more water, and watch your frequency, your emotional resonance.
When the digging part, is it because we're seeking something, some answers, or are we seeking shelter, or both?
Seeking shelter, survival.
Okay, interesting. And as you said, there's not too much time left, and by that you're not referring to the end of our live stream approaching. You're referring to not much time left for humanity to prepare for some great change or cataclysm?
Correct. In my opinion, yes.
Wow. No, it's all appreciated, and I don't feel any of it is particularly outlandish. There's a certain perspective that I would, just I think it's all valid, fascinating. I understand the validity of your perspectives based on what you've learned and some of the researches. I might have a little bit of shifting to do or attempting to do with certain stances that you have, but nothing particularly. We're not antithetical to each other in any particular sense. But of course, this is how people evolve, as how they present each other their ideas and find out what's different and work from there as to what they might change in their own ideas and what they might adapt from others and what they might convince others of, right? So,
right.
Yes.
I think it's a huge disservice, actually, real burden on humanity, the way that social media has now allowed us to kind of compartmentalize ourselves into think takes of yes men, of people that agree with you, rather than having an open discussion with people that you genuinely disagree with. You have completely contradictory viewpoints, and then you can discuss your perspectives and become more open-minded. That's how you become a more critical thinker. And the way that social media now has us blocking everybody that doesn't agree with us and only befriending and encircling ourselves with people that agree with us and have the same mind